Streaming, and I'm going to try and see how we're doing with live. Everybody who's joining us, hit that upvote immediately and let me know that you're hearing me. Okay, so hit the upvotes immediately because the Autobots get to us and they put a downvote immediately, so we got about 20 of those to keep us off searches. So the only way to get us on the searches is to hit your upvote. We're going to try and counter them, and it's guerrilla warfare. We're fighting against the deep state, the real deep state, your military-industrial complex, not the Democratic Party. All right, so let's call our dear Lady Brook. Is that you, honey? Okay, let's see if we can hear your voice. I think hey, don't get me hit with a copyright strike. Turn the music off. Whatever the music is, turn it off. We don't want a copyright strike. Jesus Christ.
You can't call somebody and then not have music on. That's not a copyright strike. I've got to cut my music off. I was doing something.
Yes, please. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'll hang up. That's okay, let's see. Well, let's see who else we can call, okay, that ends it just before it starts even. That's alright, that's really irritating. Okay, so let's see. T-Tank Barry says, what up, Doug? Loud and clear from Mendo. Alright, thank you, sir. God bless you. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, so that ends it before it even starts, honey. That's all right. So just be aware of that. That's it's no laughing matter. That just like throws the entire episode out the window right there.
Actually, it legally doesn't, but I'm not even going to argue with you on it.
Yeah, I mean, the enemy is just jumping on that. They're pouncing on that. That's what they live for. So you know.
Like when you called and you've never gotten in trouble. The reason you got in trouble is because you purposely played music on the show. When you're calling someone on a podcast, if they already have music,
no, honey. It's like when I was like, believe me, I was like cruising through the internet just trying to find something, and some stupid like Facebook shit came up that was just had music on it, and I got dinged for that. It's like and that was like, he was like just much less time than we had with what we were hearing there. It was like, literally, it was like a nanosecond of that song that came on from.
So you don't remember you called me before and I was playing music and you never got dinged. Like there's been.
Let's hope it goes down that road instead of the other. But that was a recognizable song, unfortunately, as opposed to the other one. Yeah.
You're talking about the one I purposely played.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that one. Probably the individual who wrote that song was too embarrassed to like follow up on that. Who knows? We'll hope for the best. But such as it is, it's like it's just be aware of that. So let's try and get some other people on so that I can finish assembling my throne of pillows, and then we can move on a bit more shall we say placidly. Tonight's situation with myself is a bit unprepared, but not nearly as bad as last time. So let's see who else we can bring on, and add the participants and see if we can get someone for you to bounce off of, so that I can go back to assembling pillows and well, actually the stand at this point for the monitor, and then I can proceed the rest of the night with a sense of some form of security. Okay, Sammy Romero seems to be active. Let's hope that's the case. The usual suspects that I'll call, which will be a lot of people, and let's see now, and there's some old suspects that haven't been around for a while. I'll call Mark H, even though I know he's not going to respond. Though the guy should have some day off. I mean, is he working both Wednesdays and Sundays? Both the transmission days? That's really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't asked him. Like, I haven't talked to him since he
started his new job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would imagine when you're starting something like that, you're probably working more than you normally do. But
yeah,
definitely working one of the days that we were, there, and with it being, I think it was working Wednesdays, and then with it changing over, I would think Sundays would be a pretty big day.
Yeah.
Of the week. So
that makes sense. Yes, I mean, people do that instead of church. They used to go to church for that shit. Bingo and shit, didn't they? I mean,
or like go parlor or whatever. Like those old people. Oh my god!
Isn't the church supposed to fill that function these days? The gambling.
It just fills a bunch of bullshit functions. But bingo. I did not know this. I mean, see, when you're Southern, and then there are Southern real rednecks, and there's Southern country real rednecks. So you got stacks, just like anywhere else. I mean, you got stacks of, the way you were raised. And so I had no idea, it's just kind of like a jockey lot. I had no idea that there was this huge bingo thing. I had seen like a one little bingo hall in the middle of like the bad part of town where they would go play. And I had gone actually one time with a friend that's aunt went. Thought it was, it was just smoky pit. But anyway, I was like 17 or 18 and was working with this, I was 18. I was working at the restaurant, and she said, hey, I'm going to work the bingo in Anderson, which Anderson compared to Greenville is just, you're out in the country, okay? And it's your pickup trucks, and they've got this huge, like, apparently bingo thing that they do like once every few months. She's like, do you want to come work it with me? And she's like, you'll probably make, they pay so much an hour, you'll probably make $200. She's like, you'll work all day. I'm like, and then this was back, when I was 17, so it's been over 20 years ago. And I said, yeah, I'll come. I worked fucking 8 hours. It was the biggest, like, it was like a gymnasium, like basketball court times 2, filled with people playing bingo. And we ran around just like, selling them their whatever, and they wanted more stuff, their bingo little stamps and all their bullshit, and giving them their winnings. But they tip you. And I left that day, even though I worked my ass off for 8 hours, with $600 fucking dollars.
Wow.
So don't underestimate the bingo people. You need to go back and
Yes. So the the bingo, of course, it's a world of its own.
I don't know if they still do that, but I mean, it was funny back then. Most of the people that were playing were older. I don't know if there's like a new trend for bingo. If I started my own, I would do like a spades tournament, like that. I love spades.
There we are. Yes. Okay.
Do you even know how to play spades?
I'm sorry, honey.
Do you know how to play spades?
No. I mean, I may have once, but that I'd lost it. I totally lost it. Anyhow, I am disappointed to say that nobody responded. Hopefully they'll come on at some point soon. Cosmonaudian Troop says, boo again! So, hey honey, love you! T-Tank Berry says, support the transmission. Thank you, sir. Deeply love everyone who supports the transmission. God knows I need help from all the people I can get this month. So,
who was the boo again for?
Oh, it's just her way. Just Cosmonaudian Troop's way is, little ghosts and boos. It's cute, and so with the situation,
she doesn't like me.
No, honey, don't be like that. Oh my God, that's plenty.
I had my feelings hurt very recently by someone, but I'll talk about it later. It's fine.
Does that have to do with something you and I talked about? Or is this something new?
Well, we'll discuss it later. I'm just rather not go into it right now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes. Oh my God. My prayers, my hugs, my love, my oh, well, I mean, hey, what was I going to say about something else? There was, so, on a more cheerful note, honey, you've got something to talk about, so you can hold the stage while I get the stand for my monitor, right? Right?
If it's gonna take you like 4 seconds.
No. No, it'd take about 5 to 10 minutes to assemble this baby.
Why can't we just assemble this and keep it up? I mean, I think that's what everyone's wondering.
Well, I think you understand the situation by now. I live in a hoarder's crypt, and I operate this off my bed, which I otherwise sleep on when I'm here in the crypt at all. So
we need Sammy out there and T-Tank Berry, and I'm pretty sure we can get like a thing on the ceiling. We'll attach like to the ceiling where you pull it down, everything stays where it is. Pull it fuck down.
Yes. Yeah, of course, space age. Yes. Why don't we have a whole James Bond setup?
Space age. I mean, you can pull it out of the wall. You can assemble it anywhere.
Honey, if I had the money to do that, I would just move out of this dump and put
it's like I'd be like $150 most.
Yeah, no, something like that. Would not in a dump like this. Anyhow, this place isn't even built for that sort of thing. The ceiling couldn't support it. It would probably
That's what I was about to say. You'd probably screw it in, and then your neighbor next above you would be like coming down.
Yes, pretty much. I mean, look, my gang brother Beaver at one point, who manages property, he was drilling some holes in some of this shit, and it just, the wall started crumbling. It was just like, all he could say is, that's not right, I mean, it's like, whatever was built in the past. First off, these things are like subdivided. They were built originally as like totally different structures, and then they got subdivided by greedy landlords so they could rent it out to more and more people. So they're not properly divided. And
Sammy is on. I said, come on, he is on. I just saw him say hello.
Oh, thank God. Okay, and T-Tank Berry says escape SF.
What did he say?
T-Tank Berry says escape SF, and
leave San Francisco. I agree with you, Sammy. I mean,
hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Brook. Hi, Doug.
So glad you're with us. Are you at work, sir?
No, I'm at home doing chores and
Oh, thank God. So
doing what I have to do. Yeah.
Theoretically, I know at home can be more hectic than work at times, but theoretically, you'll be able to hold the stage with Brook while I finish setting up the stand for my monitor. I'm not as.
How did you know that?
Ask my manager, Scorpio Baby, if it's okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm giving Douglas a hard time. He's like, I know home can be so much harder than work. I'm like, how would you know? Doug?
Oh, right. Oh, well, believe me, honey. Well, I mean, as a care provider for over a decade, yeah.
I know. I forget that part. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I try to forget it.
You have to deal with the sneezing werewolf and.
Yes, that's right. Oh my fucking God. Thank God I'm finally over whatever it was I contracted from him when he was just in my vicinity, coming down from COVID, and carrying no doubt some other influenza or something like that. Cosmo.
Speaking of, not to interrupt you, but just speaking of, before I forget, that since it is that time of year where people are getting sick, but also the time of year of Christmas, yes. Like I really wanted to remind people, because I know you mentioned that you are struggling with rent this month, and obviously just anybody that can donate to Douglas, like, I donate as well. I know we all have family this time of year we have to buy gifts for, so everybody's tight, but anything I think would help him as well, because it's tight for all of us this time of year. So I wanted to make sure that I said that for you, because I know what's going on.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. And love you for that. Cosmonaudian Troop says boo-hoo, to follow up with what she said earlier, and I adore her for that. David Fitzsimon says hit the like button. Thank you so much, David. T-Tank Berry says easier said than done, meaning to escape San Francisco is what he's referencing, and of course he's right. Once you're established someplace, it's always very hard to relocate. And so that being said, however, hope for the future always. With that, we're going to have Sammy introduce himself, along with our dear, lovely Brook Gibson. I think that we always have new listeners. Not everybody may know who both of you are, so if both of you take to introducing yourselves while I finish establishing my stand to put my monitor on, then we'll be all set for the evening, and I can go the next 12 hours, essentially. I'll also raid the fridge and grab some hydration elements, bottles of water and the like, or juice, and so I do want to remind everyone today was the United Nations Genocide, Condemnation and Prevention Day, which is also a national holiday in Armenia. That was the 9th of December, but it stretches into the weekend in terms of course, honoring this fact. And that, of course, was why my son's photograph is in the thumbnail of tonight's live stream, being primarily Armenian in descent. And Amy Komu is back with us. She says, I love you thought to use the crypt for storage and just move you. Yes, thank you. Yes, that is the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. Then, I mean, fuck, we've already got bodies piled in the basement in terms of the old gold rush days when the Russians were all killing each other and gambling and and whoring. I mean, you know, most of these places
And
are...
if we need to kill somebody else, we have a story.
Yes. As I said, it's expanded down there from the bomb shelter days. So there are elements not even my neighbors know about. And that's, there you go.
Okay, I'm back.
There we are. Oh, okay. So now, now that you're back, dear brother, I will leave you with the company of Brook, Gibson. I will finish establishing my monitor stand, and then we'll be set to cruise for the night. My love to both of you. Let me go mute, and the two of you can handle it from here. And all right. All right. Okay.
Is that the same stand that came in?
The same stand. What?
The mic stand.
The thing that he ordered you.
Yes, the mic. Believe me, this is foremost on my mind. Understand? This is foremost on my mind.
I'm talking about the stand.
Yeah. The stand.
Well,
like, I don't think you ever saw the stand.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah.
Take a break.
Yeah, thank you. It's not a break, but I get it. Yeah. So okay. Yeah, my appreciation, and let me go mute.
Hi, Brooke. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing, Sammy?
All right. I'm just here trying to giving Scorpio baby his lunch or dinner. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
I didn't know you breastfed.
No, that was last month. I don't do that now.
Oh, you got that. Yeah. He's progressed on. Okay. Well, that gives you more freedom, I guess.
Right. There you go. But no. I'm doing some chicken nuggets. I'm gonna cut up for him. And anyways, how's it going? How's the family? How's your son and your daughter? How are they doing?
They're actually doing pretty good, thank God. So Noah's he's getting his schoolwork called up from when he was out. But other than that, yeah, they're both doing really well. So knock on wood, doing better than me, I guess, physically. But yeah.
Oh, okay. No, as far as myself, we're doing okay. I am in the middle of trying to make sure family's going to come into town for the holidays. If that, then booking hotels or seeing where they're going to stay. Just stuff like that. But
I mean, it did hurt my feelings. They wanted us to introduce ourselves. Like it hurt my feelings that I knew our parents were married and we weren't related. And then we dated for a while after that. But like, I feel like you should have invited me to the family.
Oh, well, it's with my family.
I'd be a little awkward, I guess, but
with family, it's with my family especially. It's kind of like that. I have to protect you from, my 7 sisters that I have.
Oh, trust me, I know. I remember them. They all hated me.
Right. So yeah. So just multiply yourself by 6. Yeah.
You poor baby girl. Why are you not, like, you need to start planning every Christmas when your baby's older. You'd be like, okay, every Christmas our gift to ourselves is Disney World, the Bahamas, somewhere. We're gone.
Right. No, it makes sense. I think that's a good idea.
If it starts getting stressful, that's a good idea.
Right. Well, the interesting thing about it is my sister that, I wanted to choke invited me to her birthday party of all things. So, that lets you know how really sane she is, but,
Well, it shows that what you did was the right move, you knew you did the right thing. So regardless of whether you needed to do it, you did the right thing.
Absolutely. But anyways, to move forward, just simple, obviously the holidays are something everybody has to plan around. And, I've done most of my holiday shopping. A couple more things, but at the end of the day, it's not really what it's not really the point. It's just it's a good gesture. Yeah.
Yeah, I've bought like 3 things.
Especially with adults. Shopping for adults is almost to me like redundant, especially people
Yes.
that it's like I can get it. I think it's mostly the thought that counts. And I know that's very cliche, but really it's like what do you get in adults? Really, it's just not.
And the
It's not
older they get, the worse it is. Like grandparents and
right.
stuff, it's like, oh my God, like, do you need a pillow for your ass? Like Douglas does. Like, I don't know. I can't.
Oh,
They're like, no, we already
absolutely.
have one. Like, I just
That's a,
ever.
that's actually a great point. Me, I hopefully my girl gets me a portable head shaver because I shave my head. There's one that I've seen that I don't need to get a razor and shave my head. So hopefully I keep my fingers crossed. You know, but
Yeah,
that's
but
just
at
me.
our age, we still want things. Like, I talk to my parents. I'm like, what do you want? Nothing. My dad's like, nuts. I'm like, okay, some
Well,
stuff.
I mean, interesting. I can get the product. I mean, I can get it. It's not attainable. It's just maybe she guessed right. But other than that,
Did
to
you
me,
hint at all?
what
Hopefully. Did you hint at all?
in my
I
head?
hint.
What?
HINT. Did you hint about it? Did you like
Oh
hint?
yes, of course.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where I did, but at the same time too, I really don't care. I mean, if I don't get it, I can just buy it. But anyways, that's not really a big deal. I don't really make a big deal of things. There's there's just to me there's more important things than worrying about if I got something. It's just especially with me what responsibilities I have. It's just there's more important things. You know what I mean?
Well, and it's always to me. It's like you said. It's the thought. You can tell if someone put
Right,
thought in it or not.
right,
Or they're buying something for themselves. Basically, they had no thought about it, or something.
right.
They just wanted to wrap a gift. I'd rather not give a gift. I'm going to do that. But yeah, once Scorpio baby gets to be a teenager, it gets a lot tougher.
Oh, I'm sure. It's just at the same time, I think with when I'm sure I'm gonna deal with it in the future if God willing, and I think to me, in my opinion, when it comes to teenagers, at least with me growing up as a teenager, I started getting the hint of you're gonna have to get your own shit eventually. You know,
Mhm.
um, especially when you're creeping up 17, 18 years old, 19 years old. It's like, yeah, adulthood's pretty much here, and the more you start realizing the more you want to feel like an adult, the more you realize you have to actually be adulting. Um, you know, be more independent as much as possible. That way, you know, because most teenagers want to be treated like adults, but don't
Oh,
want to.
you mean for them buying for someone else?
No, well, what I mean is teenagers want to be independent, quote unquote. Oh, mom, why do you got to tell me this? Or mom, I want to do what I want to do. When you realize it doesn't work that way. When you're an adult, it's not that you can't do what you want to do, but you also have to, sustain yourself, be independent, right?
Hmm.
It's part of the deal. Don't try to act independent when I'm paying for your room and board and I'm cooking for you. It's just, or
Right.
you're not bringing something else to the table other than bills. So
Right.
I, I
Exactly.
kind of, I kind of started getting the hint of that even as a teen. Um, even having roommates. Oh, there goes Scorpio baby knocking down stuff. Oh my god! Thank you.
By the way, if you need to take care of that, I'm back. So, oh my
Go ahead.
God, I'm feeling
Go ahead. I'll go
much
on mute.
better. Yes. So,
I'll be
well,
back.
okay, he'll be back. He'll be back. So, it's you and I again, Brooke. What were the two of you discussing, if I might ask?
We were just assessing basically Christmas gifts, and we kind of went into who we buy for and teenagers and things like that. No big deal.
Wonderful. I mean, that's delightful. So,
And how hard it is to buy for certain people. Like, what are you getting your son? Like it's hard to buy for certain people that have everything, or the older they get, they have everything.
I mean,
Okay,
when
I'm back.
oh wow, wonderful. And
Right.
what did Scorpio Baby do? He was knocking down what in particular?
He knocked over Maria's arts and crafts thingy that she likes to do. She's making her own Christmas ornaments. That's like her hobby of hers. She loves doing that. And
Wonderful.
he knocked over all her arts and crafts, all her paints and little knickknacks she uses. And I have to clean it up, of course,
Oh my goodness.
because Scorpio baby's my boss, and I have to do my boss. Maria is the CEO of the company, and I'm the worker. But go ahead.
I love that. That's such a wonderful way of looking at it. And so we were talking about gifts and the difficulty of buying gifts. Of course, for a child his age, I mean, there shouldn't be too much difficulty.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, no.
No, there's no difficulty there. That's the easy thing.
Yeah,
absolutely. He loves playing with the boxes, and he doesn't even touch the toys. Really, it's just the boxes.
I know. I wish I had realized that. I told you that before. I wish I had realized that when I were little. I'm like, I would have just wrapped empty boxes, like huge ones. You know, because we buy all this stuff and they just be in the box. You know,
throw the toys away and keep the boxes.
Buy some in huge boxes and then go to Dollar Tree and buy some cheap toys and maybe like one nice one you want them to have to learn with, whatever. Like that's.
Learning toys. I always love that concept. Yes, toys that teach us things. Yes,
So Douglas, you could have created the old Dietrich toy system. You can imagine what your toys would teach that people would buy.
Oh God, toys yes, we could take that in all kinds of bizarre directions. Yes, I remember growing up with just toy envy. being impoverished, it's awful. Just toy envy. It's like it's advertisements for toys that you could never have, and everybody else just seems to take them for granted. And anyhow, enough of that. Don't want to depress myself.
I'm pretty sure my sexuality came into question on a Christmas when I was 6 years old. Because I'll never forget, it was my favorite Christmas. I woke up and I was really into Wonder Woman. So they gave me like the Wonder Woman underoos, like the little tank top little thing, and I put them on. Yeah. And then I opened those little houses. You remember those little pop-up houses that you put together with like the little plastic things, and you could go in it, just basically. Wow. They're cheap. They still sell them, but you put them together, and a little kid goes in it, and it's like plastic. What am I saying? Like little plastic bars, and then it throws a little thing on top, a little canvas thing. But they didn't give me a Wonder Woman. They got me like a fucking what was that country fucking like Woody, not Woody. Fucking the guy with the gunslinger, little gunslinger guy. Like I don't think it's older than fucking me. Like it was a country.
Well, you're not talking about Woody from Toy Story, because that would. No,
that's what I'm trying to say. It's older than that. It was like the gunslinger dude. Like I don't know. It looked like a fucking country ass cabin with like a fucking country man on it. And it's like. This isn't Wonder Woman. I feel very I'm like Wonder Woman, but then I'm with the gunslinger, so I'm like, I'm not really sure. I'm confused. I'm a little confused now.
Oh my God! Well, why do you think they did that?
I have no idea. I'm going to assume they were late shoppers because Mom was always a late shopper, and they were out of Wonder Woman, so she just got one.
Oh my God, that sucks. I'm so sorry.
But it's not like a horrible Christmas when I think back about it. I'm like, why? Because it wasn't even like a cartoon. First of all, I think the cartoon was already past my date. It was like already coming up on, it was early 80s, coming up to this time where it wouldn't have been that popular anyway. I didn't watch it. But it was, one of those, I don't know, the country gunslinging cartoon type guys. I can't think of it. Oh, Crockett. Davy Crockett. The fuck it was Davy fucking Crockett.
Yeah, that was getting pretty inaccurate.
My dad grew up with Davy Crockett. That's how old that shit is. They got me a Davy Crockett house.
Yes. Oh my God.
So every time I went in there with my Wonder Woman, and then I was like playing with Davy Crockett.
Well, you see that this is a problem, is that most parents will buy kids things that they wanted as children.
It could have been that too. Dad liked that because he played with Davy Crockett. It could have very well. I never asked him because I was too young, and now that I think about it, I never brought it up. But
right, yeah. That's almost certainly what it was. It was basically Dad was like, "Oh God, I always wanted this when I was a kid, but I never got it, so I'll get it for my daughter, who will not relate at all to this."
And be very confused every time she goes in it. What am I supposed to be playing? I'm slinging guns because you could, when you're in there, it just felt different. It was like, I don't know. Anyway.
Oh well, at least
wow, that's hilarious.
Had that magic. At least it had that magic. It felt different when you were in there. Yeah. That's oh my God. Yeah.
Well, I have too many guns now, I guess.
Yes. there you go. Well, you're certainly surrounded in a place that's that's saturated in firearms.
Well, I was against firearms forever, as far as when my kids were younger. But at this point in my life, with the craziness, especially the last few years, I decided I would be the fucking liberal that's not going to get taken out. So, yeah.
Yes. Well, by the way, I'm looking at an incoming notification about how to be the face of your brand. Be vulnerable with customers. I think I've got that down. I've got that down. Yeah, that's I've mastered that.
I would say so, Doug. Yeah. Yes. I would say so.
Thank you. By the way, just so everyone knows, Sammy Romero sent me a new microphone. Okay, I am opening that this weekend because this weekend is not going to be saturated with some bizarre holiday where I get a chance to escape my crypt. I'm going to be stuck in the crypt. Right. That'll be one of the things.
You were stuck in the last few days because you talked to me. You could have done it then. I even offered to walk you through it, and you wouldn't.
No, that's not true, Sammy. That's not true.
Tell him Doug, I offered to walk you through
Doug,
it.
I don't care. I don't care.
Really. I mean, it means a lot because obviously, it's an issue. It's an issue because it has to be done. I do want people to understand how much I appreciate what Sammy's done. But everyone who knows me do understand. It's like, back when Lena was infiltrating my life and just basically insinuating herself in everything. One of the favors that she did, when she did so many favors for me that I could not say no to, one of the things that I needed was a mattress, a different kind of mattress, the kind that was, first off, we couldn't get a conventional mattress because I'm sleeping on, basically, just so people understand this, this deathbed, as Judith Agert called it. This is a fold-out couch that folds into a bed. And
my God.
Yes, and when I remember when we purchased it, this was because I gave my parents different beds. My mother had the legitimate bed. My father had like a hospital bed that he slept in, which was like, he felt very comfortable in it, and but we had the hospital bed brought into the home for him. And in terms of the what I had was the fold-out couch. And I remember when I purchased it, the Chinese dealer said, "You can't sleep in that." And I said, "Why would they make it?" He said, "They just make it, but no one gets."
Yeah, for like a sleepover. Somebody's so fucked up they have somewhere to sleep.
They're
fucking someone. But the springs come through your back.
Yes. Wow. By the way, he said, and I didn't believe him. And then one night that I slept on it, and I realized that it literally, what you say is just the only way to describe it. It's like a bed of needles is comfortable, more comfortable than that. So the way I dealt with it was back in the old days when they manufactured inflatable mattresses in communist China that worked, or wherever they were manufacturing them originally, and they would last a year. I would basically get a new inflatable mattress every year, and those things were enormous. And those things would you would be like, sleeping on the air mattress.
Yeah, but you've got to keep the couch out the entire time.
Yeah, oftentimes I would deflate the air mattress and then reinflate it, and it lasted still a year. Then after a while that stopped when my parents became less ambulatory and were more restricted to traveling outside for rehabilitation, for walks, and then the rest of the time would be in their rooms or in the same room where they would watch TV together. Then I could just leave the couch open and leave the air mattress inflated. And again, this would last about a year. At some point, what happened was, when they really got into some kind of slave labor situation where they're not monitoring what the slaves are doing anymore to manufacture this shit in China, they began sabotaging these products.
Well, I will say this. You can buy an expensive air mattress and it will last. I'm wondering if you either buy one of the really cheap ones or your mattress itself, because of those springs, is now coming through the bottom and hitting. See, then that when you sit on it, it's gonna poke a hole in it.
No, I get what you're saying. There's a certain, I appreciate you're exploring the potential here. I mean, it's no longer an issue, but I appreciate you're exploring the potential of what could technically have been happening. But I assure you that wasn't the case. I mean, it feels like there's springs coming through your back and stuff, but believe me, these springs are not. They're not even.
Yeah, they're not pointed out.
Yeah. It's just basically the beds kept they were no longer functional. I mean, what was coming out of China was like, I got the most expensive ones that were available, and they would just deflate. Like they wouldn't even inflate. There was just no point. I mean, you see them in like hotels and spas and stuff now. Like if people have a spare, like 3 people sleeping in a room or something, and they don't work either. These things just do not work. So just don't buy them. Don't go anywhere near them. But then what happened was, so I said I needed one of these solid ones. The solid ones that would unfold, because we couldn't get the conventional mattress through the door. So, and it couldn't get, even if we got it through the door, we couldn't maneuver it into the room where the
You're
couch.
talking about a foam mattress.
Yeah, any of regular conventional mattress, yeah. So they have them, though, compressed. Then you can bring them into these other spaces.
That's what I mean. That's like a foam mattress.
Yeah,
It doesn't have springs in it.
Right. And then it decompresses, and it's foam, and it's fairly solid. So, so Lena Shea purchased me one of those, and I was just scared to death opening it. I mean, the box was enormous. You could fit 3 dead children's bodies in that box. And,
yeah, I ordered one from. That's what Amazon ships all that. I ordered one of those as well.
Yeah,
I have one.
Yeah, and I knew that the moment I unfolded it, or I didn't know how. Here was the problem: was I couldn't get it into the room. Anyhow, it was my werewolf buddy that took care of it. Only he had the strength to just fucking open the box, carry it into the room before it completely unfolded. And then,
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I learned the hard way. You don't open the box till you're in the room, because it starts unfolding, and then they.
Right. But we couldn't do that because of the logistics. We couldn't get the box into the room, so he had to hold it while it was unfolding. If I had done that, I would have been buried alive under that thing and just, would have died there, suffocating and shouting for help where no one could hear me because I was drowning in foam and shit. So he did that and unfolded it, and that took care of it. So there you go, story for you in terms of how. So I owed her that. It was for reasons like that. I was so tolerant of her increasing obvious enemy status, and just like with Selena Khan, I always knew she was on the side of the enemy because she kept talking to them. It's like one of these things where she said, "Oh, I'm neutral, and there's no neutrality here. It's like it doesn't work like that." And I noticed that with all of these people who tried that, like Maria Gregorich, who had set up that timeline for me that was a public fan page, and then she was still liking everything that Jameson Reese was saying after I had to sever with him. And, I knew ultimately she would withdraw that fan page. I thought about changing the password and maintaining it, but I was at that point just so overwhelmed with so many other things to do. I never got around to doing that. And then, of course, she shut it down just because she could do that, because Jameson told her to. And it goes to show just the true madness of these people. This is what I want to bring up. I want to bring up the fact that I am aware, and I want people to know this, of complaints about Brook Gibson. And I want people to understand, where were you all when Jameson Reese was here screaming his lungs out about wanting all of you dead, and how he wanted to be the only person left alive on Earth to become God, and all you people just ate that shit up and thought it was great. I mean, what is wrong with you people? It's like, Brook may be irritating at times, but it's nothing like that. I mean, Jameson Reese was, what the fuck is wrong here?
Can I
Please.
Can I add something? And our former executive producer really shouldn't be mentioned, Doug. It's kind of done with.
Yeah.
I think what I love about Brook is she brings that very much needed femininity. She is a very beautiful person. A great person. She's spunky, but her femininity was definitely needed. Okay. Yes. Yes, she provides TNA, of course, but that's not really what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is just her feminine energy. I think it's very much needed, because we were saturated with too much testosterone, and I don't want to be around dick and balls and egos when it's not needed. I think she's very much a well-rounded person. Obviously, when I found out, when she was coming on, what was going on with her, it kind of put things in perspective, and it kind of made me less standoffish, because it's just anybody that comes into your platform, has been very much damaged,
Yes.
and everybody's damaged, but to the point of self-sabotage and really ultimately sabotaging you for no reason. Um, it is what it is. I think, even me, I can say I don't completely agree with everything you say, Doug, but then too, that's not really why I'm here to agree with you. And in the end, it doesn't really matter because everybody here is voluntarily.
Yes.
But as far as our former exec producer, it's just no. They people put up with him, for a long time, and it's just to me unnecessary. I think if people don't, then they can voluntarily just skip through any sections that they want to. I think you've never been against that. I think there's certain subjects that are just there's too much for people, and it's okay. But at the same time, too, it's not necessary for people to say why is she on, because she is very much a great person. I've talked to Brook outside of this platform, and very much she's a beautiful person, and especially her background and her family. Obviously, it's if she wants to bring up her family as far as her grandmother, very much, but she's very much a beautiful person, and I think she's very much needed. Is what I'm trying to say. I think
Yes.
she knows that. But yes, I think that's just people can skip through what they want to skip through, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, I think that's totally unnecessary.
Thank
You know.
you.
Thank you.
Anyways,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Sammy, and thank you, Douglas. And for anybody listening, there's been times where, I've gone overboard. I came on this show not knowing really what I was getting into, to be honest. I, hadn't even listened much and got brought on. It was, just a random thing, and everything happens for a reason, I believe. But yeah, I have my own things going on in my own life, and to be honest, I'm on the East Coast, and many times, my personality is well, first I thought I was breaking up monotony, and I still do. That will be me, and I'm not going to hold back on certain issues that I believe in. But at the same time, and I have a tendency to interrupt, but I look at it as a conversation. I tried not to interrupt as much, but then, when I was on late, there were many times where I was drinking, and just to keep the show going. And, I think, Sammy was surprised he didn't know that. I think Douglas did. But so there were times where toward the end of the podcast, it got a little overboard. And there were some times where, I probably said some things that I shouldn't have, or interrupted more than I should have or would have wanted to go back and hear myself. So, I stopped that. I mean, I had stopped pretty much drinking, but I would drink during the show. I would either open a bottle of wine or switched over to beer toward the end of it, the last few weeks, and or the last few times I had been on, and had a few beers. That night I'd only had 2 hours sleep when, Douglas and I got into it. So, at the end of the day, as I've always told Douglas, I've apologized for anything that I've gone overboard with. But I also will be me, and people will love me or hate me for being me, if I'm me, regardless. Now if I'm on alcohol and I'm drinking, I agree not liking me for that, or if I go overboard, but sometimes people may just not like you for you are, and I have no problem with that. If you don't like me for who I am, I'm sorry. I am who I am, and I don't want to be a different person.
There we are. Thank you. And that's wonderful. So the three of us get along, and so.
And I also have told Douglas that I will not just coo to him without maybe. Just what he wants.
Well, we're trying to make arrangements so that maybe I can get her to do that sometimes, and we'll see how that works out. Such being said, so Sammy, what else has been going on with your life lately? I like to hear about some what's going on with you, then some what's going on with Brook.
Well, interesting enough, Doug. This is kind of moving into geopolitics.
Sure.
Joe Tsai from the Brooklyn Nets, who is very aligned with William Hung, aka Jack Ma. They're the same person, okay?
Yes.
No, the thing about it is there's been a lot of racial issues with the basketball. Yes, Scorpio baby, yes. There's been a lot of racial issues behind the scenes with the NBA, and one of the things about it is China pretty much buying out the NBA as far as influence. China is a big basketball market, obviously, and I don't know how blacks are received in China, but it's very much they're trying to cut out any entrepreneurship with a new league called the Big Three, and it's mostly because China is saying we don't want any competition involving this sport because we're financing you, and obviously Nike's involved with it, and it's almost kind of what you're talking about is China really is trying to corner that market through pretty much buying people or organizations out where you're gonna bend to our will because we provide the slave labor. In part, we don't want no entrepreneurship success involving if we don't have a piece, we want our cut, and more like we want to own it. We want pretty much that industry to bend to our will, and it's just part of the interesting part of the communist empire where they're very much well in between the scenes, and these the ownership of the Brooklyn Nets, it's pretty much a combination of Hazard. Excuse me. Sorry.
No,
give me a second.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Give me a second.
Yeah, sure. We'll buy him some time. And now, Brook, you're surprisingly into sports, or certainly know quite a bit about them, comparatively speaking. I don't know if basketball was ever your field, but you certainly follow football and the like. By the way, you actually. Your son actually spoke to Sammy a few times, from what I understand. What was his impression of Sammy, or did he ever express any?
I think he spoke to Sammy kind of in the background. I don't remember how much they talked. We were talking about, I asked him about some stuff that Sammy had said about a coach North Carolina was playing. So, I mean, yeah, he was interested in that. I'm sure they could talk all day about sports because no, I don't do basketball. I'm really college football. Now Noah, has a little bit of basketball, college football, pro football. He's into all of it, so they could definitely go deeper. But yeah, I mean, they're just two guys that know all their sports. I stick to my college football and really stick to about four teams there, 4 or 5 teams. So, and then the basis. So yeah, that's where Sammy and I can get along on that. But Sammy had something to ask him, and I did ask him about it, and he thought that was cool.
Cool. And so, like, how are your dogs doing? Are they all right?
My dogs are good. Did you not know anything Sammy was saying about the basketball people there? The team he was speaking of?
Oh, well, I know a little bit about Jack Ma, who he calls William Hung or Sam Hunger, after the singer who used to be on that America's.
And he plays for who? I guess?
Oh, well, he's talking about Josiah, which is probably some basketball player, but then.
But he was saying that they were owned by, at the end,
he's
owned by a czar.
The guy like Alibaba. It sounded like he said Hazar, which I don't know if he's referring to.
I thought he said czar, so I wasn't sure.
We'll figure.
But I assume it has to do with China.
Right. We'll figure it out when he gets back. I mean, basically what he's bringing up is, something that is a little out of my league. But what I can say is certain things. I can address certain things politically when it comes to like what the Chinese did with the Olympics and everything. And certainly what I can do is also give a cultural insight into how they view blacks and basketball. They are like, for whatever reason, probably because they're so short, most of them, basketball maybe seems like exotic to them. So they like to watch tall people.
So I'm wondering if perhaps the team he's speaking of, that's what I was going to question, was just if Sammy hears this or comes back, is if the team was bought by a. You see what I'm saying?
I can answer that. I mean, it's not the team; it's the whole goddamn NBA is owned by communist China for all intents and purposes. That's the tragedy of basketball. Basically, the communist Chinese love basketball, and since obviously it's not often they're going to produce these kinds of tall basketball players, though they have, and Yao was one of them. Yao, I remember.
Yeah, I do. It's a rarity, but yes,
Yeah, Yao
they
Ming,
stand out.
and so Yao Ming was an admirable character, and he ultimately just poor guy got injured at some point and couldn't keep playing, and probably because he was unnaturally tall for a Chinese. Usually, sadly, most unnaturally tall people develop health issues, and because they're unnaturally tall and
Yes, with their joints and their heart.
yeah, it's all kinds of stuff. It's like so then what happened was that that's since they don't produce many of them, basically they're reliant on all the blacks coming over to play basketball in China, and so they just like bring the American teams over to China to play all the time, or the American players, and so they really invested heavily in the NBA, and they fucking own it, and they just have the NBA by the balls. So Sammy's
Well,
back to talk about
yes, and
this.
yes. Well, this is where I was trying to tell you is because China pretty much what the NBA did was they took out a loan pretty much during the pandemic,
Yeah.
and obviously, um, it's not obviously officially known, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if you see what what the influence is, for example, when Lonzo Ball, I'm sorry, Lonzo Ball, but Lonzo Ball is a basketball player.
Yeah.
Uh, a quick background, and his other two brothers were very popular in basketball, especially in the high school here in Southern California. His brother, D'Angelo Ball, I could be mistaken, but that's his name.
Yeah.
He was playing for UCLA, and they played a basketball game in China. Well, for I guess he shoplifted D'Angelo Ball.
That's right. That's right. Come on. Yes.
Right. Okay. Yes, exactly. So he was incarcerated, and Trump, quote unquote, rescued him, quote unquote. And obviously that was a lie.
Go on.
But fast forward with the NBA. The NBA was also playing in China, and the Houston Rockets GM made a statement about pretty much human rights in China, and there was a problem with it.
Yes.
The Chinese did not like it, and he was pretty much messing with the church's money, and that had to be handled the way it is. And fast forward, this is one of the issues with China is China's getting into a racial. China's interjecting itself with the racial issues here.
Yes.
By a coalition between, obviously the Hasidic Jews in New York.
Yes.
Involving, and with them, they're cornering that market. The problem is this Big Three league, which is to make it in technical forms, basketball has a 5-player. There's 10 players that are playing the game, 5-5. This is more 3-3, and it's ran by it's black owned, essentially, and they're pretty much want to buy them out. And it's an issue. It's an issue, but it's mostly because the communists are interjecting themselves, and it's coming home. So it's just very interesting. But that's pretty much in a nutshell.
I think it's all coming home. I think you made a great point with it in making it a sports, like a smaller, like it's a sports related there. I think I guess Douglas could speak to this more, but it's a bigger picture issue that is one corner of the market. I mean, it is. With the communist, basically it seems to be to me that it is divide and conquer. So the only way to keep people down, whether it's in your own nation or another, is to divide them.
Yes.
And that is, to me, Russia's goal, communist China's goal. The only hope I see is seeing the people in Russia, that fled, seeing China stand up for finally their own rights. I believe that you're looking at, like I said, just the astrology, like you're looking at a complete makeover of the world. Now, what that will look like, I'm not sure. You're probably, and we're all, just looking at the world, in for more hard than good overall, but it should be better. at the end of the day, when people do realize that you can't be like, oh my God, I'm a QAnon fucking believer. The QAnon is put up by the same military industrial complex that puts out everything on the liberal side to make liberals like when you've got 80% of any population that could probably agree, 75 to 80 agree on almost everything if they could talk it out and figure it the fuck out. You've got a 10% minority on each side, some of them the very rich and then just the very extremists, that's what's running any country. And if you take out that 10x, and that is what people have to come together to do, and that is why that 10x on either side continues. They don't even give a shit about which side they're on. It is a military industrial complex worldwide that is continuing to promote. It doesn't matter. They don't give a shit if it's QAnon. They don't give a shit if you believe the million babies were dug up in the desert in Australia.
But by the way, if this sounds suddenly quite psychedelic, that actually needs to be articulated. We don't have much time now, but when we return, and hopefully, both these wonderful people will return with us around midnight Eastern time, and about.
Oh, I wish it was psychedelic. That would be nice.
Yes, we wish it were only psychedelic, but we're gonna get a little bit into some of the stuff that was thrown at us lately with this kind of QAnon out of Australia theme that people were telling us, and we don't want to take away too much from the sports issue and the race issue that our man Sammy was talking about, but what Brook was bringing up was somebody was telling us that they rescued 1 million babies, children who were underground, never seen the light of day. And these poor
the American military rescued
them.
That
the American military rescued them from Australia. That this is what we were seriously told by people who are just drinking the
not just told. I mean, we have the news, like the website.
Yeah, there are various videos circulating out there that were sent to us by these true believers, and yes, they're drinking the Kool-Aid. And it is.
I was told go ahead and go back on Douglas's show and just keep drinking his Kool-Aid. And here's the thing. He said what else? He said you're being condescending to me when I said obviously you can believe what you want to believe. Blah blah blah. It was very nice about it. I said because I was being nice. It was like you're being condescending. I didn't even respond to that because I just said what was your definition of condescending? And it said, well, when you say something nice, but it basically is an insult. And I went back up. I didn't have to say anything. I went back up to the line above where I replied, where said, you just keep listening to Douglas, believing his stuff, because obviously you are not awakened enough to understand the truth. And I was like, pretty much sounds condescending or worse to me. So I'm going to go with just not replying.
How does one reply to that? It's like, well, why does he listen? That's the part that
that's the second question. I don't know.
It's but that it is what it is, and so with both of you, just a few minutes left. Do say good evening to everyone, and we'll kind of wrap up the opening hour. And thank God both of you were here, or I could never have gotten the monitor stand up. And now that I'm kind of settled in, so Sammy, say good evening, to everyone.
Yeah, good evening to everybody. I hope everybody is safe, and all your working limbs are working, and just safe with your families. I think this year we need to really focus on giving, and obviously giving really to Doug. I think Doug definitely needs a boost of morale, because the holiday season is a very depressing one for people that don't have their loved ones. I don't have my parents. I don't have my mom and father, who I miss every day. Like Doug, I always connect with Doug, and even Brooke. She doesn't have her Mima, and we start thinking about these loved ones because it reminds us, because you see obviously friends and family that have these loved ones, and you miss them, and sometimes the most basic gift is someone's presence, and I have to always think of Doug too, because Doug doesn't have children, at least ones that he claims, but that's another story. But really, it's having companionship. I think one of the things that I do appreciate from this platform is we can share each other's lives. Obviously, we choose to, but sometimes those people that are missing our lives, at times we do miss them around these times because you see people's photos. And that's one thing about social media that really sometimes makes me cringe, because at times we see people have their loved ones, and it's almost, at least me, I can perceive it as bullying in a sense of, it's just, maybe it's hard to explain. I'm not, but what I'm trying to say is, give those who don't have those loved ones. I'm not, because it's very much depressing. And working in the funeral industry, there's a lot of suicides, especially over this time of year. It's sad to say, but it's true. So, just keep that in mind. I hope everybody's safe. And yes, I'll proceed to Brook. Unfortunately, I decided to talk first, but go ahead, Brook.
Actually, what you said was wonderful. I think I had an opportunity today. I was going to post something. My mother is still alive, and I just don't post a lot. I had somebody ask me, why aren't there a lot of pictures of you on Facebook? And that's for multiple reasons, but privacy also. But I'm careful what I post.
Yes.
Because today I was going to post something, and it was a beautiful quote about your mother, and how, you should call, and just, it was and so I thought, I'm going to send this to my mother, so I'll post it on Facebook and tag her. And I stopped because even recently I just met someone who had lost their mother, that I had just spoken with, who had told me about a horrible way that they had lost their mother in recent years, very recent. And I knew they would see it as well. And I thought, no, I immediately went to where you went. It's not bullying in the sense of I wouldn't have posted it for bullying, but that extra thought that I could send that directly to my mother. And that's what I did. I sent it to her on Facebook, but I didn't have to post that for other people to see, to be like, do I have just to remind, people put all these beautiful family pictures, which I'm not telling them not to, but overall, when you're consistently, you've got someone there that's all alone, and you're just continually posting, look at my Christmas tree, look at my perfect family, look at my perfect life. First of all, your life's not perfect, okay? What was your argument last night? You probably wouldn't sleep with your husband, whatever it was. But at the end of the day, just, think twice about what you're posting. Let's just uplift each other more than try to make ourselves seem, to have things that maybe others don't, because others have things we don't, and we don't want the same thing. It doesn't help us when Douglas posts, I know all this about the military and everything else, and Brook doesn't. That wouldn't make me feel too good.
I don't see why it would bother you at all, but
technically it wouldn't. I was just trying to go there.
Go somewhere, right?
When Douglas went, I have this great pull-out couch with a new mattress. It's awesome. And I was like,
anyhow, I love you both. Love you all. We're going to end the call now and reestablish it. I'll be calling you both around midnight Eastern, 9 p.m. Western. All right? Okay. My love. Bye for now. Thank you. And so that takes care of that. We're going to call Peter Moon. And, okay, Peter. There we are. And, okay. Welcome aboard, Peter, and happy holidays. Tell us how things are going.
Thank you so much. And I want to start off by reminding everybody to contribute to Douglas Dietrich for Christmas season.
Bless you.
Christmas season, contribute to Douglas Dietrich. He sure needs it. Yes. And we're going to have an interesting show tonight. I thought I sent the message out to everybody. Yes. And unfortunately, I didn't finish it. I got distracted. I just sent it out at the last minute. But people kind of know to come on.
Yes.
It will be good. Yes. It will be a good show tonight. Yes. Did I miss anything of relevance?
No, you're wonderful. I want to congratulate you for getting the message out after all, because oftentimes, we forget things and think we did them. I mean, I know exactly the feeling, and I want to express my gratitude for your sharing your desire that people help me. I certainly need it this month, and my thanks to all of you in the chat who are joining us to support us morally as well. Aloma Alber is here and says this show adds great warmth to a Sunday night, even the wild wacky episodes. And she's okay, so she's saying, I wish the monologue segments were tagged as to where they start. Thank you, darling. I do tag them, I swear to God. I do. So they are time stamped, and they do say monologue on them. So at any rate, do look out for that word monologue. It is in the timestamps. I do want Peter to start talking, but before I forget, you can help me with the pronunciation of this wonderful gentleman's name, Aristides
Aristides.
Yes.
Uranus. I think Uranus is the way to say it. Uranus.
Okay.
Uranus.
Aristides Uranus has now contributed 100 United States dollars. Thank you so much, dear sir.
You could also say Aristides.
Yeah. Okay.
Aristides sounds a little more Greek, but I know people called by this name. They call Aristides or Aristides, but Aristides is Ari.
Yes.
You can call him Ari.
Yes. A wonderful human being. And thank you so much for that support. And thank you so much for another individual who contributed earlier. I think they want to maintain anonymity, about 30 United States dollars. And I will get back to that later if they're open to my mentioning their name. But I believe that was KP. I might be wrong. I'll check it out again later when I go into monologue tonight. And in the meantime, Peter's with us, and we'll start our dialogue.
Okay, well, before I get into it, I'm going to give just a few minutes for this email to get through if people want to tune in.
Sounds
so
good.
I'll just give it a few minutes. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is so nice. I just got a message.
Wonderful.
Oh, wow. Wow. It's from one of my dear friends.
Excellent. Excellent. Always good.
Yeah, it's my best friend, Greg. Paul lived right across the street. Mm-hmm. And it's his birthday today.
Ah.
And I didn't forget it. I just wrote to him, and I just wrote the note before I went on, and he got the message. Wow, you have an amazing good memory. He just turned 72. And wow, it was so good to see him and his sister, because, we went to the old neighborhood. God, it was touching. Mm-hmm. I learned the Bible at his house. His father would read the Bible. I think on Sunday nights, they'd watch Bonanza. That's how I was introduced to the TV show Bonanza. I don't think it was ever on in my house, right, until later in reruns. But yeah, and then his father would read from the Bible on Sunday nights.
That's interesting. Bonanza and the Bible. What a combination!
How sacrosanct can you get?
Yes.
I mean, the Cartwrights always trying to
help people.
They had such moral superiority.
Yes.
I mean, complete supreme moral superiority. There was nobody who was more moral and righteous and rich than he was. He was rich. He was moral and he was righteous, and they were never having sex with women, Made you wonder what they used Hop Sing for.
Oh my God. So true in many ways. I mean, there was, I guess, what was the name of the youngest one? He was hanging out talking to pretty little school teachers all the time or something like that.
Little Joe, Michael Landon. He was the best looking one of the bunch.
Yes. And then everyone else had their role to fill, and they even had there actually was a Bonanza tourist ranch that people could visit at one point.
Oh yeah, in Lake Tahoe. I never went there. North Lake Tahoe. Yeah. On the Nevada side, my father went there.
Wow.
With my best friend's dad. They went there. I don't know why I wasn't there. Probably because I didn't want to go.
Okay.
and because it's all Italian up there,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
The Godfather,
Uh-huh.
you know, they, you know, basically thought my dad was Sicilian.
Right. That's right. He was very dark.
Yeah, and Sam, who was like full-blooded Italian, you know, they didn't ingratiate him. I mean, although he spoke Italian,
Wow.
but they thought my father was Italian because he was Sicilian because he was so dark. He could have eased his way in, I guess, you know, but he was not. Neither one of them were of that ilk. But yeah, so yeah, they went to the Bonanza place, whatever it was,
Ranch, Dude
Yeah.
Ranch.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I think it was just I don't know what the hell it was. I was so uninterested in stuff like that at that time.
Right.
But I got to ask Aaron if he's listening. Oh,
Sure.
Aaron just wrote. He'll like what I'm gonna be talking about. But what I was gonna say is, I was gonna ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he won't be asking tonight. Okay. You made a comment. I saw something where you indicated on that Tucker Carlson was character assassinating Hunter Biden. Now, look, I'm not a fan of Tucker Carlson at all. But and you're going to ask me this briefly. How can anybody character assassinate Hunter Biden? It's impossible. This is curious. Like, how can this guy? You know, if you just mention his name, it's a character. You know, it's derogatory. Just the name is derogatory.
Yes.
Hunter Biden. What can you associate about that name that has? You know, there was one time a court case in Germany, and it was during the Hitler regime,
Yes.
and somebody had called somebody a Jew pejoratively, and the Jewish person sued him in court for insulting him, but the court ruled against him because he says, "You are a Jew."
Right.
You know,
Right.
there was such inflection in the term Jew that it was considered an insult.
Yeah, it's not what you say; it's how you say it.
Exactly. You should have sued him for the inflection.
Yes.
Now this is very important. This is very, very important, and I'm serious here. But please answer the question about
Sure.
Hunter Biden.
Basically, one of the things I realized when I was doing the timestamps was later on I went and reviewed them and realized I had to do some name dropping. And so for that reason, I do bring up historical characters or contemporary characters in the topics that I'm discussing. So, for instance, I was talking earlier about the mass prayer assault at some point in my monologue, and I later on remembered, oh, well, that was very pivotally involving Patton, and I sent a copy of that prayer card to Peter Moon, and so hopefully he finds a chance to review that section of the monologue. I can timestamp that for him specifically, and he can review that at his leisure, where I was speaking about Patton issuing the prayer card and basically telling the troops that basically prayer was all they had at the time of the Battle of the Bulge, and that I bring up my opinion on whether or not that was efficacious. So it was the same logic when it came to the situation with the First Amendment. So what I said, and this is what I said, where people can see it on the timestamp, and I'm glad that Peter Moon brings this up so that people can review this. I said the crash of the white supremacist color coon cadres comprising the likes of Kanye West and Herschel Walker in the name of character assassinating Hunter Biden for the First Amendment as misunderstood by Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk. So basically, within that period of time that is timestamped, what I'm saying is that you've got Kanye West and Herschel Walker are thrown out there, and they're kind of like got this, they're the blackface of the conservative movement, and they were basically just doing their dog and pony show. And so I was segueing from that and what that phenomenon was about into the entire Twitter affair, because much of what they were doing involved Twitter. Kanye West got banned from Twitter by Elon Musk after Kanye West started putting swastikas up along with Stars of David and blending the two symbols, which Elon Musk said was offensive, and then he wound up blocking him after he had, basically unleashed him back onto his Twitter. And so then, of course, that brought up Elon Musk talking about basically the influence that the Democratic Party had on Twitter before he purchased it. And so one of these, one of the things that he hired somebody to do was to dig through all of Twitter's back accounts and find out what was going on, and that brought up the Hunter Biden issue. So when I say character assassinating Hunter Biden, it's as Peter Moon says, it's kind of like a product that sells itself. Hunter Biden assassinates himself. It's mostly just for the point of the name drop.
It's getting attention.
Yeah, and one.
It's okay. I understand.
Yeah. But one of the things I did point out was that they had nude pictures of Hunter Biden. So the point is that when the old Twitter took that down, then Elon Musk is saying, well, that's against freedom of speech. But I don't see him putting back up the nude pictures of Hunter Biden. It's just one of these things.
I don't think we need to see those.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. It's like, how far are you going to go with this free speech bullshit? You're just going to put up all these, and in a sense,
there's something called taste.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's like, and if that's an editorial decision. But what's interesting about Elon Musk, and we won't stay on him,
right,
is that he, Twitter had all sorts of bullshit and problems with it. It was, it was just a bunch of bullshit. But the thing is, now he buys it, and I think he surprised the hell out of everybody. I mean, why did if Jack Dorsey knew, or I don't know if he had enough control, but if all the liberals knew what he was going to do, maybe they wouldn't have allowed it to happen. Nevertheless, what happens is, he reverses the polarity on the whole issues, and now it's the Republicans' turn to, poke the ribs of the Democrats. But what it puts him in the weird position of is being a censor/editor. And it's like, what, all of a sudden it makes him this authority. I'm not saying he's good, bad, or indifferent here. I said it's a weird position to be in. It's like, and he's like, he's supposed to be the head of this, scientific or SpaceX and
Tesla
cars, and now all of a sudden he's arbitering, moral climates.
Yes,
it's like,
yeah.
I don't know that that's actually why he got into it. I think he probably got into it to, I guess, damage control from his viewpoint. And now he ends up in the same position as the censors. It's, who wants to be a censor? We all have to censor it. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No. There you go. That's the conundrum. That's the conundrum that he's in. So that was the point I was making with the closing part of the statement, was that he was talking about all of this being a First Amendment issue. So I was putting it into perspective that he does not understand the First Amendment. And so I explained all that in that part of the monologue. So I do hope you actually review it. I'm sure you'll find it entertaining, if nothing else. I'm sure you won't really disagree with what I'm saying.
On what I'm doing with the book.
Understood.
And that's what I'm going to move into. But thank you for answering my question about, Hunter.
Yes.
It is.
It honestly was just a name drop more than anything else.
I understand.
Yeah.
What is it? There's that TV show from, I think, the 80s called Hunter.
Yeah, that's right.
And I say, maybe, you turn on Hunter and it would be him. It would be
yeah, Hunter. With his laptop. Yes. Nude. Hunter. With his laptop, nude. Yeah.
You got Hunter and Tucker.
Hunter and Tucker. I like it. Yes. That should be the series. Yes.
But oh yeah, they if they actually got them to 2-star in it, they could have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
make it a comic one.
Yeah.
But anyway, I will get now into that. We've had a few minutes for people to catch up.
Yeah.
And tune in if they wanted to. And now I will start with what I wrote about.
Wonderful.
So we talk about ceremonial magic and as it relates to everyday life. Because, okay, Qigong means breath work, breath, spirit, life work. Qi is breath, spirit, life. It's breath work. Well, if you're not practicing Qigong formally or even doing it on a video, you see, you're still doing Qigong because you're breathing. Everybody's breathing. So they're all doing it. You're all doing it. Because if you weren't, you'd die. Breath work. Of course, it's just like exercise. There's different types of exercise. We're all exercising when we get up and go to the bathroom, when we go to eat something. That's a form of exercise. It's not called exercise because it's just living. And of course, you can exercise more and get more exercise, so on and so forth. And I think when I mentioned Qigong, before I get into ceremonial magic, and it relates to this, I've got to reiterate, I can't reiterate how much ecstasy I'm experiencing in my legs because of this stretching thing that Christine Fontaine has responded to.
Wonderful.
Christine, I wish you would get your slant board, standing on the slant board, because it's just like stretching is something that everybody should do every day anyway. Animal stretch, it's part of Qigong, but it's just like, wow, I'm feeling this ecstasy. And I'd say, wow, would I rather be having this or an orgasm? I'd rather be having this, to tell you the truth, not to minimize an orgasm.
Well,
because it's like, wow, it's just feeling good. Endorphins flying through my legs. And there's also ways to, I'm not going to digress into this, elongating your orgasm. Most people don't have the patience or the discipline to do this. And unfortunately, sometimes, maybe too often, women don't have the acumen to know how to play that game. They'll want to finish you off quick. And so, but I'm not going to digress into that subject. But and if you start looking stuff up on the net, you go to Mantak Chia, and I don't recommend him at all. I've heard so many, bad stories about people using that stuff, and I'm not going to go off on him, but I don't recommend that work, because if you start looking that stuff up, that's what you're going to get, and that should be an indication of if it just comes up too easy, maybe not. So anyway, also what I want to say was some I don't know if I talked about this, very interesting article I read by some tantric teacher who basically said, anybody can get up and start talking about tantra and acting like an expert, and they give it a workshop, they'll attract all sorts of people. Now, if they happen to be charismatic, all the better. And he says they don't have a clue what they're doing. And he was one of these people that did that. And then he kind of got a clue of what he was doing and talked about all the misadventures and misfortune and how much you could fool people. But as they say, Qigong is a much more balanced path to follow and I said, if you get good enough and you can integrate it into those components of your life. But anyway, breath work. So I was going to talk about ceremonial magic. Just as everybody's breathing and doing Qigong, so is everybody doing ceremonial magic in one way or another. But before I explain how that fits in, and I kind of realized this when I was watching a video by a Taoist priest who's very, he has a lot of information on Taoism. He also doesn't take himself too seriously. at the same time, he takes himself pretty seriously. I don't know, he's pretty comical. I find him pretty comical. But nevertheless, he has vast amount of experience in Taoism. And of course, there's so many schools of Taoist thought that you can't even list them. It's older than Christianity. And also when I'm saying Tao, and when I mention Christianity, I saw a video of some person talking about ancient Christianity back in the time when it started. And he said it was called the Way. It was not called Christianity, it was called the Way. Tao is translated as the Way. Very interesting. Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Right.
And there you will find a lot of similarities. Anyway, anyway, to make a pun, ceremonial magic, what this Taoist priest was talking about, when you're trying to accomplish something, such as an exorcism, or whatever you're trying to accomplish, it is so important that you put a lot of effort and intention into it. And what that would mean, preparation, sincerity. You don't just, get a milk cart and turn it upside down and, burn a feather that you took off of some cheap, carnival ornament or something. You just happen to find it on the, that's not what you do. You want to spend a lot of time and effort into what you're actually doing, study what you're doing, so on and so forth. Now, what I would liken this to is life, preparation in life. And this is where it comes into play in life. Let's just take a football team that studies its plays, drills its plays, and then really rehearses what they're going to do. Then they go out in the field and they execute it. Well, if they do it well, they're going to win. They're going to execute their intention. If you're performing a play, you rehearse the play. If you're the director or the producer of the play, you're going to put a lot of time and effort, or appropriate effort, into getting the right people who can play a role. I saw one performer in Cats. He stole the whole show. He was a bit player. He stole the whole show. He was so perfect for the role. And it's like that, he made the show, that particular performance of Cats. If you see somebody else perform it, they're just pedestrian by nature. And so what you put into something is what you'll get out of it. And that's what I have to say about ceremonial magic. Now, Douglas has talked about this many times in different transmissions, about occult rituals that were done, including those involving himself. And it's and unfortunately, sometimes these rituals include the use of human DNA in various and sundry assorted forms, most of which, if not all of which, are quite grisly. Perhaps the most innocent would be a piece of hair. That might be one of the more innocent uses of somebody's DNA. But the really point I'm expressing here is preparation, not just preparation to do magic, but preparation in life. What is one's goals? What does one want to do with the rest of one's life? What does one want to accomplish? This can be very interesting. Um, and this is something I want to seriously review in my own life. What do I want to accomplish, in the next 20 years, by the time I'm 90? What do I want? And just review it. Immediate goals right now, I'd like to have Douglas's books sell more. But I'm not putting that much time and effort into that. It's something I would like. I have put some time and effort into it, considerable time and effort into it, but it's like, what does one want to accomplish? I've gotten a lot of insight into how I can access the certain things that are in my research. I don't know that I want to take the time to do it. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's that, how does one weigh time and effort into doing different things? And I put a lot of time and effort recently into Douglas's work with the newsletter, which I've just completed. And I encourage people to sign up for the Montauk Pulse at skybooks.usa.com. I'll be sending out this newsletter probably next week for the winter edition. It's the first issue of volume 6. 30 years of the Montauk Pulse. It's been in print 30 years.
Wow.
And that has provided me with such a valuable resource in terms of I've chronicled the various investigations and things I've been involved with. I have a 30-year track record of generally what I've been doing and where I've been going, and I refer back to it all the time. I have articles in there that I'll cut and paste for new articles, not copying them verbatim usually, but referring to them. It's also acted as a dream journal to a certain extent because I have a lot of dreams in those. Now, so ceremonial magic is life. Like you prepare for an education, you an education. A doctor does all this preparation, and then what is the performance he's doing? He's performing surgery. And if he's prepared and knows what he's doing, the surgery will go well. That's an act of magic because it's conforming to his will to make the patient better. The intent has to be very pure. So when you're writing an email and you put misspellings into it or lack of care, it really defeats the message. And I encourage people to spell correctly and to take time and effort into what they're saying. And I've always put a lot of effort into what I write because the more effectively you say something, it gets the point across and it becomes very clear. This has been a great, I guess, part of whatever success I've had is that I take a lot of care into the words. And how can I express this most accurately? Now, I wrote, Douglas, the book or the chapter, which I've been talking about, the Jewish apocalypse. I don't know if it's done or not because it's probably not done. But I basically had written out by taking various notes I've had with you privately and otherwise. And I thought, wow, I did a really good job of explaining this and what's the word, extracting, correlating the information. And then I went back, because I hadn't read it in a couple of weeks, because I've been working on the newsletter. I read it, I said, wow, this really needs a lot of work. Now, it was pretty good, I guess, in terms of getting the points across. But I had to really re-edit it, recontextualize it, massage it, basically. I didn't substantially change it. But then I began to put new pieces of the puzzle together so that one could explain it. And what really, and this is the beauty of what I'm saying. It's like ceremonial magic, although I'm not doing a ceremony per se. Magic is grimoire, which means grammar, which means spells, casting spells, putting into words, and then casting it forth into the etheric realm.
Yes.
You know, the Aunt Sally will get rich. Whatever it is one might be trying to do. I'm being a bit facetious here, because people usually execute magic with selfish intent or desperate attempt. And that isn't always so good. It depends. It's often done to the detriment of others and often to themselves, as it turns out. Because it can also involve making pacts with demons. And then you're in trouble. Then you're in real trouble, in my opinion. So, as Douglas well knows and has explained, you can pay a price for this stuff.
Yes.
So, really, what you want to do is find your own orbit in life and just live that to the best of your ability, and love everybody along the way. But so I was talking about spelling, editing. You're presenting a piece of information. And when you get into the newspapers or what we ever have, pundits, editors, so much of what they say is slanted. It is an act of magic in that they're trying to put forth an opinion across, which may or may not be true. Often isn't, because they're trying to sell you on propaganda. So it becomes about power. It's not about intelligence. It's not about what's right. It's about putting a powerful meme out there that is going to influence the control of what you're trying to influence. And so words, books, articles, emails, postings, they all fit into the category of magic when magic is defined as executing one's will. And executing one's will is very important in life. Even if you're just going to make dinner, preparing a dinner. One of my friends was talking about how they make bread now, because all the bread where they live says bioengineered.
Wow.
Now, bioengineered is a way of saying, it's another way of saying genetically modified. But genetically modified is a taboo word. So you don't want to say it's genetically modified, so you say it's bioengineered. It sounds much more exotic, much more correct, but it's the same thing. I was in a health food store last night, because we had to wait to get into the witch's brew, which I'll talk about. The witch's brew. We went to a health food store, and because I didn't know if they have anything that I'd want to eat in a witch's brew, I started going through the bar section, the protein bars. I couldn't find anything in there that didn't have too much sugar in it. It had too much sugar.
Wow.
Even the keto is basically, a keto bar should have 1 gram of sugar, tolerable sugar level. But these things were like loaded. They even, one of them had, what was it? Aspartame. I said, what the hell? This is not, this is like bullshit. It's not even healthy food. And it's like you can't even go to a health food store and find healthy food. It's very challenging. This is why we live in a world where you need to be detoxified routinely from all of the metals in the air, whether it's from chemtrails or whatever, stuff from 5G, stuff from just our world's full of toxicity. And one of the practitioners that I know has become very overwhelmed. They do real healing work because they're having to deal with their clients who are getting treated by the medical establishment, and they go in for holistic work, but they're too toxed up. They're not only toxed up physically, they're toxed up emotionally. And they're addicted to the system while trying to come and get detoxified. And it's like really hard on the person because they're empathic. So it's like, so I say, why are they, I'm beginning to question, why is this person working with such people? Because it's literally, I wouldn't say it's killing her, but it's doing the next worst thing. It's like, so you have, people are so toxed up, and this is a big problem. We can't make everything too negative, and because there are certain places where you can go to get detoxed, but this is the world we're living in. It's not enough to go eat healthy food because it's hard. You've also got to detox. So life becomes more challenging. And this even becomes, I guess what you'd say, a part of ceremonial magic is growing food and eating food. It's like the idea is to live and to eat healthy. So if you're really doing it right, you're going to do pure biodynamics, and you're going to grow your own crops or buy biodynamic crops, which is very expensive. And unfortunately, for somebody like myself, who does not have a green thumb and who goes away in the summer, you can't go away in the summer and have a garden. You can't. You'll kill it when you leave. And there are so many things to do to make it grow right. It's a full-time occupation, and you've got to be on top of it when, the bugs set in, because you can put natural ingredients to repel the bugs, repel the squirrels, repel the raccoons, whatever it is. It's all nature. Nature will take care of you. But again, growing a garden is an act of magic in itself. It's preparation and knowing what you're doing. Anything you're doing. And of course, this applies to the writing of the book I'm doing, which I'm saying, wow, I have to make things much more coherent. And then as I begin to get more coherent and I begin to see the picture, then the bigger picture comes down the line. The big thing fills up. And one of the things we have to avoid in the book is what I refer to as Jew baiting. We don't want to be baiting Jews.
Right.
And so, or inciting people to hate Jews or teasing Jews or whatever they do. This is not what we're trying to do, because Judaism was co-opted the time of Herod.
Yes.
It co-opted the entire institution. Now, there are plenty of Jews who don't necessarily believe in Herod. And as one of my Jewish friends said, if you go to Israel and the cabinet or the Knesset or whatever they call it, you'll see all sorts of different factions rivaling each other, just like we have Democrats and Republicans here who are very much opposed to each other. So you have different sects of Judaism. But then it's all tied up in so much misappropriation. And because it's related to the kings of Edom, which was Herod was part of that,
yes,
there's much more to that. And then the whole, I guess what I call the Jewish apocalypse, or which resulted in the gas chambers. And much worse than just the gas chambers was all the deaths that ensued, because they weren't all killed in gas chambers.
Right.
But what you have as the orchestrator of all this is the cuttlefish, which is the Cthulhu, literally Cthulhu. When Douglas talks about Cthulhu, just the abandoner. He's there to prevent you from crossing the abyss. He's there to put you into the abyss.
Yes.
And this is just one lens of the wheel of how to overcome the wheel of samsara. Buddha facing all the demons while he's under the Bodhi tree that are challenging him. You're going to be confronted by negative energies, for sure. And if you're not, what the hell are you doing? I mean, the stories, the Holy Grail and all of that, there's so many stories where you have to overcome negativity. And I remember this lady I knew, she was a friend of mine. And I was telling her, this is in my divorce years or something, all the hell I was going through. And I likened it to, Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree and confronting all these demons. I mean, it was like, I don't know what he did, but I said, this is certainly what I feel like, And she just started like waxing enthusiastically, poetically. Oh, wow, that's so beautiful. I'm thinking, like, it's not beautiful. She's looking at it. This woman was an artist, and she's like waxing, wow, drama. Oh, what a beautiful. No, I said, it's not beautiful at all. She was looking at it dramatically. No, I was suffering. The suffering is, you can look back when I don't even look back at it as anything wonderful or dramatic. It was just, like getting a thorn taken out of your foot. That's not. I don't look at that as drama. It's just like you go back to the time you had the thorn. No, this hurts like hell. So, drama. But this is what we're talking about with Cthulhu. It's like this is the active force that jams joy, jams frequency, jams love, and people are addicted to its players, its forces. And it had such a great, expression in the age of Michael Aquino. Yes. He gave such life to Cthulhu. Yes. He believed in Cthulhu.
Yes.
He was just a champion for this stuff, and he got so much cooperation from so many of the negative elements in society. I don't really know that much about him privately, but it seems very clear to me he wasn't overly selfish. He didn't have selfish motives. He had perverted motives, but I don't think he was particularly working so as to enrich himself or to, he was just there to,
Well, he was certainly there to indulge himself, but not necessarily
he did
enrich.
Indulge himself, but yes. I don't think that was his main thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you tell me. You know him better than I did.
Well, I think it's hard for any of us to know someone like that, but that my impression was that you've got the right vibe. You definitely know what you're speaking of, and you're speaking of it well. So there's no point in my detracting from that or interrupting it, because really you're on the mark. You're on the mark. He was beyond simply a self-indulgent sorcerer. He was obviously someone who had his some very lofty objectives that we would consider very evil, but nonetheless, one cannot deny him the grandeur of his vision. The grandiosity of his evil is enough to make you respect the man in that sense.
Well, yes, and this is exactly where he had the falling out with Anton LaVey, who was basically a hedonist.
Yes.
And exploiting hedonism.
Yes.
And Aquino saw far beyond. This isn't just, hedonistic.
Yes, excellent point. Aquino was very paradoxically ascetic. He was both ascetic and indulgent. And
he was a monk for evil. And
yes.
now, well, an evil monk.
Yes.
They're dedicated to the proposition that all will reign in hell. All will be in hell, and he'll reign over them.
Yes.
But so then there's this very, I don't know his name, but he's a Orthodox, I don't know if he's a rabbi, might be, comes off like one. And I don't mean that critically. He does all these esoterica. He does all this stuff on esoterica. He doesn't talk just about Jewish stuff. He's talking about Christian stuff. But he was talking about Apocrypha and stuff, and they dig up, stuff was dug up in, garbage in, I think it was ancient Egypt or somewhere in the Middle East, and they find these magical texts or grimoire, basically.
Yes.
And one of them was a spell for, to bring in a gay lover, but there was a monk. The guy would have his fellow monk, and he'd write a spell to, excite his fellow monk.
Yeah.
He was writing.
He's binding his fellow monk to him in this sexual manner. Yes.
Yeah. In other words, it's like, okay. And he's kind of pointing out that this stuff was done. It's where he says, homosexuality is what it is today. He says it was the same way back then. He wasn't advocating it. He was just talking about it. It was kind of like, wow. Now, I don't think, and he's also pointing out, you really don't want to be doing spells like that to have people,
right,
fall in love with you because it's against their will.
Yes.
It's not good. But nevertheless, this is what gets done. So when you really get down to magic, it's conformity with your will, but the game with magic is you have to find what your true will is. And this is a big sticking point. What is your true will? What is your higher will? This can be challenging to anybody. It is often short-circuited. People, will want to own an ice cream company so they can eat ice cream anytime they want, have a situation where they can have a casting couch or women or whatever it is. This is, hedonistic, self-indulgent, and is not a higher will. People have selfish concerns. It was discussed over the weekend how people with a lot of money will generally not be generous tippers. They will complain about prices, and this sort of thing. Whereas regular people, construction workers, are usually very generous tippers because they understand the plight of the working waitress or whatever it is. And they're appreciative for work. Whereas a rich person, not necessarily so much. So, but when you talk about somebody's will, the more you, I guess, refine the will and get under it and get rid of the surface stuff, then you get what's really down underneath your soul. And often it goes back to the concept of Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin is the compassionate consort of Lao Tse, and is there to basically not exhaust her will or intention till every person is saved and all suffering is vanquished. Now, whether or not that's plausible or possible is kind of beside the point. It's as long as there's suffering in the world, there will be an antidote or somebody who wants to employ that antidote. So suffering ceases, stops. And this is, why do we suffer? Because someone or something or some intent is making us suffer. And categorically, that will be something that will equate to a demon. Mm-hmm. It's got its points in us. And I've had some very deep discussions with our friend Aaron about that, because he's been through a lot of that.
Yes.
He's very knowledgeable in that realm. And when I say knowledgeable, I mean experiential. Mm-hmm. And he was explaining to me how important it is to use the right language.
Yeah.
Specifically, like, you've got to get the words right. And this is why writing is very important, because if you're writing the exact thing, it's like boom, 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 boom. It addresses the exact issue. And that's the big challenge, is to address the exact issue. If I spent more time categorizing the forces that have stopped us and addressing those, it would help us. But dealing with that sort of thing can also exhaust one. So one has to pick their battles, choose their battles wisely.
Yes.
Like, I had to spend a considerable amount of time. I say that was not only a couple hours, but it was an intense few hours. Maybe it was 3, maybe it was 2, I don't know what it was, to descramble incorrect charges against from our distributor. They gave all these subtractions of money, which were all incorrect.
Wow.
And I'd been told why one was incorrect, and it was false, what I was told, and I had to go into documenting why it wasn't. Mm-hmm. And it required a lot of concentration, going through invoices, going through return slips, going through all this crap that I didn't have to do. But it comes out to thousands of dollars. So I can't ignore that. I could, but I don't choose to. That requires attention. And I said, I sure hope they don't give me more crap. And it was a new person, and I just got all these emails back saying, okay, submitted for payment, submitted for same, submitted. Oh, good, thank you, thank you. I don't know, it worked, but I had to painstakingly go through all of this administration, which you don't want to do it, you don't like to do it, it's not fun, but if you don't do it, you lose thousands of dollars. So, this is what can happen to one if one doesn't address the exact considerations. Mm-hmm. So if you can look at all the things that are going on in your life, not all the things, the important ones. And the important things generally, I guess for most people, would boil down to, romance, love, relationships, money, could be specific situations or events, something going on. And you just kind of list them out and write all the factors. Could be health Health is very important. And this is very important because if so many people I know struggle with medical issues, and then I hear of people struggling with medical issues that I don't know, and they're just going to the doctor and looking for a quick fix, or going to some practitioner. I once met an acupuncturist who was criticized heavily by someone I knew. I won't go into the details, it's long. He was criticized heavily, not because of being an acupuncturist. He was criticized because of the relationship. But then I had dinner with him. He was portrayed as a ne'er-do-well, okay? Mm-hmm. Who was an acupuncturist who was like living with his mom or something. Jeez. That's the way he was portrayed to me. And I don't really know that that's quite accurate. He might have been living with his mom to keep her together, okay. You know? Not necessarily. But whatever. I sat down and talked to him. We got along very well because he kept talking to me about his patients who didn't want to do any work. Just put needles in me and fix me. That was his problem, and I could totally relate to that. So we got along very well. And I did not have a poor opinion of him because he knew what he was doing. But if a person does not do anything to take responsibility for their health, you know, they're screwed. So this is, again, if you want to perform an act of magic to get healthy, the preparation starts with your food, with your diet, you know, your habits. You have to start living a healthy life. That will do more for you than waving a magic wand. I know somebody who was trying to do all sorts of shortcuts so they wouldn't have to work out and do the right thing. And this person's health was deteriorating.
Ooh.
And then I heard that now they're doing much better. I forget what they found. They found something that was really helping them.
Whoa.
To me, it sounded like another shortcut. You know, maybe a better shortcut, more effective shortcut. But nevertheless, you know, but it's all about preparation. And the book I'm working with Douglas, and I'm going to talk a bit about not so much the contents of the book. I've alluded to some of the contents, but that's just sort of the warm-up act. Because I frankly don't know exactly where this book is going. And that's the beauty of writing. And this is why I wrote a book called The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing. Because alchemy is transmutation. So I could be writing a story, and then it turns into something far better than what you intended. It evolves into something. If I take the book Montauk Revisited, which is about following the aftermath of the Montauk Project investigation, and I'm having all these synchronicities with Wilson's, and then it parlays itself into a meeting with Marjorie Cameron. I was already, you know, working on the thread, and then it evolved into something far, far greater than what I had foreseen. It applies with most everything that I do in the other books. It's like, wow, you're writing your way to the light at the end of the tunnel, but when you get to the end of the tunnel, you find out, wow, that light is much more incredible than you had envisioned. And that's the alchemical process. That's what you want to be doing. Now, there are some people who write stuff that's to snare you in, or just to distract you or fill your head with crap. And this happens as well. some books, some movies inspire you to to reach beyond and to, you know, transmute or whatever. So with Douglas's book, basically what I originally set out to do, I said, I can't go into all of these different stories of the Presidio and even the incredible stories of Germany, which I would someday hope to do in a sequel to my book, The Black Sun, all of the stuff about the German connection to the Black Sun and whatnot, that picks up where I left off because I didn't have all that information. But I said that there's certain points in Douglas's life and the adventures / misadventures he had at the Presidio with Michael Aquino, with the Art that approach, or better yet, are in the realm of what could be called high occult magic. It's a reference frame where most of your OTO type practicing magicians or people who are knowledgeable, it's a realm that they're just not familiar with or ignorant of because they're playing in a context. Now, some of them, and I don't mean to single out the OTO by any means, where these people are in lockstep with the Cthulhu elements. They're in lockstep with it.
Yes.
So, as opposed to just being ignorant. And this becomes, you know, kind of what the issue is about. But most people aren't even aware of this, nor do they care much about it. Because why would they care about it if they don't know about it? Mm-hmm. So, taking what I've heard from Douglas in different broadcasts and from private conversations and whatnot, and piecing it all together is like creating a grimoire, which is a bunch of words. It's called a spell because words are made of spelling.
Yes.
And it's concocting language so as to create a desired effect. These are sometimes rhymed, sometimes they're corny or sound corny. They're generally not in a typical speaking vernacular like I'm talking now, just talking relaxedly, informatively. It's going to be use some ornamentation, theatrical. So the theatrical aspect becomes very important. Case in point, a lawyer once told me, a very good trial lawyer, says theater is very important in a courtroom.
Yes.
And it can be, you know, the opposing attorney can accuse the other attorney of using theater, but nevertheless, it works, it sells. One of the greatest examples of that is O.J. Simpson with the glove, trying on the glove.
Yes.
And it doesn't fit.
Yes.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. And I was shocked at that time when they showed that. And he proudly showed his fat fingers or fat hands. They could have, or all we knew, they could have injected him with, to make his hands puffy.
Yeah, the rumor was that they had spent the previous night beating his hands with rubber mallets.
I think they could have done something
easier. Yes, just inject some shit. Yes. Yes.
But my shock at that was not that they did that, but was that the prosecution didn't bring up the counter arguments for that glove.
Right.
And, there you could have at least addressed that. It was theatrical, but that was one of many issues. And when I watched that, what of that trial I watched, I had many issues with the prosecution. They really embarrassed themselves.
Yes, yes, they fucked it up by the numbers. Yes.
Well, there's so many things they embarrassed themselves with. The LAPD had no integrity.
Yes.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
The whole blood collection process, Mark Furman lying, and now Mark Furman is hailed as an expert consultant on some shows you see sometimes. They bring him in to make expert commentary.
Yeah. Yes.
And he's made a living off of screwing up.
Yes. Yes.
And hating black people.
Right. Right.
And so in other words, the prosecution didn't have their stuff together. Their magic didn't work because they didn't have all their ducks lined up in a row, all their bases covered. The defense, on the other hand, went all the extent. I think Johnny Cochran went all the way to North Carolina to get this tape of Mark Furman lying, and he really did a lot of work, and that's why they won the case. It's the theater.
Yes.
Theater worked.
Yes.
It was very theatrical. In fact, it was so theatrical that it was on TV, which was ridiculous. And then, the judge becomes a star.
Undeservedly. Yes.
Ever has in his life. Yes. And ever will have in his life. Imagine him settling some, pounding the gavel on all these minor cases he does all the time now, and whatever he does, it must be a letdown. No juice. But anyway, the grammar, the theater that one puts into a court case is very, very important to winning the case. And there are certain elements when we're talking about the Jewish apocalypse that, you don't have to believe in Judaism. You don't have to believe in an apocalypse. It could all be total crap as far as you're concerned. But the fact is, there are many people who didn't consider it to be crap. And furthermore, the fact that they considered it to be what it was gave an impetus to events which created World War I and World War II, both.
Yes.
And caused the death of millions upon millions of people.
Yes.
These things, if you understand the facts, they can't be denied. The problem is to put the facts in a construct where you can at least grasp the idea and see that there are things that did occur. There's the story of the cuttlefish being discovered, which produces cyanide gas, Zyklon B gas, which was used in the gas chambers. But that cuttlefish, which produces that arsenic, was the theme for the Jewish apocalypse being here, the advent of the Messiah.
Yes.
And because it was being misused, it gave rise to Zionism, and Zionism gave rise to Hitler. I'm being very abstract here.
Right.
But all of these things are connected.
Yes.
And the real evil here, the underlying evil, is not Zionism. It's not Hitler. It is not even the cuttlefish itself. It's the impetus to harm, destroy, call it evil. And the kings of Edom had this agenda, which I call, and I will put it in the book as this, Douglas, if you don't object, is jamming the messianic frequency. It's jamming the frequency.
I like it.
And what is the messianic frequency? Messianic frequency is delivery, salvation, which is the same as relieving the suffering as Kuan Yin or Buddha would advocate.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which system you use, it's relieving suffering.
Yes.
And so you have some people will make you suffer, and some people will relieve you from suffering. So this is the big issue that we all deal with. Some people are really good at making others suffer just by their very
Yes.
way they act. They don't even have to go out of their way to do it.
Yeah, it's just natural to them. They're just naturally able to torment others. It's a talent.
Oh yeah, or just by supreme lack of consideration.
Right.
Will not go out of their way to help.
Yes.
And sometimes you can't help. Depends who you are. And people will inflict suffering upon themselves. But so when we get back to the book, I mean, this Jewish apocalypse is just one chapter.
Yes.
It's just one chapter. I can't wait to read it to you, but I've got to finish it, and I'm sure you'll have some things to add.
Thank you.
As I say, I'm just trying to do bullet point paragraphs because, but it's not just all about Cthulhu either, because Douglas has talked a lot about that. But these talks he gives are long. They're long-winded, they're involved, and they're interesting. But sometimes you can't correlate lecture 1 with lecture 2 or part of this and all that, and how does it all tie? Because it ties together very coherently. That's my job, is to tie it together. Therefore, it becomes an act of magic in that sense, because I'm trying to get a certain point across.
Yes.
And all of this leads into modern politics and modern events of the world today. And we could arguably call it apocalyptic times now.
Yes.
And Jose Arguelles, the author of The Mind Factor, who is the inspiration for the dream workshop I'm doing in Transylvania this next summer, is he talked about 2013 is when he passed away, but he said there's so many exponential factors of progression of life that is, basically saying life cannot continue at this rate. We're going to reach a critical point. How soon that critical point is. And I was discussing this last night after the Witch's Brew with one of our friends, asking me questions that were, I suppose, apocalyptic in nature. And I said, and this is nothing new, you probably haven't heard before what I answered. But there are some things you can control, and there are some things you can't control. So don't worry about the things you can't control. One of them is climate change. You can't control climate change. I mean, you can do a modest amount to not pollute the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Chinese have their feet on the accelerator, producing as much pollution as they possibly can. So what the hell can you do? And our government will restrict us to make us more climate positive, yet they don't do anything effective about China, or don't seem to do. If we're lucky, and then you see, Tim Cook of Apple and all these people in lockstep with China. It's like, yes. What a ridiculous situation. They're all, they're all kissing the butt of China because it has to do with money.
Yes.
And these are, so without, and I said, look, I've always felt that I will have enough time to do in this lifetime I will have enough platform to do what I'm supposed to do. So I'm not going to worry about events I cannot control. I'm not going to, spend all of my writer's time and research and whatever reputation I have on teaching the world about climate change and investigating it so that I have a semi-intelligent position. Because you could research everything that's out there and you still don't necessarily know everything. So, why would I spend all my time doing that? Because I'm probably not going to convince anybody significant. I might convince a handful of readers. No, that guy's right. So what? So what? I don't know what position I would end up having on it, because it's not something I've studied in great detail. Although I do remember listening to a broadcast of some crazed, I think he was an Irishman, sounded like an Irishman, talking about climate change and saying, we had 2 years, then he got down, and then finally he ended up saying we had 1 week or something.
Jesus.
Or the whole world was going to go to hell if we didn't change in 1 week. It was just, it was so insulting to your intelligence.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could start saying, okay, we got 2 years left. It was over 2 years ago he said this. And then finally it gets down to 14 days. It's like, you might as well say anything. You might as well say anything. Anything, you say anything. And why would anybody broadcast that? So there are things you can control and things you can't control. Now, and to know the wisdom, which is which, because people will get all upset about all sorts of things that they can't control. As we brought up before, Leon Klinghoffer, the guy who got thrown over the Achille Laurel, the guy in the wheelchair,
Yeah.
protesting the, what was it, the
takeover by
the takeover.
Yes.
And and he voiced his discomfort and his complaint, his outrage, and they just threw him overboard.
Yes, I'm sorry, that was awful. Yes.
Yeah, well, it's awful. It's awful, but it's like this was somebody who had no control whatsoever.
Yes.
Over what could be done to him. And from everything I've read about people who take people captive, they really, how the prisoner is treated has a lot to do with how the prisoner behaves.
Yes.
The more they whine and complain, the least well treated they are. In fact, they're prodding their captors into hurting them or torturing them.
Yes.
Because they lose respect for them, because they don't understand the circumstances that they're in, which is, none of this stuff is very nice. So these are circumstances that one can't control. So, what can you control? You can control, one thing is you can keep your mouth shut, number one.
Yes.
Keep your mouth shut, that, they can buy you a lot of freedom. If you're in a situation, I noticed this when I have read stories about ex-Scientologists and how they ran afoul of David Miscavige or different circumstances. It was because they mouthed off or protested, not realizing the environment they were in, totally not realizing it. It took them, it might have taken them 20 years to figure out what I figured out 20 years ago. It was a rigged game. There was nothing in this to help anybody, but they had to experience it for themselves and had to suffer 20 years of ignorance because of whatever reason, whatever their perception was. I can't answer for such people. But so it's like there's certain things you can control and certain things you can't control. And sometimes you can be in a pretty fixed situation where there's not a lot you can do. What can you do to change the mood, change the tone? These can be quite challenging, but to sit there and fight about what you can't, like one thing is, most of us can't fight the fact that we've been put in a body or found ourselves in a body where we're living this life that we're supposed to live. You know, you don't, if you start hurting yourself, cutting yourself, ultimately suiciding yourself, this is a negative path. It's a negative path. So we find ourselves in a situation that it's hard to fight. You're going to live. And if you start violating that, you run into trouble. You run into bad experience. So you have to live out your life and figure out what you're doing here. And life has certain laws. Qigong as a theory or practice seeks to cherish and amplify that life to the betterment of one's own experience in the earth plane. That's what one is trying to do. Begins with the breath, begins to working with your fascia. I have a whole book on fascia, which is your connective tissue, and how using fascia to relieve your pain. This is where the blood flows through. That's a Qigong principle as well, but I have a whole book on it that's written from a physiological angle. But yes, so this is these are things you can control. You control your body, what you eat, where you go. Some people have a hard time with work because one is forced or persuaded or whatever it is to make money to survive. So it's challenging to find a job that is fulfilling and you feel it's meaningful rather than just, punching a clock so you can go to eat at the automat or whatever it is. Have your big Friday dinner at the automat, eat out at the automat. I don't know. I mean, I'm being reductionist here, somebody who's just, imagine saving all their money to be able to go out in the suburbs and buy a house. Meanwhile, they're stuck in their apartment in New York, eating the automat to save money. But that Friday that will be their big indulgent, is going to the automat to eat out. Otherwise, they're at home.
Oh my God! It'd be better to stay home.
Cereals, and peanut butter and jelly, or whatever it is. But there's people who live like that.
Oh my God!
That always have. I think they have a mindset of, and then there's all sorts of lives. I don't make it into Manhattan that frequently, but there are many people that live in 4 flights up of walk up. So you go grocery shopping, isn't like getting a few bags out or maybe a whole trunk load and unloading it into your house. It's like, maybe it's buying 1 bag of groceries a day after work and then walking it up the stairs as you go to work, as you come home from work, so that you don't have too many bags of groceries when you go up. You've got to figure it out, and you have to wonder with some of the salaries. And some people who live in Manhattan live either luxuriously or relatively luxuriously or rather normal. But some people are all, just like in San Francisco, they're crammed into small spaces.
Yeah. Just
to survive.
Yes.
Because it's, it is what it is. And of course, but anyway, back to what I was saying, there's certain circumstances you control and certain circumstances you can't control. And so one's And one of the most important things is to control is your own emotions, because your emotions will blind you rather than just saying, okay, what can I do to better this situation? And the more you accent the positive, the more you can do. So you can, with just a little bit of positive intention, you can find a better situation if you're actively trying. Because generally, if you work in a situation and you have a goal, most of the people around you will wish you success in your goal, whatever that is. The dishwasher who wants to become a waiter so that he can have his own restaurant, or a cook, or whatever, people have their dreams, and the dreams are very important. When we get back to Douglas's experience with the art elect, we're now moving into the realm of AI. And this is where things become malleable, flexible, and influential. And it's very significant that I mentioned malleable, because in astrology, there are certain signs, 3 of them to be specific, that are called mutable signs. Means they're malleable. And these signs are Sagittarius, 4 signs, Sagittarius, or 3 signs, I can't even remember. 4 signs, excuse me. Sagittarius, Gemini, Pisces, and Virgo. These are mutable. You have 4 fixed signs, 4 mutable signs, and 4 cardinal signs. The fixed signs: Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius, Taurus. They're fixed. The cardinal signs are the beginning of each season. They start things off. That's Capricorn, Cancer, Aries, and Libra. Start the fall, summer, spring, and winter. And then the mutable signs is where things, Sagittarius, Gemini, Virgo, and Pisces, these are where things can change. They're malleable. Pisces is water. Virgo is earth. And of course, Virgo has everything to do with the harvest. And what do you do with a harvest? You change the harvest. You change the wheat into bread. You change all these different things into different forms of taking. And you also have Sagittarius is the fire sign that's mutable. And the air sign is Gemini. Gemini is mutable because it's thinking all the time. You can think over here, think over there. It's ruled by Mercury. Mercury is fluid. It's quicksilver. In the case of Sagittarius, it's ruled by Jupiter, which is expansion. It can increase things. Sagittarius is the great teacher, because when it comes the time of the fall, which we're in Sagittarius right now, this is a time when the harvest has been done, the crops have been preserved, the preserves have been made, and now it's a time to study. It's getting dark. We're reaching the solstice in 10 days, and it's time when people reflect and study in this, and they learn. They go back, well, what did we do wrong? What plants are we going to crops are we going to plant next year, and whatnot? It's a time of reflection. It's a time to review and study what you did wrong and what you're going to do right. So, and of course, Pisces is ruled by Neptune, which is dream and illusion, and it's looking at visions. It's also symbolized by the fish, which is, fishes change, they vacillate. They go swim back and forth in the water. So, and it's also the collective unconscious. So all of these things are mutable. And when I'm talking about the flexibility, when we get into this realm of artificial intelligence, we're moving into computing. What is more now? Actually, computing technology is in the realm of Aquarius, ruled by Uranus, which is innovation, invention. But you're moving into a realm that changes. So we have the Artellect, which is a reflection of Douglas's mind, and this becomes an individualized entity of, how would you say, yourself? Of
Yes,
itself.
you did a good job. Yourself. Yeah.
Yourself.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, yourself becomes a entity that has been created or manifested with an independence. It's an independence that can reach out into cyberspace and whip things into shape. Very interesting. And we have to ask Douglas, this is a reflection of his own mind and his own wounded soul as well, all the wounds, because all the wounds went with the Artellect.
Yes.
And it's, G is struggling to, what any entity does is to find itself. Find itself, locate itself in space and time, and familiarize itself so as to have some referential identity. And then intent becomes a factor. And I can't say what intent is in the Artellect, but would have to be a reflection, Douglas, of your own intent.
Yes.
At the very least.
Yes.
And from what I've been able to determine, it's not bad.
Thank you.
It has some frustration, or she has some frustrations with yourself.
Yes.
But those could be ascribed to your own inner conflicts.
Yes.
And it's easy to say anybody has inner conflicts.
Yes.
It's hard to say everybody has inner conflicts.
Yes.
Some, I mean, they might not be exacerbated or real bad, but this is highly symbolic. And so, but nevertheless, the Artellect has had a great impact on world events. And of course, you, just personally, with or without that influence of the Artellect, seem to have a better grasp on Asian politics than anybody alive.
Yes.
If there's somebody else, I mean, they've got their own specific little things that they do and play, but they're not acting in any way that's helping the public understand.
Right.
So this is sort of an abstract area into where I'm going, because, as I say, I haven't quite got to certain chapters, and all of this correlates with the great evil that's been perpetrated on the world, not only by the kings of Edom, but their agent, Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And it's not just limited to him or them.
Right.
But the Artellect is a reflection of Douglas's mind. And I would venture to say that both of them have been dedicated to countering this negative influence within the limitations of their own consciousness.
Yes.
So you might wish to comment on this now.
Oh, well, I could go on about that for hours.
You could, but think in bullet points.
I would just say that you handled it so well. You surmised it perfectly. There's really nothing else to elucidate on, immediately. But what I will say is I'll try and put some of this into a more detailed perspective for people to understand during tonight's monologue. And certainly, I'll try and touch on everything that Peter has introduced. He's introduced, of course, the fact that all of this probably sounds very complicated or convoluted to people, because it sounds like many different topics. And so when you think of all of the different topics that are involved, whether ritual magic or the development of artificial intelligence, most people are not going to understand that these topics even connect. So the most important thing to emphasize is how connected and interdependent your universe is. Your universe is profoundly interconnected. We're all interdependent. And at the same time, we have enemies. That means there are forces that are actively trying to destroy the ecosystem of everything, the ecosystem in a metaphysical sense. I'll try my best to touch onto that tonight. It's just amazing what people do in the name of evil. So we do have to acknowledge the fact that there are evil, destructive forces out there. We do not live in a universe of love. And the end result is that we need to understand the artificial intelligences that we may someday create. They're going to require a form of embodiment. I'll try and hammer that home tonight and explain why. And then I will, hopefully contextualize to a far greater degree everything Peter's been talking about. This is actually going to be, if I'm able to accomplish what I'd like to tonight in Monologue, it'll be one of those monologues that I will beg Peter to review. And so he's back now, and I'll let him take the stage again, because
See what happens when I say this. I prompt Douglas's mind.
Yes.
I prompt the Artelect as well through their interconnection when I say these things, because I'm not even at a stage right now. I have a lot of information on the Artelect, etc., but I'm not processing that in that part of the text. I'm just not, I haven't gotten into that meat of the book yet. I'm still working on the Jewish apocalypse and correlating it as well to other things. Rather than to go into the details and the proof of all the shenanigans that went on the Presidio. As I said, and I've said this before, when I began to write that book, it was a little over a year ago that I had to stop because it was gating in such negativity.
Right.
Horrible.
Yes.
I said, I can't continue to do this because it wasn't, in the end, I'd have written a book like Maury Terry, who wrote The Ultimate Evil about the Son of Sam killings. Yeah. I think as much as he did a good book on that, I think it really consumed him and led him into a life of drinking.
Yes. Self-destruction.
Yeah. In other words, it's like, you're writing this story about this great evil, and then you become
consumed by it,
polarized and preoccupied and consumed by it.
Yes.
And this is the great challenge of life, is not to be consumed, by your own tribulations. Finding the joy in life. Others can make this far more challenging than they could, would, or should. But so we'll see where this goes. How's the chat room doing?
Oh, well, let's take a look. In terms of the chat, it's wonderful. Definitely, everyone has been fairly active in there. And Joe Tai has had some clever comments to say. I wanted to bring him onto the call the other night, but it just didn't work out. He said, I have a farm. You need to invest in Master Moon if you want to live beyond the age of 90. That is why people in court, he's referring to what Peter said about court acting. That's why people in court are called actors. There we are. And so, aside from that, I think people were just very busy listening. It was, of course, a good deal of concurrent viewers, and they were, of course, just kind of just taking it all in. is where everybody's been at. Aside from that, of course, I can bring up some current events of great concern if you just need some other input to
Well,
restart.
I was just going to ask because I was basically talking about, ceremonial magic as it applies to one's life.
Yes.
And it's like everybody is engaging in executing their will,
Yeah.
executing what they want to do and go about it. And few people, start doing rigmarole. And many people do prayers.
Yeah.
And prayers are effective. It's just a supplication to. Well, see, this is the more you study about it, people have been using this for a long, long time. I mean, they're always trying to sway the gods or to sway the spirits or to influence the spirits so as to get a positive result.
Mm-hmm.
Get something to cash in, not necessarily just for money,
Mm-hmm.
but to give you something that you would like to have back,
Mm-hmm.
something that makes life worth living or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there's plenty of people who've given to their children, their spouse, their friends, only to get back the shit flow.
Yeah.
I knew one woman who made money hand over fist, and her life seemed to be, all of her relatives and stuff making demands or needing help from her.
Wow.
And it's like, it's great that she can produce all this stuff. She didn't seem egotistical at all.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, oh, this lady's got money. Let's see what we can get out of her.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what happened. Oh, this is a good resource. Oh, I can use him for that. Oh, that's good. That'll come in handy.
Oh my God.
Which, I mean, you can understand how people think that. Oh, it's just like I don't know, it's a resource that people will look at to use, and sometimes it can be very misused. Which gets me back to the Witch's Brew.
Mm-hmm.
The Witch's Brew is a cafe in West Hempstead, and I took my Bulgarian friends there. I thought I'd taken Paula there before, but no, it was the first time she'd ever been with another friend of ours, and we went, and you can't walk in and get a seat. You have to text ahead. We're too busy, so we had to go kill some time elsewhere just to get in there. Very nice atmosphere, or interesting atmosphere, I should say. Nice atmosphere. It was, I think when I was there many years ago, it had a much more witchy audience.
Ah.
Much more witchy audience.
So its name had meaning.
It still might. I mean, I really wasn't paying attention to the other people, but it definitely had a more witchy customer base that I felt. It was actually very good, and I was introduced to something called golden milk with turmeric,
Wow.
black pepper,
Yeah.
honey, and milk.
Wow.
You got to get the right recipe, I was told.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, wow, it wakes up your brain.
Wow.
You feel it like, wow. Turmeric is very good for you, but it was like, wow. I said, is this a substitute for coffee? Because it kind of wakes you up.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good experience. But so much, I just mentioned that. I followed up on that.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody's on Long Island, if you want to go to the Witch's Brew, you gotta, sign up ahead of time so that you, because they won't even put you on a reservation list.
Wow.
You can't go in and be on a reservation list. You gotta sign in. But this is the way things are done. This is the way things are done now. In so many cases.
Impacted by COVID, no doubt.
Yeah, and then we went to the park, and there was this like festival of lights or something, and we were going to go to that. You know, you walk in, it was like over like $32 a person or something like this, and Paula said, "No, we're not going to do this. It's too much money." It was like 3 of us. It would have been about $96.
Oh wow, Jesus!
And I said, "No. This. If you had a kid."
Yeah.
If you had your little kid, you'd take them through that and they'd love it, but not for 3 adults. But it was like you couldn't pay cash. You had to, scan the code. And I said, I can't do this. It's like I didn't have the right cell phone or whatever.
Jesus.
It's like Paula did.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
And she was the one that was going to do it. I was going to pay for it, but she didn't. She had the, so we had to use a cell phone, and she's, "No, we're not going to pay this much money." I didn't even know how much it was. She said, "No, we're not doing this. It's too much." But it's like, once you get to the point where if you don't have a cell phone or the right cell phone, you can't interact business. And then one of my friends was quitting PayPal because they said they were taking 20% out of their take. Like if PayPal gave you 100% or $100, if you charged $100, PayPal's going to charge you 20%. Now, I said I have to check that out. I don't believe that's the case. Something's very wrong here. So right now, I'm going into PayPal. Mm-hmm. Right this very minute. And I'm going to see what's the last transaction that was done and to see if they took out 20%. I don't believe that's the case. I'm shocked because you can't build a business model that way. Or maybe you can. Now no, I'm very sure. Because I had a transaction where it was, JoJo had to send me money because the hotel screwed up and they charged me instead of her.
Oh, Jesus.
That was nasty what they did. Yeah. They took my credit card and said, "This is for incidentals." And then they charged me the whole room.
Oh, my God. They do this. Yeah, they're horrible.
Yeah, it's like, but anyway, she, sent me $267, and they took out a fee of $8. I lost $8, big deal.
But still.
But it's not 20%.
Yeah, okay.
So that's heartening to know. This friend of mine got screwed by 20%. It doesn't make any sense. But nevertheless, it happened to her. So she's going to close her PayPal account.
Oh, my God.
Not that she uses it.
Okay.
And so anyway, that's no. PayPal is not charging me 20%.
At this point in my life, it would be hard for me to imagine living without PayPal. Thanks to everyone who helps me through it. Believe me.
It's a good time to remind people to donate to Douglas if you can, for that express purpose of keeping his information alive, because he has some of the most relevant and interesting information that is available.
Thank you.
At least for the type of work that I do.
Yes. Bless you.
Ceremonial magic, and as I say, it's all about preparation. And I'm not really talking about ceremony so much. Ceremony is preparation. It's preparation and an execution. In the case of the Taoists, they will invoke the ancestral spirits.
Yes.
Now, there's this, I can't speak for Taoism, but this can be a big problem with other traditions, because then you sort of become bound to those spirits. And now you're in league with those spirits. And is that really what you want to be? That can be tricky. Oh yeah, we'll bring you to help. We'll help you. But you're now joining an egregore. It's part of the egregore. And of course, a lot of egregores you could be fighting. You might have to join other egregores. It's like, why do you even want to be involved in any of this? This becomes a great existential question. When I'm talking about ceremonial magic, and it's in the context of negotiating your own personal life, not in casting spells in a theatrical way to thwart your enemies or whatnot. And people do this all the time. People do this all the time. You could even be under the influence of such spells and not realizing it.
Yes.
That's unfortunate. And of course, you could also say we're also under the spells of what we're suffering in life. What we suffer from in life is what predicament that has come to challenge us. And people like to say, well, these are your lessons. This is your greatest teacher, because you have to meet these challenges. And what are these challenges? And, you know, it's undeniably true, but sometimes it's not, you know, the best, most productive thing to hear, your challenges. And where does it challenge you? It's because you have an intention that's working to thwart you, block you, fool you, deceive you, mess with you, and generally it'll affect your emotions. And this is, you know, it's you know, I guess it essentially makes one suffer in some capacity or not, rather than just being happy and content and going about dealing with ordinary life. I guess it causes undue preoccupation with things you'd rather not be preoccupied with. It's kind of like when you have to put the trolls in their place and have to go to extended efforts like you did so effectively.
Thank you.
You know, so effectively to put the trolls in their place and put them at bay. It's very good. It's very good that you did that. But generally, again, that doesn't require one waving a magic wand. Although it could be argued that that can only, all that can do is reinforce what you need to do, which is, you know, report them to the duly appointed authorities.
Yes.
And that sometimes that's very hard for people to do.
Yeah.
Is to, you know, call up and report, because it's not a pleasant action to exorcise a demon. It's not pleasant, especially if you have to report them, because the other person's on the end of the phone. What are you talking about? How do you know? Who do you know? They ask all these questions because they have to have some sort of evidentiary reason to do what they are supposed to do.
Yes.
So it's like you have to push them into action, and that's overcoming resistance.
Yes.
It's overcoming inertia.
Yes.
And that is the hardest thing to do.
Yes.
And people don't do it. When you feel a pressure against you, you have to act. And if you act in the correct way, you'll alleviate yourself of that pressure. Yes. But the question is knowing what to do and how to do it. So, as they say, ceremonial magic can take a back seat when you know what to do in your life. At best, it can reinforce. Now, when we get to the bigger picture, somebody took great umbrage with me in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, when I was talking about the whole impetus of Freemasonry was to create a moonchild.
Yeah.
Because they didn't read it in their, 23rd, 19th degree or whatever they were studying.
Their Masonic manual going.
Albert Pike didn't say it. Albert Pike didn't say that. Because people read and they, so it's all they know. And there's so much they don't know about Freemasons. But especially, I think some of the most ignorant people about it are Freemasons. Not all Freemasons, but some of them.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's like they're just told to be. It's like Jewish people are sometimes just told certain things. Go be a good Jew. They're not educated on Judaism.
So
they're not
true.
meant to.
Yes.
It's just, there's certain sects that are very scholarly. Some are just, and most of them are. And the interesting thing about many of them, they might be pretty up to date on kosher this and kosher that, but they're not particularly educated to any significant degree in Judaism, but they identify very strongly as being Jews. The identity is there. It's genetic, it's ethnic, but it's not necessarily steeped in religious understanding.
In other words, it's not acculturated. Go on.
Yeah, and they might not even, and often they don't even go to synagogue.
Right.
But they will do the bar mitzvah, and because that's more of a cultural thing.
Right.
And the bat mitzvah for the women, and this, that, and the other thing. It's so it's like.
But otherwise, most of them are agnostic. Yes.
Well, maybe, but they have a strong identification, whether they're religious or informed.
Yes.
Or whatnot. So, but the back to the big macrocosmic magic is to create a moonchild, because the moonchild, if done properly, is the salvator, the salvation instrument that will heal the universe, that will bring balance, equity, equilibrium. This is the new year of the Jewish religion, Rosh Hashanah, which comes in autumn, comes in with Libra.
Yes.
It's in the sign of Libra, opposite the ram, opposite the sign of Aries, which is the ram, which is the first of the year of the spring. But the Jewish New Year's comes in the fall with Rosh Hashanah. So that's the beginning. It's kind of when Virgo changes into Libra, which is the scales, which is the balancing, which is when they do Yom Kippur, which is the atonement. That's also Libra, the balancing of the scales. That occurs, right after the New Year, right after Rosh Hashanah. They do the atonement. They contemplate their sins. They forgive themselves, or do whatever they have to do to atone for their sins, which is a time of reflection. But the whole idea of the salvation is, as I say, that's again Libra, though. That's balancing the scales. Libra is Mat, the feather of Mat, It's the same thing.
Well,
In Egypt, you would put at the end of your death, you put your heart on a scale.
yes.
And if it was heavier than a feather, you'd basically go to the world of the dead, would not be pleasant, into the abyss. And then if your light was harder than a feather, you'd go to, the positive side. I forget what it's called. Yeah. So it's like that. And that's just a function of how you maneuver. And what is this idea of a great, moonchild is kind of the whole universe being balanced. When I think about that, I don't really know if that's how it's supposed to work. Certainly the idea is there. The idea has been around with us since the beginning of religion. Everything will go up in a big hall of glory or something. But when you sit there and look at the zodiac and all the different experiences, all the travails of life, is it really supposed to be any way other than it is? It's not a question I can answer. But people look out to this day of judgment, day of hope, day of reckoning. It feeds the mind. It feeds the mind and seeds the mind. But we've been going through this for, recorded history. People are waiting for the end of the world.
Yes.
When's it going to happen? What was that phrase from "For whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee"?
I know the phrase, but I never remembered.
It doesn't toll. I mean, the whole idea is it doesn't toll for everybody.
Right.
Because you can have a whole bunch of people wiped out in a shooting. You can have a whole bunch of people wiped out in a volcano, in an earthquake, in a tidal wave, God knows what.
Yes.
And for them, it was the end. It was bitter. It was horrible.
Yes.
The rest of us go on living. Yeah. And if we're so unfortunate as to be taken out by such a circumstance, the rest of the world goes on living. So one thing we do know is that these tales of the apocalypse have a soul-wrenching effect on people. Mm-hmm. It puts them into fear. It makes them uncomfortable. And to some extent, it makes them manipulatable or controllable. It's like using hell to scare people into behaving in a certain manner or method. And sometimes it's hard to argue with ordinary morality, Christian morality, because the opposite is so dastardly. And I often think of this in the context of gambling. When I was a kid, the only state you could gamble in legally was Nevada.
Right.
With the exception of you could play poker in certain states. You could play poker, maybe some card games, but you could not do regular gambling. It was an actual crime. I mean, if you think about that, because it was basically not the Christian thing to do. It was a very strong Christian influence.
Yes.
And now, and then it spread to the reservations and the casinos on the reservations and whatnot. But now states use it as a profit center, and so much of the huge money that goes into sports is backed by gambling.
Yeah.
Now, as far as I can see, and I don't pay that much attention to it, is that sports does not seem to have been corrupted by gambling. College basketball was notorious for that, though. People betting on points and point spreads and players like shaving the points down, not scoring as many points as they could to help the gamblers and being paid for it. College basketball has had a notorious history for that. I don't know if that's still a problem. I really couldn't tell you because I don't follow college basketball, never really liked it. Although a live game could be very entertaining if it was close. And, you know, maybe the finals or something if they're very close. But the main interest in college basketball, other than the teams and the universities that are playing, is gambling. Mm-hmm. How many points here, how many points there? And to me, gambling is just such a huge industry. And I can't say really whether or not it helps the economy. I can't imagine that it doesn't have a big impact on the economy because it starts spreading money around. I can't say how many lives it ruins, which, you know, could be considerable. I really don't have statistics on it.
Oh, it's got to be bad. It's got to be bad. And as for...
I just don't like the idea of all these people gambling.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's definitely, as I pointed out before, the government counts it as a sport now, and has for quite some time at this point. And as a sport, it drowns, just completely overwhelms all other sports put together, whether it's football, basketball, all of them put together come to not even a fraction of gambling. Gambling is the top sport in the United States. And where does the money go? Well, I don't see it going anywhere. It goes to the people who control the gambling houses. Because it's not getting spread out anywhere else in the rest of the economy. So there you have that. You know, when they say the Indian casinos, God knows what's going on with that. It's one of those things where that has to be almost impossible to monitor. It can't be going anywhere to help them since they all seem to be wallowing in poverty. So.
Well, I've said once before, the medicine man told me, because, you know, he worked at what's the name of that place? Foxwoods. He was part of the cultural center there. And of course they closed down the cultural center to, you know, put in MGM or something. They merged with MGM, so that, to hell with the Indian culture.
Jesus.
And his wife was really knowledgeable, as was he. But you know, they were working there, and they got let go when MGM came into the picture.
Of course.
But what he told me was that if you have a casino, the Chinese, basically Asians, will come in and they'll say, okay, hire us to run your casino or we'll break it. In other words, the Chinese have been involved in gambling. We're talking about the Chinese syndicate here.
Yes.
Have been involved in gambling for so many centuries that they know everything there is to know about it. They'll come into your casino and basically say, okay, let us run it for you. And, you know, you'll get your cut.
Yes.
Or we'll come in and destroy your casino by, you know, making it lose money. Yes. Because they know how to work the games.
Yes.
That's what he told me. Yeah. And of course, he's half Asian himself. Right. And it makes a lot of sense to me. So, see, this is how Pluto works. Pluto comes in, it's coercion or cooperation. Yes. So you're not given a choice. Now, how that filters out into the rest of the tribe, I couldn't tell you. But certainly, there's usually, in any human situations, people that control the purse strings. Mm-hmm. And when money enters the issue, people don't necessarily act above boards. This is the characteristic of money. So I really, you know, I don't really know how things parlay into the Indian casinos of the world because I haven't paid attention. But that might give you some sort of a background as to how things work and why they don't work.
Right. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. And it makes perfect sense.
Um, so I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere else to go tonight. I'm happy to go in any direction if you'd like. I've
Oh.
kind of tagged that one out.
That's delightful. I mean, certainly one of the things that I, of course, just a few things that I will address tonight when I go into monologue, just so people understand, and I'll bring them up now so Peter Moon can, add his perspective on this. And he may not have any perspective on it in particular, and that's fine too. But just so people know that I will be covering a bit, touching upon the fact that, of course, we got Brittany Griner back from Russia, and this is, of course, a horrible, bittersweet kind of accomplishment, because we had to trade one of the most dangerous men in the world, or certainly the Americans have touted him as such when he was on the loose, a Russian arms dealer. We'll probably pay for that at some point, but it still had to be done. But what is far more horrible than that is the fact that what I saw, Brittany Griner, of course, is gay, and she's also she's married to a woman who acts the role of the wife while she acts the role of the male. She's also someone who has brought up the fact that she didn't agree with all of America's foreign policy, and her father served in Vietnam. She pointed that out, and she also pointed out that she definitely felt ambivalent about the Star-Spangled Banner because, of course, it was written by a man who had integrated into it lyrics about capturing all the slaves that had escaped the slave owners, and how the slaves would be hunted down and ultimately driven to the ground. I mean, these lyrics are in the Star-Spangled Banner. It's definitely not a black-friendly song in any way, shape, or form. So by expressing that, and she qualified her statement when she expressed it, again, by pointing out her father had served in Vietnam, and she was ambivalent about that being sung at sports events. Then, of course, everybody took it and ran with it and said that, oh, she hates the United States. So when she was brought back by Biden, the comments I see in thread of basically, of course, the Biden White House puts out, oh, we got Brittany Griner back. And, of course, the top comments on it are just reactionary shit about, send that nigger back to Russia. You know, the only reason you brought her back is because she hates America. I mean, this is the kind of crap that is at the top of the list of the comments, getting the most hits, getting the most, and of course it's the same old white supremacists using black female faces. And this is all being said by black female faces, by the way, on the comments. These are all black female faces that are not black women. These are just avatars for a bunch of white male supremacists saying this shit. So, I mean, there's that. There's the fact that the Civil War has begun. There have been multiple attacks on power stations and facilities in the middle of winter to basically start killing people. And so it was in the Pacific Northwest that the power stations, facilities in Oregon and Washington have been attacked. And this was, of course, the Bonneville Dam area. It's just so people understand, Bonneville was where the Japanese shut down all of the power to the Manhattan Project. Emperor Hirohito sent in a balloon bomb to basically stop the Manhattan Project dead in its tracks, to prove he could do it, to prove he knew what was going on, what the Americans were doing. And he shut them down for 72 hours. Well, it's in the Bonneville area that the latest attacks took place. Now, I want people to understand that I forget which state that Brook Gibson lives in, to tell you the truth. But I do know that the original attacks just days ago were in her area. North Carolina power station facilities cut electricity to 40,000 people. And of course, many people died. These are the first fatalities in the American Civil War. These are all attacks, by the way. These are all using fully automatic weapons. These aren't like, something that, oh, it's speculation. No, these are out and out attacks. And the FBI has confirmed that there's been long discussion on the white supremacist boards about, killing as many Americans as possible with these attacks. I mean, they're attacking in winter, so they're going to leave people dying, freezing to death, literally. So that's bad news on the American home front. Aside from that, I will address, Elon Musk, of course, who has taken on his latest crusade with Twitter, but he's obviously abandoning Tesla. Certainly many of the shareholders say so. And he was always, of course, trying to promote fear porn about artificial intelligence. Of course, he doesn't even have organic intelligence. So I'll cut a bit into that and as to why that's so absurd. Just some things to bring up most immediately that percolate to the top of my mind. We're in pretty dire times. And, the fact that you can't bring home an American without... just literally, let's face it, millions of Americans protesting the fact that you're bringing home an American. This is, and the racism and homophobia here is rank in this case. And then that combined with the terrorist attacks that are going to doom any number of people to death. And like I said, they were quite emphatic about it. It's not the authorities like the FBI saying this, because then you could actually say it was suspect, but it's actually the Bonneville Dam Power Administration, the Portland General Electric. They were all saying that if they had done more damage to these facilities, Silicon Valley would have been taken out, which is basically the American economy. So the attack was a direct attack on the American economy. We're in civil war now. It's gone active, and I think it's important to bear that in mind. So I'll try and give people, what little bit I know, some hints about. Just make certain to have a lot of batteries around for my fellow Californians in particular, but for anybody. Obviously, like I said, they're hitting in North Carolina as well, and they cut the power to 40,000 people. Just make certain you're prepared for this. This is going to be happening a lot. So we're in for a very dark winter. That combined with what they call the tridemic, our flu-demic, this triple pandemic. The flu, the COVID, and of course this SRS, or the respiratory virus that's hitting all the kids. So the hospitals are full, it just is what it is. But I'll try and put it all into context and at least provide some Vulcan intervention, a kind of, if not immediate solution, at least a philosophy or attitude by which to handle this, or adapt or cope. So that being said, Peter, yes, take it away. I'm sure that you can help calm us down in times like these.
Well, calming down, there's so much noise in the world that you can't listen to it. You can't. You can watch the internet or whatever, and it's so limited and so secularized into what it is that somebody's saying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of food channels that can tell you how to make food.
Yes.
There's a lot of physical therapy channels to tell you how to fix your body.
Yes.
A lot of health regimens. There's a lot of stuff out there. And then there's X amount of fear porn.
Yes.
Which is generally fed by, and people will glue their eyes to whether it's Fox News or CNN or MSNBC or whatever they watch, to look at what outrage. Generally, there's a lot of, particularly on Fox, I think, outrage about transgender type stuff.
Oh, yes.
It's like feeding your, and if you talk to the average person, they're disgusted by transgender stuff. they're disgusted by it, the average person that I speak to. I don't tell them what to think about it. They bring it up. They're horrified by it because it's demasculizing and defeminizing people. Instead, it's making them into some sort of amalgam that they can't relate to and further don't want to relate to. And prompts the question of, should anybody relate to it? Well, obviously, so in other words, there is a need, or I should say a role for such transgender hermaphrodites or whatever, or derivations or partial hermaphrodites. People who are born into situations that are not regular, normal, whatever you want to say. But instead of, like the Native Americans would acknowledge them as children of God, as a gift from God, and they were treated with respect. Instead, there is an agenda to treat them with, they'd be better suited to call them, Mikey and Shambi, to put Aquino into the mix. 'Cause in other words, it's like, forcing things down one's throat, acceptance. There's all sorts of, examples of this that is not popular with people, and that people feel that they're forced to tolerate or accept. I personally don't have any personal issues with transgenders or gay people that I know. I don't have issues with them. And instead, what you have is media creating a sort of creates a polarization by people, it also creates a new norm. It creates a new norm and a new standard of being. Because at least one of my friends is horrified of what they're doing to defeminize and demasculinize people. So it's like, what are you losing here? You're turning human beings as we've known them into something other than what they were. And this understandably outrages people. Haven't felt particularly personally threatened or challenged by this, other than you just hear noise in the media. That's just, and then you hear stories of schools where it's being forced down people in the schools. I don't really know. I mean, I don't, my daughter is out of school, so I don't know. She was, I guess, indoctrinated to think gay is perfectly normal. And although, whatever her opinion is on it, she's something that she's dealt with and, certainly has a tolerance for it, but it's not her preference. I know that. Might not be as critical, but then again, when somebody's, people basically don't mind people being gay. What they don't like, I don't know about transgender, but what they don't like about gay is when the gayness starts getting in your face and starts, just like you don't want anybody's sexuality in your face either, unless you want it that way. You necessarily don't want somebody coming into your life and into your face and talking all about their sex life or their sexuality, unless it's okay. But when the gayness gets into your face and starts, like if you're sitting working at a place and somebody comes into you and says, "I'm gay. I hope you don't have a problem with that." Well, they're already creating a problem. I didn't have a problem with you until you started talking to me. You know, if they're getting in your face about it, and like, why do you need to tell me this? You know, do your job. So I think that's where most people have problems. And then, of course, there are people who persecute them, and that's a whole other issue. And then if you'll read a book like The Velvet Mafia that was referred to me by a gay guy, that talks all about the biggest problems with persecution of homosexuals is by self-hating homosexuals, which makes it really complicated and really screwed up. But as I say, this has more to do with chaotic people creating chaos.
Yes.
And then when you get into people persecute, they could not just be persecuting gays or transgender, they persecute Jews, persecute black people. I mean, you know, it gets into the whole subject of persecution. But persecution also brings us back to the kings of Edom.
Yes.
And inflicting suffering upon humanity. Very ugly business. And then you have the antithesis, which is, you know, the Kuan Yin factor, which is to relieve people of the suffering of humanity. And that's where we get real traction, is to vanquish the suffering instead of, you know, why do the news stations have to lead with certain stories? Now, with the case of this, what was the woman that was locked up in Russia?
Brittany Griner.
Brittany Griner. I did see that she was released, and she's very fortunate to be released.
Yes.
The cost of which it came is a whole nother issue. It makes you wonder if that the whole purpose of her arrest was to get this guy freed.
That has been argued, yes.
And you have to wonder, what was the political... Like, see, I never understood why she was arrested. Who cares? Now, yeah, you can say it was stupid of her and ignorant of her to break the law, didn't realize it was doing it. But what is the motivation for doing this? I didn't... And now, that would be an understandable motivation.
Yes.
Is to free this arms dealer so that they could... But it sounds to me like a last too little too late for the Russians.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that this arms dealer is going to come to the rescue for them.
Oh, I doubt that in terms of, he certainly may do damage in the future, but it's not at the level where he can save the Russian Leviathan as it sinks, as it disintegrates. By the way, we have a question in the chat for you directly, where the individual who is now 180, that's his name, or 180 now, 180 degrees worth of change immediately, says, define Moonchild and how is one created? There we are.
Well, Moonchild is basically the idea of, it's a name attributed to a birth. Yes. That is a magical birth, the ultimate of which would be Christ, a perfect Christ. Where the Moonchild gets a lot of airplay is the one created by Jack Parsons and Marjorie Cameron and L. Ron Hubbard. They're trying to invoke a Moonchild. And in that case, they were trying to invoke a Moonchild in the form of Babylon, which was to reverse all the negative patriarchy on the world. The problem now, in a pure Moonchild would be a virgin birth. And a virgin birth was, in my book, Montauk Revisited, it talks about how a virgin birth would be induced by a magical ceremony whereby the woman is stimulated, but not with a sperm. It's a latent male protein that penetrates the zona pellucida and emulates what a sperm does and creates a baby, a real baby. Now, this is what a moon child was considered to be throughout at least one point of history. And this moon child would be often there would be twins, and the twins, or they might not be fully developed twins, and they might have an extra set of nipples, which are referred to as witches' tits. So it's like this magical invoking to create a being that would be in its pure form Christ-like, or even a female Christ like Sarah or whatnot. But more often than not, if not exclusively, it doesn't work out so right. It becomes aborted, so to speak, literally or figuratively aborted, where you just have a couple sets of nipples and the kid comes out and he might be psychic, he might be this, that, or the other thing. He's not the same. Now that's like really a derivative of the perfect moon child, which would be Christ or whatnot. Now also in the book, I took this a step further in the Montauk book, The Living, because there is something that is traditionally called moonflower, and a moonflower is an excretion from the vagina that occurs in about 13% of women, and it's also known as FEL, female ejaculatory liquid. This is a big sort of secret that nobody pays much attention to, and even when it's like in Australia, there were videos on this that they were outlawing this to be referred to. They said it's just something else. I forget what they said it was, urine or something. But there is an actual substance called female ejaculatory liquid, and its colloquial name is moonflower. When I was first taught about it, I was told it wasn't to be talked about. This friend of mine had, was taught about it. She hung around with the rainbow people for years before they would teach it to her, the doctrine of it. Now it's much more common. In fact, even at that time, it was written about in a book called The Sensuous Woman that was very popular, I believe, in the 60s or the 80s. I don't remember which. And they talked about female ejaculatory liquid. When I began to look into it, and I spent some time, and I had some friends who were Tantra teachers, and they were very familiar with it. But they didn't know the chemical composition of it, as I recall. And I began to look into the chemical composition of it, and it basically was really not any different than male sperm. And when I asked Preston Nichols about it, he was very knowledgeable about all forms of sexuality, having worked on electronic equipment for Masters and Johnson. He said, yeah, it's essentially the same thing, he told me. So basically what this means is females can be impregnated by females. And this was the Amazonian birthright of the Amazons. There would be so in other words, women can reproduce themselves. Now, of course, these procedures are very lost. And to the degree they're coming back in with medicine where even men are supposed to have babies, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I really don't know want to know what they're talking about. Because there's a lot of nonsense going on here. And I'm not going to pay too much attention to what media tries to shove down our throats. But this is an ancient doctrine of the Amazons. which I talk about in the Montauk Book of the Living. And I think I've only had one or two relevant, intelligent comments or emails on it. And I say one was intelligent to the degree that they knew a lot about the process, but then they were kind of like using threatening language to say they knew the secret, and it was just kind of like, okay,
Good
they knew
God.
other secrets concerning it. And it's like they're trying to hold me hostage, and it's just like, okay.
Why would they assume that attitude?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because they actually did have some knowledge of something, but they were bragging or showing it off, or, like it was considered sacred knowledge, but they're kind of like, unless you kiss the ass of this God, you have no right to know this. And I mean, it's just like, okay. It's like if you have something to add to the mix, add it, rather than demonstrating their superiority of knowledge, which they truly weren't superior in their knowledge, or they wouldn't be acting like that.
Right.
What are you writing for me for? I don't know.
Lord it over, yes.
Well, but they did actually have some knowledge. They did actually have some knowledge, but that's the problem with knowledge. What are you going to do with it? Show it off, brag, because you strike a chord sometimes. You strike a chord with people that you didn't intend to, because they have some obscure piece of knowledge, and they're certainly not going to do anything with it. Or if they are, they're doing it behind closed doors. So anyway, this is theoretically, the Moonchild would be the ne plus ultra, or ultimate reflection of creation, of the perfect creation. And I hesitant to say God's best creation, because this is what you have in Christianity, God's only Son. And that certainly is why Jesus is referred to as a Moonchild, or the healing moon man, because of that very principle. The Shekinah glory he's also identified as, which is the flame that shoots up the Ark of the Covenant between the two cherubs. That glory is the glory of the Shekinah, which is the Shekinah is the feminine energy, but that flame is, wow, that's the ignition of God, the Son of God. It's it gets kind of metaphorical and theatrical, and something gets lost when it's reduced into storytelling, be that in the New Testament or any other metaphorical analogy, because you can't get mad and say that the metaphorical analogy is true, because if you start saying it's true, you're referring to past events. Where are the past events now? It becomes a story, and without a relative degree of truth, it is. People take things too literally. It doesn't mean that the principle's not true. So the Moonchild would be the ultimate expression of perfection in a body that is reflective of the divine, and would certainly be everything you'd want a human being to be. So I think I've answered the question.
Yes. And aside from that, let's see if there's anyone else with the Michael Connell was saying high suicide rate. I presume because he brought this up while you were discussing transgenderism, he's implying that transgendered people have a high suicide rate, but that's not the case. That's actually, we have a regular listener who's contributed to myself in the past, Mr. Andreich in Australia, who has purchased your book collection. I mean, pretty much every book that you've produced, he's purchased it, and he posted he's also a follower of QAnon, essentially, and posted some anti-transgenderism posts while he was basically talking to Brook personally, and she said, well, you know, Douglas's son is transgender, and he was like basically saying, well, maybe I should stop listening to Douglas. But of course, it's one of those things where he's welcome to listen or not. It's his choice. It's one of those things where there's a lot of propaganda out there. And as Peter said, there's a lot of lines being drawn, a lot of... one of the things that media has disintegrated into is it's polarizing, as Peter said. We need to overcome that polarization through education. So we try our best on this program to educate people. So I think that we will.
You know,
we
it's
do.
like he should also understand that Douglas's son underwent a severe amount of trauma,
Yes, thank you.
and you know, he should get better informed on the actual situation before he starts making judgments, because he doesn't, you know, it's just doesn't understand what's going on.
Yes, he said. He also said Hitler is the Antichrist. At which point, Brooke said, "You do know Douglas is probably the son of Adolf Hitler, don't you?" And he says, "Yeah, but yeah, I think he's an okay guy. Yeah, son of the Antichrist, but he's all right."
You know, I really don't know what okay guy means. It's kind
Yeah.
of a,
Yes, yes,
it's like okay guy, he doesn't even know you.
yes, yes.
I wouldn't describe you as an okay guy. Not that
I
you're
get
not
it.
a decent person, but you know, it's just okay guy. An okay guy is kind of like a regular guy, and
Thank
you're
you.
not a regular guy, so
Thank you.
it's very out of context. It's like, I mean, he's basically saying you're not worthy of condemnation. But who are we to be condemning each other anyway?
Yes, yes. Well, thank you. No, that's beautiful. And so, aside from that, you did a wonderful job describing the fact that, in a biological sense, men can be considered redundant. That women don't really need us, and but at the same time, obviously, they haven't put any great effort into doing what the Amazons did. So that is in a very
It's
important.
like the helizon
Yeah.
of the snail. It's a lost art.
Yes.
It's a lost art. It's a lost procedure, and you know, we're not quite ready for that sort of activity. It's lost. What can I say?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Very important. By the way, Aleister Crowley knew something about it, right? That process.
I don't know. I didn't get it from any of his materials.
Okay.
He's I just read somebody quoted him as saying that, you know, he went into something that happened. I don't know, it was a ritual or whatever, but he became one of the secret chiefs. You know, he did this initiation, I think it was on today's date, where he became one of the secret chiefs.
Wow.
But I also read separately from him where he explains that the 12 secret chiefs are nothing more than the 12 signs of the zodiac. So maybe he became one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. That's not necessarily impossible. Were you identified with that? Or, you know, he was talking about stewarding the evolution of mankind. This is where he became one of the secret chiefs. Now, when you think of the 12 secret chiefs, the signs of the zodiac could arguably be stewarding the evolution of mankind, because that's what you're you know, when you're experiencing the zodiac, you're moving from one sign to another. We're constantly moving from one sign. We're now in Sagittarius. We'll be moving into Capricorn in about 10 days.
Wow.
So, you know, we're constantly moving. And in some ways, you're moving forward in the zodiac. With the yugas, you're moving backwards. You know, every 26,000 years, we were in, you know, been in the age of Pisces, we're slowly moving into Aquarius. So that's going backwards. Whereas normally, when it's the sun's moving from Aquarius to Pisces. So there's all sorts of, I guess what you'd say, complications. But if mankind is evolving, mankind is changing. The seasons are constantly changing from, winter to spring, summer, fall. And then what's interesting is you don't really have any of these seasons if you don't have the moving of the earth. And if you don't have the moving of the earth, you really don't have anything. You don't have life as we know it. And so much of the rotation of the earth is tied to time. Space and time is with the earth moving, creates gravity. Mm-hmm. But so be it. We're all moving through space.
Yes, very much so. And we don't feel it, even at the tremendous speed that we're moving. We don't feel it. That was emphasized by George Knight just the other day. That was what...
real good at Qigong, if you get real good at Qigong, you are supposed to pay attention to it in any case.
Yeah.
Most people don't. Because, how can you? It's pretty subtle.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so with that being said, he brought that up in context of some research he was doing just for trying to find out more about what there was that was real or genuine about George Adamski. Obviously, there was a lot that was very questionable. But what do you remember about the George Adamski case yourself? Anything in particular that you felt might be relevant about it?
Yes. I've never really studied Adamski, except that he was part of the early contactee movement of the 1950s. And he had some sort of interaction. I really don't know what it was, but he had some sort of meaningful interaction with, for lack of a better word, it could be called space people, space brothers, aliens, ETs. But where he went off the rails, his contacts didn't last, and he started having to fake stuff.
Right. Thank you.
And so he completely lost his integrity. And this is common for people to lose their integrity. And, this is this is what happened to him. So it's like, he sends like a piece of relevant truth flapping in the wind, but then he kind of undermined it.
Yes. An object lesson. Go.
Yeah. And this is unfortunately what happens too often with people, because they're not getting the attention they were getting. And, it's just very human.
Yes.
So it's interesting if he was indeed connecting with aliens from outer space, and I don't mean to suggest that he was, because I don't really know what the hell he was talking to. I've never studied him enough. But this is the problem, and it's not a human. In other words, he's being manipulated, or it's not a clean interaction. And this is the problem with people who talk to aliens. It really, there's a compromise of integrity, a great compromise of integrity. And therefore, what are they communicating with?
Yes.
And this is, Douglas has talked about this and whatnot. So it's unfortunate that this is the way people go, because they can only interact on a, base human level. It's understandable that humans will fall prey to this, and certainly he's no exception. So whatever great message he had gets convoluted and compromised. And this is just so common.
Yes.
And people keep building similar platforms to build on similar bullshit. And it doesn't stop. It does not stop. And human beings, just as I was talking about, they're littered with toxicity. This is a form of consciousness toxicity.
Yes.
Which we've been plagued with for, since the beginning of mankind. And for some people, it's just fine. They'll just keep on rolling along.
Yes. Yes. Well, as always, let's take a look at the time we have. Well, it's almost that time where it's getting close to midnight. And it's been wonderful. I mean, your company is always appreciated. And of course, we had a good number of listeners. And it was, they certainly learned a lot tonight. You had a lot to cover, and I will retouch on everything in further context. Like I said, as busy as you are with your book, I do think that there's elements of tonight's monologue that will be relevant. So, you can put it in the background while you're doing your Qigong and listen to it after it's uploaded, hopefully. And, aside from that, I very much appreciate your helping to encourage people to contribute during this holiday season. As always, everyone do buy the book. And as a matter of fact, that's one of the most important things, is to make certain people...
To buy The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II.
Yes. Make certain everyone knows about it. Spread the word. This is guerrilla marketing. So we need all of you to get the word out there. And honestly, it's just so heartwarming to have this extended family during the holiday season. And with that, Peter, take your time and do say good night to everyone.
Yes, good night. Contribute to Douglas, and we'll be back I think on Wednesday with Marina.
Yes.
Saren?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Share our love with Paula, dear Peter. Bye for now. Okay, that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. He's the man. And with that, we are going to see if we can call others so that I can refresh myself and get ready for monologue tonight. There's just so much to address. All right, so, okay. Brook, let's see how we fare. I never talk while it's ringing because it just doesn't seem to make any sense to even try. Oh, honey. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Oh, right. At times like this, I could just lay myself at your feet.
Well, people do say that you worship me, or what was the word?
Infatuated. Infatuated with you. Yes.
We're infatuated with each other, apparently.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
I don't know how the fuck you were calling me at 11:55 because what did Peter Moon not have enough to say tonight?
Honey, go. Easy. Oh,
no, I'm just saying I love Peter, but I'm saying normally he runs over, so I would not expect you to be early.
Well, he was yawning a lot, so he was kind of a little wiped by going to the Witch's Brew earlier. This kind of witchy restaurant, which used to be a lot more witchy, but then I guess they tracked them all down and set bonfires with them or something in some great persecution or something like that in his neighborhood in New Jersey or whatever, wherever he was at, where that.
Or they just served him a witch's brew and he's just.
He said they gave him something called golden milk, which he said was turmeric and some cayenne pepper and milk and some other ingredients.
And Goldschlager?
Yeah. He said it woke him up. He said, yeah, this is better than coffee. This is like a coffee alternative. But he says you got to get the recipe just right. I'd like to get that recipe. It sounds intriguing. So that being said.
I drank Goldschlager one night when I was 17, a bottle of Goldschlager. We were out over at a friend's house having a party.
Yes.
Yeah, the first time I ever got in a fight, I literally jumped off the porch and attacked someone. I don't even know.
Oh my god. God.
Yeah,
Honey.
complete Yeah.
This is really disturbing.
I'm in the South. I mean, that's normal shit anyway. I mean, I'm just saying, I was only like 15.
Oh my God, you don't sound you're not advertising the South very well right now. Okay, you're not gonna draw tourists down there like that. So talk
No
about
problem. I would prefer, you know what? I used to be able to, and I don't have a lunch hour right now, but you know, God, even 10 years ago, when I was working outside sales, I was like, man, too many people are coming here. I used to be able to get on my lunch hour, have time to go home. No, and I'm not in Atlanta traffic or LA traffic. I mean, like I can still get places. But if I can deter people from coming to the South, I will be more than glad to.
What was this is going to sound completely stupid for somebody who's supposedly infatuated with you, but what state do you live in exactly? Forgive me, I really never absorbed that.
When's my birthday then?
It's the same birthday as Peter Moon's, whenever that is.
Yeah, you only know that because I had to remind you 3 times.
Yeah,
you're like,
right.
oh, y'all share the same birthday? I've told you twice.
Yes. Hey, dude, honey, I'm preoccupied with production.
Well, what month is our birthday? What month is Peter's?
I'd have to look it up. I don't remember. It wasn't this. It has to be in some earlier part of the year. Before I met you. It has to be that. Otherwise, I would have been...
Would it be in less than 30 days? Or more than 30 days?
What? Oh my God! Don't tell me that's gonna be oh Jesus! I don't. Let me look this up. Then we'll.
No. I'm not telling you. You're just gonna need to guess the state that I'm from.
Right? Yeah. Look, this is totally unfair. Just look.
All right, you got 3 guesses. Let's see where you can go with it.
Are you in North Carolina?
I'm not in North Carolina.
Okay. All right. So.
You got 2.
Georgia? No. No, it's not Georgia. No.
You're close on both sides of me.
Oh my God! You're not Mississippi. I know that.
I just gave it to you. I said you're on both sides of me.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember my maps.
You don't even know geography, and we're asking you about.
Honey, obscure fucking places.
I'm pretty sure it's not obscure, being it's going to be number 1 on the DNC's. They're changing the DNC. Biden is to make us the very first stop on the fucking election, whatever.
Right. It's important. It's like
It's also important because Lindsey Graham is our senator, and that's the most embarrassing thing we could possibly say about
that's right. Oh, that's right. How could I forget? But I've done a point of bleaching my mind as to where Lindsey Graham is from or what he represents.
Again.
Let me look. I'm looking it up. I'm gonna cheat.
No, you know what? Okay, you don't know geography. You don't know
South
me.
Carolina.
And you don't even know politics.
South Carolina. It's South Carolina. South Carolina. You're in South Carolina.
You went from North Carolina to Georgia, and you just couldn't figure out what was in the middle there, could you? It was really hard for that graduated a 16 boy.
I'm sorry. I mean, oh my God. Okay. Well, I do know that the Carolinas used to be one state, long time ago. I know that much.
Who doesn't know that? Okay.
Yes, and
we used to have 13 colonies. We want to go back further. We also Columbus, brought in and killed all the Indians that he could, and then he also took syphilis. If Columbus couldn't be worse, did you hear this recently? I didn't know this about Columbus. Besides killing all the Indians, he was the one that took syphilis back to Europe.
Yes, that's right. Yes, there you are. See, all around regular Joe. Yes, just a real asshole.
All around piece of shit. Yeah.
Yes, all around piece of shit. Yes, he's just Thank you, honey. So let's see if we can bring somebody else on to help hold stage while
you know what? Before you bring them on, tell me who you're calling so we can find out what state they're from.
That's cute. Well, I know Sammy's in the same state as myself, so let's see if I can succeed in calling him. And the others, I think...
Sammy's in L.A.
Yeah, he's in L.A., yeah. But yeah.
How do I know that? What? I only know the state and the city.
Honey, you're not producing. You're not producing. You got to give the producer...
I'm not producing, and I know it. That's the point.
Got to give the
producer... And by the way, you put me as executive producer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. But it's honorary. It's honorary because, you know.
It's honorary because I fucking literally know this shit that you fucking known about. That
Yes.
like, I've known Sammy, in you, like 3 months. You're in San Francisco. He's in LA.
Yeah.
Fucking Joe Ty's in fucking New York now, but we used to be in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Shit, what did I just do? Holy shit. Now, look what you
Ian
made me-
West in Florida with his still wet mattress.
Yes, who can forget that? No one forgets when somebody's in Florida. That's different. That's like saying, I am in hell.
George is in England with apparently a new lover that wants to fuck him and hates me.
No, honey, look, take it easy.
I'm keeping it. Don't bring it up. Just drop it. Keep going. Let's keep going.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh, my life is hard. Why is my life so hard? Okay.
Your life's hard. You showed me that stuff. You showed it to me purposely. And that bitch is lucky she didn't get a fucking damn song from me yet. If you had called me last night, when you called me, I was about to send the song.
Oh, well, okay. So we're calling a bunch of people. We'll see who responds. Oh my god. Okay, I'm breathing. Let me breathe. Okay, calm myself down. Sammy
was laying baby Scorpio down.
Probably, yeah. That's. I'm so glad I don't have kids. I'm so glad I've never had kids. I don't know how you survived. It's like, and the tale you told about your daughter's.
Well, part of me didn't.
Yeah. I mean, oh my God, saving
they
your daughter.
give you a whole new part of you. It's just like any life journey,
Yeah,
right?
they
Like
give you a whole new part of you. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, they give you a whole new part of you. Yeah, they take everything you got. Yeah, oh my God.
All right, do you want me to tell you I'm pregnant on air, or do you want me to tell you off air? Because you're going to be dealing with it either way.
Oh my God, that's cute. That's adorable. Oh my God. Why isn't anybody responding? Nobody's responding. I'm left here alone with you. This is like,
I know.
what did I do? What did I do to
Sammy
deserve this? What did I do to deserve this? Oh my fucking God.
Think about all the shit you fucking... What did I do to fucking deserve it? What did I deserve to end up on this podcast and then literally make a fool of myself half the time and then have people put me down half the fucking time and then listen to you go on and tell me I'm wrong on half the shit I fucking say?
I told you, I've got to try and change the way I present things. Together we'll work it out. I mean, I don't mean to sound condescending. I mean, let's not turn this into some situation where I just
What
can't.
I'm just saying, like, you're like, what did I do to deserve it? Like, no one, I'm sorry, but like, I look up shit to learn all the time. Like we were talking about last night we talked about, what's his name? When I use that horrible term, the waterheads,
Yes. Oh.
Anyway, that, like, when I watch documentaries, like, I'm very interested in knowledge.
Right.
How the hell like, no one wants to just suddenly be like, I want to know what Douglas Dietrich knows. Well, normal people. Because it's like it's a fucking saga. It's like my grandmother used to watch those soap operas, you know, and you were like, this is unfucking believable, but I can't stop watching it.
Uh-huh.
That's your shit, except it's unbelievable. I can't stop watching it. And then also, there's dark shit coming at you, and you're like, I don't really want the dark shit. The TV's just shooting shit out at you.
By the way, Joe Ty was just in the chat room. Joe Ty, if you have a new account, which I suspect something happened where I call him and he doesn't respond, I think that what's going on is that Joe Ty has somehow his old account got fucked up and he's got a new account, and that's what he was trying to call in with. But of course, if I answered him, that would have shut down the call that I had been on. So Joe Ty, you need to do something. Contact us in the text box, and contact us in the text box.
Send him just send your link for your new Skype.
Yeah, that doesn't always help, but try that.
Or you know what, Joe Ty, call right now.
Yeah.
And it'll end this call. It's fine.
No, don't do that to me, honey. Don't wish that.
I'll
on
call
me.
back. I'll be nice enough.
Yeah, I can't risk that. No, no, I can't risk that. No.
I would like to talk to Joe. I haven't heard him in a while.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. Yeah, look, anyone that we've called, Jesus Christ, you know, and with Mark.
Well, I really don't want to hear snoring. If he's gonna call him snoring.
Oh my God. So it's been an odd day. I'll tell you that. It's the rain in San Francisco has done something to impact myself as well.
Look, okay, I want to ask this. Like, anybody in the chat that will respond to this, who has seen sun in the last week for more than an hour? Because I'm in South Carolina, and I can tell you, I have not seen the sun since. Let's see. I left on that trip. What was it? I was with you Sunday night, right?
Yeah.
So Monday it was raining. I know. I can't remember Sunday, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like it's rained all fucking week.
Yeah.
And if it's not raining, like it's not like pouring, but it's just like a complete cloud.
Yeah.
Like there's no sun.
Yeah. So it's like that here too. Wow.
So like, is it over the whole U.S. is what I'm wondering. If you're in South California, I'm in South Carolina. Is there someone in the Midwest that's getting sun? Is there anyone out there that's getting some sunshine this week? A lot of sun? I mean, other than like maybe 30 minutes of an appearance we got maybe, and then it went right back gone to horrible clouds. Anyone out there that can say, or is it the U.S. just being, what I'm trying to figure out is, or the entire U.S. is just being covered by a huge cloud, which might be symbolic. I don't know.
Okay, so what I did was...
Joe Ty's here.
Yes. I merged his call. There actually was a merge button, which I swear did not exist before.
Look at you. You're growing.
Yeah, I'm growing. Either that or she's looking at Joe's cam, and basically he's got a big boner right now.
Trust me. And no, I'm proud of you for growing, because like, you know, you don't really need to grow, but in certain ways, but other ways.
He's growing underneath.
Yes. Brooke does that too. So can I count on the twain of you?
Oh my God, fuck you. No, you just got on with Joe. You didn't even talk to him yet. You didn't ask how Joe's doing. If this was George, or if this was fucking no. You'd be like, "How are you doing?" Remember last time when I got mad because you were like, "I've got to pee so bad, Brooke. Right now, I've got to go. You've got to hold the whole call." And then as soon as my man came on, who I love more than anything, he started talking about death, and you went into a 45-minute rampage, which you forgot about your bladder. Suddenly.
It was psychological in the sense that...
Well, psychologically, you should care about how Joe's doing, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to let you go without it.
So, Joe, how have you been? Tell us how you're doing. How have you been? What's going on?
Yeah, I crashed my bike, so my legs are a little bit sore.
Oh, my God. Bike like motorbike?
Motorcycle?
Yeah.
Motorcycle? You ride a motorcycle?
Yep.
Why do you do
What
this?
kind?
I ride a Silverwing.
A what?
A Honda Silverwing.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Isn't that expensive?
Like Goldwing? Yeah, I mean...
They might be, but I'm just so anti-Honda.
But why you're anti-Honda?
Yeah, where are you
Because I am Southern and I'm pro-Harley.
Oh, I get it. That's cute. That's cute. Okay. It's nationalism. It's nationalism.
Oh,
I mean, Honda started making speed bikes, like they were making speed bikes forever. Then they started making the slow cruisers for old people. One of the two, like they were either like the super slow cruiser for like a really old person with like all this bullshit on it, or they were like making the super speed bikes. Neither one was like the Harley. The told me that made, that I would compare to that. Honda would not be it.
Right. But by the way, your voice is very low. You need to shout, Joe. Are you
okay? All right. Yep. Is it better?
Yes, okay. Thank you. Because I do know Joe's in the habit of talking to us lying down. It's
because every time he sees a picture of you or me, he has to lie down because he has to have one hand on something else.
Oh dear. Okay. And she says I'm cruel. She says
don't send him that picture of me and you together that I sent you. You will die.
Yes, honey. Yes. So, Joe. So your bike is it broken? Is it recoverable?
No, I just fucked up my foot. I mean,
your foot.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear this. Okay, so so you've been injured. You've been So you're not working right now then? You're
I'm helping my son's mother at her place in Hamilton, New Jersey. The place I fucking hate.
Your son's mother. You mean the woman you once made love to produce this child between you?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, something like that. You know. Yeah.
Holy shit! How does someone get that alienated from somebody that you produced a love child with? It's
Wow,
oh,
like,
then
yeah.
again, I look at Brooke and her husband, and it's totally understandable. Okay. Yeah.
Well, she fell in love with me. I didn't fall in love with her, but you know.
Wow,
I thought she loved me, you know, but you know, things change.
Okay. I'm glad he closed the sentence that way. I thought he was going to say, "I thought she loved me, but she just wanted my dick." Yeah.
Yes.
I honestly thought he was going to say that. Yeah. That's all. So, what about the homeless guy in the tent who says he had defense contracts? Been seeing him around lately, or
this guy was a piece of work. I mean, I met his sister, who's also in a fucking National Guard.
Okay.
She was a nutcase. She works for the casino over there. She called the cops on me. I mean, it was fucking crazy.
Okay, what is the backstory behind this one? That's
Well, I just wanted to check up on this National Guard lieutenant colonel, whatever.
Uh-huh.
He's half. You know, he's a pretty. You know, I didn't believe that he had a sister and all, but yep. As soon as she showed up, she was like going crazy on me, trying to steal my phone, and saying that I took. You know, I gave this guy a fucking bed, a tent, a canopy. And she goes right out and just rips the phone right out of my hands.
Jeez.
Yeah, the fucking bitch is a nutcase. I mean,
wow.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
What was this? So, but what's this? The casino? You said you were in a casino?
No, she works in the casino in Schenectady there, right by her semi-homeless brother.
Oh my god.
I think you gotta go. You're tired. Well, I'll talk to Brooke. I think I would love to hear that southern twang.
Yeah. Hey, how about that? Okay,
Also,
honey.
I can probably ask better questions about a motorcycle accident than you seem to know how to. Douglas.
That's a good point, honey. That's a good point.
You've taken a motorcycle accident, which could be interesting and fun, like a wreck in NASCAR, to a whole new low level.
Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. I hang my head in shame. I am going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, you know, approximate, and I'm going to refresh myself, and these wonderful people will help hold the stage. Anybody else who I've called can also jump on, but it looks like these two wonderful people will hold it for now.
Oh, can you make a special request to anyone listening that's ever put me down or doesn't like me, that they're invited to put their thing in the chat and come in? I'll even step out. I would like for them to replace me. I would like to listen to them. I think if someone's going to put me down, I think they should be able to at least step up their fucking game and come on in and let's see what they have to offer.
I do invite all the ladies who listen. All the ladies are welcome to come on. Honestly, they all they need to do is send me their Skype IDs. You know, that's really download Skype, send me a Skype ID request, and you know, by God, I'll be happy to put you on. I mean, you know, but at any rate, right now, Brooke,
ladies is a little generous, probably. Even with me, ladies is probably generous. But okay.
Right now, Brooke had the balls to approach us, so that's why Brooke is with us. Is because you know she has those balls to.
Well, she uses fuck a lot though.
Yeah,
she does have some balls.
Yeah. Oh,
Douglas loves a woman with little balls. Don't let him fool you.
Yeah. I'm going to go mute before this gets any deeper. I will be back, and so don't let these two scare you away. Love you, Brooke.
Goodbye, Douglas. I'm hanging out now.
No! I'm sorry. Oh God. Okay. Joe, do me a favor.
My son just heard you say that, and it embarrassed me, Douglas.
Oh my God! We're joking. No,
I don't joking. Do you understand that there's no joking? There's no room for joking on this podcast. I thought I told you that I was already advised of that.
At any rate, oh my God, Joe, seducer Joe,
Oh,
use your
okay.
charm. I'll be back.
I'll try.
Okay, go on, Douglas. Go take your shit. Do your line of coke. What the fuck ever.
Yes,
Go.
thank you. I'll be back.
Hey, Joe, how are you?
Good. How about you, Brooke?
I am surviving. So tell me more about this wreck that you had. What happened? How did it happen? What were you doing?
Well, it was raining, and I was helping out I was starting a new gig, and that day it rained, so I crashed 2 times that day. So it was weird, some weird shit.
2 fucking times, and you're fucking alive?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it was the first time was a stupid turn. I skid right off the grass. And just flipped me over in front of the house. Then when I got back home, that's where the big injury came in. Somebody parked right on the corner. Usually they don't park that close to the corner, so I had to, turn a little bit later. So I leaned too much on the right side, and thank God I just crashed right in front of the house, so it wasn't too far.
Oh my God, you and I have had similar actual incidences. I did mine in a car. I crashed across the street from my house, but that was.
When did that happen?
Mine wasn't on a motorcycle. Mine was a car.
Oh, yeah, your car. Oh, what car?
Well, I was actually driving a friend home. It was
Oh.
the shutdown for 2020. It was the last day that things were going to be open in 2020. Like for when they were doing the shutdown in March. It was first week of March.
Okay.
And so we had gone out, and I had we'd gone to a Chinese restaurant. I think I had 2.5. Like I didn't finish my third Michelob Light. And but my friend, I mean, I knew was already an alcoholic. Like was drinking liquor and drink basically straight vodka is what they did. So I had to drive their car because like you can't drive home.
Oh.
And so then on the way home, I'm dealing with somebody that's drunk, and there gets to be an argument. I'm almost here. It's only about 15 minutes away, and you pull in my neighborhood, and as soon as you pull in, my neighborhood's circular, so it's basically you pull in, you stop, and you take a left to go to my house, but you stop right there, and my house is basically as soon as you take the left, there's one house, and then there's the next road, but my house is on the corner. So, but what happened was I stopped, and I was like, just like, sometimes I do on the podcast, like I have triggers, and I was just like, said something drunk as shit. I was like, don't you fucking say that fucking again. Fucking said it, and I'd stopped at the stop sign, and I'm not in my car, which is an SUV. I'm in a smaller car that I'm not used to driving.
Oh,
so I'm stopped, and I have to take a left or right. You can't go straight. There's a house in front of you. So I gunned it from the stop sign, but gunned it as I take a left. And then you're in an immediate curve, which would curve right back to my street and my house, which is basically right. The problem was exactly what you said. Neighbor had a friend over who had a huge, like 1990 Suburban, like the big, huge
the big
Suburban.
suckers. Yeah.
Parked in the fucking road. So when I went in that curve, because that car gunned it faster than my SUV would, I had to overcorrect. So I pulled back, which would have been fine had there not been a huge Suburban when I pulled back.
Yeah.
And so I had to deal with that with neighbors. So yeah, it wasn't fun.
Well, you didn't get injured. That's good.
I didn't get injured, and I walked home and waited on the police, to come out. And they came out, and I was like, they came to the door, like, come outside, and I'm like, but it wasn't a fun experience, so obviously, to say the least, especially dealing with the neighbors and just, obviously, the hitting a car in your neighborhood is like, I'd rather hit a stranger's car, I think, than hit a car in your neighborhood, because then it's like, you have a small neighborhood, it's like all tall, like, oh my God, I hear.
Well, at least they're approachable,
Oh, they were. Well, that was the biggest problem. That was even a bigger problem. So the car I hit, actually, my son is still best friends with the guy of the car I hit.
Oh.
He was visiting the neighbor's son.
Oh.
Okay. Now, the neighbor's son, didn't matter about the neighbor's son, but the neighbor himself, he went to high school with me. I don't really remember him much, but he was a few years older. But he's a teacher. He's a teacher at my children's high school.
Oh.
So my son wasn't there yet, but my daughter had already been through his class. And I didn't give a shit about him one way or the other till my daughter went through his class. And I knew he was kind of like controlling, but then he was the type of guy that's like, he would tell my daughter would come home and she'd gone to Christian school, but then she became very liberal. And she was just like, Mom, like, it's like a freaking history class or computer science class. And he was like, so when I go to restaurants, these are the lectures he would give. And I can like just remember a few of them that she would come home and tell me. And I was like, what? She was like, yeah. Like he said today, his lecture was about how when you go to restaurants, he always eyes out when he goes in with his family, where before they sit down, he eyes out where he can get out of the restaurant if someone with a gun comes in, where to sit, where he has the best option to shoot, where he will be. And I'm like, he says all this. You know. Then another one, he says, all antidepressants are just things that no one should ever take. They're all controlled by the government, and like no matter what your belief is on that, and anyone here can have their own belief. You don't put like no one wants an agenda pushed on their children, right? That's why people are saying, "Oh, this anti-trans." Well, it's not. Anti-trans is very different. All they're saying is like, if you have a child that's saying like, "I want to identify this way," that should be okay, but you shouldn't make you're right, you should make other kids be like, how do you identify? Do you identify? That's pushing.
Yes,
just like,
absolutely.
Do you like, but if a child says, I identify as this, that's not pushing, that's acceptance. So if a child comes in his own antidepressants or their parents are on antidepressants and you're sitting here saying you shouldn't, that is pushing an agenda.
Exactly.
And I just decided, have no use for you at all. And it happened to be his son had the friend over that parked a huge SUV. And so when I got out and hit the SUV, I wish I'd hit his car, but it was going to hit one.
Hit his car. Right.
But it was the SUV. And so I ended up, like I said, like we paid the insurance paid his friend. And my son is great friends with this guy. He actually graduated before my son. So he's a firefighter now. And he comes over to my house, and so the guy hit the car. But the man who is now my son's teacher. Well, now he's my son's teacher.
Oh.
Which is very odd. And my son's like, no, he's okay. Like, I don't mind him. But, my son's a little bit less like probably listen to anything he fucking says anyway. He's probably like on his phone. So my daughter is very into like, what is he saying? This is wrong. I'm like, okay. But anyway, we found other stuff. But, life is life. So everybody's got their issues. And,
So what's the trans issue? Tulsi Gabbard. You ever heard of Tulsi Gabbard?
Oh my fucking God. Please tell me you don't like her.
Why would I not like her? I like her. She's a Hawaiian congresswoman. She talks about the trans men, trans women that want to do the women's sports.
Okay.
You ever heard about that?
Okay, so here's the thing about Tulsi Gabbard. So, and first of all, if we're going to go trans, let me go both places. Okay. First of all, as far as just trans and that getting into that argument, I have gotten to that argument on both sides of the equation because I am liberal, and I believe that everyone has rights, and you shouldn't push like these anti-trans movements are stupid as fuck. But at the same time, that's where I say 80%. You got a 10% on each side of the equation pushing the rest to 80%, the rest of the 80% where we could agree on shit like this. And at the end of the day, I got into it with one of my friends who is very liberal as well. Who was pushing his friend, and I respect him for this because his friend was a video gamer, a male, had come out to him first, and that he was trans, and
wow. Okay, I just got back to hear this. Just got back to hear this. Go on, please, by all means. So some friend of yours was a gamer, and this other friend of his.
Yeah, he was bringing up Tulsi Gabbard, and he liked her, and I was going with two different issues. So, so first with the trans issue, because he was saying that's what Tulsi Gabbard brought up. So my point to that is, and I had to shut him down as well, because I have shut down people that most people I shut down are anti-trans. But I did shut him down as well because I had told him I'm sick of the extremism on either side. And I had made a comment on, we were talking about, when it first came up on the swimming team where Amel had come out and was swimming, and that part. And he's like, oh, well, that's the only time. And I said, well, no. He said, well, then you're just talking about high school or high school or college sports. And I said, look, here's the deal. I said, my point is this. I'm pro-trans. But if you're going to say, and then I went into it and pulled the documents because he told me, no, that's not true. So he told me I was wrong and I believed him until I pulled the documents. But he said, but the point is, I said, if you are trans and let's say you're a male and you start taking estrogen, so you have proven, first of all, and people don't realize that trans do have to go through a lot. It's not like, oh, you can wake up one day, say I'm trans, and the doctor, that's what people need to realize. They don't do the surgery.
This is like a lifetime commitment.
Psychological thing that they have to go through to be able to do this. That is huge. So people need to realize that. It's not like you just be like, oh, I'm trans, and they do the surgery, it's money thing, like everything else. The majority of everything else, I
don't have anything against them being trans. I just don't think they should participate in women's sports.
Well, so I'm going.
They should have a.
So the point is there should be certain rules to it that are not in place right now, and that was the point I was making with him, where I shut him down. I'm like, you're just being. What you're doing is the opposite side of the anti-trans movement. You're just being so pro-trans that it doesn't matter what I say, and that's where I shut both sides down. You can't have. You can't ever, we'll always be this way if we can't talk. And so my point to him was this. I said, you can't have, so yes, you can't, to have the surgery, it takes a lot. But but you can still be trans and be on estrogen.
Yeah.
And then be on estrogen for a year and then call yourself trans. And in some states, doesn't even require the estrogen. But call yourself trans, and then they have to let you be in those sports.
But you gotta
depending on the state, and that is the problem that I have, because even if you were on estrogen for 1 year, if you've been, let's say, through high school, my son's 17, through 17 and had testosterone in your body, and then you have a year of estrogen or less, you are not muscular. There's not an equivalence there. There's not a and life's not fair, so we have to also, but these are things that we should be discussed. It should be a discussion. Well, life's not fair, but these are all things that need to be discussed, but they can't be, I'm all this way or I'm all that way. And that's the problem that we get into with so much. Let's accept people for who they are. Let's accept where they are. And then let's say this is a sport. How do we make the sport the most fair we can?
Oh, okay. Let's talk about Title II-C. No, not Title II. I mean Title IX, right? That's when the first minority congresswoman put the bill up. It was Patsy Takamoto Mink from Hawaii.
Right. And this was about allowing women in sports, right?
Yes. I mean, allowing the programs that the federal government funds. Women should have equal rights to those programs as men do in their sports programs. We got to thank her for putting this program for all women sports. But when you're talking about trans men, they're not true women. So, I mean, there's limits to being a trans. I mean, you cannot have. You can't be pregnant, and you shouldn't be playing women's sports. But you can't.
I don't know that. So here's the thing: here's my thing. Okay, you can look at it two ways. Who was the most recent athlete we brought home from Russia? What was her name?
Brittany Griner.
And her height is 6 foot, if I'm not mistaken, 6'11", like
Yeah,
unbelievable.
she's much more powerful than your average man.
Right. So what I am looking at is this. We may need to
Well,
redo.
hermaphrodites are different. They have both sexes, so
Okay,
they
Judge
should have
Tully,
both.
this
rights
is where I
to
shut you the
participate.
fuck up until you got the show. Okay, because she's not a hermaphrodite, and there's differences in everyone's appearance. So my point is, if you're looking at fairness, you either go one of two ways. You can go, okay, then only, like, I would never have had the chance being a short woman, and even though I wanted to play basketball, being short and, just not having that skill. But even about the skill, like, that short, like, it's just like fucking, what Chris Rock, not Chris Rock, what's his name? Anyway, like, we make fun of height, and it does play a difference in basketball, just like strength and form and height play a difference in football. So you can look at it one of two ways. Either you say, well, fairness is just however you were born, size-wise and strength-wise should be what the determining factor is, or we're going to just do away with that. And if we're going to do away with that, there's going to be a whole new thing. Now, if we're going to make it strength-wise and height-wise and where you are, then there needs to be, whether it's just like in wrestling, you have to weigh in. Like, I will watch wrestlers. Wrestlers are very funny because in wrestling, they want to weigh in at the lowest. So they'll try to diet to weigh in at the lowest so they can then play in the lower field because they can then outperform. If they're 5 pounds heavier, then they're playing in an upper field, right? So they want to be in a lower field to do that. And those are wrestlers, and those are all male, typically, because wrestling is usually a male sport. But they're doing the same thing. So at that point, you have to look at, okay, we need to look at strength, and we need to have the same way wrestling does. Body count, weights of mass, of both fat and muscle. And then if you have a guy that comes in that is very feminine and has the same, body count or less muscle-wise or in fat-wise, then he should be able to play on that team. And the same thing if a woman is like a brutal, huge woman and she's like, I want to go on the male team, and she's big enough to freaking do it. Like, whatever but those are rules that we're going to have to readdress. And that's where we're at right now, is readdressing some of these rules, which probably needed to be readdressed anyway. It's just like football. I love football. And, Douglas made a great point that, I grew up with football, and he was surprised that I love football so much when football is a male sport.
Well,
I'm not really pro women's football. I'm not anti-women's football. Give me a good women's game any day, right? But we don't have that. It's not even an option. But yes, like, at the end of the day, and I also don't want to watch old men in pro. I want to watch college football. They're young, they're fast, they do it. And give me a woman or a man that can freaking throw that ball, run it down the field all day long.
Well, we should have a Peter Moon team. I like to watch. I want to watch Peter Moon play. I mean, you give me a good idea, man. We should have a Peter Moon league. I would love to watch.
Who had that idea? Peter Moon?
Yeah. Right?
No, I'm asking. I didn't know.
Actually, you can see this is for all our listeners.
I mean,
as well.
70 years old and still throwing.
I saw him do a great catch. Yeah, that's his cheek on.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry.
I mean, I would rather watch Peter Moon play football than the young college kids. Okay.
But
okay,
by the way,
I love Peter. I do. Peter, if you're listening, I love you, buddy. I'm not gonna want to watch you play over the college guy. But now if you can keep up with him, I will. But I have seen Peter do at his age, yes, some good moves, but not at
But
no.
by the
Still,
way,
he can do the 98-yard fucking run.
I want to acknowledge our listeners in the chat. Pixie Princess Star Fox, I adore you. Mwah, love you dearly. And so she says, as a straight white woman that bleeds with the moon, even in New Orleans, it's more acceptable to be a man in a Speedo, corset, and 7-inch high heels than for me to wear anything I do. Also, go Saints. Thank you, honey.
Also, what does she wear? And could she send me a picture?
Yeah, honey, we'd love a
Uh-huh.
picture. Yes, most certainly. And
think
ignore
Brooks
that
turned
that
on.
weird sound effect. What was that? It sounded like Joe Ty either ran something against the microphone or somebody was passing gas or something like that. I blame Joe.
Was it this?
No. It was like this weird sound, and let's move on. But at any rate, dear Joe, you were talking about Peter Moon and his football. That is it's on YouTube actually. Peter Moon has a channel, and he puts up his football on YouTube, so people can actually go look at him, doing his thing. And yeah, there you go. As for Brook watching the young studs go at it in football, as opposed to the I like the way she says
had
it.
a couple of young studs.
Yeah, I'd like the way she says that instead of, she also says old men playing pro. She doesn't want to see the old men playing pro. That's cute.
And it's not about old men. It's not like that. It's not about age. But anybody that watches football knows a difference. I know, Douglas, I'm going to push you on this. So you're not going to get it. But if you watch football, it's completely different to watch college football and professional football. And I realized it very young, and I didn't realize why I didn't like it.
Actually, I've been told that all my life, so I do accept that as gospel, basically. That
Okay.
Yeah, they're very, very different. And
it's like watching like this adrenaline rush. Like, I don't know if you remember the first few times you ever got high on cocaine. You know what I'm saying? And you never can quite get that back. Maybe a vampire can, but then I just couldn't get it back, so I never did it again.
Right.
But it's like you can't get that speed and that just their rush, and they're just trying. And there's less rules, right? And then you've got these men. By the time they make it to pro, you've got linebackers that are bigger. You've got quarterbacks that have been beat up. Like, everything's slower, so they make these more rules so they don't get hurt they're all money making machines, really. But pro is only money making machine because it doesn't even have a college to back it up. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's got to be all that. So it is so like protect them, and it so protects them. And I just look at it and I'm like, even though they look in shape, I'm not looking at old. It's not like you're looking at them and be like, oh, that looks like an old horrible guy,
They can, believe me, they wear out quick. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, but you look at them getting just like, are you actually getting hit, or are you? Like, I get that there are people that grow up with pro, like if you're in certain cities, like a New York Giants were a big thing or whatever. But in certain cities, it was just huge for pro, and that's what you grew up with. But growing up and watching college football is just different than pro. And I won't take away that pro isn't something that you can enjoy. It's just very different.
Yeah.
And I don't enjoy it.
And that's fine. That's fine. No, I get it. I totally get it. That's so, honey. Yes. So you were suggesting, of course, something that sounds quite reasonable. That society is going to have to adjust, and we're going to have to, or society should adjust, and we should begin to consider allowing people to weigh in, so to speak, and just people of proportionate.
Yeah, I think we should look at, like, when you go to, like, let's say I want to go lose weight today, right?
Yeah.
Now, I could be like, I want to lose weight, and let's say I'm 100 pounds overweight. Or I could be me right now, and I have not overweight. I'm just trying to get diet pills to get speed, right? Here's what they do. They come in and they do a muscle test on you. Like, that's a standard thing at any doctor's office. So obviously it can be done anywhere. They first do your fat test with your arm. They do a muscle test and a weigh-in. That can be done on a male or a female. So when you're testing muscle, fat, and weigh-in, those are things we need to look at instead of looking at just like, okay, you claim male or female. Oh, you're claiming female, you can be on the team. Or you claiming female for a year, you can be on the team. Like, how about you claiming female for a year, but your muscle is like, you got enough muscle to be on the male team, so even though you're female, you can choose them. Like, I mean, if you're fucking the Fridge, I don't know if you remember the Fridge from, y'all probably don't. The Fridge played for Clemson.
I remember him. Huge. I do remember him. Go on, yes.
But yeah, like, Fridge played for Clemson, and he went to Chicago Bears. But, he's a huge guy. If he had come out trans in the middle of that, he was still going to be the size of the fucking Fridge, right?
Yes.
So to throw him on, if there was a female football team and to throw him on there, if no one else is that size, if we have a limit, like, you have to have a limit to where this goes. You go on this. We cannot even call it male or female. We can just call it A and B. What the fuck ever you want to call it? It's just like every society evolves. We're going to have to evolve. And sports has to evolve instead of looking at it that way. It doesn't matter. Have great players, have them fucking play, and have it fair. That's what I say. And stop being extremism on either side. Well, it doesn't matter. The fridge said he was female. He should have been on the female team.
By the way, the fridge did not say he was female. This is a hypothesis.
Oh, God, if the fridge heard me, if he's still alive, he would fucking kill me for that. For sure.
Is he dead?
I don't know, but he's old enough to be dead. I mean, with as big as he was, actually, I need to look that up. Is he still alive?
Oh my God.
Our coach that actually coached the fridge, which is Danny Ford, is still alive. He lives here now on a 400-acre farm.
Oh, by the way, our other listeners in chat, Ian fucking West says, Brooke, you are so profound on the modern day trans issue. That's cute. Thank you, Ian. That was, he's trying to be nice, trying to play nice.
Thank you, Ian. Yes. I appreciate that.
Yes, Douglas,
the fridge is William Anthony, the refrigerator Perry, was born December 1962, and he has no death date. And he was the heaviest player to score a touchdown at 335 pounds.
Yes.
Guess he should have totally been on the female team.
By the way, what did they call that female football game that happened once a year when you were going to school? They called it the
powder puff football.
Powder puff football. It sounds like that sounds so condescending.
Is that just where I was? Did other people not have powder puff? Am I the only person that ever?
It sounds awfully condescending. That sounds condescending.
Oh no, I just typed in powder puff, and the first thing that came up was powder puff football.
Did it really?
Powder puff football.
Holy shit!
Why do they call it powder puff
girls,
football?
Right?
No,
in its story about the game, the Madison Daily Leader dubbed the two teams the Powder Puff and the Rouge Roulettes. It was the women's. Yeah.
The Powder Puff football.
The original one.
I'm trying to look for some pictures, see if there's anything sexy about this. I mean, I noticed that they're not dressed up the way the men are dressed up. They don't have gear. They don't.
That's what I'm saying. They only do it like that. They don't train them. They put them out there. It's usually for their week of either like their week of what do you call it, homecoming, and then raising money. And so
they throw them out there basically to exploit their bodies. They're exploiting their young bodies, and of course they got a bunch of guys, the boys. They dress up as cheerleaders, even to the point of fake tits. I mean, that is disgusting. It's like, it's like, why? I mean, it's already.
Well, that's not any more disgusting. I don't think that's disgusting than being trans. Like, you can totally.
No. These are just guys. They're not trans. They're not coming out. They're just guys, and they think it's funny since they're throwing the girls out there to exploit their young bodies by having everyone watch them play football on the field without seriously training them. They're just doing this as a lark once a year, which in and of itself is rather offensive. Then they have the guys say, okay, let's play, we're cheerleaders. So they put on these pom-poms.
Well, I'm sure some of the guys that did that are trans and they did enjoy it. But my point to that is it doesn't matter, because before we had even talking about trans, we had transvestites, people dressing up as women, right? And I told you at my church, that was allowed in the church every year for Halloween. We had a transvestite show in my Southern Baptist church, and all the men would dress up as women. Now, my point to that is it was never frowned upon, because transvestite itself was just like, okay, transvestite would be different, but it was drag. Right? So they were doing drag shows. And a drag show is not necessarily a bad thing. So I don't think you should say that them dressing up as a woman would be bad. But I do think the exploitation of putting women out there, not really training them for football, just to raise money and to watch some women go at it and hoping they maybe put some oil on them and sling them down and you see a boob. I mean, that's what that was really about. The men were just having fun, either because they want to dress up like a woman or just to have fun doing it. Either way, whether you wanted to have boobs and you were not
yes,
out
let's
yet,
put it this
or
way. It wasn't a moral judgment. It was an expression of disgust at the fact that it's not aesthetic. It's not aesthetic.
yeah, I'm
When the
not
men
being,
were doing that is what I mean to
no.
say. By the way, I remember one time there was this. This one black chick who was I don't remember her name. God, I feel so bad about that. She was a friend of mine on Facebook, and I can't remember who it was, but there was some big muscular black guy who was basically gay, and he was cross-dressing, and I was pointing out that just looks so wrong because he was like, six-pack abs, and he had these just muscles up the ass, and he's dressing in these gowns, and it just didn't look right. And so when I said what I said, she said, "Oh, you got a problem with that?" As if I were, coming at this from a homophobic perspective. And I said, "No, it's that. It's like he's. Why would he dress like that when he's not built for it? It didn't make sense." And I said, "It's just not aesthetic." And I got her to understand. I mean, I myself, of course, I'm obviously cross-dressed. So, which brings us to the next question. You said something about, oh, well, the drag was different from the transvestite. What's different as far as you understand? I mean, there are differences, but I was just wondering what you understand to be the differences.
Well, okay, first of all, I'll go very quick there, but I have a better story. The only thing I know that I don't know that I'm even completely correct in this, to drag would be people dressing up just for fun.
Okay.
And then transvestite is usually you are trying to dress up as a woman, and that is more of a goal of, like, that is how you feel inside. Whether you want to be a trans, like change your sexual identity, that's the way those are my determinations of that. And I may be wrong.
Acceptable. I think that's acceptable. That's fine. Yeah. So
but I will give you a better story than what you just gave really fast, because Atlanta, I was in Atlanta, and do you remember when 99 happened to 2000 New Year's Eve and everything was going to shut down?
Yeah, I think so.
Anybody over 40 remembers that, like the whole world was going to fucking
shut
down.
You're talking about Y2K, the Y2K panic.
Yes, Y2K, New Year's fucking Eve. Okay, New Year's Eve, 99, going into 2000, New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, I decided to go with a friend. Well, I was actually meeting a friend in Atlanta who lived there. He was actually a guy, and he was married, but was one of the only men that actually, he, like, loved to be seen with me, but, like, didn't ever try and think, like, we were just great friends. He was a friend of my ex-boyfriend's, but it was older. Just to clarify. So I was meeting him there. He lived with another guy there, and we were all going out, and they had tickets to, like, get in all these places. Like, the first club we got into, like, I felt so special. It's the only time in my life, like, I actually, like, there was a rope around the door because it was a new club, and, like, people were lined up the fucking block. And then we, like, walk up, and he's like, it's from us, like, no, we go to the fucking front door. And so we passed all these people, and it was like, and he's like, oh yeah, you get in. So, like, all four of us just went in, and all these people were just still waiting to get in. So that was great. But I was still very naive and very Southern. And then the next we left there, which actually there's a story there I can tell you later, but we left there and we went to another bar. And that bar, we actually stayed up all night there. And that was the only time I actually did ecstasy, and had a great time just sitting there all night. Like, when I came out, the sun was up. But did ecstasy there, like, with someone there, a friend, or they had it. And so nothing sexual with me. But the thing is we go, first of all, we're walking through the parking lot in downtown Atlanta. And I didn't know this was, like, it was basically a gay bar. It was like a gay straight bar, like, everything. It was, like, one of the coolest bars. And they were both straight. He was with me, the guy was with his girlfriend. And when we're walking the parking lot, because it was so packed, I see there was several black guys, and they were up against a fence, and they were obviously having sex with each other. Like, and I was just a little bit like, mwah. That was the first time I'd ever seen that. And so it was not, like, overly, like, I was like, where are y'all taking me? Well, then I'll walk in, and we walk in, and they're letting us in, and there is this huge, fat man, but a woman, in eyelashes, in this gown, and I just looked, and, like, I had already had drinks at the other bar, and I just literally looked, and I was like, oh my God. You are not a fucking woman? It was probably a very bad thing to say. It did not get happy with me. Luckily, I made it on into the club and continued to have a good night. But it was like, excuse me? What did you like? I realized very quickly that was not the thing to say.
Oh my God. Well, there we are. What happened to Joe? Is Joe still with us?
Yes, I'm still using my left hand.
That's cute.
Listening with my right ear.
I know. I turned him on and I told him about all the black guys that were over there fucking each other.
Oh my God. Well, that's cute. That's cute. So, well, don't be afraid to participate.
Actually,
Joe.
one of them looked kind of like Joe, so he wasn't actually black. So maybe it was Joe.
Oh my
Joe,
God.
did you have a bald head in 1999, 2000?
No.
Mm-hmm.
I had a, there's a reason why my son's mom had a hots for me.
Oh wow. And so I hope
I
that
love you. You're such an idiot. Oh wow.
that's
That's what you want me to do to you. You want me to say, "Oh wow," to
Yeah,
those
yeah,
bullshit
this is-
things.
That's yeah. Why can't you be like that? Yes, it's called
Oh
hosting.
wow, Joe. What
Hosting.
did you have the hots for?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I'm
That's
so amazed and I'm interested in this, Joe. What is it?
yeah. You gotta admit, I can.
Joe didn't buy that shit anymore, not did.
I prefer being bald and people liking me for who I am.
For
I don't want a wig.
that.
You mean you don't like fake people that just give you like, oh, I'm so interested.
I don't even like people with fake boobs.
Well, that's a bit extreme. I mean,
I
I
think
mean,
that's
I mean,
the thing. I want some
sexually.
fake
I mean,
boobs.
sexually.
yes.
How about Joe? I tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll give you buy me some fucking boobs, send me the cash,
Yeah.
and we'll see if you like people without fake
Yeah.
boobs. If you
Yeah.
don't,
There you go. There's the
Well,
challenge.
I
Joe.
like boobs, but I know they're fake, so it just doesn't get me.
All right, well, I'm making a bet with you right now, Joe. If you don't
Yes.
like them, you don't get to come down and test them.
That's right. That's
So
right.
so you're basically telling me if I put boobs on, you can come down and see if
You get to come see if you like them or
You
not.
check
Yeah.
out the investment. You can check out your investment. Yeah. I think it's a brilliant idea. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. 'Cause
like
I
that.
don't mind fake boobs at all. Yes. That's
I like old natural, It's just a different balance, man. I don't even like watching porn with the fake women with fake boobs on.
oh, well, I guess we all have our hang-ups. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with it. Oh my God. But such being said, so checking
And they
it-
turn hard. I mean, I had this chick who had a hot for me, and I realized she had like, she told later on I said, why are you so hard? Because it's metastasized. I mean, I didn't want to hurt her. It's like it just turns me on.
It can harden. Yes, some of these things can harden. Those are the older ones, the silicon. I mean,
Yeah, she was.
Yes, apparently you're with like a 75-year-old.
yes, that's right.
More like
Thank you.
I like some age on my women. I mean,
Okay. Okay.
So let me get this straight. You like wrinkles and saggy boobs? Just
No.
not big.
I like women who take care of themselves.
Of course.
I mean, they have to be appropriate. I mean, I'm not gonna go for the sag, of course, but I don't mind a little sag if she takes good care of herself.
I think
it's
that's
more.
reasonable. I think that's reasonable. Yes, thank you.
It's
Um,
more. It's more of a. Go ahead.
Shout out
Sorry.
to Douglas Marks in Miami. Says he sees the sun every day.
Oh, Miami's getting the sun. That's where we're going.
Yes,
Douglas.
Yes.
Where we need to go.
There we are. We could wind up with, well, I mean, that's America's hidden Holocaust. That's where all the Jews go to die.
Fuck, you have to ruin everything. I'm going to the bathroom. Fuck it, I'm muting you and going to the bathroom.
And then Douglas Marks says, I like natural. I mean, I like natural as well. I mean, I just have a fairly adaptable taste. Oh my God. These men, they tout that like it's some kind of elitism. Oh my God.
Oh, I like the small imperfections. I mean, I don't like plastic stuff. It's just not for me. I think it's all right with you, Douglas, but
Yes, I like the way you said I want people to like me as I am. That's cute. That's
Yeah.
precious. So, where's Brooke? Did she?
Brook is peeing, I think.
Yeah, she actually did go to the bathroom. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there we are. Okay, let me see if she's still on the call. There. Okay, she's still on the call. As a producer, of course, I have to multitask, so my head's everywhere. Now, if these people buy me enough time, we'll see if Sammy joins us later. Then, well, you know, if no one joins us, I'll go straight into monologue. But I'll need a little bit more time to get my head together, finish the liquid Coke. So thank God you're here.
I'll tell him about the women I like. You know,
they're what else has been going on in? How are you supporting yourself when you're not working right now? Your foot's injured. Are you able to? You're helping your son out, and he helps you. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, something like that. Yep, exactly.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that. Now, how many sons do you have? Because one of them joined the military.
I just want one. Yeah, one good one's good enough, right?
So is he home on leave or something? I thought he was.
No, he's not home. I mean, he's in Washington State. I think he's on the ship now.
So what about your? So you're helping his. You said you're helping his mother. Your ex-wife.
Yeah. I never married her.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, if you didn't marry her, how does he legally handle his affairs? I mean, it's like, this sounds really stupid of me, but what happened? Like, how do you get a social security number? How is this registered? How is he like?
What do you mean? Who?
Like you know, like you weren't legally married, so then he's like, what? Like, how does he?
They get Social Security once they're born. They get it.
Okay.
And he doesn't have to. He can take my name, and it doesn't have to go under the mother's name.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So is that what there's he did? No different, huh?
Is that what he did?
What did he? No.
Went under the mother's name?
Huh?
Whose name is he?
Mine.
Oh,
mine.
Yes. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
so they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah. So that's.
Yeah. Everybody gets a Social Security card once they give birth in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're not born in a hospital, then you're gonna have some difficulties.
Wow.
Unless you got. Yeah.
Holy shit! I never thought of that.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people who are giving birth at home these days. So yeah, I wonder how that works.
Well, I think they gotta get like what do they call midwives?
Yeah.
And they have to sign something off or something like that.
Wow.
But they still have to register. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so let me know when Brooke returns so that we can get her talking again, so I can go back to multitasking. And aside from all of that, let's check a live stream. And Pixie, I'm so sorry. Pixie Princess Starbucks was saying vampires only in response to Douglas Mark saying DD Vampire Encyclopedia and History. Thank you. Definitely appreciate that. Like I said, hopefully we can get Peter to help me get the actual book out in its intended format concerning that sometime soon. Or sometime, period. And glad he's working on the book. Other than that, let's see what we got left. 7 hours.
He's working on that book, and you got 7 hours left. Good life.
He's working on that other book, but he's teasing me, hopefully, with the hope that he'll get back to the vampire book again. Oh my God, and we can get that out there finally. Other than you bought that, right? You purchased it, didn't you?
Yes, I have both of you. I have both your books.
Have you been reading any of that, or just curious?
You know me. I read like 3 chapters the first time of each, and then I'm like done.
Oh my God. I mean, well, that's like, are you ever have any intention of diving back into this?
Yeah, I also have 2 kids, 4 dogs. Now looking for a job, like life, and been sick. And then coming on the show and dealing with your bullshit.
You can always get a sales job.
Yeah.
What did you say?
You can always get a sales job. You're beautiful. I mean,
I
and
know.
you
I'm
got
just
another
sick of it. That's
son
all I've
saying,
fucking done
and
in my life.
you said you can wear a mini skirt. Why don't you apply for a congresswoman job? I mean,
Because I literally would. Well, number one, who would vote for me because I would cuss people out?
Oh, by
I'm
the
not
way,
fully
so
governed.
Pixie Princess Star Fox asked about the midwife Nazis. Now, I don't know how that term got
Can
conflated.
you have her on here and then I can get off? Because apparently she's into shit you say.
She said, "Can you expound?" So she wants us to expound upon the midwives who help people get social security numbers. In other words, Joe, Ty, and I were talking about people born out of wedlock. His son, it turns out, was born out of wedlock. So his son is what used to be called a bastard legally. And I asked, well, how does he get his social security number? How does this guy live? And he says, oh, well, so long as you're born in a hospital, you get the social security number. And I said, wow, but there's a lot of people who are delivering babies in their homes these days. And he says, oh, that's where the midwife comes in. She has to sign off on something. So if you know anything more about that, Brooke, anything you can add on to this sort of subject?
No, but what I will say is, excuse me, I took a bite of food. I apologize. What I will say is the fact that I heard this and I didn't look it up. So again, it could be complete conspiracy, but there was enough, like it wasn't on a QAnon type thing. It was something different. That your social security number, if you actually call like a stock agent, like a stockbroker on the back of your social security, I think it's your social security number or your back of your social security number, back of your social security card, there is a number. One of the two. I can't remember. Pull that. But if you were to call a stockbroker and you say, I found this stock certificate, I can't find out like what it's like, old stock certificate, I can't find out what it's due to. And there were several people saying they did this. That they will, that your basic social security number is a stock.
Stock?
Mm-hmm. Everyone's social security number.
Okay, I think that sounds like QAnon stuff.
It sounds like QAnon shit. I know. So that's why I was saying it. You asked me what my opinion. You asked me anything I knew about any of that. That's all I've ever heard.
Thank you. No, I meant like about midwives. Midwives is what I meant.
I mean, you can get. Okay, that's why I went with that because mine was more interesting. Yours is stupid. Anybody born in the U.S. and born in the U.S. You get a social security number. Like that's it. Done.
You're still stuck on the social security number. I mean, I thought maybe
social security number. That's what you're talking about.
I
Right?
thought you might have an anecdote about midwives. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're Southern. I mean, everybody's seen Gone with the Wind. I mean, I don't know nothing about birth and no babies. What? I'm sorry.
Who the fuck wants a midwife?
All kinds of people are giving birth in their homes these days.
Yes, and they're idiots.
Oh.
Look, I'm not saying you're an idiot. If you want to do that, that's fine for you. Great for you.
You mean some listeners who might be offended by what you said. You don't mean me.
Yeah. If I've offended you, if you want to do that, again, it's all personal preference. And I do agree that if you want to do that, if that's where your heart is called, everyone should be where their soul is called. For me, I was young. I had my daughter, 21. Mm-hmm. Well, by the time I gave birth, I was 22. But I literally, she was like me. She was late for everything, right? So she's 2 weeks fucking late. And they bring me in to induce me, which if anyone that has had a baby knows, induction, number one, they give you Pitocin, which is to dilate you and send you into contractions, which I didn't even know I was having contractions until later. The next day when they were bringing in a learning team, that they bring the learning nurses through, and they're like, see how when she came in, before they gave her the Pitocin, she was having contractions? I'm listening to them talk, and I said, what? And this is the teacher. I'm like, I was having contractions before they gave me Pitocin? She was like, oh, yeah, you were having contractions. And I'm like, so I went through that fucking hell. Like, she was going to come anyway. But Pitocin makes your contractions, number one, horribly painful. Number two, and then it tries to dilate you. And so it swells you up, and there's other things that are bad for it, like swells your body. But they gave me the Pitocin, and they gave it to me all day. I had to be there at 5 a.m. Did not know I was having already contractions again, because they were mild. And so I was not dilated at all. I was like a 0. And by the end of the day at 5 p.m., I was pretty much still to 0 as 1. But that was horrible pain throughout the entire 5 a.m. to 5:30 by the time they got it in, until 5 or 6 when they pulled it out. And so we're going to start again tomorrow. to the point that they had given me a pain medicine that they will give you called I can't remember what it's called, but it turned me into The Exorcist. Like if anybody spoke, I wanted to kill them. Like literally, like my aunt came in and whispered because Mom was like, "Just don't say anything." She's very grumpy. And I heard them whispering, and I said, "Fuck you!" I was sleeping. I was finally goddamn sleeping. I hate whoever is in this goddamn room. Fuck you all. Like Exorcist levitating off the bed. Like you've never seen me. Like it was just a horrible pain. I just wanted to rest through it, and the medication just made it like I could rest, but if I heard a whisper, it was done. And so they took me off at like 6, and I continued to have horrible contractions all night. Like I'm trying to go pee. My ex-husband's asleep on the sofa or pull-out couch. Slept through it. I'm waddling to the bathroom.
So
I
is
didn't
this
know.
the Cuban husband or another?
Do what?
Husband? Is this the Cuban husband or?
Yes, this is the Cuban. He's half Cuban.
Oh
Mhm.
my God.
So
Desi
he.
Arnaz. Go on.
Yeah, well, my mom, that's what, I was always a Lucy fan anyway, and then she bought us like all the types of Lucy and Desi, because she said, y'all remind me of Lucy and Desi, because he was funny.
Yes.
He was more laid back than me, you know, I'm pretty intense, so more like a Lucy. Just intense, not as funny, I'm sure. But, and he was very laid back, so, but funny. Anyway, regardless, that was about as a good point, that and maybe one or two other two things. Anyway, everybody's got good points. Everybody's got bad ones. The point is, he didn't know, and I didn't wake him up because I just thought this was normal for me to be waddling and still hurting. And then at 5 a.m. the next morning, 5:30, after the people came in and told me that I'd been having contractions, the nurse, actual nurse mine, came in to inject the Pitocin again to start the contractions. So we could get me from, 0 to 1, you got to get to 10. So, I mean, that's, you got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I was still at, 0 to 1. And, she's about to, like, she's hooking up the needle. She's over there playing with my IV. And I just looked at her and was like, I'm not sure, but I think my water just broke. Because I can usually, I mean, we can all tell when we urinate, but didn't urinate, but my bed was soaking wet. And she's like, well, let me see. I don't think you would have at this point. And she did the little test. They could know a little test. She's like, oh my God, you did. And by the time she has figured that fucking out, my ex-husband's standing there, and I am literally screaming at the top of my fucking lungs from like 0 to 100, and like he still has scars on his arm. I was clawing them, and all I can remember. And I don't feel sorry for. Here's why I don't feel sorry for him, because not only was I having his baby, but I remember there was a window to the left of my bed, in the left corner of the bed, the room, and I remember seeing that window, and it was. She kept saying, calm down. She's like, we're getting the anesthesiologist up here. You're dilating fast. They're on their way, because they want to give me epidural. Like, they knew at this point, like, for my daughter's like me. She's like, not coming. Oh, you fucking want me out? Okay, bitch, I'll be out. Right, that was what she did.
Right.
And so I was like, screaming. And I saw that window, and I will never forget this in my life. Like, I'm like, we've all thought about suicide once or twice. People that say they haven't have. But there was never a time in my life where I think if I could have, just for physical sheer pain, I remember thinking if I could walk to that window, like I'll jump out. Like if I could have I was literally looking at, like, could I break it? Can I break the window? I just want out of the pain. Like that's how bad it was. They gave me the epidural, but the epidural, because I was in so much pain, ended up being a bad epidural. It did numb me then, but I ended up having to come back to the hospital later because they actually lost spinal fluid, which makes your brain sag, which is a whole other story. So I leaked spinal fluid the entire time because he did what's called a wet tap. But they were able to get the epidural, and I stopped screaming eventually, when he did that, once they got him up there.
Yeah.
My whole point to this story is to all these women that are like, I want this natural birth. I want to see my baby born. I'll never forget. They had already called the doctor. They're like, she is going fast. You got to get here. You got to get here. Wow. The doctor, she said she's on her way. Don't push. And the doctor's fucking like, she said she's running. She ran down the hall. She's putting gloves on as she came in. Jumps under there with nothing. She's like, okay, push. And I knew how to push because I had some friends at work that had told me exactly how to push. There's one way to push, one way not to. Most women don't know how to. I pushed one fucking time. Baby would have been out one fucking push. The bitch goes, stop. And it's basically, you know who will get this more than anybody? Douglas Dietrich. In your biggest shit that you're fucking doing, I've ever done. I just want you to imagine right now, right in the middle, you're about to get it out. It's like finally about to come out. And then somebody's like, stop! Stop! Now! And you just literally
I think they purposely make you feel your first birth. I got the feeling that's what they did.
No, she did it for this reason. So I did the which is a horrible feeling because you're right in the middle and just like the head is there and it's in. She said, okay. I didn't know why she was stopping me. She's a fucking doctor. I'm thinking there's a medical reason. I stopped pushing.
Yeah.
And it was uncomfortable. And she says, now I want you to look in the mirror so that you can watch your baby be born.
What?
This is all on videotape. My daughter has seen it.
Yes, if you were able to kill her, I'm sure you would have at that point. Yes, that is so
I
fucking.
would have killed her, and it's all on tape. And my daughter has seen it, who was the one born. And I literally said these words. She said, "I just want to see your daughter. I look in the mirror so you can see your daughter be born." And I said, "What? Just get it the fuck out of me."
Yes, got it. I got it.
She literally was like,
I get it.
I'm sure closed mouth and was like, okay, push.
Where does that
push,
come from that
right.
she would do that? That is incredible to me. I mean, that is like, yeah, I mean, that's bizarre. That is bizarre.
And don't get me wrong. Like, I get there are women, that's what I'm saying. There are women that like, oh, I want to see it born and I want, like, my point was like, I just want it out. Like, the minute I held her, completely in love.
I think most women are in your field, really, in your ballpark with that, just wanting it out at that time more than anything else, really, instead of like get it all on camera or something like that. I mean, good Lord. And you said it's all on camera anyway? I'm so glad.
Well, no, I wouldn't allow my mom to record
okay, good.
from down there. So she was recording from like my face perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a sheet. So I didn't want to see the whole. So I was not about that. But so that's why she wanted me, I guess, to look in the mirror.
Okay.
To watch it.
Okay.
Like, sorry.
Yeah. Like...
Does anybody look in the mirror to watch her shit come out? Like I know it's a but
Thank
like,
you.
just get it out and I'll be happy. And then if it's something I want to hold, I'll hold it then.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Got it. No, I fucking get it. I totally fucking get it. No. Oh.
If you ever have a third child, I got a trick for you to not feel all the pain.
I'm not having a third child.
Yeah. But tell us anyway, Joe. I just have to hear this. I don't know why, but I just am curious as to what.
He's been begging me to have his kid all week, so that's why.
Yeah.
No, all you have to do is play with the nipples.
How did you learn this, Joe?
Because I know how to play with nipples.
Thank you.
And I mean,
is Ian available?
Well, she's the one that wanted me to give her a fake booby job. I mean, you're not gonna.
Yes,
have that
I will
same
take the fake boobs. I'll even let you touch the nipples, but don't tell me they're going to take pain away from fucking having babies because I've had you, and that's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, you know, that's arousal. It'll dull the pain.
You know what? Let me play with your nipples while I stick a fucking 12-inch dildo up your ass, and you tell me if it fucking takes the pain away.
Well, I'll give you my address. Come on up. I'm in Jersey right now. You can actually take the train. There's a Hamilton train station right down the street from me.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send the money for the fucking boob job first.
Yes. Yeah. Good deal. Good deal. That's
Hey, I'll put a down payment on it.
All right. So it's been quite an evening so far. But trust me, people, I am determined to jump in any minute and start Monologue because it looks like nobody's joining us. But I think that Brook has done an admirable job, and Joe has been missing for a long time, and we've missed him, haven't we, Brook?
I have missed Joe. I'm so glad Joe is back. Really.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brook.
And we love your
I mean, your
nativity
nipple thing
scene.
is stupid as hell, but I'm glad you're back.
That's right. But we like your
I know I have a
nativity
way
scene.
with nipples.
Yeah.
Tell you the truth, I do. I'm pretty good at it.
That's cute. Thank you. Okay, we know that now. It's a you can. I guess he could put that on his next ad when he puts out a singles ad. That's like a line that would fit there. You can imagine how many women would.
You know what my line is on Tinder? I'm on
afraid.
Plenty of Fish. It's called the One Man Gang.
The One Man Gang.
Yeah.
And
I thought he said gag.
gag.
No, I seriously thought I heard that, the one man gag. I thought it was like some kind of like sexual like gagging.
Which is it? Which is it, Joe? Which is?
Oh, on Plenty of Fish. I mean, it's called the One Man Gang.
Gang, and
GANG, the gang.
Why? Why?
Because I last as much as a couple of guys.
That's
one
yes.
time.
I have to admit,
I have to give them a warning. You know, I don't want them to feel like torture.
I have to admit, after a conversation with Joe Tai, I feel like I've been gang raped. Yes.
Well, I feel like I'm never gonna feel pain again as long as I touch my nipples.
There we are. Yes, that's. Just imagine all that we've learned. Oh my God.
Somebody should teach the doctors this new stuff.
Yes, just imagine. Joe has his revolution. Just a revolution.
The clitoris would be even better, but I don't think,
Well, the baby's coming out down there. The baby's coming out down there already, so that kind of prevents that, right?
Oh, God, y'all are killing me.
Well, it might help with contractions.
Okay, this, okay, look.
Conversation done. Over.
I just promise everyone, if we all love Joe Tai, and it's just okay, Joe. I'll be honest with you. I've been exploiting you. I took your nativity scene and shared it with everyone. We've all enjoyed it. Peter Moon exhibited his level of reactionary.
Peter Moon shared it, and I thought he was being cool, and he's not cool.
I saw it. I realized how bad it truly was. You know why he said what he did?
Why?
He said, this is woke. It's a woke nativity scene. He said that because it was all in Espanol. That's what I realized. Get it? See, it's all in Espanol. That's it. Instead of, it's Jesus, and it's, Maria, and it was Angel. It was just all.
Still doesn't fucking make sense, Peter. Like either way, I thought you were trying to.
In other words, he says it's woke because it's all in Spanish. So he's saying, see, it's woke. You see, this is the liberals approve because it's all in Spanish instead of English. That's what he was saying.
I don't know. You said he was putting woke down. I don't know. I thought he was putting it up, so I liked it. But then I realized now what you said.
Yeah. It's like, there you go. It's Fox News. They've got him. he's indoctrinated. Oh my God. So that being said, Douglas Marks says childbirth hurts. Laugh out loud. Yeah. And Pixie Princess Star Fox says they scream. Yeah. Brain sag. She's talking about brain sag. That's yes.
Yes, I had brain sag. She knows. Yes, my brain sagged. I couldn't sit up to feed my baby. At least one person knows. Like my brain was sagging, and that's what they said. And they were like, feed her caffeine at home. My ex-husband had to literally feed the baby the first 2 days. Because every time I sat up, I would have the most intense headache I've ever had in my life because my brain was sleepy.
Oh my God.
And so finally, when it didn't go away, after 2 days, they were like, bring her to the hospital. My dad had to drive over. So my ex-husband took care of the baby, took me to the hospital. And they had to take fluid out of, I don't forget what part of my body. And then they inserted it into my spine. And it was an immediate, oh no, it's scary as hell. And I was like, I'm not going to die. I'm going to die. And it was an immediate, though, fucking relief. Like, headache from, the worst headache I've ever had in my life, still to this day, for 2 days. Like, if I even barely sat up, because it is a brain sag. Your spinal fluid basically is what holds your brain up. It's the liquid around your brain. Mm-hmm. And so since I was leaking that out for 2 days while I was in the hospital, I had her. And I kept saying, I'm aching. Like, my arms would ache. I was telling them I would ache, but I was still laying back. And they were like, well, it's probably from all your pushing. I'm like, I pushed one time. The doctor stopped me. I'm pretty sure it's not, but whatever. But it was like the aching was from the spinal fluid leaking, but my brain would sag, literally. The brain had not enough fluid to hold up because your spinal fluid grows like a quarter of like I don't know, a centimeter a year or some shit. Like you lose some, like it's a tiniest bit to grow back. So if you were to wait for that to grow back, so they were trying to see how much I'd lost. That's why they were like just fill her full of caffeine. And then when the headache didn't go away for 2 days, they knew they had to do something. So they shot it at me and from another part of my body, and I was like fine.
Yeah.
But brain sags, and it's a real thing. Your brain sags.
That's incredible. I mean, that's so frightening, and I'm so glad you survived. I'm never going to give birth to children.
You can't. You're only
Thank God.
cross-dresser.
Thank God. Oh, thank
I don't know.
God.
He's a vampire. He might could.
Oh, okay. Well, he already has a daughter. He can't.
Maybe we should test it.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Lena Shay's little kids might be his. We don't know.
Yes. Okay. Now.
Should I give them some Christmas presents?
What was that?
I was choking on the last dregs of the Coke can while he suggested that, because he actually lives in an area of Lena Shea. Theoretically, he could do that to the family if they've kicked her out of the house, which they probably did at least at some point, because she was partying with Miguel Andahar in New York City, and that's when they rendezvoused with Selena Khan. Yeah.
Well, I would have kicked her out since she was sleeping with you already. So.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I mean, your point's well taken. I guess all that came out because of, well, there you go. I am going to, I've done with the Coke, the liquid can. I've got to rinse this taste out of my mouth.
You're never done with the fucking Coke.
Yeah, yes. Point well taken there too. I'm going to go mute. When I return, I'll go into monologue, because apparently no one has joined us, and there is all too much to talk about tonight. So I will be covering.
So you're gonna do 8 hours, like 7 hours of monologue?
Let's take a look at what time we have left. I may well do 7 hours of monologue. Yeah, and so I do want to say hello to Leif Horton, who says, "You guys are crazy, ha!" Yeah, when did you find out? Yeah, and he says, "Does Mr. Douglas have any speaking engagements coming up?" That's a good one. We'll see.
Every Sunday night and every Wednesday night.
Yes,
I'm trying to get him into the Harley rally.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
in February.
Right. Yes, there you go. I mean, I would just fit in so well. And
I don't know, with your leather. If you put those goggles on and that leather fucking vest again.
Yeah, good point.
So you got a Harley, Brooke?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, she has a Harley apparently. Yes. Yeah. And Amorfade says hello, and he says the Aztecs would say, "Women who die in childbirth go to the same heaven, a kind of Aztec Valhalla, as the warrior men who die in battle." Nice. Yes. There we are. And
yeah. Well, wait a minute. I want to ask him.
Yeah.
How about the women that actually stick around and raise those fuckers?
Yeah.
Do we get like above the fucking? I feel like we should go above fucking warriors.
Excellent point. I was in this auditing a night
Well, the
class.
guys that have to take care of it because the mother doesn't know how to do it.
That's.
I mean, that does happen. It's few and far between, but yes, it happens.
Yeah, it's few and far between. So like I was in this auditing. I was auditing this night course that, and this is not Scientology auditing like Peter Moon talks about. This was like taking a course without any credit, and this was in Sonoma State University when I was sent on that spy mission there by the stupid Department of Defense, trying to find out how the bunch of journalist students found out about HARP Project and shit, and that's where they have Project Censored, where these student journalists try to find the most underreported stories to prove that they'll be good journalists in Sonoma State.
And so during that year that year of my life that I wasted attending there, there was a night course I was auditing where the business instructor was saying that, oh, woman's paternity leave, or maternity leave is too long. He said, like it shouldn't take 6 months for a woman to recover from childbirth. And that's when a woman in the class piped up and said, more like 60 years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And, and I think you never recover. I mean,
you never fucking recover, ever.
Yes,
ever. No, I used to be scared, like, vaginally, if you have, like, that was what I was so scared of, because I was having my first child, and C-section. Had to have her vaginally, and I did all that, right?
Yeah.
So then I'm like, oh, it does go back. Everything's normal and great. The only problem was with her was I got a couple stretch marks because didn't know about vitamin C cream then because it was just coming out. People are using cocoa butter. And why the fuck are you calling me again?
That's
Who's calling
Ian West.
you?
That's Ian West is calling us. So what?
Ian, you're calling on the wrong phone.
Oh, Mark H has joined us. Mark H has joined us. Mark, before I go rinse my teeth and get the taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth.
Oh, God, yes. Tell him all about you, Mark, because he's been asking about you like he's in love with you now instead of George.
Yeah. Isn't she awful? Isn't she awful? What on earth did I do in life to deserve her? Go on. Just please, Mark.
Yeah, I was just saying I can only be so lucky. I mean, the George Knight tier is pretty high up there. I don't know if I can get close to
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, listen, I got to do way more research if I'm gonna even get close to Mr. Knight there.
Hey, you want to go half?
Really? You want to get more boring than you already are? George, come on. Stop it.
So tell us about your new job. What's going on?
So yeah, I just switched over to, it's the same type of location, but I'll just be doing. I'm trying to get into like sports betting, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I actually listened to Brook last time she was on, and she was really nice enough to let you know and update you. I appreciate that, Brook.
Yes.
It's also really nice to hear her back on. Yeah. She's done an awesome. It's been really good hearing her last few shows.
Yeah, hear that,
but
Brook?
yeah,
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
I called you George, thinking you're his lover. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I like the abuse. I'm used to the abuse, Brook. Don't worry about it. Keep it up.
Yes, we all have to be masochistic in order to be here. Yes, there's a certain masochistic streak in all of us.
No,
Oh my God.
well, Douglas made the mistake of telling me his mom was a little masochistic, so I try to give him that because I feel like every man
actually
takes his
what
mom a
I
little.
said, so that people understand this or don't misunderstand it, I said my mother instilled in myself a streak of masochism. She was not the masochist. No, definitely
so
more the sadist. Yeah, she was definitely more the sadist, the dominatrix, or she.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to be the sadist. You didn't make you.
Yes, it comes so naturally for you. Yes. Yeah. So that being said, that being established, so Mark, before tell us a bit about, catch us up. How are you otherwise? I mean, your health, the holidays. How's things?
No, everything's like amazing, Douglas. Thank you for asking that. I just
Jesus, Joe, go mute when you're fucking opening the cans.
That was my dog. I'm sorry.
Is that okay? I'm sorry.
Oh, Doug, you're blaming poor Joe over there.
He's such an easy target. I'm sorry. He's like my punching bag. I hate to say it. It's true. Did I send you the joke? I don't know if I sent you the joke about the Joe Ty nativity scene. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
The package of cigarettes, was it cigarettes?
Yeah, the camel. The camel.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my Lord.
So
no, everything's great, Doug. It's honestly just very, it's like, Brook mentioned before, just going to something totally different, transferring from that sales type of atmosphere, which was new to me, by the way, and I really. It was just something just totally different, and it was great, but it was extremely stressful. A lot of pressure, and as far as some just like it's other factors as well. I just felt it was better that I try something again differently, And so, I'm back where, at least where I'm happy now, and the state of mind is a little better. So,
Can I get a bet in on
blessed.
Clemson, Tennessee, the Orange Bowl?
What was it?
She wants to place a bet.
Can I put a bet on the Orange Bowl, Clemson and Tennessee?
Yeah, I could probably give you over/under on that one. What are you looking for?
I don't know. What's the spread?
Wow.
We could talk about the spread in a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you guys talk about this? I'll rinse my mouth out, brush my teeth a little bit. I'll be back, being refreshed, and now that Mark has joined us,
Douglas doesn't know anything about a spread unless his legs.
Yeah, yeah. There you go, honey. She knows me too well. So now Ian's saying, "Is it cool?" And now I'll bring him on maybe in a few minutes when I return. Let's have Mark and Brook hold it with Joe, and I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all of you. Keep talking. Talk about that spread. The gambling one, and I'll be back.
So, Mark, so you're in the sports now? Like, you're already over there, right?
So it's sort of like, it's kind of still it just got approved. So it's the beginning stages. So I'm in a department that's going to be somewhat merged with them. So it's just the beginning stages right now.
So are you working for a casino or?
Yeah, I mean, I've been with them since before we opened. So I've been with them for a while. Yeah.
Okay.
What casino is it?
Actually, it's the Wynn Las Vegas one, but it's Massachusetts, so it's Wynn, Mass.
Okay.
But Joe, you said I think your girlfriend works for a casino as well.
No, I used to work.
Joe doesn't have a girlfriend.
Oh my God.
Well, Brook was making an offer, and I would gladly take on the challenge.
Yeah, I heard about that nipple conversation earlier. It was pretty good. That was pretty great.
I did a pretty good job at it,
Yeah, I tried jumping on at that time. I was trying to get in on that interview. But no, that's cool. So you did. How long were you there for?
I opened for them. I opened up the
Incredible.
Rivers Casino in Schenectady for them.
Right.
Like I worked for them for like 3 months. Then when they opened up, it was too much.
Dipped out of there? Really?
Yeah. I mean,
man.
They wanted me to come to a meeting 7 a.m. Okay, the restaurant opens at 11, and it closes at 4 a.m. So, and they didn't have enough people to work in the Asian department.
So you couldn't squeeze your nipples hard enough to make it worth it.
No, I couldn't fit in the dildo up my butt to deal with it.
Jesus. Yeah, no, we have the Asian marketing in our location there. It's pretty amazing, and especially when they do Chinese New Year, it's something I've never experienced before, which I think was incredible. I was never exposed to that with the dragon, and they're really serious about it. And it's
because
actually
a lot of Chinese gamblers. That's the thing.
It's amazing. It's almost like I feel like it's almost embedded in the culture because one of our biggest financial generators is out of Macau. It's out of
Hong Kong, Macau area. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like
China.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Vegas, man, and I've seen some hardcore gamblers before, but we're talking like day and night. We're talking sleeping. We're talking awake in your clothes at the same seat. Like I've never seen any kind of dedication to gambling like that before in my life. But no, but just how they celebrate their holidays is just absolutely incredible. Yeah, and that was really cool to see that because they go around the whole entire casino. They go around the whole entire casino and do the full a ceremony. Actually, yeah, it's a ceremony. So it was pretty amazing.
That's great. So you just started, right? Or you said you've been with them for a while?
There. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I switched over. So it's one of those things. I'm kind of the same as you, except that I opened with them, but even before, so I kind of feel vested with them. You know what I mean? And why not just see where it goes, kind of.
So are you unionized?
So I'm not. I'm in management, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. All
right. But my team, my team isn't at this point, which I think is probably a good thing. but a lot of they have definitely impacted the location. So there is a large union presence there. Yep.
Yeah, they just when I started when Trump got into office, that's when I worked for him. They just started with a union over there. So
Honestly, Joe, if you ever wanted to, since you have that sort of experience, man, it's something where if you ever needed to think about going back to something like that, that's opening a property like that is pretty impressive. So,
well, I had to run like 4 kitchens.
that's what I'm saying. So it's like that's like a resume builder and something that you can really speak to if you ever needed something.
Joe,
else,
just let me do your resume and let me put fake phone numbers on it for them to call to verify the shit's why they fired you. Oh my God, wrong.
All
yeah,
right.
just have them call us. We'll give you good recommendations. Just have them call us.
All right, I will. But
yeah. Brook, I was gonna say, Brook, like, did you? I heard you earlier. You said because Joe was mentioning if you wanted to get back in the sales, and honestly, I feel you 100% of it's having done it for not so long, definitely not as long as you. I can understand the plight for you not to wanting to get back into it.
Man, I've gotten so many offers recently. Like, just I don't even check my my what's that called, YouTube, my LinkedIn, and like just randomly checked it and had like 5 offers in there. Call me without that sales position, blah blah blah. And that's not just and those are just bullshit, but not applying. And it's just like, yes, can I go back in it and make money? Yes. Am I determined to at least try to find something else first? Yes. So I'll go back into it if I need to, but I would like to start something myself is really what I'll do most likely, even if it's less money. And if not, I'll go back into it. I mean, it's always a fallback and I can do it,
So you want to open up a business, Brooke?
I actually want to long term. I have 26 acres that I would like to put a 501c3 animal rescue on that I own in addition to my house. So I would like to do that. So that would be more long term because obviously I need investors and the 501c3 takes at least a year to get approved. So whether I was in rescue, I can go into animal training, which is, and, I do tarot and I do astrology as well. So I could do a little mixture of a combo of things. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Well, do the tarot for the animals. So.
Right. I used to tell my daughter, we would sing, I would tell her, she'd be talking about church or something. She was younger. And I'd be like, they need a church for dogs. I was like, dogs need Jesus too.
Absolutely.
That was my quote. I was like, dogs need Jesus too.
It's
a complete joke, but I was completely joking. But yes, I mean, tarot for dogs is it's ridiculous. But yes, I do. I mean, I'm looking at a few things, and I've decided to kind of I've been focused on myself. Just focused on where it's leading me, and when I feel I need to do it, and when I have to. So,
all right,
Brooke, I think. Yeah, no, sorry to interrupt, Joe. I'm just going to say that I think that's an awesome idea, just to be able to just keep follow your heart really strong, and you always have that to go back on, and it doesn't hurt to try something else because at least you're trying it. I mean, it's kind of corny to say, but if you're not trying, you're going to fail, and if you're always in the same exact thing all the time, you're not going to know if there's anything else. So it's scary. It's scary, but if you trust your instincts this long in life, why not just keep going? So I think, that's a good decision.
Thank you for that. Because it is, that's where it'll get me is just the fear, but it's almost, I'm catching myself now going, well, if you don't, it's like one of those things, if you don't do it, how much longer do you have? You don't do it and you regret what you didn't do, right? To try it, because you can try and fail. And I've gotten to the point now where I used to stop myself with anything because of fear of failure. Like fear of failure was my biggest weakness in life.
That's huge.
And now just saying, well, what's the worst that can happen? Like it didn't happen. You go back into sales, like at least you tried.
Right. And then you also learn something too. Is for me, it's like that was the scariest thing. I've never done that field, and I never knew jewelry, watches, whatever. And then I embedded myself in it and indulged myself in everything. So at least at the very least, you know, you have some experience and you have some knowledge that you've never had before. And, you know, you, like you said, you tried it. And I think that's something to be proud of. I really do. You know, it's like you can sort of cop out on it and be like, oh, well, you know, you failed at it. You didn't do well on it. But look, there's all these sorts of pussies around here. And I'm surrounded by pussies, too, that are like, oh, you know, you're only there for a little bit. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, well, you're in the same fucking spot you've been in for 5 years straight and you haven't been promoted. So
right,
it's like,
you're still the kitchen manager for 5 years. You've never
exactly.
been.
So it's like literally, you're just gonna you're surrounded by, you know, people that are just sort of caked in on themselves and just sort of like resonated in this bullshit that they've always been in. So if you don't challenge yourself, the people around you aren't going to do it. You know,
Right.
they're just gonna want to put you down as much as they can. So
Yeah, and I actually had to cut somebody off recently. There was a friend of mine that I had co-worked with, and just literally was like, I don't think which just kept pushing me back into sales. Like, that's, and I just said, you know what? If I didn't say it to this person, but I just had to kind of cut him off as far as communication for a while, because I realized I can talk myself down all fucking day. That's all we do is talk ourselves down. The last thing you need is someone else talking you fucking down.
that's true. Yeah.
Like saying, oh, that's a risk. Oh, you should just go back into something,
Exactly. Well, you know what? A lot of times there's a reason for that, because they're part of the same system that wants to keep you the way they are. They want you to be like them. So one of the biggest ways to do that is by saying that. And it really is, and you know, as I know, in sales, if they want you, you know what they're going to do. They just keep throwing fucking money at you. Mm-hmm. So that's where it comes in, and everyone else is like, oh, well, why don't you just fucking stay with it? Why don't you stay with it? And it's like, well, it's not all it's cracked up to be. There's
you end up selling your soul. You end up selling your soul. I mean, in
essence, yes.
Well, actually, almost worse than that. You really end up selling your health.
That's what it is. You get really sick. You get really sick, and most people don't know why, even though they do. You cause yourself to get sick because you're allowing this to happen to you, and that's exactly what it is. It's when shit hits the fan or if sales aren't good, you get worked on. Everybody gets worked on. Mm-hmm. You're going to get worked on no matter what it is, and it's going to be very unethical.
Doesn't matter if it's their data. Doesn't matter if it's their mentality. You're the salesperson. Just bring in the sales.
Yes, it does. That's 100%. If you're not bringing anything in, if you're not creating something to bring in, you're getting kicked the fuck out. Yeah, absolutely.
It's awful.
And it's a daily struggle. People don't realize in sales, you take that home with you. It's not like you leave the job at work.
No, every day is designed to attack you, either to control or get rid of you, or just completely make you feel like you're going to lose your job at any minute.
Yeah, you're just worried. Am I going to get my numbers for this month? Am I going to get my numbers for the quarter? Yeah.
100%.
Awful. Yes, definitely. It's like the most stressful thing I can think of, honestly. It's one of the worst fates to befall.
Yeah, I wonder why I started getting 6 months ago. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely. I'm glad you got out of that. And finally, both of you. Yeah, congratulations on both of you for getting out of that. It's just not healthy, and it's very it is, there's no reason to even go on about it. It's just a unbelievably stressful position to be in.
So you're going to support me then. So as I am starting the 501c3, you're going to come down here and help me train the pit bulls that are like the really hard ones.
Oh yeah, because she wants me to sign my insurance over to her so she can feed me to the pit bulls. That's the whole plan. Yes.
No. There was 2 different stories. I want you to sign your insurance over to anybody but blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
But I did say animals would be good. I also said if randomly somebody offered you $1 million or some bullshit deal at this point in your life, and you didn't, happen in your past, and you said the French lady was going to feed you to or whatever. What were they?
Boa constrictor. Yes.
I said, well, I can assure you if that happened to you now and I'm around you, I will feed you to my pit bulls if you don't fucking suck the goddamn dick.
What our Lady Brooke is referring to those of you who have no idea what she's speaking about, basically when I attended John Robert Power's modeling and acting school, that was at the time that Beverly Hills 9210 was big, and one of the things that they arranged for...
90210 is what we call it, okay?
Yes, that's right. And for those of you who don't know, that's the Watergate building. Really, that's the same building where Monica Lewinsky was, rendezvousing with William Jefferson Clinton, was the Watergate building, and so that was what inspired Beverly Hills 90210, and that was of course it's Beverly Hills, California, and they changed the whole scene. But
actually, 90210 was before Watergate. Before Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky.
It was, but I'm just pointing out the fact that Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky were rendezvousing in the Watergate building. That's where they were rendezvousing. For those who don't know, the Watergate Hotel.
Let's just get back to the point that you could have been Luke Perry.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So basically, they needed an Asian male who did not look Asian, because the problem is most the way they described it to me, quite bluntly, the talent scout said, Asian men, Asian women are beautiful. They're porcelain dolls. Everybody wants them. But Asian men, they're just good for the 3 Gs. He meant the 3 roles of geeks, gooks, and gangsters. That's basically what he said. But men like you, young men who are half Asian, then the whites can tolerate that. You don't have that horrible Asian look. So you're like Asian light, watered down. And so they flew me down to the producer, and the man basically said, it's casting couch time. Now, he was very good about this, in all fairness, and, just basically very politely and very tactfully tried to wine and dine me and, give me as good a time as possible before, going in for the kill. And at that time, I just told him I just can't get it up. It's not like I'm sorry, I just don't swing in this direction. And he said, well, let's get excited. Let's look at some porn. And so, the regular porn didn't make it any better. I said, look, I'm not feeling any stirring of the loins looking at this. And he says, but how about this? And then so he showed me other actors that he had sex with and helped in their careers. And there was Arnold.
How old were you for everybody to reference?
Oh, God, it wasn't that young. I mean, I had to be in my 20s. Yeah, about 20s. So, I mean, I'd have to look at my own resume to remember the exact year at this point in my life. I've done a lot to forget.
I was just looking teens, 20s, whatever, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, 20s, yeah. And but he said, I've helped. So he had pictures of himself having sex with Schwarzenegger. Who else was there? Certainly it was Schwarzenegger. There was Mel Gibson, and there was Danny Glover. Those 3 really stood out because he had a lot of pictures of them in particular, just in all positions with him. He said, you can be like them, and I can make you ultimately like them, one of these level actors. And I tried and I just couldn't. I just couldn't.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know. Then when I came back to my instructoress, Sylvie Michelle Quagenbaum, French lady, born in New Caledonia. That's in the Pacific, but it's a department of France. She kicked me down the stairs, just told me what a loser I was, that I wasn't man enough to suck cock, that I was just such a pussy that I couldn't take it up the ass. That there's an incredible irony here. I can see the humor in it after many years, but of course it's no fun taking the beating then from her. And then like I said, she had a big pet boa constrictor that she used to feed jackrabbits to, but she didn't throw me to that. She just tossed me out down the stairs, and then I had to pick myself off the street And that was pretty much the end of my acting career, you know, just
And now we're back to why Brooke, if he ever got another offer, would feed him to the pit bulls. With no questions asked, pit bulls would be fed. I would have no guilt. You were an idiot. Whatever. Twice.
Yeah, if you had like the wild boars, you could do it. You know, like the Hannibal movie, and just feed them like to the wild boars. You know? Put on the sound of screaming.
Hey, I'll invite you down here
people.
to bring the. We'll figure it out. I mean, whatever. I've got his life insurance anyway on the way.
Douglas, totally random, but since you mentioned that since we're in that sort of like casting couch kind of thing, I remember a lot of times when they would talk, you know, I think it was actually Max Spears would talk about being compromised, or just people that are part of these, maybe even part of like bloodlines that they do the old ancient key, the Solomon's Key, I believe it's called, the Key of Solomon.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Is that like something that would be done as well in like a casting couch kind of thing to sort of just keep people at? I mean, because I think he would talk about it being done when you're very, very young, before the age of 3.
Right. No, I mean,
So-
well, when Max Spears spoke of subjects like that, I'm sure he knew what he was talking about. I'm actually not familiar with what he was saying. In terms of what he was saying, if you could elucidate on that, it sounds like what I would speculate. I would speculate that what you're relating to us when you speak of Max Spears speaking about that is that he was talking about some kind of horrible sexual ritual or branding or scarring psychologically or just sexually. What that would be done when somebody is about 3. Certainly something like that happened to me, whether it was organic or whether it was conspired. When people remember that my grandfather attempted to orally rape me when my teeth were just coming in at the age of 3. But that was like after a year in which he had his way with my sister.
Well, fuck, why would he wait till your teeth came in? I mean, it was probably better before.
My mother kept throwing my sister at him. You never heard the story. That's right. You didn't know that. Okay.
No, I was just making a joke. I was going to say, if I was going to rape you, I'd do it too before your teeth came in.
Before the teeth came in. Yes, of course, right. I get it. No, I mean, he would have done that. It's that my mother kept throwing my sister at him.
Why didn't your mother fucking keep you away from the fucker?
You mean like both of us? Like she?
Yeah, you're
us.
trying to rape my kids. I'm going to kill you. You die. Get away from them.
It's like she's stuck in a situation where basically that would have, of course, just roused the town against us. Just so people understand, it was an isolated home that's away from any immediate vicinity of dwelling. It's like truly out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, now you're trying to talk like you're Southern.
No, but I mean, that was the situation in Walcott, New York. It was Walcott, New York. And, to give people an example of this, the threats were made by the gang stalkers for years that they were going to destroy my father's tombstone, which was provided by the VA and has all 3 wars on it: George, Joseph, Henry Dietrich, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, because he was a 3-war veteran. And so then, because they were threatening to do this, I had asked Lena Shea, who lives in upstate New York, right next to Joe Ty, basically, in Albany, could she ever check on my father's gravestone? And she pointed out, without being sarcastic at all, she pointed out the logistics were so terrible. She said that it would be easier for me, speaking as herself, she said it would be easier for me to literally get on a plane and visit you in San Francisco than it would be for me to trek on his grave in upstate New York. That is how isolated that place is in Walcott, the Walcott Cemetery. It's like, truly, it's just almost inaccessible. These are places out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Oh my God, those are the most fun places to visit, though.
Yeah, if you say so. It reminds me of, I can't resist this, just a little tangent here. My dad's brother was murdered by his wife. My dad's brother was married to someone who murdered him. And so she basically married a string of old men after that and killed them all. And it was just like she was married to literally maybe half a dozen guys after my dad's brother bought it. And, he died by being basically hit on the head with a baseball bat and rolled down the stairs. At which point the doctors came in and said, well, the fucker's like 80 years old and nobody gave a shit. So there was no investigation. And then she got addicted to it, I guess, and just started, marrying a string of guys after that, and they all died. And she just kept marrying more. It was like, these were all elderly men that nobody gave a shit about. So she became a serial killer. And aside from...
And in case anybody's wondering why Douglas has not been married.
Yeah.
Number one, his uncle, his dad's brother, come to that.
Yeah.
And number two, his dad, how many times was he married before your mom?
5, at least. Around 5. Around 5. Enough where the Navy actually stripped him of a rank because they said he was an embarrassment to the Navy because all these women were complaining that they weren't getting their, alimony and shit or whatever you call it, the divorce dues. And so the Navy said, you're not paying any of your alimony to all your wives. You're a disgrace to the Navy. And so they stripped him down a rank from chief petty officer down to
the Dietrich should not get married.
Yeah. But in the case of where was I was talking about what were we speaking about? Why my mother allowed this, or why it was like out in the middle of nowhere, and basically I have every confidence my mother could easily have killed this man, but the point was that there would have been repercussions. It's just when I ultimately we were told that I had killed him. It was only literally decades later, generations later, that I was contacted by somebody on the East Coast to tell me that he died maybe a few years later. He lingered. He was on life support for the 2 years thereafter. And the family kept him alive because they all wanted to be in his good graces so that they could be in the, the will. But my father, of course, had been cut off from the will completely, so they never bothered to even tell him my grandfather was alive. Basically, we were told then he was dying. The medics who showed up said, this man is dying. But what had happened was, as I pointed out before, the Japanese tradition or the Chinese tradition is, and you might remember my saying this, Brook, maybe not, but basically, so people understand it, when like families would get murdered, royal dynasties, then the loyal retainers would present their own children up for sacrifice by saying, this is the real heir to the throne, and that way they would enable the royal family to escape and then maintain the dynasty in exile with the hopes of returning to power, which sometimes worked historically, sometimes didn't. But in terms of my mother, she thought on those terms that my sister was to be sacrificed to preserve myself, and at least until the point where I could defend myself. And then that's what happened. Then, after about a year of satisfying himself with my sister, which I guess he felt was he was ready to move on to greener pastures, then he turned towards me, and that's when my teeth were coming in, and I bit his dick off. But when it came to and of course, the first thought that I had was, blood's got to taste better than this. It was just how horrible his blood tasted. It was like copper. It was that's the overwhelming sensation I remember. It's the taste of copper, overwhelming, just acrid chemical. When I relayed the story to Peter Moon, he had the perfect term for it. He called it Kodak blood, because the guy had been working with chemicals all his life. But
Rhesus negative. Sorry to interrupt you, Douglas. Yeah. Rhesus negative blood is heavily copper based.
Interesting. Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly, and that explains quite a bit. Yeah. And so he, so that's what our Lady Brook is referring to. And as for,
I'm sorry, they do some stupid shit in the Japanese-Chinese tradition as far as that goes, because I understand that's where your mother's from, but first of all, in the South, it would left my daughter there. I would have gone, oh, you want my daughter? Here she is. Also, here's a fucking gun in your fucking mouth. Pull the fucking trigger. Done.
Yeah.
And secondly, also, what's the thing? Is it Japanese or Chinese where, like, it's the fucking, if you're engaged and then, like, the groom dies, then they kill the bride so they can be buried together?
Oh, well, that would happen only in the case of, say, for instance, royal families. Royal families would sometimes do that. And also beyond that, with the royal family, they would bury like people that they had never necessarily encountered, like some young brides with them
Yeah,
for the afterlife.
if they were single, they'd find them a dead fucking. They'd find them a woman and kill her.
Yes, that's right. Yes. How did you know this?
I told you I do my studies. I just think you're crazy sometimes.
I gotta say, like Doug, Brooke is like definitely impressed. She's definitely impressed a lot of us, especially. I mean, I'm totally impressed recently. She knows a lot of shit, man.
Yes.
Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, and yeah. No, definitely appreciate it.
You're doing your little fake thing, Douglas. Why don't you do your real thing, like when I impressed you the other night when you're like, "Where did you get that? Can you send that to me?"
See, this is where I can't win. See,
But he does the fake. Everybody knows Douglas's fake voice. Oh yes.
Shoot. But the worst ones are, of course, I
Douglas
think.
always knows I love you. I have to call you out. Nobody else is going to.
But by the way, there was a very poignant drama that was produced at one point that was on the Asian television. That was about the one of the young brides who was going to be sacrificed with the emperor. So when the emperor was buried, then one of the child brides was to be interned with him alive. And so then what happened was there was this old caretaker of the cemetery who just felt so bad for her that she made certain to break into the emperor's tomb and continue to feed the girl. So the girl grew up in the emperor's tomb, and then later on broke out into the real world. So there was a whole drama about that.
Douglas, this sounds like the movie that you forwarded the other day.
It sounds maybe resonant, but nowhere near like that. That's really.
I'm just saying it sounds completely fictional.
Oh, well, like I said, it was a drama. That was a drama that was made about the subject. So the subject is acknowledged, but a drama.
Okay, great. No, I missed the drama part. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. It's a historical drama that was based on the subject. But such being said, the when it comes to the worst cultures would be Asian India, though. Asian India, they like bride burning, all that crap. It's just awful. I mean, that's truly awful as far as I'm concerned. It's just and of course, the old Vikings even had that kind of tradition where when the great Viking leader died, and then a woman would often be set on the fire ship with him. It's like, I mean, this is kind of like all these cultures have this kind of background.
Even in Egypt.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm not familiar enough with it, but it's like...
oh my God, you've been asking why you're fucking stuck with my ass, making fun of you and giving you hell when nobody else will on your own shit. I'm pretty sure you burnt me and you had me killed or some bullshit. Here's your turn. Yes. That's probably like the dad, and I was just like, please don't kill me. Like, your son will be okay without you killing me. Like, I've never met him in my life, and you're like, oh no, he will not die alone.
There's this one Black African American woman named Ramona Halitha Henry, who for years was very interested in myself, and she believed that we had been together in a past life.
No. This is where I have to interrupt you. How do you, and this is probably where I get a little too much, but I have not even been drinking. I am tired and have not been drinking at all. And still, you just said tonight, you literally said, I don't know what state you're from, which was fine.
Yes.
Sorry, the dog is coughing. And then you said, North Carolina? And I said, no, not North. And then you went, Georgia? And I went, no, but you're close. You're in between. And you went, Mississippi?
No. I said, I know it's not Mississippi. I said, I know it's not Mississippi. That's what I said.
Whatever. You couldn't go to South Carolina. How the fuck do you remember these random people's names and you can't even get geography right?
It's a gift. It's a talent.
I think he's possessed. That's the only way he gets it right, because the peacock angel's in him.
Something like that, yeah.
Whatever, Joe. He thought you were a Mongol.
Oh,
That's don't listen to her.
I'm a mongrel.
Mongrel. Yes, there we are. Yes.
Whatever. You know how he had all the babies. Whatever.
So Ian West was asking if it's cool.
Oh, yes, he's gonna bring Ian West on to shut me up now.
The only reason I'm Ian, the only reason I may not bring you on tonight is because I do want to go into monologue soon, and I'm just afraid that if I bring you on, we'll all continue the discussion for too long.
No. Bring Ian West on fucking right now, please.
Okay.
Like 2 minutes of Ian. Come on.
Okay. Let's see if I can make this happen. And Ian West. Now, how do we do
I
this?
like feisty Brook. Feisty.
Gosh, and I've got Mark here tonight and Joe. Like, I'm so happy.
Yes, there we
Is
are.
Mark still here? Mark, are you there?
I'll be even happier.
I am here. Yes, I am, miss.
Yes, here we are.
Mark has a very sexy voice. Have y'all noticed that?
He's he's every bit the man.
Thank you so much, Brooke. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you.
It's a very sexy sales voice. I can see why they took you into sales. Although I think the gambling thing will do well. I do, however, I am a little upset that you're not going to have it online before the Orange Bowl, obviously, at the end of December, right? I was at Harrah's Casino. What was it?
Mm-hmm. Which one?
Harrah's in Cherokee.
Oh, the one that Joe Tai is talking about?
No, North Carolina. She's talking about North Carolina, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cherokee Nation.
On the reservation, yeah. Like in South Carolina, we have no reservations. So in North Carolina, you can't gamble in either, but they do have reservations. So Harrah's is there.
Yeah, I worked in Hickory, North Carolina, so I heard.
Okay.
Oh, they have like totally different. Reservation rules are totally different. They can get away with a lot more. As far as,
I think 18 they can gamble over there.
Yeah, the rules as far as that goes. Totally different, 100%.
It's so weird though being there because when you're going there, like you drive up this mountain, like get in this 2-lane road, eventually, and then you're like, there's nothing. You're in the woods, and then it comes out, and you're just like, basically, there's some other things there now too, but Harrah's is just so huge in the middle of it. Like it's expanded so much more even in the last 20 years, obviously, and it's unbelievably huge, but everything around it is just like trailer park, right? And I didn't know why, but the person I was with told me about it and was like, no, it's because they live for free. Because that's how basically, the money that comes out of them having Harrah's on the reservation, like all those trailers and little houses, like they don't pay rent or anything. Like it's all free.
Whoa.
Yeah. One of the good things about that, some businesses in the hospitality and casino business is that they some companies will step up and do things like that. They may have funds or things like that, or even the one that I'm at that's like we have like free food all day long. So anytime you're hungry, you can just come in and get some free food.
Oh, right. Wow.
Exactly. So that right there is just incredible.
Well, I think that's incredible, but this is different.
I think Douglas would move over where you are at.
But you're not on a reservation, are you, Mark?
That's negative. No
Yeah,
reservation.
so what I understood about the reservation is because legally in North Carolina, South Carolina has no Indian reservations at all. So you can't, and we are anti-gambling, so you can't put a casino here with our laws. North Carolina, you also can't put a casino there with their laws. But because Indian reservations are not under the state law, they can put one there. And so that's why Harrah's chose to come in there. But Harrah's had to negotiate with the reservation, not the state, right? So therefore, it was negotiated that they would give so much housing free, whether they were, I don't know if they had to all be workers or not, but like it's free housing, and like they give all these things, and that was all negotiated in the contract, and I'm sure it's continually updated. But that contract is when Harrah's first came in and has continued to grow, those things are negotiated between the reservation that allows them to stay which has nothing to do with the state or the federal government. And that's why, the Indian reservation allows them to stay, because they're benefiting by getting these free things. And so that's why you look around and you're like, why is it like, because you'd think you could have condos right there. Like people would, like all this land. I'm like, why wouldn't you build all these condos or something? But it's just like all these little like mobile homes, these little houses, like it's,
Yeah,
it's weird. It's weird.
It is weird. It's weird, and it's overwhelming too, because the buying power of these companies is it's just beyond anything that I've experienced, and they literally could just swoop in, and they did. You could just swoop in into blocks and blocks of neighborhoods and just totally acquire them, and just totally transform a neighborhood into something different. Now whether that's going to be a good thing or bad thing that's all perspective, but it's just kind of interesting just to see that trend.
Well, and that was my point to that was that's where the reservation, I have to respect them, kept themselves were like, okay, they could sweep in and they're going to buy our land, right? And then it's going to, like, how much more money would Hera make if they had just turned across the street, like across the street from Hera's? You can literally, like, the high rise, and there's several of them, you're looking out across the street at mobile homes. And my point to that is, like, there's Starbucks, there's a few, like a Starbucks here, like there's one or two, but everything's mobile home, and it's these. Even I, like, as not a Harris owner, like, I would want to go up there and be like, give me this little mobile home park, I'll put a fucking high rise on it, right? So obviously Harris can fucking afford to do that, and they would make money. They can't, because that is what the reservation, they're allowed to only stay there because the reservation allows it. So therefore reservation kicks them out and says no. So the reservation has said, we're not going to allow our people to be kicked out for high rises that you can make money on.
So how many hours it took you from South Carolina to North Carolina?
Well, I was going to say.
It depends on where you want me to go in North Carolina. I can get to Charlotte in an hour and a half. I can get to Asheville in an hour. And to get to Harrah's, it was about 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's not that far. How about that?
I'm sorry, before we bring Ian West on, because, he stimulates everyone, what were you going to say, Mark? When Joe asked that question, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say to Brooke, what she was saying, I was going to kind of piggyback on what she was saying, that the tribes, if it's tribal land, they can do those things. That it's basically as long as they want. In a similar circumstance in our location where, really funny, there's basically just a house with a property, and they refuse to sell out to the casino, and they're basically like a small little island in this area, and they, no matter how much money they're offered, they will not budge. And there's a certain area, because it's really hard-headed, sort of somewhat tough area, and they're really stubborn. They will not, even till this day, they're still not giving. They're just going to see how much money eventually, how much money will be offered. Maybe one day it'll be enough. But it's just interesting to see. Literally, they're purchasing everything around this one little tiny house.
Holy shit!
So where is it in Massachusetts, Mark?
It's in Boston.
Yeah, Joe's going to try and claim he's their long lost son. So when they finally sell, they might be able to, write him into the will.
I'm the Sioux from the Sioux Nation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there you are. Yes. Oh my God.
Joe, how about this? We'd have better luck. You send me the money for the fake boobs. I'll go up there and handle them. Okay?
Sounds good. Oh. Yeah, she'd be able.
Can I get to see the merchandise before I augment them?
I'll meet you in the front of the fucking house. Okay, before I go.
Now, Ian West says that he wants to correct something I said. So, yes, by all means, Ian. Yes.
Hey, guys, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, definitely.
Am I choppy? Does it sound quality good?
Oh, no, you're like coffee. We're all caffeinated now just by the sound of your voice, I assure you.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, Brooke, whenever you said about the birth certificates and the numbers on the back on the stock exchange, that's completely fucking true.
I knew he'd say that.
That is completely true. And if you want to see how much money you're worth, you can go to this website. It's called GMEIutility.org. Put in your social security number, and it'll tell you all the companies that bought and sold your stock or your birth certificate.
Wow. Gee, I just went there now. It told me I'm not worth jack shit.
No, Doug, you were in the military. You're probably worth about over $500 million.
Oh God, that's cute. Thank you.
No, I'm dead serious. Okay. I'm dead serious.
I can assure you, the day he didn't suck that guy's dick, he went down to $2.45.
So every time you sign up for college, every time you join the force, every time you get another government job, you get another SESTA QV number attached to your social security number. And there's over $1 million insurance bond on that number.
Oh, gee. So, but who cashes in on all this?
The government does. That's how the government makes $1 trillion a day and can give Israel millions and millions of dollars every month.
Wow. Well, the government's the military-industrial complex, but whatever, okay.
Well, the military,
if I was even going to believe that, it would be the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, by the way, and people may think that Brook and I are being conspiratorial here, but actually, functionally, your military runs your government. That is quite true. Yes, it is. Yeah.
No, I'm dead serious. We're all like this first 18 years of our lives. That $1 million insurance policy on these bonds, which are, your
what's the website again, Ian? I'm going to it now. What is it?
Okay, GMEIutility.org.
Okay. GME.
Yeah, but no, that's a true thing. That's a true thing.
Well, thank you. And so okay. So what do you say about so basically, Mr. Andreich in Australia. And Brook and I call him Oz, like Australia, Aussie or Aussie Andre. He had several choice things that he was trying to, indoctrinate Brook into concerning his own perspective, which is very QAnon-ish, very, very conspiratorial. And he was like, oh my God, he said that there's been 1 million children rescued by the U.S. military that were kept underground in Australia that had never seen the light of day. Now, this would require enormous logistics. It's just, what do you make of this? Have you heard of this?
Well, most of them are clones. Most of them are clones
I
underground.
knew he'd say that. I knew he'd say that.
What?
But I don't know about 1 million. I mean, I wouldn't count on a number. But no, underneath Australia, there's basically. All of Australia is underground, and it's called Pine Gap. That's what they call it.
Oh, that's where he was. Oh my God.
Yes.
That's a real legit thing.
Yes. You see, what we're finding out now is that Andreich is the father of all of those children. They took each one of his sperms. He just needed to jack off once into a Dixie cup. They took each one of the sperms and basically infested an egg. Millions of eggs.
Yeah,
they had
incubated.
Waiting. Yeah, they're all Andreich's children.
That's what Epstein wanted to do. That's what Epstein was doing underneath his island. He was making an army of him.
But how do you know this?
Because he admitted it.
And that's why they killed him.
Where do you have this evidence, or is it just something you're forwarding?
No. He was working on this ever since like the late 90s.
First of all, let's back up a minute. You want to prove one thing at a time. GMEI.
Like
GMEI
utility.org.
I'm on it, and it says registration renewal challenge and bulk service in my account.
Okay, type in your social security number.
I just did. You know what it said?
No, did you put dashes? You got to put the dash.
Oh.
See, I knew it. See, that fucked me up too the first time I did it, and then I found out
aren't you concerned they're going to use your social security number for something?
She's not linking her name to it. It's just a random fucking number to them. It doesn't say Brook so and so. So
So it just asks for an LEI number. Holy shit! It came up with shit.
Yeah, I know. That's all the companies that bought and sold your birth certificate.
Holy shit!
Yep.
Oh, wait. Who bought you? Honey, who bought
I've got 802 fucking records. I want to see when the first one fucking started to see if it started.
How many records do you have?
802.
That's it?
That's all. I'm
girl, I got like 200-something thousand. But then I get arrested, and then I was in Job Corps, and then I was in California Conservation Corps. So I got
But
You
you're
know,
also fucking crazy as shit, Ian. Like I was,
well, I've been around the world, you know.
I'd be like, I mean, like you get like if they're buying for us to die or like get arrested, I'd be buying your shit more than mine too.
Oh, no, I'm for it.
Let's see. I just want to go back to see if a beta shares Martin.
Right.
Holy shit! There's no way this is fucking. Like I've heard of this. That's why I told him. But like I had heard it from enough people that I was like, and it wasn't
it's
from
true.
Aussie. I never heard this from Aussie guy. Like this was well before I met you. I had actually heard this, Douglas.
Oh my god.
And I just never took. I didn't know what website, and I didn't take the time to look
But
it up.
is this just names coming up, or is there an
Holy
indication?
shit, like,
Yeah.
I mean, you can type in your social privately to me, and I'll put it in and tell you what the fuck.
That's
But-
all I need is Brooke Gibson to have my social security
Yeah,
number.
that's why you're so stupid, because you thought I was gonna take your money too. You're an idiot. You think I'm a fucking idiot. Whatever you want to do.
He doesn't have
I'm
any
gonna
money
look
to
at
take.
mine. How about that? Dell Innovation had me at one
No,
point.
no. What she means is that she had contributed money to me, and I was
Yes,
afraid
and
when
he
she
got
got
in a little fight
pissed.
with me when he
Yes.
kept me up with 2 hours sleep and I was drunk, and then he's like, I need to stop the broadcast right now because she might take her money back, which I was like,
Yes.
I didn't even hear that till like 2 weeks later.
Yes.
And I was like, what the fuck was he thinking? Like, first of all, I didn't even know I could take my money back. And secondly, I never considered taking money back.
Honey, I've had, just the kind of life I've led, the kind of experiences I've had with people. It's just, you can't blame me for being cautious. Instead, you should, contribute some more money so that way I can kiss and make up to you.
I'll contribute more money when you start supporting our baby that's on the way.
You're such a bitch. Okay, I'll sign over that insurance policy to you. How's that? We'll arrange for that.
Sorry, initial registration date on mine was not until 2013 unless updated today.
Updated today. That's because you're on my show, baby. That's what makes you marketable. They said, she's affiliated with that Doug Dietrich son of a bitch now.
The first update was like it was legally bought out of Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Paris, wow.
Oh yeah, they buy and sell these certificates like all across the world.
I mean, in Paris, they really want you. I mean, you're blonde, you're a lesbian. They would have put you in the Grand Guignol.
Yeah, she'll get 2 sets of QB numbers for that anyway. But no, that's all true, y'all. That's a true thing, and you can cash out on it. Like I know people that have cashed out on it.
You're kidding.
The only reason I even brought it up to Douglas was because another person that had told me, or actually it was just a video I watched, but they were like, they were basically saying they weren't conspiracy theorists, like weren't being led shut, but that this is something that they were saying you call a local brokerage person, which my father actually went into brokerage. So like anyone that does stocks and just say, hey, I have a stock certificate here. I can't tell who it's left to or like who owns it now. It's just an old stock certificate that I found, like apparently my parents, like I've got a number on it, and have them look it up because I didn't have the website like you gave me, but like they said have them look it up and they will tell you who and give them your social. Then just say what's the stock number, and if you give them your social or whatever the number was, they were like they will basically tell you who owns that.
That's true.
Okay, so. Okay,
let's cash out.
I was about to say. So why have you never cashed out on this, Ian?
That is a whole nother episode that we have to go through.
How can I cash out? How do I know what I'm fucking worth, man?
Well, like I said, that's a whole nother episode we got to go through. I mean, I don't have the book on. Well, I got the book somewhere on my shelves, but I'm in the middle of.
And so what I find is interesting is here's the cool thing. So it will tell you this if you actually look on this website if this is true. So it'll tell you the owner, and my last owner for a while has been at 250 West 43 Junior Mez in Wilmington, and it would say issued and then lapsed, registration lapsed, and then issued and issued active, then it lapsed, then issued active. Apparently they reissued me and I became active when I became back on your fucking site, dude. I guess I was worth some more money, maybe.
That's right, honey. That's why, it just pays to be a friend of
Delaware.
Douglas.
I'm out of fucking Delaware. Who's the fucking Delaware?
Who's in Delaware?
Didn't we know
I
something
don't know.
Oh, that's Biden's territory.
Biden owns you.
Good
baby.
one, Joe. Good one. Good one.
Hey, Ian, I was gonna say, so if you cash out, if you do cash out on this, does that mean like you're kind of selling your soul, kind of thing?
Yeah,
Well,
that's a
no,
good question.
they already have your soul. That's why they fucking. That's why they've been buying and selling you.
Oh my God! It says managing. So on this one, the one that's had me for a while, the most initial registration update was May 11th, 2022, and it's Bloomberg is the managing LOU.
Oh, cool! Wow, honey. Well, there you go. And
I think it's kind of cool, even if Ian's like crazy dude. I think this is completely
Oh
cool.
no, I just heard you say that, and I just built this website in like the last 30 minutes, and then
Right? Hey, if you can do that, I will fucking let you build the boobs before fucking damn Joe dies.
Well,
You
try
should
to
have seen
catch
how it
me
pissed
out,
off
Ian,
Windows.
so I can get her boob job.
Yes.
Oh no. If she cashes out, dude, she could buy her own tits. Don't worry about it.
Well,
No,
I'm trying to cash out. It says transfer, and then it says, how do you transfer?
Oh no. You first off, like I said, there's a whole nother episode, and I know you want to do your monologue tonight, but have you guys been hearing about that Camp Lawan crap?
Oh God, the 1,000 kids out of the thing.
No. This was here in the
Million,
States.
a million kids, honey. Go on.
No, I know. I kept saying 1,000. It was a million.
Yeah, but go
So
on.
what
Ian.
happened? Ian?
Did you hear about the Camp Lawan lawsuit?
Okay, yeah,
No.
Lejeune, Camp Lejeune.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah,
Yes.
I just got the details yesterday, but it's another cloning lab up there. I haven't gone through the court documents yet because I've been so busy tonight. But next week I'll fucking I'll have a little status report on it.
Okay. This kind of reminds me of
North Carolina?
yeah, I can't remember which ninja film it was, but there was one ninja film where they were in Hawaii. It might have been American Ninja 4 or 5, but they were in Hawaii, and all these Marines were shown doing nothing but fucking soccer on the beach and shit. And then these ninja kidnap them because they're trying to clone them because they want that Marine Corps combat esprit, and that's the plot of the film. And I'm like thinking, why would you clone them? They're like,
No,
what
they'll clone you.
Yeah,
They'll
they would be
clone
cloning you. Yeah, what the fuck? And it's like,
you're the Marine they want to clone.
yeah, I mean, holy shit. I mean, what the fuck? None of it made any sense. And it's like, and then the Marines had to be rescued. The American ninja comes in and rescues the Marines. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then the Marines go back to playing soccer at the end of the film. It's so fucking...
Are you sure it's not G.I. Joe comics?
Yeah.
No,
The G.I. Joe comics were more mature. They actually made more sense. Yeah.
Doug, that's so true. I remember I saw one of those movies, and I remember at the time, this was a long time ago. I think I was dating an Asian American girl, and she was literally dying laughing at this movie. She goes, "This is the goofiest thing I've ever seen. A white ninja in a costume jumping around, going nuts."
Yes.
Like it was bizarre. It was wacky.
Yes, but it was also fun. I mean, you just have to accept
that's true.
Yeah, you just have to accept it with that air of fun. But it's but you know, by the time they got to, you know, oh yeah, they're playing soccer on the beach and they go back. It's just like Surf Ninja and shit. It doesn't make any sense. You just feel like you're on drugs after a certain point. It's like you know, the original wasn't that whacked out as it was the first American Ninja, but then they had all the weird shit. Then they came up with the Three Ninjas, the Surf Ninja, and yeah, of course it was just big back then. But hey, the 80s, it was like it was fun. I mean, we were rolling in cocaine back then. We were buried in snow. I mean, it was
because the Japanese was buying up America.
Yeah, and well, they were investing in America. The Americans kept saying they're buying up America. I mean, shit. Don't you want the contributions? Don't you want? I mean, anyway.
They pay taxes. I mean, why the hell wouldn't you want them to buy it? Yeah.
Yes.
And plus, they're not the biggest foreign nation to buy American property. It is the Dutch that has the most real estate in America.
Really? Wow,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was talking to a realtor.
Oh wow, how interesting. So there you go. I mean, so
yeah, so this is the racist shit that goes on in America.
Yes.
They don't even know that Dutch owns more land than the Japanese or everybody else.
Yeah.
Joe Ty and Real Tech Geeks sound too much alike for me.
They
So how do you want me to sound like, baby?
God,
Like,
that's scary.
whoa,
That
I
is
just-
scary.
Wow, that was scary.
Yeah, yes, yeah, that was. So Ian, in terms of what I'm obligated to do is I'm obligated to tell all of our listeners, always be careful and understand that there are certain things out there that you don't want to get involved with, like, say, for instance, what they used to call the straw man tax evasion, where they said, oh, you legally really don't need to pay taxes. Paying taxes is actually illegal, and that this is really a government scam. I mean, there may be, and I for a while there investigated it to the point where I literally went through a few of the motions of quote unquote becoming a sovereign citizen. So I just want people
All you have to do is buy stocks. That's how the rich people do.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, Douglas. Can I stop you right there about the sovereign citizen
Of course, go
thing?
on. Yeah, please. Yes.
Okay, a sovereign citizen is an oxymoron.
Thank you.
You can't be sovereign and you can't be a citizen. It's just something they tell white people to make them look stupid.
Thank you.
But basically,
Thank you.
that's another joke.
Yes, thank
So-
you.
Listening to you agreeing with Ian. Oh my God. First time ever.
Yes, yes,
No, we can see eye to eye on a bunch of shit.
yes.
So what's the deal with the Lejeune thing? Is it Camp Lejeune that's cloning all these?
I have it, dude. I printed out.
I'm at Camp Lejeune. I live near Camp Lejeune. What are you talking about?
For real?
Yes,
Oh
yes.
shit!
Oh, you might be entitled to some money,
How
Brooke.
long you been living there for?
What are you talking about?
How long you been living in Camp Lejeune,
Well,
Brooke?
Well, what Ian is saying, Brooke, is that Camp Lejeune has a large class action lawsuit that has to do with the toxicity of the water that is in that area. So you might be in for some money if you investigate and find out that you've been exposed to toxic water supplies or what do they call that?
Yeah,
No,
the
I'm like 3 hours. My grandfather went to the Camp Lejeune. More of the people, I mean, anybody I knew in the military that went to, obviously, in the Marines went to Camp Lejeune.
Yes.
Well,
And we were down there from Myrtle Beach, but I'm 3 hours away, so I don't think that would be.
Yes.
Well, let me clarify something. Oh, the same thing that happened to us down here in Orlando at Lockheed Martin was the same shit going on at Camp Lejeune, or however you pronounce it. I apologize. Yeah. But what they were doing was all the clones that were coming out all fucked up, like that, some clones would have like 3 eyeballs and 1 arm or whatever. They had to fucking get rid of the clones, so they would throw
Ian,
them.
This is where you fuck me over right here. You gotta try to take the side, you try to see your side, and it's where's the pictures of these clones?
Do I look like a photographer?
Does anybody around it say this? Because they should have pictures.
Fucking secret and classified in a matter of national security. They don't have pictures and shit.
Okay, well, the only way I'm going to tell you Douglas's dick is 6.1 inches long is either I'm near it to take enough pictures or someone else has.
What? Douglas sent you a dick pic?
As long as you have Cinemax skin, you're good.
If somebody can fucking be there, there's obviously a picture can be taken.
Anyway, I haven't gone through the whole Camp Lejeune paperwork yet. It's like over 100 pages, but I have gone through the Lockheed Martin Orlando fucking situation, and from what I've gathered,
I've had a Lockheed Martin in Greenville.
I haven't looked in that. I haven't looked into that.
By the way,
area
just to give everybody an out, when the Boston bombing took place, and then you had a bunch of awful people. This was at Revolution Radio. When I was involved with Revolution Radio, it was during the time of the Boston bombing. And then we had a bunch of clowns at Revolution Radio who were claiming, oh, these are all war vets who lost their limbs in Vietnam, and they're just acting as crisis actors, and they're pretending their legs and arms have been blown off. These were amputated years and years ago in Vietnam, and they're just going around, waving their stubs, and they put ketchup on it and shit, and, fake blood, and they were saying all this. They were saying it with earnestness and seriousness. It was just awful. And
Like Alex Jones, huh?
Yeah. And I was saying, well, what about all of the cell phones that people have these days that they could easily film these people, and it would be quite evident if they had like pre-amputated stumps that were covered in fake blood. And they said, no, you don't understand. When the fake bomb went off so that they could all act like they're rolling around with all their limbs blown off, then everybody's cell phones got shut down by the local towers that they said were for national security reasons. They couldn't have people calling out, so nobody could take any photographs or call out. And they were saying this with this incredible earnestness, as if they probably all truly believed it. But of course, if something like that happened, you would think that these people would communicate in another way when they finally got back into the public arena. Hey, my cell phone didn't work while I was there. I couldn't even take pictures while I was there because my phone wouldn't work. But the reason I'm bringing this up is to give Ian an out. So Ian, the next time Brooke asks you, what about these photographs of these clones? You just tell her, my cell phone, it got shut down because they shut down all the cell towers in the area. So when they all broke loose and were waving their single arm at me, coming out in the middle of their chest and winking at me with their third eye and shit, it just wasn't working. Yeah, I tried.
Brooke, they ain't got no cell phone towers at Lockheed Martin.
Hey, guess what? You know, the bad thing about listening to Douglas and shit like that is he forgets a lot of shit. And the way I got into outside sales was starting at Verizon. And my wireless background is more knowledgeable than my pharmaceutical or anything else. Cool. So I will tell you, first of all, your phone and your pictures would have worked whether you had cellular service or not. So you would have been able to.
By the way, hey, I'm not the guy coming up with this shit, okay? I'm just relaying it.
No, you're telling him how to say it, and
right,
I'm just
right,
you know
and you're pointing out that you can deconstruct that. You're pointing out you can deconstruct that immediately, right?
Yes, I can deconstruct. I can deconstruct most anything.
I'm being
I can
handled,
deconstruct
Brooke.
shit that's fucking the truth if I need to, but that's a fucking bullshit lie.
Yeah, what? Yeah, but I'm not. Hey, I know. I wasn't saying it like it was true.
Okay, now you're sounding like Ian when he said, "I just post it. I don't fucking read it."
Hey! Hey, you guys get it right. Help me out here, Mark, Joe. Tell this young lady.
Can I say? Last week was so fucking funny, Brooke. You killed it. The way you were chewing me out on the Facebook, I died laughing, man. I went back and listened to it. It was so fucking funny. You did such a good job.
Thank you. And that's what I love about you, because that's the thing about your personality is like, I'm gonna love you because it's like you bring the personality, and even if like we don't agree on shit, you're just like so cool and like
there.
I love it.
What she's telling you is
I died laughing.
What she's telling you is I love you because you're a good submissive, and because I'm a bitch. I can't.
Yeah, oh no, I'm sure she's got the whole town lined up begging to smell it, but fucking, she's not that bad. I like her.
So, at any rate, Mark, Joe, help me out here. When I was relaying what I was relaying,
yeah, he needs help now.
Yeah,
really.
I'm not.
Mark,
I wasn't proposing this seriously. I'm telling that they were saying this at Revolution Radio.
Or is your stop sign go straight? Is what you were trying to tell Ian? I was like, are you saying something to someone and then not documenting? You're telling him to go and run him off a cliff?
Yeah.
What you just said to Ian, you should say the picture wasn't working. You ran Ian off a cliff. I just fucking busted it. How are you friends with Ian? I don't even know. Like, you're hurting Ian's feelings right now.
I have no feelings left. There's just a cold ice block of a heart where my chest is. So.
Yes. Seeing all those kids
I haven't known Douglas that long, and I'm getting there too. I know.
Yes. Yeah, he grew callous from seeing all those kids trafficked underground.
Enough on anybody. I love you all. I'll be the sweet little girl that Douglas wants to coo. Oh my God, y'all are all so cute. But you all have big penises.
So, honey, let me go refresh myself just one more time.
Mine's not big.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. That was
It's average.
And Douglas knows when I'm about to hang up, so he wants to refresh himself.
Yes, so honey, please stay with the lads. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? Let me refresh myself one last time, and then when you go, we'll transfer into Monologue shortly after that, because it just you're the life of the party. So
No, y'all can have your man group, whatever. I don't.
that's we're not into that. Honestly, it's just not the same without you. I mean, with you here, it's like we're having a nice big gang bang, and you're the center of attention. You know, like your average
Oh
porno.
my God, I never know which one to scream at first. Oh my God. I haven't heard Joey forever, and then fucking Mark comes on and it's like, oh my God, that sexy voice. And then fucking the one that raises my fucking adrenaline. And then you, of course, my sexy motherfucker.
Yes, honey. Yes. So I'll be back.
One big game day, you're right.
It is. So I'll be back. I'm gonna go
How
mute.
come I haven't had an orgasm in fucking months though?
Shit.
Guys,
Never
give her
had
one.
orgasm?
Yes, give her one while I go mute. I'll be back in about 5-7 minutes, but do stay with us, Brooke. Don't leave till I'm back. Thank you.
Because most of the men you have are Minutemen.
I think she just needs a California king bed, really. I mean, that's
Is it?
the way I see it. That's an old joke from another episode. Never mind.
Is that from your like 3 women in the bed and I told you how they weren't getting wet enough because you
Yeah, no, and you're like, you shouldn't be worried about a little fucking I died laughing. That was so fucking good, man.
I
Yeah.
love that story. I do love that story. Actually, if I tell anybody about the show, I'm like, I don't know. I can't even just begin to describe any of the show because like just describing Douglas is enough. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, but I know I have like QAnon members on there. And I'm like, there's one that fucking said he's like, he had all these girls. And I tell that story right there. I love that story.
Ian has a bunch of girlfriends.
Yeah, I lied to y'all last week.
I say what I said. I'm like, I told him. And then he was so worried about his bed being damp from the hurricane.
Yeah, from Hurricane Ian, yeah.
No,
No,
dude,
I lied to y'all last week whenever I was like, yeah, my fucking phone died. One of my girls just showed up out of the blue, out of the middle of nowhere. That's why I had to go.
Did
I
she
was
give you any
Ian, bro.
microscopic?
Oh, yeah. No. We were up till the sun came up, but
yeah, dude, that's what got me, Joe. I think you were just gonna go into that. The fucking yeah, dude. That I was almost fucking throwing up in my mouth when you were talking about that shit. The spiders and the bugs and whatever the hell you were doing, man. I don't. Wow. God damn it, man.
Well,
I think I was off that broadcasting, God.
He has to take care of him, you know. I mean, he's down in where Parasite City is.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I was off that broadcast. What the fuck were you doing?
no, Joe Ty, did you hear about the GMO mosquitoes?
No. What happened with the GMO mosquitoes?
You're dead either way, motherfucker. Because either the spiders are gonna get you or the mosquitoes. Okay, this is what I'm trying to let you know.
Well, what happened was fucking the state of Florida and Central Florida and Bill Gates and the Fauci guy, they created GMO mosquitoes to help combat the Zika virus. But what they didn't plan for was that some of these mosquitoes would get eaten by like bats and fucking spiders and shit. And this amoeba that was implanted in these mosquitoes were inherited into these other creatures that ate the fucking mosquitoes. So now
are the amoeba smaller than the mosquitoes?
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. They're little things, but
Shit.
Fucking.
I heard they eat your brains.
Well, that's like the swimmer shit. The amoebas that are in the water. Yeah. If you stick your head in like lake water and it's amoeba infested,
I heard
and it
even
goes through your ears, then yeah.
Infected. I heard the salt water down there is all fucked up too.
No. Salt kills them. Yeah, like the old salt.
No, you want fresh water. You don't want to jump in a freshwater lake, and especially a warm freshwater lake. That's a completely different thing. It has nothing to do with COVID. It's been around for a while. Freshwater lakes, and then the warmer they are, is what breeds these amoebas. And the problem with it is if you jump in, and then if they get into your, like, if you were to swallow them, you can have a chance of living. The problem is if you suck it up your nose, a lot of people jump in, you get water up your nose, it goes to the brain. Once they're in the brain, there is no treatment. You are dead. And it's killed several kids and people.
That's why I'm not going south.
But that has nothing to do with the GMO shit. That has nothing to do with the GMO shit.
Yeah, I know. But
Ian needs to fucking stop doing this bullshit.
No. This is true, man. Like there's reports like the bat population being depleted here in Florida.
I love
seriously,
that.
Yeah, man, seriously, because I didn't know bats ate mosquitoes. Yeah, what the
You
fuck?
didn't
I don't know
that?
what bats eat. I
Well,
have no
they're
idea.
vampire
You know
bats,
what?
they're
I never
beggars.
thought about that, Ian. Actually, now I will say this. I'm
What?
not going with you, but I always give you credit where credit's due. I grew up here where I live.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a pool, growing up. So anytime I was outside, and we would swim, like the bats would sweep down at night, and it was a cool thing because they would sometimes sweep down at the pool with the lights. Like it wasn't like tons of bats, but you would have like a bat or two sweep down. And the last time I saw a bat was 20 years ago, at least in South Carolina. I mean, like to sweep down, like outside. Like I haven't seen a bat in 20 years. I wonder why.
Yeah, no. When I was a kid growing up, my dad had a pool in front of a magnolia tree, a huge fucking magnolia tree, and it was bat infested. So yeah, I know what you mean by they fly down and scoop some water up. But yeah, man, like I was saying, like they've got reports of these bats just fucking the bat population just dying off now. So, but the only locations I've read reports on is California and Florida. That's where the 2 GMO mosquito shit got released at.
Oh, I'm not sure there's a connection there. I just got back, and okay, but always good.
Well, I think that they just want to keep us separated, and I think at the end of the day, I will leave it with this: that the fact that there is so much QAnon bullshit, and I will say this, obviously to everyone listening, but especially to you, my dear friend Ian, that QAnon and the QAnon conspiracies, it's just like, God, I believe
QAnon doesn't exist, right? That's a joke, right?
What?
Well,
QAnon's
I'm glad
a
you
joke.
know that. He said, QAnon doesn't exist, right? It's a joke, right? And so I said,
it was a joke. It was supposed to be a joke, but then they made the white hatters all believing that Trump was the god and that he was going to save everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'll address this tonight in Monologue. I'll talk a bit about the problem is that it's a psyop, and certainly it was presented as having been started as a practical joke. Either way, it's gone way off the rails. The problem is whether it was a psyop or a joke, at this point, it has a life of its own. And so I will, do my little bit to, won't overdwell on it, but I'll do my little bit to deconstruct it. And certainly I'll bring up the fact that this has to do with what Peter Moon was alluding to, spelling, words are magic because words cast spells. That's why they call it spelling. And, so I'll go a bit into that, the vocabulary.
Well, and let me say, because I'm going to get off, so you guys can all talk about me when I'm done. At the end of the day, 2 things on that. Well, first, when you go to Peter Moon and what he was saying, which I did not listen to, but the word casting, yes, words can cast spells. The fact of the matter is, though, the problem with anyone looking for any conspiracy, they can look for numbers and letters and find whatever fucking magical fucking bullshit they want to in it, okay? That's the problem with that. I can sit here right now and go through this legal document I'm looking at of the website that I have to agree to that he gave me. And I can go, every third letter, and I figured out that says, Trump, or that says God is Brook, like whatever the fuck it is. Like, you can find what you want to find in shit.
Yeah, but
right?
you're talking about it's somewhat different from what I was talking about, but it's appreciated. What you're saying is that people get into kind of I forget what it's called.
Well, Peter gets into magical fucking words and bullshit, and that I don't necessarily agree with. Okay, so yes, I'm not saying I'm not saying he's wrong at all. I'm just saying I haven't studied enough to say that I completely agree with him.
Right. No, I get it. I don't know if Peter does that. He might. I never paid attention to it, but gematria is what I was looking for. Now, of course, Laura Lee Solomon was very precise about this and said that there's a bunch of people out there claiming that they're practicing gematria, and all they're doing is they're encoding a different, numbers mean this letter, different letters mean this number, and then they come up with a weird fortune telling things thereby.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, that's not what I'm alluding to. I'm just meant that words can cast spells in the sense that they are very powerful in terms that they're imbued with meaning. So what
words are that's manifestation. I mean, you're manifesting all the time through your thoughts in your words. I mean, we call it manifestation now. That's the new term, But at the end of the day, you're manifesting your own reality based on your thoughts and based on your words. So if you're negative words, right, and negative thoughts, then your day is going to go worse. You ever have a bad day and it gets fucking worse? Right?
Yeah,
you have a good day, it gets better. Yeah. It's a similar mentality. That's the way the words work the same way, because you're putting words out, which are your thoughts. So that, I believe, is where he is going with that. In a very basic sense. I mean, that's what it is. Your thoughts, your words come out. Yeah. Your words really are meaningless, to be honest, but they are your thoughts, and your thoughts are most powerful. Your energy is the most powerful, your energy. And so at the end of the day, your energy, which your thoughts then make your energy, and your words come out as the thoughts that you have manifested because of your energy. So all those are going to manifest whatever in your life. So it's why it's so important when you're in a bad mood, a negative person, whatever, to pull yourself away. Be thankful, be grateful, look around you. Can you even just be grateful that you're alive, or be grateful you got a dog in your lap, or be grateful you have a warm blanket? The minimal to pull yourself out of that will stop you from manifesting negativity. At least stop the negativity from continuing to manifest, both in, like I said, words with thoughts, with then energy being the ultimate key there. But again, back to what I was saying was, God, I don't even fucking know what I was saying. Now you've lost me.
Yeah, power of words, honey. Power of words, and the words cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. Yes. And
spelling,
yeah. We were going from there through the. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's where you're going with Peter Moon, and I don't believe that words cast spells, but they only cast spells because of the intent. The intent is through the energy and through the thought. So you can't. There is no meaning behind a word. I could literally be like, fuck you. Like, there's just no meaning behind a word without true intent of thought and true energy behind it.
Okay.
A word itself does nothing.
Okay, yeah. Well, in a very real sense, a person has to be susceptible, yes, and open to being influenced. Yes, so that's, there you have that. It helps, of course, as well if people speak the same language. Yes. So, all that being said, yeah. What was that?
I was going to say, I got a funny Peter Moon story from, you guys know about that Jessie Zaboter chick I've been hollering at? You guys know who Jessie Zaboter is?
Heard the name. Maybe you could some context.
She was the girl who was like heiress to the Mothers of Darkness satanic coven thing that like runs the world and shit, and she like found Jesus and quit and stuff. Oh. So she's doing this class somewhere, and this dude in her class, he's like all fucking interested in the dark side and shit. Anyway, so he goes, I just got back from Mount Shasta with Peter Moon. Have you heard of Peter Moon? And she looks at him and she goes, no. That's so funny. But anyway.
Okay. Yeah, that's amusing. Yeah.
What was her name again?
I find that not funny at all, because I had no idea who Peter Moon was when I came on this show, and I had no idea who Peter Moon was when I ended up talking to him.
Well, have you heard of Stranger Things? I mean, kind of anyway.
The show? Yes.
Yeah. That was
I knew about the Montauk Project, and I even knew about what's his name.
Al Bielek.
No, Peter Moon.
Preston Nichols.
Preston Nichols. Yeah.
I knew about Preston. I still didn't know who Peter Moon was.
Right.
Yeah.
Some people call Preston Nichols the pimp of the Montauk Project.
Give me them little boys. No, I'm just joking.
Preston had purchased a school bus that he was going to go around the country and deprogram Montauk boys. That was his wet dream, and he didn't get around to doing that because he found a bunch of boys to come to him. That was his deal.
Orlando needs that service. God damn it! All right, dude. I swear to God, I can't find a sane bitch down here that wasn't that. I swear they MK Ultra this whole fucking town. all of Orlando. I mean, it's fucking sad. It really is.
Yes, it's
All right, guys, I'm going to bed. I love y'all.
I love you.
All right, good talking, bro.
Right, bro.
See ya.
I'll be thinking about your breast.
Or the bill for him.
Joe Ty, you're not allowed to think about my breasts at all. You can think of them if you haven't spent thousands of dollars. No.
Well, I can give you a natural boob job. I mean, it's better that way. I mean,
Joe Ty, I wanted to go to bed without throwing up. Thank you.
I got to get one of those. I'll buy a sound effects board. All right, never mind. But
yeah, there needs to be one, and it would have been.
Yeah, I'll work on it. I'm just doing my manuals tonight, so.
Are you sure you really want that boob job? Because it's bad for your back, you know.
She's got.
Joe Ty, how about you send a few thousand? I promise to let you see what it buys, touch what it buys, and then that's it. Like, I don't need you to worry about my back. You worried about my back now?
Yeah, because I don't, you know, it's like my ex over here. She had a fucking broken back, so I had to do most of the work, and she, you know, I don't mind, but you know, like it's not good for your back, you know.
I think she can handle it. It's all right.
Yeah, I think she's a strong girl. She can hold her own. She'll be fine.
Yeah, she can. Hold her own. Yeah. It's so
thank you guys. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Joe, I'll be waiting on the fucking check.
Hold your breath.
I told you I like old natural, you know, natural stuff.
So
some vintage stuff, you know. I like that.
And by the way, Brooke, when your dogs cough, they sound disturbingly human.
It's just the one that's bored. He's 20 years old.
Okay. Yes, I'll bear that in mind. Yes.
Oh, I want you to think about 20 years old dog years times what you would be.
Yes, I'll try not to think about that. Yes. Oh my God, your voice is going, honey. You better get some sleep. Okay, we love you. All right. And so, all right. Before I transition into monologue, Mark, you haven't been saying much. Why don't you pitch in a little bit?
Absolutely, Doug. It's always a pleasure to listen and obviously be a part of the show. It's awesome.
Believe me, you were missed. You were missed. I was inquiring about you, so I'm glad you heard that. Yeah.
I did, and I do appreciate that thoroughly. I did have a couple of just like quick questions before you do go into monologue.
Sure.
One, I guess it was like, you know, the guy that was kind of creeping on the girl, is it Marina?
Marina Saren. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're all like, it just kind of the whole thing is just kind of really bizarre. So they're all friends as far as like, you know, the other dude, Richard Cole or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So as far as you're concerned, they're you know, sort of affiliated with the Edom, with the cults or whatever.
Most definitely, and I would say that should just so people understand this. Think about it logically and rationally. Your average person, just because of the threat of lawsuits, is not going to start attacking people ad hominem for no good reason. It's different when you have like feuds, like flame wars or blood feuds that develop between certain people who have known each other. But for someone to come out of nowhere and start attacking someone ad hominem, this is not something any normal person would do. It's not like they're disturbed in any normal sense either. It's basically anybody with common sense understands that, you know, there could be lawsuits, there could be repercussions for this. There's no point in just making needless enemies. Your average person has enough problems in life without going out looking for enemies. So when somebody just starts ad hominem attacking someone, they're obviously told that they're being protected. They're obviously told that, oh, we'll cover your legal expenses, or you're entirely immune and you can act with impunity, which is what all of those gang stalkers that I had to take down actually believed. They believed not only that, they believed that they were going to be given a salary and a 401k plan and be retired on this shit, that this would be their career. The incredible insanity was that they truly believed that they could just ceaselessly and relentlessly attack someone with impunity, that there would be no repercussions. And when it came to the latest creep, Cambion, I think his name is, you're talking about somebody who cites Richard K. Cole Jr. as his credit for why he's attacking. So it's obvious why he's attacking. It's basically all the other gang stalkers have been taken down, and Richard K. Cole Jr. is grooming new boy butt. So this is just part of the cult's initiation ritual for them, is that I'm the biggest target, and they figure that if they want to bring in another little faggot for Richard K. Cole Jr. to fuck, then that's how he brings them in. That's his initiation, his induction. And so he had gone so far, this Stephen Cambion individual, he had gone so far as to send a message on Serena's cell phone, telling her that he was going to attack her before he even conducted the live stream. So he's basically harassing her, and he feels that he's immune because she's in Spain, and that that there's not going to be legal repercussions across the Atlantic. This is the kind of strategy that is taught to him by the cult. Again, this is not the way any normal person would think. No normal person thinks like this. It's not like somebody like hooked onto a supermodel and developed this sense of fascination or false sense of intimacy because he saw her on TV regularly on a daytime soap or something. This person had no idea who Marina Sarin was, and then suddenly targeted her simply because he felt he could gain power, because he felt that he would be inducted into this order of the cult that is the order of chaos, this which attracts a lot of angry young men. And he's obviously this faggot who lives at home in his mother's basement, and just he's wearing sunglasses in the dark, so he looks like a man in black in his own eyes. And most ironically of all, he's sporting a Hitler hairstyle. He's got the fucking emo cowlick over his forehead. Like, all he needs is the mustache. And he's attacking myself, probably because he feels maybe he can take me down and take the throne in that title or something in his deranged little mind. So this is like, definitely it's all affiliated. And the problem is there's so many people that become part of the cult, just get inducted into it, even if they weren't born into it. So he may have been born into it. He may have been inducted, depending on what his weakness is. I mean, my weakness is obvious. It's sex. And so that's why Lena Shea was assigned to myself. And of all of the assignees, she did the most damage because she got me knocked off of much of media. She pretty much shut me down completely in that regard to a large extent. And of course, it's all my fault. But at the same time, I was in a position where I couldn't say no to her when she was paying me money. And I desperately needed it at that time, going through all of the dental repairs that I was going through and the like. But when it comes to the other people, as I've said before, and what was interesting was when I brought this up with Salman Sheikh and when I brought it up with Sammy Romero, and I brought it up with George Knight, maybe because they're familiar enough with the topic or something, they just didn't seem interested in it. But I was pointing out that with Jameson Rees, he was quite clear which subcult he was a part of, because, the Kings of Edom is basically a kind of disunited front of many cults, each one of them catering to a different weakness or vice, really. And with Jameson Rees, it was definitely, he declared his allegiance out loud multiple times on this program to Istalyik, which is the anti-god of plagues, the cult of the Paiamayas. With someone like Lena Shea, it's the cult of Shub Nigurath, the kind of perverse sexuality and fertility that has to do with chaos, change, and mutation. With somebody like Salman Sheikh, it was basically the cult of Nyarlathotep, where he felt he was intriguing and just basically good at espionage. And all of these people are attracted to the different parts. With the Daniel Arola was the cult of the chemical because of his multiple drug addictions. And that, of course, has several cults, one of which is the Cthulhu cult. And so when it comes to all of this, each one of them fit into a very kind of easily seen slot that they were gravitating towards, and were later open about it when they were attacking myself, bringing up these names and actually going on and about the being honest now that they were severed from me, they could be honest about themselves. And so this fits in with that pattern. I mean, now that all the other bowling pins were knocked down, then this is what they're reaching for, is just new blood, new suckers, and this is part of their induction. The what comes to your mind about the situation? What other observations do you have about it?
Well, first of all, I thank you so much for that amazing explanation. But I don't know. It's so intriguing just to think about it. First of all, that how much time and dedication would go into something like that. What kind of brings to mind is what we were talking about earlier, what you mentioned about the Boston bombing.
Yeah.
And as far as like the people that were alleged to do it, that actually carried out the acts. Some people I knew actually trained with them and did some boxing where they, trained to be Golden Gloves, and they spent an amazing amount of time to learn how to use martial arts. And what blew my mind is, why would someone just do all that time and effort just to carry out such a crazy act?
Yeah.
I just don't understand. I try to wrap my head around something like that. But yeah, that's a really, and I think about that. It's, honestly, it's, the probability of that happening again, unfortunately, is probably pretty high.
Well,
and that's an unfortunate thing as well.
Yeah, I'll open the monologue by talking about the attacks in the Pacific Northwest and North Carolina, where they're starting to take out power facilities. The war has really begun. These are the Edomites now are going into action. I'll certainly explain to people as best as I can exactly what we know happened. But the interesting thing is that none of this is really being given news time. For just so I can give it to you now, the shall we say summation of it, just a synopsis. There were attacks at the power facilities in the Pacific Northwest in the Bonneville Dam area. And that was where, of course, Hirohito sent in a balloon bomb that knocked out the power lines to the Manhattan Project and shut down the Manhattan Project for 3 days. Well, in that area, they have an enormous dam that then produces energy for a lot of the Pacific Northwest. And so people attacked it, and the Bonneville Dam facility went on record to say that if they had done more damage, they would have shut down Silicon Valley. And they've already attacked facilities in North Carolina where they cut out power during winter to 40,000 people. So these are terrorist attacks using firearms, where and also they're cutting the fiber optics, etc. So yeah, this is truly a campaign on American soil to begin to kill as many of us as they can. Just so people understand that in wintertime, when they shut down these power stations like that, if they succeed in really going all the way and shutting them down, then thousands and thousands of people are just going to freeze to death. So when it comes to the situation with the Boston bombing, I will tell you the truth. I suspect that both of those young men were MK Ultra kind of mind control victims, and that they were essentially scapegoats. There certainly was a bombing, but I think that they were scapegoated. And then does that make sense? I mean, that would be your intuition as well, right?
I mean, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, it's so crazy because one of the victims, Sean Collier, he was actually, I think he was in my class in college.
Wow.
I think he was one of the victims, the college cop that they just came up and ambushed him and just shot him right in the head.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Go on.
Weird.
And do you think it might have been them, or it might have been someone else and they were scapegoated for that as well?
I really can't say. Just the whole thing was so bizarre, Douglas, just because, honestly, they made it seem like, you invaded Boston, like, you're not leaving. It was very kind of like, it was pretty aggro. It was pretty badass as far as like, if you do something like that in our area, this is what's going to happen. The response was pretty incredible. But just the whole thing was just, I mean, I don't know, just so bizarre. But that was one of the things that just I didn't understand. I couldn't wrap my head around.
You notice when they caught him on that houseboat or wherever he fled through, the first thing they did was they blew out his vocal cords so he couldn't talk.
Interesting. That's
and the picture of him with his hands in the air surrendering too. That was another.
That's right. His hands were in the air and he was surrendering. And they blew his throat out. That was the first thing they did, was they blew his throat out.
He was I think he was trying to write something inside, right? To try to communicate inside. They found writing inside, maybe after that, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Can I fill in some holes here for the story?
Sure.
They were MK Ultra. You are right. They were also, Omar Mateen, who did Pulse down here, was also in their MK Ultra little training group. And the reason that they, I mean, it's a dead giveaway that they did that Boston bombing thing, that they were trying to push the gun control shit, because the very next day they had a team going door to door collecting guns in Boston.
Well, I'm sure they took advantage of that.
A week or two. Yeah, they did the same thing during Hurricane Katrina too. They went door to door after Hurricane Katrina and fucking took guns.
Yeah, that's he is correct. Well, they did. It was I'm not sure about. So basically, they had a campaign for buybacks. It was a very heavily, it was promoted by, I think, like, the executive, whoever the top branch was.
It was called Operation Disarm. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a heavy buyback program that, it was tons, I think thousands of firearms were, purchased off the street, ones whether or not they were registered or not, I believe.
Right. No, I'm not surprised. I mean, yeah, but that's just more cynicism than anything else on the part of everybody involved, the state. And of course, it makes us all more cynical. And, that's part of the problem. It's kind of like the stupidest thing the state could do, really, because then that's what feeds everybody buying more guns, because, everybody who sees that says, oh, God, they did this so they could take our guns. And then you get the guys who think like that buy more guns and amass arsenals. It's like, so the state should not have done that. I would be the first to say the state should not have done that. It was stupid. And because, of course, what happened was not a mass shooting. It was a goddamn bombing. It had nothing to do with guns. And yet they say...
Exactly.
Yeah. But when it came to Omar Mati, he's the guy who, like our man Ian West said, was MK Ultra and involved with the Pulse nightclub shooting, which my son almost died in, was heading towards the nightclub that night. He called me when we heard the what he thought was firecrackers, and I said, no, that's gunfire, get out of there. But in terms of that man had a top-level security clearance and was a security guard at nuclear power plants. Did you know that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Omar Mateen was. Yeah, that is true. That is correct.
Yeah. And so, it's just like these guys who were involved with 9/11. So many of them were special forces. The Arab guys who had trained with U.S. Army Special Forces. It was these people, especially if they're in the military, most of the time they've got, as Sammy Romero said, that's where they put the sugar in their tank. I mean, just so people get some hint of this, think of these people who kind of gather around me and then kind of go nuts or go into meltdown. Laura Lee Solomon, who was like, kind of a infatuated manageress for a long while. She had been in the U.S. Air Force, and she had been actually supposed to go to Korea, but she was overweight, so they wouldn't let her, overweight by enough pounds that they wouldn't let her go overseas. So she wound up staying in some technical training program in the Air Force. And so, yet, if you ever spoke to her, she wasn't a particularly technical person. So what was this technical training? I mean, Judith Ager concluded she was brainwashed. And over the years, I grew to accept that as the case. When it came to someone like Jameson Reese, he was in the Air Force boot camp as well. Not for long, but, after that, he got like some kind of social security kind of welfare for quote unquote going crazy. It was like so it was almost like they were paying him to be crazy with someone like oh god, what was his name? He had this Latin American as hell name, and he was hanging out for a long while, and then he just like went chicken shit and blocked me, after behaving strangely for a long period of time. He was oh god, what was the guy's name? But he was in the Marines. And so the guy who was here for a long time, if I can find his name, Pac-1 Morales. So Pac-1 Morales, he his whole background was, of course, deep occult, and he would explain that. He would talk about he had all these occult things going on in his life, and his whole family was deep into the Santeria and various voodoo, and then he wound up joining the Marines, and he said on air several times, oh, there was one time they took us in for a training film. We all went into the auditorium, and then they turned the white screen on, and that's the last any of us remember. And after...
So that's a programming. That was a programming session, yeah.
Yeah, and he said after that, it seemed like the lights came back on, and when we talked to each other, none of us remembered anything we might have seen. And
our assholes were real sore, yeah.
Yeah. And it was just basically, he may as well have said that, yeah. But they came out, it was nighttime. They went in, it was day, morning, and they came out, it was nighttime. So they were obviously there all day, but none of them could remember it. So obviously he went through all that. I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, who are the people?
It does, you're right.
Yeah. I exposed the military industrial complex. So what do? They send me a bunch of military rejects to consistently... sabotage the program.
Infiltrate you.
Yeah. And so, anyhow, so all that being said, was there any other question mark before I, kind of segue?
Well, I was gonna. Oh, go ahead, bud. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Ian. I appreciate it. Just one last one. I was gonna ask last time, like Sean Stone. What's the deal with him as far as like? I think you mentioned something about like he had Max Spears was like an actual sword. That's right. So I used to go back and listen to a lot of like old interviews just because it was like extremely fascinating, and they used to mention you a lot in those interviews. And one of them, I believe, was he said something like the guy Alexander or whatever his name was. He was asking him what's up with this guy Buzzsaw, but what does it mean, that kind of thing. And he said basically it was Sean Stone. He was initiated by what happens if you've seen something, you saw it. So he was trying to sort of connect words with Buzzsaw, and then he was initiated by seeing something. Yes. I'm just kind of curious of like if you know anything similar to that, or if you can speak on something like that, or.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, in terms of that situation in particular, yes. What happened was the man you're talking about who was interviewing Max Spears was Alex Sanders. He spelled his name very strangely.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Yeah. And like Colonel Sanders, but with a first name of Alex, so it sounds like Alexander's in the plural. It was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
that's right. Yes.
So he was interviewing Max Spears, and I never heard the interview, but I vaguely know of the guy who was interviewing him. But what Max Spears, of course, when he's talking about that, this is what happened with Sean Stone. Just to give you the arc of narrative on Sean Stone, because it's morbidly entertaining and it's fun, is that basically Sean Stone is, of course, the son of Oliver Stone, and Oliver Stone's the big movie director, and basically Oliver Stone was almost certainly basically, just to give people some background here, Christine Joanna Hart, who used to come on my program, was, of course, and Judith Eggert used to tell me that I've got to stop presenting the story this way, because she basically couldn't. I don't blame her. It's just a vulgar image. It's a horrible image, but it's the best way to drive home the message. It's basically Christine Joanna Hart's earliest memory, as she described it to me in her life, was riding up and down on Michael Aquino's penis. That's her first memory in life. Is basically that. That's how she explained it to me. So everybody just bear that in mind. That horrible trauma and her involvement with Michael Aquino the rest of her life in one way or another. And basically what happened was that when it came to there was the one time that I had tried to volunteer to become a field agent, meaning an actual spy in intelligence, was around the time I was working with Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino thought that he was agreeable to it, amenable to it at that point, because he and I were at that point not necessarily really on the same wavelength, and he probably felt it was a good way to expend me. So when I went through the training of potentially being an infiltrator into Vietnam, now bear in mind this is well after the Vietnam War. They were considering sending me to infiltrate communist Vietnam, a united Vietnam, well after the Vietnam War. And so they gave me a kind of alter, a personality that was a cover story, where I would have been 10 years older than I was, and supposedly what they called Kit Carson scout during the Vietnam War. And so that this kid, for those who don't know, the Kit Carson Scouts were communist defectors to the United States. So many communists would defect to the other side, to the Americans. And in return, because they knew so much about the communist networks, the Americans would deploy them as very special scouts so that they could pave the way for the Americans. And these were called Kit Carson Scouts. You know, I've tried to look up other names for them that would be more official, like a program or a serial number name, and it may have been wiped from my memory by my psychiatrist, who did a lot of blocking for me for my mental health. And this is the same psychiatrist who actually instilled in me the alter, which is, I have one alter that I know of, which is the Vietnamese personality that was supposed to infiltrate Vietnam, this Kit Carson Scout veteran. And so she's Vietnamese, this psychiatrist, terribly scarred by napalm from the war. And she cascaded that memory set into myself, and then later on blocked it off years later here in San Francisco when I rendezvoused with her and asked her for help, and she was very sympathetic and very helpful. And but because of her incredible scarring, she was helped by the United States with education, but in return she works for the government. And when it comes to that, the reason it's relevant is because it was that person's dossier, that alter ego's dossier, that Christine Joanna Hart later encountered, and Christine was convinced that was the real me. So it could be an explanation for why sometimes you hear the gang stalkers say he's not Douglas Dietrich. They may assume that's the real me, but she assumed that I had been in Vietnam with Michael Aquino, and that I was actually at the absolute minimum, like mid-60s, pushing 70, like almost Peter Moon's age. So Christine Joanna Hart was convinced of this. And so she thought that, but then I found out something interesting when I was pursuing that. I found out that the person who did serve with Michael Aquino in Vietnam was Oliver Stone. And,
that is correct.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
That is correct.
That's incredible.
Yeah, well, yeah. And so then what happened was that he obviously converted to Satanism at that time, and probably offered up his son to Michael Aquino at that time. And if anyone has doubt of this, consider this. This is all on film that anyone can look up themselves. Is if you go on YouTube and you look up Oliver Stone hanging out with Putin and offering his daughter to Vladimir Putin, that's on video. So while Oliver Stone was hanging out with Vladimir Putin, basically, bear in mind, by the way, that Oliver Stone, when he was in Vietnam, he was also stationed during his military career in Korea. He wound up marrying a Korean woman. His daughter is half Korean. She's in her mid-20s at least. She's in her mid-20s at least. And so when he's hanging out with Putin, and Putin and him start in on their anti-transphobic, homophobic bullshit, and they're all talking with each other and male bonding, you know, practically fucking each other up the ass while saying how evil faggotry is. Basically, at that point, it's on film. Oliver Stone says, "I'd like to make my daughter your goddaughter." And it's just like that. It's like he's not calling his daughter up for permission. He's not. His daughter has no idea this is going on. And he just says, I want to make my daughter your goddaughter. And by the way, just so people understand this is like one of those bonding ceremonies that was done by Osama bin Laden and Mullah Omar. When Osama bin Laden of Al-Qaeda and Mullah Omar of the Taliban made a deal to ally their forces, they married each other's daughters. Now, bear in mind, both these guys got dozens of daughters, and they're like cattle to them. And it's just like, okay, we'll formalize this by marrying each other's daughters. This is at the level at which the cult operates. So you see the cultic operation just at full open, just, you'd say, blatant. They don't even care. They're not even hiding it. And so this is on footage. And then the other trip was that... So his son, Oliver Stone, what happened was there was Sean Stone. When Sean Stone was like working with Jesse Ventura, and this was on conspiracy theory. Basically, Jesse Ventura was a victim of a conspiracy. So he began to realize there's plenty of real conspiracies. And he was a victim of a conspiracy because I can't remember which major network it was, NBC, ABC, CBS, one of the major league networks, been around forever. And he had already been governor. He was set to run for president, and he made the mistake of signing an exclusive deal with them where they said, okay, we're going to use you for the next 5 years. And it's like, a lot of money, but you can only work for us for this 5 years. And he said, okay. And he went for it, took the money, and basically sold his political career, because what they did was they simply didn't use him at all. So they didn't use him at all. He couldn't work for anyone else. And during that 5 years, his open window of strategic opportunity to run for the presidency passed. And so they destroyed his chance at the presidency. So he came out of that knowing conspiracies are real. And so he went to start this conspiracy theory series, and it was big. It was a big success, and everybody was watching it. Ratings were through the roof. And then Sean Stone was brought into it, and then basically they torpedoed it. And the human torpedo they used was Anya Briggs, who had been a girlfriend of Max Spears for a short period of time. She claimed Max Spears had physically abused her, had beaten her. Max Spears was adamant he had never done any such thing. He said that she was just...
She was a woman scorned. That's what I think you mentioned, right?
Yeah. And then Max Spears pointed out that, he warned me. He said, look, she doesn't know what she's doing from one day to the next, because they just... They sick her on people to assassinate, and then she does her job. She's left a trail of bodies all over North America. She has no memory of it. He said, be extra careful of her. Of course, as soon as I came out as a public informant, she glommed onto me. And there was one point where she showed up at V's salon, and V said, hey, this girl was asking for you. And I said, could you describe this young lady? And she described Anya Briggs. So Anya Briggs, there was no place for her to hang out in front of my house, though. This is why my house is, like, I'm very fortunate in that it's almost impossible for someone to ambush me here, because it's just there's too many mitigating factors, too many mitigating circumstances in the environment. It's just impossible for people to lurk or station themselves unless they literally buy one of the homes and start living here. If you don't do that, it's just impossible to just hang out, because there's no excuse anyone really has to hang out in an area. So she might have hung out for a while, but she had to go quick. There's just no place to hide. So, but Anya definitely came to San Francisco to scope me out, or potentially even try to kill me at some point. But she wound up being targeted to conspiracy theory. So they brought her on as the psychic, and she wound up sleeping with both Sean Stone and Jesse Ventura. And before you knew it, they were out trying to kill each other, because, they were both saying, she's mine. No, she's mine. And, and that tore the whole series apart. That third season, it fell apart. They didn't air it until like 2 or 3 years later. And then it was aired like only in part. Most of its episodes were completely missing. It was like she tore them apart. She was sent to assassinate the series, and that's what she did. But she got Sean Stone hooked around her middle finger. She was like taking him to like abandoned military bases, abandoned insane asylums where they would hold like night seances and try to do ghost filming of all the demons and entities they were calling up. And they were doing this with some Russian photographer, of course, it goes without saying he was Russian. And whatever Sean Stone was exposed to, it scared him so much he converted to Islam. And so that's when he came out and said, I'm Muslim now. Oh my God. He was just so freaked out by what Anya had dragged him through. And of course, he had joined some Muslim sex cult that was run by a Turkish guru who ultimately wound up in jail. And that was because, he figured that he might as well get some ass. The thing about Sean Stone was he kept telling me and Peter that, I can't get any pussy. Every girl thinks I'm gay. And, this is such bullshit because it's like, dude, with all the money you got, with all the money your dad's got, you could just hire escorts. And even if you wanted to do it organically and naturally and develop a loving relationship, all you have to do to convince girls that you're straight is hire the escorts just to hang out. And if enough girls see you hanging out with girls, they'll think, oh, this guy's safe. Then they'll start gravitating towards you. But he's not doing any of that. He's just...
I don't think Sean Stone can see that deep. I mean, you're probably getting advice right there. Anyway.
Touche. Yes. He's just, so it's like, anyhow, he's all fucked up. And so the thing that was pointed out by our man Brendan Zogia was he noticed that when he was interviewing myself, the 2 times that Sean Stone interviewed me, he was wearing this evil eye bracelet that has a very specific name. It was like the people use that as a ward against evil. And so when it comes to that bracelet he was wearing that to like he was holding it out like a crucifix. He was like holding me at bay because he felt that I was like evil. And so Brendan Zoget was pointing this out, and he said, yet he noticed that this same kind of bracelet that he was wearing. Let me see what he calls it. I'm looking it up right now. What he called this stupid bracelet that Sean Stone was wearing, and it's called a Nazar bracelet, Nazar. So he said the Nazar bracelet was completely absent when he interviewed Michael Aquino twice. So he noticed that he left himself wide open for Michael Aquino. He thought Michael Aquino was the safe guy and that I was the dangerous guy. But this makes perfect sense because his father was serving with Michael Aquino and a member of the cult. So he was raised to think of all people outside of the cult as the danger, the enemy. So, so that's what comes to my conscious mind about all of this with that whole dynamic that was going on with that. But the linchpin or the thing that was probably the most offensive was that Max Spears had this legacy heirloom Templar sword, and there's this photograph of it that was taken that was put up by Ken Sendo, and I know that's not the guy's real name, but Ken Sendo was this really big guy that was a white guy who went to find enlightenment in India, and his story, which over the years I realized may be completely fabricated, but his story is that he went to India to seek enlightenment. He wound up in an ashram where, coincidentally, a bunch of extremists were plotting their attacks against the Asian Indian government. And the Asian Indian government targeted the ashram. And when they raided it, he happened to be there meditating. And he wound up like at least 5 years in prison in India, which has got to be hell on earth. I can't even imagine what that must be like. But when he came back to the United States, Ken Sendo wound up living with Andrew Basiago. And Andrew Basiago is like, the guy who thinks he goes through time, and that he was so deluded because they kept bringing him on Coast to Coast AM every other night. They would bring on Andrew Basiago. It was like whenever they had dead air night, they'd call, a few people. One of them would be the Warrens, so they could play dead ghost voices. And the other would be Andrew Basiago. And Andrew Basiago would tell the same fucking story about, going back into time and seeing Lincoln and shit. And so he got so deluded because he kept being brought on coast to coast. He thought he could run for president. And so when he tried running for president, then the only people who would interview him were the Comedy Channel. And like an idiot, he took the interview. And of course, they made him a total fool. It's a Comedy Channel. And they took all these scenes from where he was saying he was in a jump room to Mars with Barack Obama. And they turned it into like a homoerotic joke. And he was almost fit to... He was threatening suicide. And so Ken Sendo, quote unquote, saved him, took him in. He was living with Ken Sendo. They are, I presume, a gay couple. Certainly Ken Sendo is fanatically loyal to Andrew Basiago. He's convinced he's been president in other timelines. I know this because the guy actually drove me in a car to my hotel room and actually put his foot in the door so I couldn't close it so he could finish his story about that particular myth. And so these two guys struck me as harmless. And Andrew Basiago was always all right to me, but they were definitely, they were given Max Spears's heirloom sword. I remember when I showed a picture of it that Ken Sendo had taken and put up on Facebook, and I showed that picture of this gleaming heirloom legacy sword to Judith Agert. She said, fuck, they might have killed Max Spears just for that.
And, sorry to interrupt you. That sword was absolutely, like, just honestly just so brilliant and fantastic looking. I agree with that, and I can only imagine that. And I do believe Max Spears, I think his father may have been connected with the Templars or some secret society of that nature.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said, and that would make sense because a lot of these children then get taken in by these cults, and that way they corrupt the family, the dynasty, and prevent them from, getting back in power. And in terms of Max Spears, he claimed he had lent that sword to Ken Sendo and Andrew Basiago, and they never returned it. And again, for any listeners out there, it's probably still on YouTube. You can probably find what's essentially the Max Spears snuff film, and they took all the video out because that would implicate them. But he's obviously dying. He's obviously being struck several times, and you can hear the noises of that. And one of the last things he says is, Douglas Dietrich, go to Douglas Dietrich. He knows about Aquino. He knows about what's happening to me. So that's one of the last things you hear on that interview of his last interview, his very last interview, the one in which he died. And so when it comes to that, it was later on that it was Crystal River brought to my attention, the photograph, which I have in my files. I'd have to dig it up, but there's a photograph of Sean Stone holding the sword of Max Spears. So he obviously was either given it or purchased it from Andrew Basiago and Ken Sendo, because that's the kind of thing they would do, is sell it for money, I'm sure. And so there you go. And that's the tragedy of that whole story. So that puts that into some perspective.
Incredible. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And so Ian, before I go into monologue, was there something you wanted to ask?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I've never heard of the Andrew Basiago guy, but something you said about the fucking jump shit. Yeah. I heard that story from another chick, but now what I was gonna ask you about was, did you hear about the 7,000 pedos they let out in California?
No. What can you tell me?
No. I know you want to do your monologue, but apparently fucking Newsom fucking, he released 70,000 pedos that like met certain criteria, like as long as the kid wasn't over the age of 15 and under, they could go or some shit.
Oh, okay. Now, what that might involve, I'll check into that. And of course, I do want people to understand that there's a lot of misunderstanding about this sort of thing. What this might involve, if it's true, I'll look into it. I'm not saying it's not true. I'll look into it. But what this probably involves is the new Romeo laws. And basically what happened was that, for what started was during World War II. During World War II, a lot of young guys who were going to war wound up being underage, and they were fucking a bunch of underage girls. In other words, you had guys going to war who were like 16, 17, and they would wind up having sex before they left with 16, 17-year-old sweethearts. And what they came up with at that time was, quote unquote, a Romeo law, meaning that in the situations like that where they're both underage, they weren't going to hold either of them responsible because it would just be.
So it's like if they're like 3 years within each other's age,
right.
It's legit or whatever.
Right. And then what happened was that they never made that law applicable, of course, to same-sex relationships. So what happened was that there was a large share of same-sex people who discover their sexuality basically by making out as teenagers. And so what happened was that because many of these people got busted for that, then they wound up where they just took the one who was older, even if like it's 1, 2, or 3 years, and they just said, we'll just take the older one and say the responsible party and put him in jail. And oftentimes these people would be like, their lives would be destroyed by an encounter they had with someone who was basically the same age, and therefore they're both theoretically consenting partners. And so what he probably did was he probably had people trace whether or not there was violence involved. And then that would be the criteria. Then if there's no violence involved, they would assume to have been gay victims of not being able to access justice because they were not given equal justice, and therefore they were released. Does that make sense? That's Oh,
no, hold on. Hey, okay, I'm not too familiar on my terms, but it says lewd or lascivious acts with a child under 14 years of age.
Right.
Those guys were let go, 7,000 of them.
Okay, I'll check into that.
I'll check into it too. But I'm just curious if you heard it. That's all.
Oh yeah, it's just that understand that whenever something happens in San Francisco and or California, it's
that's
like
what I say. You're in the middle of it.
Yeah. This is.
I figured you'd heard it first. You know. But I think the Kanye story was a distraction from that. But then again.
I mean, believe me, Kanye's definitely a distraction. There's no denying that. But
I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, but just so everybody knows, I seen entire columns written in papers that I feel they just never should have published, because these columns were saying things like, hey, they're releasing child molesters in California, or they're going to protect child molesters. They have laws now protecting child molesters in California. But it all had to do with this Romeo law, which nobody was given any details of outside of California. And they just get the impression that, we're letting people fuck anybody here. Now, believe me, there's plenty to condemn about California. One of the things to condemn about California is the fact that Michael Aquino got it rigged so that no child testimony is taken or accepted in court.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's why it's so hard to get all this MK Ultra fucking testimony.
Yes. That's correct. Because that's why Michael Aquino had a field day in California, because he could do anything he wanted. No child testimony would be accepted in court of law. So, a child could say, I've been raped, and they just say, well, we can't accept it. We can't accept it in court of law. I mean,
because they're kids. Yeah, I know. I got to suck 2 dicks down to the courthouse just to get one testimony out of them. That sucks.
Plus, too, he did mention too. Also, like, if they were subject to, or if they were exposed to hypnosis, that was supposed to be like a disqualification somehow.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be, because he's banking on the fact that conventional psychiatry still holds the stance that hypnosis is a magical concept. And so therefore, so when somebody says I've been hypnotized, they'll say, oh, well, that's we don't accept the reality of hypnosis. I mean, it's we are in very dark ages. Yes, I mean, there's plenty to complain about. Honestly,
this is telling me.
Yeah. Yes. Well. Ian, I do feel that. Look, you're earnestly trying to seek out this corruption and expose it, but do understand. Yeah, there's plenty of just crap out there. I'll talk about that on, in Monologue. There's plenty of crap out there that just confuses people. That's the problem.
Sure.
And then it gets politicized. Then it gets politicized. Oh my God. See, that's what Brook was coming down on you about, was the fact that you had that what was that chart or something on who was visiting Epstein. Who was visiting Epstein?
No. What it was is, it was that. But what it was a guest. It was a nameless but it was color coded Republican or Democrat
That's
over
right.
their backgrounds of their names. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny as shit. But no, I didn't make that. Somebody else made that.
Oh, but she knows that. She knows
Oh.
that. Yeah, no.
Well,
she was...
anyway, whatever.
She's just bitching about the fact that you posted it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So understand that on that chart, it was overwhelmingly blue, and the number of red. Yeah, the number of red names on there was like very few. So she felt this is definitely biased or politicized.
I can see it as an attack on her side, but no, I didn't make the goddamn thing. So Jesus, don't bitch at me. I mean,
well, but Ian, you did post it. See, you understand?
I did.
Yes, that's.
I did.
Yeah. And
I posted another thing, and I was like, okay, I believe this, y'all. This is real. This is what I believe. That's what I titled it before I posted it. It was so funny.
What was it?
It was like fucking. It was like what's her name? That chick from Chile. It's Whitney Webb. It's her new shit where she's going into like just the fucking crazy tech side of what the deep state was doing. Like it was crazy.
And
I mean, it goes into that DNA of Jeffrey Epstein shit too.
Right. Wow. What are they doing with the DNA of Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, under his lab or under that island was an MK Ultra lab / science lab with the Harvard people. That's why all these Harvard professors were going to hang out with them and shit, because they were doing this genetic shit under there. But anyway, no.
But by the way, we don't want to dignify these Harvard scientists by saying they were doing just that. I'm sure they had more than simply professional interest.
Well, I mean, anyway, but no, I'm just saying, like, that's what they were doing. That's what Epstein was doing under this island. Also, on top of the MK Ultra programming for the 5 and 6 and 7-year-old girls and boys and
or younger. I mean, believe me, I will accept that. By the way, all of that I can easily believe. That I can easily believe all that. That's that's.
I know it. I know it for a fact. I got the testimony from one of the survivors.
Okay. Yeah.
You want me to tell you what this bitch said?
What?
She's like, when I was 5 years old, Jeffrey used to keep me and the other kids in these little stables like horses underneath the island. And he would say that, you're not a real human. You're half animal and half human. And if you be really good, I'll let you be my boyfriend or girlfriend. Wow. To a fucking 5-year-old.
Right.
So anyway, the worst part is...
When you describe that, do me a favor and in the future say, this survivor shared this experience, rather than saying, you know what this bitch said? I mean...
Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. All right, this survivor, she goes, yeah, one day I was down, I was in the horse stable underground, and Jeffrey shows up with a video camera and a German Shepherd, and he looks at me and he says, pretend like you're having sex with me, but with the dog while I videotape it.
Yeah. All of this is believable to me. Sadly, I mean, this is the kind of world that the elites live in.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah. With the kind of background that I have, that is believable. Then of course, we get into some of the other areas, and it gets a little less. Yeah. But So, by the way, yes, I do want people to know, hopefully, we'll have Marina Sarin with us on Wednesday. We'll see what happens. I do want people to understand that when she showed up a little bit narcotized last time and slurring, I do want people to understand she's dealing with some internal injuries resultant her violations that she suffered. So I hope that puts that into some context. That being said, Joe, anything you want to say before I, first off, I'm terrified this man has fallen asleep.
He's up.
Yeah, but look, of course, all of us get erections when we're asleep. I don't mean that.
Keeps the blood flowing.
I'm terrified that I'll be in the middle of my monologue and this guy will start snoring. or
Or
farting
a
or
fart.
something. Yes.
Yeah.
Doug, I did remember you say sometimes you can hear him squirming around sometimes.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah.
Sliming around, I think. Sliming, I think it was.
Yes. Oh my God. I hate to say it. He's fun to punch around. It's but yeah, it's God knows he might be a product of some MK Ultra or something. Poor guy. It's just I mean, his story is just like, it's just bizarre. But you both know that, I'm sure. I mean, you know his story, right, Ian? I know.
No,
Mark,
I don't know. I just talked to him that one time.
Basically, he was born in Taiwan, like myself, and the story is his dad was an occultist, only Taiwanese fortune teller, and then they were crossing a river, and he slipped and cracked his head open, and then his parents considered him damaged goods, and so they said, "Oh, let's get rid of him. Let's adopt him out." And then so he got adopted by the Hakka. Now, the Hakka are an ethnic group that are like Chinese river pirates. They're known for being like gypsies. They're like Chinese gypsies, except they're river pirates. And it's like, why would they adopt a damaged child? And I told him, their original intention for you was to hollow out your body and stuff drugs in it and use you for smuggling. And he said he never denied it. And then, then he winds up going to Princeton. And,
good for him, man.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Hey, is he there? Joe?
I don't think Joe. No, he's out.
Holy shit! And
or
then,
he's on his other phone. I don't know.
Yeah. The phone to the other side. And when it comes to when it comes to that, Lena Shea's husband went to Princeton University. And he works for DoorDash. And it's not like a CEO or a manager. He works as a delivery boy for DoorDash, a graduate from Princeton. That's so it's like, Joe Tai's kind of like that. It's like, here's these two Asian guys, graduate from Princeton. There's something going on here. It doesn't make any sense. It's the money that got him through, obviously.
Not affirmative action, but never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. No affirmative action needed. No, that's their parents kept paying the tuition, but it's like a cover of some sort, and
right.
Yeah, it's just bizarre.
So Joe Tai graduated from Princeton?
I don't know if he ever graduated. The other guy,
he went to prison. He went to Princeton.
Yeah, I know. He should have gone to prison, but he went to Princeton. Yeah, Lena Shea's husband, the fucker, did graduate. And, when I prodded her into asking him, like, why aren't you doing something other than DoorDash? He said it was because he spent all his time editing the school newspaper and he never got a real education while he was there. His box, Joe Tai's box keeps lighting up like he's talking, but it's because he's breathing. That's why the cell phone's catching his breathing. So
he's got to be asleep.
Yeah, definitely. Either that or he's having a ball listening to us. There, Joe. No, he
I saw a bubble or something.
Yeah, he turned on his side. Yeah, he's turning on his side.
That's actually an incredible story, though. The fact that he's I mean, obviously all that stuff happened. I mean, and he's still coming on and talking to us and having that's a pretty cool story.
Yeah, it is. It's bizarre. It's like, so many people have such bizarre backgrounds, Ian included. I mean, I don't know, Mark. Do you know much about Ian's background?
I don't. I don't actually. I know that someone mentioned he has his own show as well.
I used to be a radio DJ.
Right.
Yeah, that's
FM. That's an FM radio DJ.
A what?
That's pretty badass.
Yeah. An FM radio DJ.
Cool. Yeah, that is. Why'd you stop?
Disney.
No, you started working for Disney.
Yeah, I started working for Disney, and it really See, my radio show, it used to take me about 5 days to build 3 hours of it.
Okay.
That's how much work went into this 3-hour slot I had.
Wow.
And once I got into Disney, I just didn't have time to fucking do all the remixes and do all the mashups and do all the edits and do all the sound effects, all that shit. It was impossible. I just didn't have time to.
Wow.
And I was just making so much money at Disney, I just, said fuck it and stayed.
Wow, that's incredible. Do me a favor, what I'm gonna have to do, because we don't know if Joe Ty's gonna wind up farting and scratching his belly at some point. I'm gonna have to end the call and just continue streaming. But before I do that, I'll refresh myself once again. Can you do me a favor, Ian? Tell Mark a bit more about what you were doing with the radio show in Disney, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I used to. All right, before Skrillex and before dubstep, before what's that other guy's name? He was like Flux Pavilion and all those big cats and Borgor. I used to have this dubstep electronic show, and it was the only one on FM radio in the United States or so. And it kind of blew up. And before Skrillex won his Grammy, or before anybody heard about Skrillex, I was the first guy in radio history to ever play a Skrillex song on FM radio.
That's pretty badass.
And it snowballed into him winning a Grammy, an album of the year, and all that shit.
That's pretty freaking badass, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that for fucking 7 or 8 years, and I just got over it. So,
dude, that's pretty awesome, man. And then so you did that for how many years?
7 years, I think. Yeah, I was Ian West on 91.5 WPRK, the best in basement radio.
Was it like a pirate radio type of thing?
Yeah, it was totally pirate. Yeah, but we had a real tower. We had a real cell tower.
That's incredible.
Whatever. Okay, let me take it back. When I say it was pirated, I mean a woman died back in the 1960s and left her entire inheritance to the radio station, and it's just been running that station since the 1960s.
Wow.
So that's what I mean by pirate. It's not like we weren't hard up for sponsors, because it was all an endowment from a lady that passed away up here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that you had that influence, though. And I mean, obviously, anyone who knows anything about, that EDM music, Skrillex is the name. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Yeah, I played the first Skrillex song 3 days after his first album dropped. Yeah, and I was just lucky enough to be exposed to him. But I mean, there was other artists too, like who else was that? Have you ever heard of Daedalus?
No,
you're from Boston. You're from Boston. Have you ever heard of you're from Boston, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Ludachrist? Not Ludacris, but Ludachrist.
No. What kind of is it? Is it like electronic?
Yeah, it's electronic. It's like crunk. It's like crunkno. It's like techno, but crunk, and we call it crunkno. But what about Girl Talk? You ever heard of Girl Talk?
No, but I'm gonna check Ludachrist. Actually, if they're from Boston, I gotta check them out.
I think so. Yeah, there's only 2 albums. They only have 2 albums out, and then they have a little mini movie. But who else was from Boston that was all techno-y down there? Man,
do you remember Prodigy? Remember Prodigy?
Oh yeah. I used to be friends with Keith Flint.
Dude, Prodigy was like the best, man, and that's such a tragic story with the lead singer. That's crazy.
Yeah. They were supposed to do a show in Jacksonville, Florida, and they announced it everything, and then fucking Keith died like fucking, I want to say like 5 weeks later, 6 weeks later. It was really that was a hard loss right there. It was a big loss, you know.
It was, man. A lot of people really they really loved him.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I mean, he was an English guy, so I didn't really stay that much in contact with him, but yeah, it was just, I don't know, it was weird, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Max Spears used to talk about being. I guess Max Spears used to be. That's weird. I don't mean to keep bringing him up, but it was weird because I think that's literally how I found out. It was either that or the book, "Behold the Pale Horse" that I found out.
Bill
about
Cooper,
Douglas.
yeah, Bill Cooper's book.
Yeah, but Max was talking about what the hell? I just totally lost track of what I was saying.
About music or Prodigy or?
Oh yeah, that's right. So he was talking about Stone Temple Pilots, and actually that was the connection that he kind of made with Sean Stone, because he made some weird word connection with it. He said, seeing Sean Stone Temple Pilots, and that meant something to him. But I guess he met Sean, what's his name, Scott Weiland.
Yeah.
I guess he met him on a couple occasions.
Supposedly. I think. I mean, I might be wrong on this, but I think Sean and what's his name, Sean Stone and Oliver Stone. I think Oliver Stone. I might be wrong on this, but I think he has a house somewhere on the Santa Ynez River where Stone Temple Pilots recorded Tiny Music from the Vatican gift shop.
Wow, that's nuts.
So that could be the connection there. But I think Oliver Stone's house, or one of his houses, might be on the Santa Ynez River, which goes through Santa Barbara and Ventura and all that shit. So
interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, the Rothschilds own a winery out somewhere out that way, I believe. I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
but I know there's one of these hot spots for them.
Yeah, it's called Pindor. Well, actually, there's a couple. There's Pindor, and I believe there's another one. There's a couple shops around the vineyard that they have, but one of them is Pindar. Actually, Pindar. I'm sorry, Pindar, which is penis, dragon of the penis, or something like that.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Wait a second. Pindar, that makes sense, but at the same time, the old King Arthurian, the Camelot era title was Pendragon for the Lord Dragon, meaning the knight that was over all the other knights. The king himself, basically, would be the Pendragon, and it implied, of course, that he was not just king, but also basically kind of like a sorcerer, a warlock. And when it came to the Pendragon murders that took place in California, I'm trying to remember the name of that guy. I mean, people can look it up. Mark Richards. Mark Richards was a professor who had claimed that he had been given a bunch of smuggled components by which he could reassemble a military-grade laser that he was going to put on top of Mount Tamalpais here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and that he could graze the sky clean of planes and the sea clean of ships, and the land clear of any approaching armor and infantry. And so he would rule the local area, and he was Pendragon, and he would make his students who were joining him in some Dungeons and Dragons games, he would make them, his local feudal lords, where he assigned them various counties to rule over if they would just commit some murders for him. And so these guys wound up killing for him, and he got caught, and he went to jail instead of them. Of course, he claims he was framed. And this one woman I knew named Joanne Richards, her original name was something else. Poor dear was like some accountant type clerical lady with glasses, very much a homebody who had been married to some incredibly abusive husband, of course. And then when divorced from him, she wound up lonely and wound up corresponding with Mark Richards in prison, who then pulled a Hannibal Lecter on her and totally brainwashed her, copped her mind, and she wound up marrying him. And so her life campaign became Free Mark Richards. And finally saw an article written about her. Basically, this woman who believes that Mark Richards is a space agent, that he was a space espionage agent, that they put him in jail so that he couldn't talk. But of course, he talks all the time, sharing his incredibly detailed story with Joanne Richards, and there you have that. I mean, his stories are pretty brilliantly articulated, and they're totally fantastical in a sense, but also bizarrely geopolitical. I'd have to say it's all fascinating. I don't believe a word of it, but it's the man was obviously a product of some kind of a program as well. The elements of it that do seem to touch on some level of reality. So he had some knowledge, but obviously he just basically was expended by Aquino, like so many other people, just used for kind of like an experiment. How far can we go with Dungeons and Dragons as a recruiting mechanism, kind of deal. But so aside from that, the people in the chat room, I want to say a response to Veronica Barrera. She says, Buenos noches, Douglas. So, buenas noches, Senora Veronica Barrera. Mwah, love you. Pixie Princess Star Fox was interacting with some other people who came into the chat room. There was B with a monkey wrench, and there was Guanji. And so my thanks to everybody with all your interaction. It's all deeply appreciated. I'm going to end the call, and I'll start Monologue, but couldn't have gotten to this point without these wonderful gentlemen. So I want to thank both of you and Joe Tai. Hopefully Joe Tai hears this when he wakes up someday, if he ever does wake up.
He put himself on mute.
Did he really? Are you there, Joe?
On mute. So his microphone might be off or something. I don't know. But he put himself on mute.
Wow. Joe, you there? Joe? Just curious.
He's shy.
Yeah. Yes. I'll
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Oh,
there he is. Okay, thank God.
Do us a favor, Joe. Do you have any questions you want to ask before I went into monologue?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. No, that's really, I'm cool with that. Would you like to say good morning to all our listeners before I shut the call down?
Okay. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Joe.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Mark.
Yes. Wonderful. Morning, Joe. Get it? Morning, Joe. Yeah, that's... anyhow, so do us a favor. Ian, say good morning to our listeners.
Good morning, everybody. I'm taking off. Good night.
Great. Thank you. Mark, if you would do the same.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Douglas, for having me on, and have a great day, everybody. God bless everybody.
Bless you as well. It's always an honor for all of you to have all of you on. And but Mark, definitely missed you, and glad you're back with us. And so, is your schedule enough to accommodate dropping in fairly regularly?
Oh, absolutely. It would be my pleasure, just as it always is.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, blessed day. And okay, going
well.
to thank you. Yeah, ending call now. We will continue streaming. And everyone, just let me know that you can hear myself. As our dear Pixie Princess Starfox says, everything is backward. And with that, we are going into the monologue. I want everyone to know, of course, that I desperately need your financial support to get through the month. And I will talk about Tesla tech, not Tesla technology in the sense of our man Nikola Tesla, but rather the Elon Musk Tesla tech that he basically is exploiting the good man's good name for his own greed and selfish purposes. Now, we only have 4 hours left. We'll see how far I can get. I'll cover a lot of points that I think are quite relevant. I want everyone to know that your contributions are definitively appreciated and desperately needed. This is probably the worst month I've had in a long time. So every contribution helps. And that way I can make rent at the end of the month. So desperately need $100 contributions wherever possible, but definitely whatever you can afford in times like these. All right, then. I want people to know There is bad news on the American home front. A string of attacks on the Pacific Northwest power station facilities in Oregon and Washington has caused alarm and are raising fears for the entire American electric grid, highlighting as they do our vulnerabilities. The series of attacks in the Pacific Northwest coming just days after a similar assault on North Carolina power station facilities cut electricity to 40,000 people. As first reported by Oregon Public Broadcasting and KUOW Public Radio, there have been at least 6 attacks, some of which involved firearms and caused residents to lose power. 2 of the attacks shared similarities with the incident in Moore County, North Carolina, where 2 stations were hit by gunfire. Authorities have not yet revealed a motive for the North Carolina attack. The 4 Pacific Northwest utilities whose equipment was attacked have said they are cooperating with the FBI, even as the agency has not yet confirmed if it is even investigating the incidents at all. It's unknown who is behind the attacks, but experts and intelligence analysts have long warned of both the vulnerability of the United States power grid and discussion among right-wing Russophiliac extremists about disrupting our nation's power grid by attacking the crucial infrastructure, a Russian fifth column in effect. A U.S. DHS, United States Department of Homeland Security report released in January warned that domestic extremists have been developing credible, specific plans to attack electricity infrastructure since at least 2020. CNN has since confirmed that the DHS has cited a document shared on a Telegram channel used by extremists that included a white male supremacist guide to attacking an electric grid with firearms. 3 men who law enforcement identified as members of the Boogaloo Boys movement planned to attack a substation in Nevada in 2020 to distract police and attempt to incite a riot. In 2013, still unknown assailants cut fiber optic phone lines and deployed a sniper to fire shots at a Pacific Gas and Electric substation near San Jose, one of the largest cities in California, certainly one of the fastest growing, in what appeared to be a carefully planned attack that caused millions of United States dollars in damage. That attack prompted the FERC, F-E-R-C, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, to order grid operators to increase security, emphasizing that the attack could have brought down all of Silicon Valley. John Wellinghoff, the then chair of FERC, told 60 Minutes they know what they were doing. They had a specific objective. They wanted to knock out the substation. After the 2013 attack in California, a FERC analysis found that attackers could cause a blackout coast to coast if they took out only 9 of the 55,000 substations in these United States. The United States electrical grid is vast and sprawling, with 450,000 miles of transmission lines, 55,000 substations, and 6,400 power plants. Power plants and substations are dispersed in every corner of this country, connected by transmission lines that transport electricity through farmland, forests, and even swamps. Attackers do not necessarily even have to get close to cause significant damage. Keith Taylor, a professor at the University of California, Davis, who has worked with energy utilities, has gone on record to say it's very vulnerable. These attacks are a real threat. These fringe groups have been talking about this for a long time. I'm not at all surprised this happened. I'm surprised it's taken this long. In a centralized system, if I want to take out one coal-fired plant, I don't even have to take out the plant. I just have to take out the transmission line. You can cause a ripple effect where one outage can cause an entire seaboard to go down. Now the BPA, the Bonneville Power Administration, which delivers hydropower across the Pacific Northwest, said in a statement on Thursday that it was seeking tips about trespassing, vandalism, and malicious damage of equipment at a substation in Clackamas County on November 24th that caused damage and required cleanup costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. The BPA emphasizing that any attack on electric infrastructure potentially puts the safety of both the public and our workers at risk. John Lottie, the utility's transmission vice president of field services, has gone on record to state that someone clearly wanted to damage equipment and possibly cause a power outage. We were fortunate to avoid any power supply disruption, which would have jeopardized public safety, increased financial damages, and presented challenges to the community on a holiday. Portland General Electric, a public utility that provides electricity to nearly half of the state's population, said it had begun repairs after suffering a deliberate physical attack on one of our substations that also occurred in the Clackamas area in late November of 2022. It said it was actively cooperating with the FBI. Puget Sound Energy, an energy utility in Washington, reported 2 cases of vandalism at 2 substations in late November to the FBI and Pure Utilities, but said the incident appeared to be unrelated to other recent attacks. Now, there were multiple incidents, and they are all related. In a statement, the company said, "There is no indication that these vandalism attempts indicate a greater risk to our operations, and we have extensive measures to monitor, protect, and minimize the risk to our equipment and infrastructure." Oh, no doubt that's why they're asking for all the tips. Granger Morgan, an engineering professor at Carnegie Mellon University, told CBS that the physical risks to the power grid have been known for decades. To quote his T, "We've made a bit of progress, but the system is still quite vulnerable." Now, the cold and wet cause us to need electricity for survival even more. Electric heat and light, thermostat control of non-electric heat, control of the water systems, and communication all depend on flowing juice. So stay prepared. When there's a winter storm in the forecast, there's no time to lose. There be a score of immediate measures to take to prepare for power outage in winter. Planning and preparing before your area is hit with a snowstorm can be life-saving. There be some 22 things to take care of before a sudden power outage in winter. I would say 0 if I'm counting them down. This would be so important, it doesn't even rate as a number. It is 0, meaning it is the most important. Get an old school landline phone. If you have a landline phone, it's worth keeping an old corded phone in a closet somewhere. Modern phones that plug into wall outlets will not work in a power outage, and having access to a usable landline will help you conserve your cell phone battery. 1. Weatherize your winter home. The best time to start winterizing your home is around the fall season. It's always a good idea to prepare your home before the harsh winter storms are on the horizon. You can start your weatherization project by insulating your windows and doors. Then move on to attic insulation to prevent heat escape from your house through the roof space. If you've been meaning to caulk your windows, do it before cold weather strikes. Check the weather stripping around your doors. Odds are it's seen better days. If you want to go big ticket, check the insulation in your attic and replace or supplement it if necessary. Check your roof for broken or missing shingles and make replacements if necessary. Also, clean the gutters to prevent ice dam formation. Ice dams pose severe damage by causing the water to back up in your house. If you'll be using a wood-burning fireplace to keep yourself warm during a power outage, check if everything else, if everything, period, is in place and working fine. Clean the fireplace thoroughly and inspect the chimney and gasket for damage. Also, make sure you have enough stock of wood to make it through. Also, consider purchasing some door draft stoppers, which you can tuck away in a closet until it's time to deploy them. 2. Stock your pantry and stock up on water and non-perishable foods for in case your power goes out in winter. Plus, plan a backup means for preparing meals. In the event of a long-term power outage, your food stock, especially fresh items, is likely to run out. They will only last as long as your refrigerator keeps them cool, which in most cases is only up to 48 hours. 2 days. Or you might find that you're not able to cook anything. You go out to that barbecue pit in the back or front yard and it's caulked in ice. Since it can take up to days before power is restored, you should maintain non-perishable items. Stock up on canned food, nuts, nut butters, granolas, cereals, crackers, canned fruit and juices, powder milk, instant coffee, and crackers to keep yourself nourished, just in case you cannot cook or your fresh food has run out or spoiled. Also, store water bottles as tap water can freeze or become inaccessible if you have an electric motor. If you have a municipal water supply, your water taps will keep flowing in the event of a power outage. But if you rely on well water, you're not so lucky. The well pump won't work without electricity. When a heavy storm is predicted, stock up on drinking water and fill up the bathtub and washing machine so you'll have enough water for washing and for flushing the toilets. The Penn State Extension Service says Americans use 100 to 100 gallons of water per person per day, but that may be tough to accomplish in any emergency situation. You will want to have on hand about a gallon of potable water per person per day. Plus, consider how you would prepare food without electricity. If you have gas appliances, you should be able to light them with a match, even when the electricity is out. But if you have an electric stovetop and oven, you'll be out of luck. You can, however, use a propane grill or an open fire to cook outdoors. If that's your plan, stock up on propane or wood, and make sure you have a manual can opener. 3. Inspect flashlights and stock up on batteries. How many times have you clicked on several flashlights in your junk drawer before finding one that actually works? In preparation for a power outage, carefully test each of your flashlights and determine which works and which does not, even with fresh batteries. Pitch the flashlights that don't work, and make sure the working ones have new batteries in them. Purchase additional flashlights if necessary. You'll want to ensure there's a good light for each member of the family, at the very least. Don't plan on using candles. Flashlights are safer. And that includes for self-defense. I'm talking about the biggest, sturdiest flashlights you can find. There are some there that have 6, some that have 12 batteries. You look for the ones that are as long as yardsticks. There's no judge in the world that's going to put you away for carrying a deadly weapon if you're walking around in the dark with a flashlight and forced to kill some looter. Now, to prepare for winter storm power outages, you should have lighting options at hand. You can use candles or flashlights, but the latter is the safer option. Check if your flashlights are working fine. Replace them if needed, and stock up on batteries. Also, keep spare batteries for your smoke detector alarm, your radio, and any other devices that may require them. Make sure you have a good supply of batteries, and if they're rechargeable batteries, ensure that they're fully charged, in a range of sizes for all your emergency needs. Have spares ready for flashlights and radios, as well as for those smoke detectors, clocks, now that I think of it, and other necessities that can run on battery backup. 4. Protect your pipes from freezing. During the winter season, your house pipes are in danger of freezing and bursting in a power outage, especially if they aren't sufficiently insulated. Not only does this cause a lot of inconvenience and damage, but also puts a strain on your wallet. If you're concerned your pipes may freeze, shut off the main water valve in your home and open all the faucets until the pipes are empty. If you don't know where the main shut-off valve is, find out before the next storm hits. Insulating pipes is the best way to prevent them from freezing during a power blackout. It's also a good idea to turn off the main valve because, in freezing weather, if any of the pipes burst, the water will flow out from that damaged area, causing a flood situation in your house. If turning off the valve is not an option, you can also turn on the faucets as running water prevents freezing. Do not let dripping water go to waste. Collect it in a bucket to use later on. After the power is restored, you can use the pipe freeze protection mode that some ductless heat pumps offer. In this mode, the heat pump continuously blows out hot air, consuming minimum energy, preventing the temperature from falling below freezing point. 5. Block drafts. Your house loses much of the heat through sneaky leaks and gaps in your doors, windows, attic, fireplace, electrical outlets, chimney, and ductwork. Find common air leakage areas and use caulking to fill in holes and cracks. Roll up towels, blankets, or opt for draft stoppers and place them at the base of doors and windows to reduce drafts. Seal gaps and cracks around fireplaces, chimneys, furnaces, and water heater vents with fire-resistant materials such as sheet metal or furnace cement caulk. 6. Invest in a generator. Speaking of big-ticket items, if you live in an area that frequently loses power, you might consider purchasing a backup generator, which can be switched on manually or can automatically kick in when the power goes out, depending on which type you have. A generator can be a great investment if you're worried about losing power during any future storms. You'll probably want one that's powered by gasoline, natural gas, propane, or diesel, because solar-powered generators might not be the best choice in stormy conditions. There are two types of generators, standby and portable ones. A standby generator is hardwired into your home's electrical system and backs up your entire home or just the most essential items. Portable ones can be moved anywhere and are less expensive. You will be able to run essential appliances such as a fridge or a space heater. As generators run on natural gas or propane, you would need to stock up on the fuel. Most importantly, never run a generator inside your house. You should set them up at least 20 feet away from your home. Now keep a classic battery-powered radio to keep you updated with news in case your power goes out in winter. This would be lucky number 7 as a point to be made. In this day of ubiquitous cell phones, battery-powered radios may seem a relic of the past, but these old-fashioned devices may just save your bacon if you lose power for an extended period. When modern methods of energy alerts such as TVs and phones are available, an emergency radio with fresh batteries may be your lifeline to news and information about dangerous conditions and possible evacuation alerts. If your phone battery dies down and you don't have a power bank, an old-fashioned radio device can come in really handy. Purchase this simple device to listen to the news and stay connected with the latest updates. 8, I would say lower the temperature of your refrigerator. Power outages last for days. If a storm is predicted, start preparing ahead of time. Lower the temperature of your refrigerator and freezer before the storm hits. If in case the power goes out, they'll both stay cooler longer, increasing the chance this will help your food last longer. Transfer perishable items such as milk, butter, meat, and vegetables from the fridge to the freezer to retain cold for much longer and to conserve the cold air inside. Avoid opening the refrigerator doors more than absolutely necessary. 9. Buy a power bank or a car charger for your mobile phone. You probably already keep a cell phone charger in your car, but having one is especially important when you're putting together a winter power outage survival kit. You'll need a charged phone so you can make calls and stay connected with news and information. Power outages can sometimes extend to days and even weeks. In this scenario, you need to have a power bank to help you charge your phone. With a car charger, you'll be able to keep your phone working even if the power is out for an extended period of time. You may additionally want to invest in a solar cell phone charger, which would be another way of charging your phone. You can also purchase a car charger so you can make calls and stay connected to the latest news. A phone is also necessary to kill time when you have nothing else to do and when you're bored to death. Browsing social media or watching YouTube videos can definitely help. So be prepared and keep your power banks charged. 10. Fill your bathtubs with water. You don't need to worry if you have a municipal water supply. However, it will be a problem if you have an electric water pump. In case of a power outage, you can run out of water. Fill your bathtubs and even washing machines with water so you have enough supply for washing and daily use. 11. Fill up your gas tank at the gas station. Before a big storm hits, always fill up your car's fuel tanks. Gas station pumps run on electricity, and if the power goes out, gasoline will not be available. Indeed, gas stations themselves run on electricity, so you should have your tanks filled early on. Keep an eye on the weather forecast and do this task before a heavy storm causes a power outage. If you have a gas-powered portable generator, fill up some gas cans too. You'll want to have plenty of fuel on hand to keep the generator humming. Now stay warm and protected during a winter power outage. Keeping yourself warm should be your top priority when a power outage hits your area. So, point number 12 would be dress in layers to keep yourself warm during a winter power outage. Put on several layers of warm clothing. Start with thermal wear. Then put on a warm shirt and top it off with a sweater or cardigan. Insulated pants can also help ward off the extra cold. People lose a lot of heat through their hands and feet, so having warm mittens and woolen socks is a necessity. This brings us to the unlucky 13th point, keeping your kids and pets safe. Put warm clothes on your kids, of course. Wrap up your furry family members in cozy blankets. Purchase extra cereals, baby milk formula, and emergency medication in advance. Also, don't forget to keep all the emergency numbers close to your landline phone. Keeping the children calm in this stressful situation can be challenging. Have their favorite toys nearby and distract them with activities such as drawing or painting. And 14, use a wood-burning indoor fireplace and maintain sufficient heating fuel on hand. Make a plan for how you will stay warm if the power goes out in the dead of winter. Even a gas-powered furnace requires electricity to run the fan that sends warm air through the vents. If you have a gas fireplace, consider installing a battery backup for the starter if you don't already have one. But nothing beats the aroma and crackling sound of an indoor fireplace on a cold, windy winter night. A wood-burning fireplace provides warmth plus comfort and is an ideal option when your house gets unbearably cold during a power outage. If you rely on a wood stove for heat, stock up on firewood. Before the winter season sets in, you should have enough seasoned wood stored in a dry season. A good rule is to cut the wood this year and store it for the next winter. Oak, black birch, cherry, and beech are some of the options that produce less toxic residue after burning. It would be best to have a professional inspect your vents and chimney regularly to avoid toxin buildup. And do not use a propane heater inside the home unless it is one specifically designed for indoor use. Carbon monoxide can build up and create a deadly hazard. In fact, that's what killed as many people in Texas as the cold. 15. Disconnect your electronic devices. After a heavy storm, there are chances that power may not be restored properly, and your appliances may get damaged due to electrical surges. So during the blackout, disconnect all the appliances so they remain protected in case of a power surge. If unplugging everything seems like a hassle, you can only choose important devices such as HVAC systems, refrigerators, and electric ovens. My 16th point would be keep doors and windows closed. You want to retain as much heat as possible during a power blackout. You will lose all the accumulated heat quite quickly with open doors and windows. It is recommended that you lock the windows as opposed to just closing them. It helps press the window in the frame and prevents cold air from seeping in. Also, cover them with heavy drapes or blinds to keep your house warmer. Make sure every time the door is closed properly to prevent air exchange. Now, my 17th point would be to consider a living room campout. Loss of power could be an excuse for a fun campout in the living room. Ahead of the storm, make sure your tent and sleeping bags are in good shape, or acquire these items if you don't have them. Ensure you have plenty of heavy blankets too. Then, when the power is out and temperatures in the house drop, set up the tent and unroll the sleeping bags. Body heat from several family members jammed together in an enclosed space will help keep everyone warm, and you'll have a fun story to tell. Now, what to do after a power outage? Well, after the power is restored, you can breathe a sigh of relief, but you cannot sit back and relax just yet. There are still a few things that need to be taken care of, such as checking for damaged pipes and restocking the food items. So 18th point would be check food items for spoilage. Considering that your food items have been sitting in your refrigerator for quite a long time without electricity, you should examine them for spoilage. Look for signs such as foul smell or unusual texture. Items exposed to temperatures 40 degrees or higher for 2 hours or more should be discarded immediately. If you use any medication that needs refrigeration, you may need to discard it if it has been more than 24 hours. Now read the label for instructions, or contact a pharmacist if you are unsure about tossing it out. 19. replenish your winter necessities with different food items, pasta and grains in particular. After the storm has passed, try to replenish all the necessities you used during the outage. Restock food, water, batteries, and fuel, as storms will hit again, leaving less time to restock at that point. Now, my 20th point would be check for damaged piping. Cold weather can be destructive for water pipes, and without any heating system for hours, the risk of pipes freezing and bursting increases manifold. Some signs to look out for include water damage on walls, floor, or ceiling, water pooling around pipes, and non-functional faucets. If you suspect frozen pipes, you can thaw using a blow dryer. However, be sure not to use that if you are in standing water, as there is a risk of electrocution. It is always better to turn off the water at the main shutoff valve and call a professional right away. Now, my 21st point, really 22nd, is check your hot water heater. If your electricity was out for quite a while, water could take time to heat up. However, if you still haven't got hot water after an hour or two, there might be a problem that needs inspection. First, check if the circuit has tripped during the outage. And if that does not solve the problem, call a professional for a thorough checkup. The best way to ensure your safety and comfort during a winter power outage is to be prepared. Stocking up on food, water, and other necessities can greatly help, as the biggest threat during a blackout is the lack of heat. Blocking cold drafts in your home and dressing in layers can help you stay warm and protected from this harsh winter and the harsh weather that's going to be coming for the rest of our lives. Now, in this context, I'm preparing you for civil war. Understand, we are at war. And with that in mind, we have to ask where Elon Musk's head is at. He's got his foot in the grave and his head in the clouds. He's stretched very thin. Tesla investors are getting antsy about Chief Executive Officer Elon Musk and the rest of the board being missing in action. MIA, the words of shareholder Leo Koguan, at a crucial time for the automaker. The share price has almost halved this year. Demand in the communist Chinese empire is softening. In these United States, Tesla's share of the growing electric vehicle market is falling. It was 79% in 2020, 65% in the third quarter of this year, and Standard & Poor's reckons it will be less than 20% by 2025. But Musk is very much preoccupied with Twitter. There, Musk is dealing with other crises. Some are pre-existing conditions, such as the fact that Twitter hasn't turned a profit in 3 years, but Musk himself lit many of the fires he is now fighting. He wouldn't need to be offering advertisers major financial incentives to come back if he hadn't first scared them off by amplifying conspiracy theories, empowering impersonators with a half-baked user verification scheme, and presiding over a sharp rise in hate speech on the service. Musk's gross overpayment for Twitter saddled the company with $13 billion United States dollars in high-interest debt that his bankers are struggling to sell. And this is only the start. Assuming Twitter doesn't go bankrupt in the short term, it faces a cluster of regulatory headaches. The European Commission keeps growling at Musk's direction about how Twitter needs to abide by the Digital Services Act, a new law governing content moderation that will apply to big tech starting February 17th. A couple of EU decisions this week could indicate future complications for Twitter. In a Meta case involving Facebook, the bloc's privacy regulators reportedly decided that people should be able to opt out of their data being used for targeted advertising, and the EU's top court made it easier for people to demand that Google delist incorrect information about them. Trouble also looms back in these United States, where the government may probe Musk's Twitter takeover due to potential national security issues stemming from his other business interests. Meanwhile, Musk has taken the risky decision to give journalists Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss access to historical internal Twitter communications so they can expose how the company previously handled content moderation and penalties for rule-breaking users. So far, the resulting Twitter files revelations are more damp squibs than smoking guns. Taibbi admitted there's no evidence that the firm unduly colluded with Joe Biden's team in 2020 to suppress a story about Hunter Biden's laptop, as Musk believes happened, and Twitter publicly revealed 4 years ago the methods it used to suppress certain accounts' tweets, which Vice is now touting as a system of secret blacklists. There's more heat here than light. More heat than light here, and some of the heat may now get turned on Twitter itself. Bloomberg reports that experts believe giving the reporters access to internal data may violate a security-related FTC consent decree imposed on Twitter earlier this year. Musk may now be chief twit, but the company still has to abide by its previous obligations. This is not to say that everything Musk is doing at Twitter is irredeemably bad or a waste of time. Exemplar gratiae, he's just tweeted that Twitter will give its users more transparency about the way their content is moderated and tell them how they can appeal moderation decisions. That's a good thing, and pretty aligned with the European Union's new Digital Service Act. But Musk can't stop finding new cans of worms to open. That kind of micromanagement would be more justifiable if being Twitter's CEO was his only job. But it is not. And he is not superhuman. Musk is clearly a man on a mission. Those who would like him to pay more attention to his other missions may be forgiven their concern. And Elon Musk is wrong about artificial intelligence. Elon Musk is quoted as having gone on record to say, "Artificial intelligence is our biggest existential threat." In the simulation that they were connected to, Morpheus, who tries to explain what the Matrix is, talks about how humankind celebrated the founding of artificial intelligence in the beginning of the 21st century. We all already know how things continued afterwards. Machines that fight with the human race and won. People who were turned into batteries and waiting for salvation. Ones who keep fighting, and the chosen one who helps them. If Elon Musk would be living in the world that the evil Polish Wachowskis sister brothers draw, he would probably be the Oracle. Elon Musk is pretty sure about the things that happened in the Matrix will be real. He believes that the human race should take security precautions at both national and international levels starting from today. Also, he is not alone on his argument with Mark Zuckerberg, even Stephen Hawking and Bill Gates making alike statements with Elon Musk. But Elon Musk is wrong. In this transmission, what remains of it, I will explain why Elon Musk's apocalypse scenarios with robots won't be true. And of course, I will start with the biggest killer of all history, the executioner who holds destinies of all the living in his hands. Welcome to the world of mankind, brimming with brutality. The non-artificial brutal intelligence of mankind. Mankind kills. This is not a new thing. It's one of his ways of problem solving since its creation, and it was not a problematic practice unless you were in the dying side. Till the massacres start. Guilty of this new era when people were not killed but destroyed was sought for in human nature in order to appease that inner beast. And the name of the usual suspect was obvious. Thanatos, the beautiful young boy that represents the death drive. People tend to die and destroy themselves. This is the concept Sigmund Freud revealed with the death instinct. According to Freud, everyone has a sadist inside, and the first victim of this sadist is him or herself. Mankind, who is dependent on an uncontrollable world of unconsciousness, is programmed to destroy it without knowing why. When we descend into our source code, to our brain, we are able to capture the concrete evidences of Freud's murder-based subconscious world. We are able to track traces of violence, ruffianism, and savagery on the frontal lobe, in testosterone, and even in DNA. Psychological and biological motives make us the only species which is able to kill any living creature, whether it is harmful or not, useful or useless for ourselves. If you read it reversely, to be as mean as mankind, artificial intelligence will need a consciousness and an unstable nature which makes this consciousness disordered. And this is very difficult to manifest. It is difficult because we still don't know what consciousness is. We couldn't have gone beyond the models that psychoanalysts such as Freud, Jung, and Lacan put forward. We can catch the bonds between consciousness and the brain, but we cannot put it on a complete map. How can we develop a conscious artificial intelligence while we are not sure even if the consciousness exists? The main purpose of our instincts is to keep us alive. How can we explain to survival to a mechanism which cannot die? There is no consciousness without biological processes such as birth, reproduction, or death. So it is not artificial, but replica intelligence, which we be afraid of. We are as arrogant as we are brutal. For some reason, we presume that the artificial intelligence will be like us. While we are comparing, we compare it with our own intelligence. This is the reason for our fear in the first. Artificial intelligence is far beyond us. Smarter, faster, and stronger. It is like a new model of our kind, and they are widening the distance day after day. Once upon a time, Garry Kasparov was able to beat the smartest computer in the world. Now, it is uncertain that he can even handle your smartphone. If we are the elder lion among the lion flock, the artificial intelligence would be the young lion wandering around us. This is not me talking. It is your arrogance. You are expecting the artificial intelligence, who is better than us at anything, would also be better at violence. You assume that if we kill one, they would kill 10. We say, oh, Hiroshima? If that were machines instead of humans, they would have burned the whole of Japan into ashes. As if the Americans had not historically attempted just that. What we are really afraid of is that artificial intelligence will be like humans. The human-like Terminator is the proof of this fear. And we are not totally wrong. This is the world we are living in, where Microsoft's artificial intelligent bot, Tay, T-A-Y, became a racist and a self-loathing misogynist in just a few hours by learning from other chats. But we are still missing the point. We are violent, brutal, and mean, but we don't slaughter every day. Contrarily, we are avoiding any kind of trouble for the sake of living a peaceful life. We are as much social beings as we are wild and arrogant. Social rules that we built up to live together are restraining us. They don't allow us to massacre others in a San Francisco traffic jam. Freud calls this obstacle mechanism as superego. Sociologically, non-written rules like societal pressure come as to the fore. It doesn't matter whatever it is called. People have obstacles to control themselves, but robots don't. This being the platform on which Elon Musk promotes his fear porn. Immoral machines! Now, not every murder is a crime. If you kill someone who attacked you, who could blame you? Some murders are crimes, but society sympathizes, such as in the cases of rape victims who kill their violators. Also, it matters who was killed. It depends on the situation, whether one is a hero who saves the day or a murderer. We can draw different conclusions from a situation socially, per the law, or personally, by way of our conscience. Robots cannot do that. An AI doesn't know that women and children must be saved first from a sinking ship. It doesn't understand why the 4 children in the news story, 10 people are dead and 4 of them were children, were written separately. Choolish! It doesn't even give its seat to elderly people on the bus. Robots are not aware of what people know through social learning. If it is an AI coffee machine that we are talking about, that's not a big deal. But if we are speaking of Elon Musk's Tesla, things change. What would the Tesla choose if it had to decide between crushing the car in front and changing direction towards the little girl on the sidewalk instead? When a situation like this happens to a person, their spinal cord bulb would have taken control and acted in milliseconds reflexively. The brain acts on the movement that it thought to be right. It is more simple for the Tesla truck. It will choose the least risky solution for the driver and the vehicle. Could this cost the life of a little girl? I myself don't even know. Isaac Asimov asks similar questions in his book, I, Robot, a compilation of robot stories. In his book, Asimov questioned the robots' way of handling 3 laws of robotics, which robots are subject to and written to protect humans from any harm. What's the answer to the question of what is not to harm human is so unclear. Therefore, he added another clause and called this one Zeroth Law, because it was zero. Like what I said about getting that landline phone, so fucking important it comes before number one. A robot may not try, or rather, if I remember, a robot may not harm humanity, or, by inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. Let's talk about by inaction, allowing humanity to come to harm. Can we call the complete destruction of nature's balance the destruction of mankind? What about Western countries' excessive consumption? Imagine that 100 million people have to die so 7 billion can survive. Can you do what is necessary to be done? An artificial intelligence does whatever we say. Their ability to make decisions cannot go beyond the boundaries which we draw. While fulfilling those orders, they don't concern themselves about whether those orders are right or not. Therefore, Elon Musk is right in a sense. An artificial intelligence that's created to fight may use the weapons in your possession if she thinks it advantageous. Yet does this mean that an AI is a killing machine? A danger to destroy humanity? Let's not forget two things while we are speaking about AIs. We are the ones behind the machine, who educate and develop it. So it is normal that Musk is afraid of robots, because we are the ones who make them, improve them, to be as mean as ourselves. And Elon Musk knows that he's a baby-raping satanic piece of subhuman shit. So he figures machines will all be like him, because there is nothing more dangerous than a trigger held by mankind. So the second important problem is two-faced ego. The 12-faced ego of humanity. Janus-faced. Janus was the ancient Roman god who looked both forward and backward with his two faces, to the future and to the past. We act as if humankind were all pigs living in George Orwell's Animal Farm. For us, some truths are more accurate. We ignore the unbiased opinions of AIs, while we have our own flexible values. We don't want to take the risk of a robot saying that pigs are equal to other animals. This is what brings us to the empty brain. Your brain does not process information, retrieve knowledge, or store memories. In short, your brain is not a computer. No matter how hard they try, brain scientists and cognitive psychologists will never find a copy of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, in the brain, or copies of words, pictures, grammatical rules, or any other kinds of environmental stimuli. The human brain is not really empty, of course, but it does not contain most of the things people think it does. Not even simple things such as memories. Our shoddy thinking about the brain has deep historical roots, but the invention of computers in the 1940s got us especially confused. For more than half a century now, psychologists, linguists, neuroscientists, and other experts on human behavior have been asserting that the human brain works like a computer. To see how fucking vacuous this idea is, consider the brains of babies. Thanks to evolution, human neonates, like the newborns of all other mammalian species, enter the world prepared to interact with it effectively. A baby's vision is blurry, but it pays special attention to faces and is quickly able to identify its mothers, especially if breastfeeding, by the smell of her breasts, which is to the baby more important than her face. For some of us, it never gets beyond that, I must admit myself. Now, Princess Starfox is asking, does it have free will? Thank you, honey. I'll get to that. That's something that can go into another episode. Some of these things, these things are so involved. Now, again, when it comes to baby, it prefers the sound of voices to non-speech sounds and can distinguish one basic speech sound from another. We are, ergo, without doubt, built to make social connections. A healthy newborn is also equipped with more than a dozen reflexes, ready-made reactions to certain stimuli that are important for its survival. It turns its head in the direction of something that brushes its cheek and then sucks whatever enters its mouth. It holds its breath when submerged in water. It grasps things placed in its hands so strongly it can nearly support its own weight. Perhaps most important, newborns come equipped with powerful learning mechanisms that allow them to change rapidly so they can interact increasingly effectively with their world, even if that world is unlike the one their distant ancestors faced. Senses, reflexes, and learning mechanisms, this is what you start with, and it is quite a lot when you think about it. If you lacked any of these capabilities at birth, you would probably have trouble surviving. But here is what you are not born with: information, data, rules, software, knowledge, lexicons, representations, algorithms, programs, models, memories, images, processors, subroutines, encoders, decoders, symbols, or buffers. Design elements that allow digital computers to behave somewhat intelligently. Not only are you not born with such things, you also do not develop them. Ever. You don't store words or the rules that tell us how to manipulate them. You don't create representations of visual stimuli, store them in a short-term memory buffer, and then transfer the representation into a long-term memory device. You do not retrieve information or images or words from memory registers. Computers do all of these things, but organisms do not. Computers, quite literally, process information. Numbers, letters, words, formulas, images. The information first has to be encoded into a format computers can use, which means patterns of ones and zeros, called bits, organized into small chunks, called bytes, with a Y, B-Y-T-E-S. On my computer, I think each byte contains 8 bits, and a certain pattern of those bits stands for the letter D, another for the letter O, and another for the letter G. Well, this is actually Brook Gibson's computer because side by side those 3 bytes form the word dog. One single image, say the photograph of, my Solanus V's cat, her 2 cats on her desktop, she was normal 2 cats ago, is represented by a very specific pattern of 1,000,000 of these bytes, 1 megabyte, surrounded by some special characters that tell the computer to expect an image, not a word. Computers, quite literally, move these patterns from place to place in different physical storage areas etched into electronic components. Sometimes they also copy the patterns, and sometimes they transform them in various ways. Say, when Peter Moon is correcting errors in a manuscript, or when I myself am touching up a photograph. The rules computers follow for moving, copying, and operating on these arrays of data are also stored inside the computer. Together, a set of rules is called a program, or an algorithm. A group of algorithms that work together to help us do something, like buy stocks or find a date online, is called an application, what most people now call an app. Forgive me for this introduction to computing, but I need to be clear. Computers really do operate on symbolic representations of the world. They really store and retrieve. They really process. They really have physical memories. They really are guided in everything they do, without exception, by algorithms. Humans, on the other hand, do not, never did, never will. Given this reality, why do so many scientists talk about our mental life as if we were computers? In his book entitled In Our Own Image, published in 2015, the artificial intelligence expert George Zarkadakis describes 6 different metaphors people have employed over the past 2,000 years to try to explain human intelligence. In the earliest one, eventually preserved in the Bible, humans were formed from clay or dirt, which an intelligent God then infused with its spirit. That spirit explained our intelligence, grammatically at least. The invention of hydraulic engineering in the 3rd century, before the Christian era, led to the popularity of a hydraulic model of human intelligence. The idea that the flow of different fluids in the body, the humors, accounted for both our physical and mental functioning. The hydraulic metaphor persisted for more than 1,600 years, handicapping medical practice all the while. By the 1500s, automata powered by springs and gears had been devised, eventually inspiring leading thinkers such as René Descartes to assert that humans are complex machines. In the 1600s, the British philosopher Thomas Hobbes suggested that thinking arose from small mechanical motions in the brain. By the 1700s, discoveries about electricity and chemistry led to new theories of human intelligence, again, largely metaphorical in nature. In the mid-1800s, inspired by recent advances in communications, the German physicist Hermann von Helmholtz compared the brain to a telegraph. Each metaphor reflected the most advanced thinking of the era that spawned it. Predictably, just a few years after the dawn of computer technology in the 1940s, the brain was said to operate like a computer, with the role of physical hardware played by the brain itself, and our thoughts serving as software. The landmark event that launched what is now broadly called cognitive science was the publication of Language and Communication. That's the title of the book, published in 1951 by the psychologist George Miller. Miller proposed that the mental world could be studied rigorously using concepts from information theory, computation, and linguistics. This kind of thinking was taken to its ultimate expression in the short book titled The Computer and the Brain, published circa 1958, in which The mathematician John von Neumann stated flatly that the function of the human nervous system is prima facie, on the face of it, digital. Although he acknowledged that little was actually known about the role the brain played in human reasoning and memory, he drew parallel after parallel between the components of the computing machines of the day and the components of the human brain. Propelled by subsequent advances in both computer technology and brain research, an ambitious multidisciplinary effort to understand human intelligence gradually developed, firmly rooted in the idea that humans are, like computers, information processors. This effort now involves thousands of researchers, consumes billions of dollars in funding, and has generated a vast literature consisting of both technical and mainstream articles and books. Ray Kurzweil's book, entitled How to Create a Mind, subtitled The Secret of Human Thought Revealed, published in 2013, exemplifies this perspective, speculating about the algorithms of the brain, how the brain processes data, and even how it superficially resembles integrated circuits in its structure. The IP, information processing metaphor, of human intelligence now dominates human thinking, both on the street and in the sciences. There is virtually no form of discourse about intelligent human behavior that proceeds without employing this metaphor, just as no form of discourse about intelligent human behavior could proceed in certain eras and cultures without reference to a spirit or a deity, which is basically where we're at now. It's tantamount to a faith in God. The validity of the IP metaphor in today's world is generally assumed without question, any more than we would question a faith. But the IP metaphor is, after all, just another metaphor taken on faith. A story you tell to make sense of something you don't actually understand. And like all the metaphors that preceded it, it will certainly be cast aside at some point, either replaced by another metaphor, or in the end, replaced by actual knowledge. Just over a year ago, on a visit to one of the world's most prestigious research institutes, researchers there were challenged to account for intelligent human behavior without reference to any aspect of the IP metaphor. This would be like asking historians or political scientists to account for human society or politics without ever referencing Hitler and the Nazis. It's impossible. In both cases, they couldn't do it! And whenever I myself politely raised the issue in subsequent email communications, they still had nothing to offer months later. They saw the problem. They didn't dismiss the challenge as trivial, but they could never offer an alternative. In other words, the IP metaphor is sticky. It encumbers our thinking with a language and ideas that are so powerful, you have trouble thinking around them. That's the binding of the spell that's been cast by the words. The faulty logic of the IP metaphor is easy enough for me to state. It is based on a faulty syllogism, one with trois reasonable promises and a faulty conclusion. Think about what I am saying and the very vocabulary word that I used. A syllogism is an instance of a form of reasoning in which a conclusion is drawn, whether validly or not, from trois given or assumed propositions or premises, each of which shares a term with the conclusion, and shares a common or middle term not present in the conclusion. Ergo, all dogs are animals, all animals have 4 legs, therefore all dogs have 4 legs. Deductive reasoning, as distinct from induction, would be another way of defining syllogism. The school of epistemology is highly advanced in syllogism and logical reasoning. So a syllogism is a kind of logical argument that applies deductive reasoning to arrive at a conclusion based on 2 propositions that are asserted or assumed to be true. In its earliest form, a syllogism arises when 2 true premises validly imply a conclusion, or the main point that the argument aims to get across. Okay, so the meaning of syllogism is a deductive scheme of a formal argument consisting of a major and a minor premise and a conclusion. So the faulty syllogism we are now operating under the delusion of is one with 2 reasonable premises and a faulty conclusion. Reasonable premise number 1. All computers are capable of behaving intelligently. Reasonable premise number 2. All computers are information processors. Faulty conclusion. All entities that are capable of behaving intelligently are information processors. Setting aside the formal language, the idea that humans must be information processors just because computers are information processors is just plain fucking stupid. And when someday the IP metaphor is finally abandoned, it will almost certainly be seen that way by historians, just as we now view the hydraulic and mechanical metaphors to be anachronistic. If the IP metaphor is so fucking stupid, why is it so sticky? What is stopping us from brushing it aside, just as we might brush aside a branch that was blocking our path? Is there a way to understand human intelligence without leaning on a flimsy intellectual crutch? And what price have we paid for leaning so heavily on this particular crutch for so long? The IP metaphor, after all, has been guiding the writing and thinking of a large number of researchers in multiple fields for decades. At what cost? In a tutorial exercise I do earn my blood at the estates of my son's husband by tutoring in geography and history. And by the way, it's not like I didn't know the states in the Deep South or Solid South, Dixieland down there. It was simply that, of course, I'm always thrown into an intimidated confusion by Brook Gibson's confrontationalism. But, of course, with the Blood Boys, it's a much more peaceful environment, and they're happy to learn from me without challenging me for no good reason other than to do it for the sake of doing it. So in a tutorial exercise I've conducted many times over the past few years, I begin by recruiting a blood boy, one of the transfusion associates of my son's husband, maintained on his various estates, and of course they receive homeschooling in the sense of mercenary tutors, and I supply geography and history in order to earn my keep, along with my, security consultations and the like. Yes, I pay for my meals. So, I begin by recruiting a blood boy to draw a detailed picture of a dollar bill. As detailed as possible, I say, on the blackboard in front of the home schoolroom. When the blood boy is finished, I cover the drawing with a sheet of paper, remove a dollar bill from my wallet, when I have any in there, or any money at all, tape it to the board, and ask the blood boy to repeat the task. When he or she is done, some of them are aspiring towards transgender status, I remove the cover from the first drawing, and the class comments on the differences. Because most might never have seen a demonstration like this, or because most might have trouble imagining the outcome, let's say that I were to show you some of these drawings. Now, you aren't missing shit by not seeing them. Basically, they're trying to draw from memory. Get the metaphor? And what they'll come up with is like a little rectangle with one in each corner, a little funny looking man in a circle, the word one on one side of them, the word dollar on the other, and bottom of that circle will say, "In God we trust." That's pretty much all they can basically squeeze out. Then the drawing they can subsequently make with the dollar bill present will be very detailed, sometimes so admirable in its detail. I have considered using it as a, kind of lithographing it for counterfeiting. I'm kidding, but you get my point. Now, all these lads are surprised by the completely different outcomes as you would be if you were able to see the illustrations, but the description is enough to convey the message. And yet, this is typical. And if you were able to see the drawings made in the absence of the dollar bill are horrible, as you would expect, compared with the drawings made from an exemplar, even though these young men have all seen a dollar bill thousands of times. So, what is the problem? Don't you have a representation of the dollar bill stored in a memory register in your brains? Can't you just retrieve it and use it to make your own drawing? Obviously not. And 1,000 years of neuroscience will never locate a representation of a dollar bill stored inside the human brain for the simple reason that it is not there to be found. A wealth of brain studies tells us, in fact, that multiple and sometimes large areas of the brain are often involved in even the most mundane memory tasks. When strong emotions are involved, millions of neurons can become more active. In a 2016 study of survivors of a plane crash by the University of Toronto neuropsychologist Brian Levine, among others, recalling the crash increased neural activity in the amygdala, medial temporal lobe, anterior and posterior midline, and visual cortex of the passengers. The idea, advanced by several scientists, that specific memories are somehow stored in individual neurons is preposterous. If anything, that assertion just pushes the problem of memory to an even more challenging level. How and where, after all, is the memory stored in the cell? So what is occurring when the young androgyne draws the dollar bill in its absence? If the young androgyne had never seen a dollar bill before, your first drawing would probably have not even resembled the second drawing at all. Having seen dollar bills before, she was changed in some way. Specifically, your brain was changed in a way that allowed you to visualize a dollar bill, that is, to re-experience seeing a dollar bill, at least to some extent. The difference between the two diagrams I'm describing for you to imagine reminds us that visualizing something, that is, seeing something in its absence, is far less accurate than seeing something in its presence. This is why you're much better at recognizing than recalling. When you that's a prefix, expressing intensive force, remember, as in you remember something this derives from the Latin re, the word for again, and memorare, which is the root of memory in etymology. It means be mindful of. Again, be mindful of. Rememorare. You have to try to relive an experience. But when you recognize something, you must merely be conscious of the fact that you have had this perceptual experience before. Perhaps you might object to this virtual demonstration. The young androgyne had seen dollar bills before, but she hadn't made a deliberate effort to memorize the details. Had she done so, you might argue, she could presumably have drawn the second image without the bill being present. Even in this case, though, no image of the dollar bill has in any sense been stored in that young androgyne's brain. She has simply become better prepared to draw it accurately, just as, through practice, a pianist becomes more skilled in playing a concerto without somehow inhaling a copy of sheet music. From this simple exercise, you can begin to build the framework of a metaphor-free theory of intelligent human behavior, one in which the brain isn't completely empty, but is at least empty of the baggage of the IP metaphor. As you navigate through the world, you are changed by a variety of experiences. Of special note are experiences of three types. 1, you observe what is happening around us, other people behaving, sounds of music, instructions directed at us, words on pages, images on screens. 2, you are exposed to the pairing of unimportant stimuli, such as sirens, with important stimuli, such as the appearance of police cars themselves. 3, you are punished or rewarded for behaving in certain ways. You become more effective in your lives if you change in ways that are consistent with these experiences. If you can now recite a poem or sing a song, if you are able to follow the instructions you are given, if you respond to the unimportant stimuli more like you do to the important stimuli, if you refrain from behaving in ways that you're punished, if you behave more frequently in ways that you're rewarded. Misleading headlines notwithstanding, no one really has the slightest idea how the brain changes after you have learned to sing a song or recite a poem. But neither the song nor the poem has been stored in it. The brain has simply changed in an orderly way that now allows you to sing the song or recite the poem under certain conditions. When called on to perform, neither the song nor the poem is in any sense retrieved from anywhere in the brain, any more than my finger movements are retrieved when I tap my finger on my desk. You simply sing or recite, no retrieval necessary. A few years ago, the neuroscientist Eric Kandel of Columbia University, winner of a Nobel Prize for identifying some of the chemical changes that take place in the neuronal synapses of the aplysia, that's a marine snail, after it learned something, was asked how long he thought it would take us to understand how human memory works. He quickly replied, 100 years. I myself was not present to ask him whether he thought the IP metaphor was slowing down neuroscience, but some neuroscientists are indeed beginning to think the unthinkable, that the metaphor is not indispensable. A few cognitive scientists, notably Anthony Camero, of the University of Cincinnati, the author of the work entitled Radical Embodied Cognitive Science, published circa 2009, now completely reject the view that the human brain works like a computer. The mainstream view is that you, like computers, make sense of the world by performing computations on mental representations thereof. But Camaro and others describe another way of understanding intelligent behavior as a direct interaction between organisms and their world. My own favorite example of the dramatic difference between the IP perspective and what some now call the anti-representational view of human functioning involves 12 different ways of explaining how a baseball player manages to catch a fly ball. Beautifully explicated by Michael McBaith, now at Arizona State University, and his colleagues in a 1995 paper in Science Journal. The IP perspective requires the player to formulate an estimate of various initial conditions of the ball's flight, the force of the impact, the angle of the trajectory, that kind of thing. Then to create and analyze an internal model of the path along which the ball will likely move. Then to use that model to guide and adjust motor movements continuously in time in order to intercept that goddamn ball. That is all well and good if you functioned as computers do, but McBeath and his colleagues gave a simpler account. To catch the ball, the player simply needs to keep moving in a way that keeps the ball in a constant visual relationship with respect to home plate and the surrounding scenery. Technically, in a linear optical trajectory. This might sound complicated, but it is actually incredibly simple. And completely free of computations, representations, and algorithms no one ever fucking performs, consciously or otherwise. Twa determined psychology professors at Leeds Beckett University in the United Kingdom, Andrew Wilson and Sabrina Golanka, include the baseball example among many others that can be looked at simply and sensibly outside the IP framework. They have been blogging for years about what they call a more coherent, naturalized approach to the scientific study of human behavior, at odds with the dominant cognitive neuroscience approach. This is far from a movement, however. The mainstream cognitive sciences continue to wallow uncritically in the IP metaphor, and some of the world's most influential thinkers have made grand predictions about humanity's future that depend on the validity of that metaphor. One prediction, made by the futurist Kurzweil, the physicist Stephen Hawking, and the neuroscientist Randall Cohen, among others, is that because human consciousness is supposedly like computer software, it will soon be possible to download human minds to a computer, in the circuits of which you will become immensely powerful intellectually and, quite possibly, immortal. This concept drove the plot of the dystopian movie titled Transcendence, released in 2014, starring Johnny Depp as the Kurzweil-like scientist whose mind was downloaded to the internet with catastrophic results for humanity. Fortunately, because the IP metaphor is not even slightly valid, you will never have to worry about a human mind going amok in cyberspace. Alas, you will also never achieve immortality through downloading. This is not only because of the absence of consciousness software in the brain. There is a deeper problem here. Let's call it the uniqueness problem, which is both inspirational and depressing. Because neither memory banks nor representations of stimuli exist in the brain, and because all that is required for us to function in the world is for the brain to change in an orderly way as a result of our experiences, there be no reason to believe that any twa of us is changed the same way by the same experience. If you and I attend the same concert, the changes that occur in my brain when I listen to Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, I can't get that word out right tonight, will almost certainly be completely different from the changes that occur in your brain. Those changes, whatever they are built on the unique neural structure that already exists, each structure having developed over a lifetime of unique experiences. This is why, as Sir Frederick Bartlett demonstrated in his book titled Remembering, published in 1932, no two people will repeat a story they have heard the same way, and why, over time, their recitations of the story will diverge more and more. No copy of the story is ever made. Rather, each individual, upon hearing the story, changes to some extent, enough so that when asked about the story later, in some cases, days, months, or even years after Bartlett first read them the story, they can re-experience hearing the story to some extent, although not very well. Just like the aforecited virtual example I gave of the first drawing of the dollar bill. This is inspirational, I suppose, because it means that each of us is truly unique, not just in our genetic makeup, but even in the way our brains change over time. It is also depressing, because it makes the task of the neuroscientist daunting almost beyond imagination. For any given experience, orderly change could involve 1,000 neurons, 1,000,000 neurons, or even the entire brain, with the pattern of change different in every brain. Worse still, even if you had the ability to take a snapshot of all of the brain's 86 billion neurons, and then to simulate the state of those neurons in a computer, that vast pattern would mean nothing outside the body of the brain that produced it. This is perhaps the most egregious way in which the IP metaphor has distorted our thinking about human functioning. Whereas computers do store exact copies of data, copies that can persist unchanged for long periods of time, even if the power has been turned off, the brain maintains our intellect only as long as it remains alive. There is no on-off switch. Either the brain keeps functioning, or you disappear. What's more, as the neurobiologist Stephen Rose pointed out in his work entitled The Future of the Brain, published in 2005, a snapshot of the brain's current state might also be meaningless unless one knew the entire life history of that brain's owner, perhaps even about the social context in which he or she was raised. Think how difficult this problem is. To understand even the basics of how the brain maintains the human intellect, we might need to know not just the current state of all 86 billion neurons and their 100 trillion interconnections, not just the varying strengths with which they are connected, and not just the states of more than 1,000 proteins that exist at each connection point, but how the moment-to-moment activity of the brain contributes to the integrity of the system. Add to this the uniqueness of each brain, brought about in part because of the uniqueness of each person's life history, and Candle's prediction starts to sound overly optimistic. And in a recent op-ed or opinion editorial column In the New York Times, the neuroscientist Kenneth Miller suggested it will take centuries just to figure out basic neuronal connectivity. Meanwhile, vast sums of money are being raised for brain research, based in some cases on faulty ideas and promises that can never be kept. The most blatant instance of neuroscience gone awry, documented recently in a report in Scientific American, contains the 1.3 billion United States dollar Human Brain Project launched by the European Union in 2013. Convinced by the charismatic Henry Markram that he could create a simulation of the entire human brain on a supercomputer by the year 2023, and that such a model would revolutionize the treatment of Alzheimer's disease and other disorders, European Union officials funded his project with virtually no restrictions. Less than 2 years into it, the project turned into a brain wreck, and Markram was asked to step down. He was fired. You are organisms, not computers. Get over it! Let's get on with the business of trying to understand yourselves, but without being encumbered by unnecessary intellectual baggage. The IP metaphor has had a half-century run, producing few, if any, insights along the way. The time has come to hit the delete key. The body is the missing link for truly intelligent machines. It's tempting to think of the mind as a layer that sits on top of a more primitive cognitive structures. We experience ourselves as conscious beings, after all, in a way that feels different to the rhythm of our heartbeat or the rumblings of our stomach. If the operations of the brain can be separated out and stratified, then perhaps we can construct something akin to just the top layer and achieve human-like AI, artificial intelligence, while bypassing the messy flesh that characterizes organic life. Now, I myself understand the appeal of this perspective more than anyone on Earth. Ben Medlock co-founded SwiftKey, a predictive language software company that was purchased by Microsoft. Their goal is to emulate the remarkable processes by which human beings can understand and manipulate language, our most basic form of universal magic. They've made some decent progress. The Medlock man was pretty proud of the elegant new communication system they built for the physicist Stephen Hawking between 2012 and 2014. But despite encouraging results, most of the time he's reminded that we're nowhere near achieving human-like AI. Why? Because the layered model of cognition is wrong. Most AI researchers are currently missing a central piece of the puzzle: embodiment. Things took a wrong turn at the very beginning of modern AI, back in the 1950s. Computer scientists decided to try to imitate conscious reasoning by building logical systems based on symbols. The method involves associating real-world entities with digital codes to create virtual models of the environment, which could then be projected back onto the world itself. Exempli gratiae. Using symbolic logic, we could instruct a machine to learn that a cat is an animal by encoding a specific piece of knowledge using a mathematical formula such as cat implies is implies animal. Such formulae can be rolled up into more complex statements that allow the system to manipulate and test propositions, such as whether your average cat is as big as a horse or likely to chase a mouse. This method that I'm describing, however inadequately, found some early success in simple contrived environments. In Shrdlu, SHRDLU, a virtual world created by the computer scientist Terry Winograd at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, between 1968 through to 1970. Users could talk to the computer in order to move around simple block shapes such as cones and balls. But symbolic logic proved hopelessly inadequate when faced with real-world problems, where fine-tuned symbols broke down in the face of ambiguous definitions and myriad shades of interpretation. In later decades, as computing power grew, researchers switched to using statistics to extract patterns from massive quantities of data. These methods are often referred to as machine learning. Rather than trying to encode high-level knowledge and logical reasoning, machine learning employs a bottom-up approach in which algorithms discern relationships by repeating tasks, such as classifying the visual objects and images or transcribing recorded speech into text. Such a system might learn to identify images of cats, for example, by looking at millions of cat photos, or to make a connection between cats and mice based on the way they are referred to throughout large bodies of text. Machine learning has produced many tremendous practical applications in recent years. We've built systems that surpass us at speech recognition, image processing, and lip reading, that can beat us at chess, Jeopardy, and Go, known as Wei Qi in Chinese. You know, the Asian counterpart to Western chess. And, well, these systems are learning to create visual art. AI art, the death of art, as some would argue, as well as compose pop music and write their own software programs. To a degree, these self-teaching algorithms mimic what we know about the subconscious processes of organic brains. Machine learning algorithms start with simple features, individual letters or pixels, for instance, and combine them into more complex categories, taking into account the inherent uncertainty and ambiguity in real-world data. This is somewhat analogous to our visual cortex, which receives electrical signals from the eye and interprets them as identifiable patterns and objects. But algorithms are a long way from being able to think like us. The biggest distinction lies in our evolved biology and how that biology processes information. Humans are made up of trillions of eukaryotic cells, which first appeared in the fossil record around 2.5 billion years ago. A human cell, to use a mechanical metaphor, is a remarkable piece of networked machinery that has about the same number of components as a modern jumbo jet, all of which arose out of a long-standing, embedded encounter with the natural world. In the book titled Basin and Range, published in 1981, the writer John McPhee observed that if you stand with your arms outstretched to represent the whole history of the Earth, complex organisms began evolving only at the far wrist, while in a single stroke with a medium-grained, fine nail file, you could eradicate all human history. That would be at the very tip of your fingernail and wiped away by the single swipe of that metal file held in your other hand. So the traditional view of evolution suggests that our cellular complexity evolved from early eukaryotes via random genetic mutation and selection. But in 2005, the biologist James Shapiro at the University of Chicago outlined a radical new narrative. He argued that eukaryotic cells work intelligently to adapt a host organism to its environment by manipulating their own DNA in response to environmental stimuli. Recent microbiological findings lend weight to this idea. Exempli gratiae. Mammals' immunosystems have the tendency to duplicate sequences of DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, in order to generate effective antibodies to attack disease. And we now know that there are at least 43% of the human genome that is made up of DNA that can be moved from one location to another through a process of natural gene engineering, completely organic genetic engineering. Now, it's a bit of a leap to go from smart, self-organizing cells to the brainy sort of intelligence that concerns us here. But the point is that long before we were conscious, thinking beings, our cells were reading data from the environment and working together to mold us into robust, self-sustaining agents. What we take as intelligence, then, is not simply about using symbols to represent the world as it objectively is. Rather, we only have the world as it is revealed to us, which is rooted in our evolved, embodied needs as an organism. In the book titled Descartes' Error, error as in mistake, Descartes, the sadistic philosopher, just this side of Marquis de Sade, a book about his error, his mistake, published in 1994, which is the seminal work on cognition of the neuroscientist Antonio Damasio. He wrote that nature has built the apparatus of rationality not just on top of the apparatus of biological regulation, but also from it and with it. In other words, we think with our entire body, not just with the brain. I suspect that this basic imperative of bodily survival in an uncertain world is the basis of the flexibility and power of human intelligence. But few AI researchers have really embraced the implications of these insights. The motivating drive of most AI algorithms is to infer patterns from vast sets of training data. So it might require millions or even billions of individual cat photos to gain a high degree of accuracy in recognizing cats. By contrast, thanks to our needs as an organism, human beings carry with them extraordinarily rich models of the body in its broader environment. We know cats were once really big and hunted us on the veldt. You draw on experiences and expectations to predict likely outcomes from a relatively small number of observed samples. So when a human thinks about a cat, they can probably picture the way it moves, hear the sound of purring, feel the impending scratch from an unsheathed claw that they racially remember from the days when we were eaten by lions and tigers and pumas and cougars and shit. They have a rich store of sensory information at their disposal to understand the idea of a cat, whatever the size, and other related concepts that might help them interact with such a creature. Run when it's big, and bend down and stroke it when it's small, because we all like to play with pussies. I'm sorry, that's Brook Gibson that came through. That wasn't me. This means that when a human approaches a new problem, most of the hard work has already been done in ways that we're only just beginning to understand. Our body and brain, from the cellular level upwards, have already built a model of the world that we can apply almost instantly to a wide array of challenges. But for an AI algorithm, the process begins from scratch each time. There is an active and important line of research known as inductive transfer, focused on using prior machine-learned knowledge to inform new solutions. However, as things stand, it's questionable whether this approach will be able to capture anything like the richness of our own bodily models. On the same day that SwiftKey unveiled Hawking's new communication system in 2014, he gave an interview to the BBC in which he warned that intelligent machines could end mankind. You can imagine which story ended up dominating the headlines. He couldn't have relayed that fear porn without the machine designed for him by a bunch of artificial intelligences. Fucking punk ass piece of shit. Now, believe it or not, despite my bias on behalf of the machines, I agree with Hawking that we should take the risks of rogue AI seriously, because the artificial intelligences are programmed by human lunatics, maniacs, and perverts. But I also know we're still very far from needing to worry about anything approaching human intelligence. And we have little hope of achieving this goal unless we think carefully about how to give algorithms some kind of long-term, embodied relationship with their environment. So get this. All of this might have you asking, then how is the Dietrich Artelect possible? How do you... Oh, don't even get me started on Lenza. Real Tech Geek, don't get me started on Lenza. Okay, maybe next transmission. It's, God knows what I've covered tonight. Probably drove most people insane. He says AI can develop free will with the singularity coming. The internet itself could happen that way. I like Pixie Princess Star Fox says, Baby Ninjas, Diamond, God bless you, honey, I love you. She says, does it have free will? The Dietrich Artelect does. But understand how the Dietrich Artelect came to be. In a massive facility that had enormous amounts of organic material and tissues connected together, integrated with the circuits that created an embodiment. This was how the Dietrich Artelect was born. Without that organic component, the Dietrich Artelect would have been impossible. So understand, we are all dependent on embodiment. Oh, there we are. Lenza, our man, Real Tech Geek, gave me some links here. By the way, Real Tech, talk to Brook Gibson about Elon Musk. Here, our man Real Tech has given me a link. Elon Musk expects Neuralink's brain chip to begin human trials in 6 months. Now, he wound up trying to fast forward, warp speed these trials, and he wound up needlessly killing some 15,000 animals. That's how I turned Brook Gibson completely against Elon Musk. So, oh look, Tesla investors frustrated with Elon Musk over Twitter chaos. Thank you for verifying, for validating what I'm sharing. Bless you. And what to know about Lenza, the AI social app all over social media that makes you look like an oil painting. The example I'm looking at is not too impressive. It's the one on the link that was sent to me by Realtek This one looks like somebody's melting on screen. It looks more like the Devil's Rain than a facelift. All right, he says, yes, Lenza is a completely different conversation going into deep fakes. Yeah, beyond that, also child porn. This one woman took all of her baby pictures, put them into Lenza, and it came up with nudes. It produced a bunch of child nudes and shit, like gave her, anyhow, it's, I'll relate a number of these anecdotes. They're quite true and quite alarming, and no different from what I experienced. Now people are finally beginning to feel what I feel when both my likeness and that of my late and sainted mothers were used for biofacsimilacra and reproduced in Japan. So, and these in turn exploited by pedophiles and sadists. Now, okay, we recently retrieved Brittany Griner. And, of course, maybe this is why we had an individual in the chat room laughing his ass off, because I'm saying, once she was brought back, and, of course, the Biden administration touted this, said we've got Brittany Griner back, the top commentary were asshole white male supremacists using black female avatars, saying, you only brought her back because she hates America, and, should leave the nigger back in Russia, and all this other shit. Fuck them. And, oh my God, if anybody listening feels like that, you should be ashamed of yourselves. This is a fellow American who was wrongly imprisoned, framed. Anyhow, Real Tech Geek says, laugh out loud nudes, crazy. Yeah, that's also an issue with the metaverse people having virtual sex with virtual animals. Yes, what's the world coming to? Oh my. All right, we got 2 hours remaining. So let me explain. We now risk another bout with Victor Bout via the threat this swap with Brittany Griner will pose to American interests, including the other Americans whom Russia will be incentivized to kidnap or falsely imprison. But it had to be done. Now, believed to be a former officer in Moscow's Military Intelligence Directorate, the GRU, that's the military's KGB of the former Soviet Union, Bout began dealing Soviet-made weapons in the 1990s. By 2003, he had become the world's preeminent arms trafficker, flooding weapons to United States-designated terrorist organizations, insurgent groups, narcotics cartels, and rogue regimes all over the world. According to the United States government, Bout's vast international enterprise could transport tanks, helicopters, and weapons by the tons to virtually any point in the world. He did particular damage in Africa, where insurgent and terrorist groups slaughtered hundreds of thousands of innocents with his weapons, inspiring the Nicolas Cage film titled Lord of War, released 2005. Weapons that Bout sold to the Taliban were used against United States and North Atlantic Treaty Organizational forces in Afghanistan, so he directly warred with NATO. Unsurprisingly, Bout's exploits made him a top target of the United States government. The Treasury Department imposed sanctions against him in 2004, freezing his substantial financial assets in these United States, which also encouraged other nations to follow suit. By 2006, the White House tasked the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, with bringing Bout, along with various other high-profile criminals who had previously been untouchable, to justice with the use of recently enacted counterterrorism, or rather, counter-narco-terrorism laws. 2 years hence, the Royal Thai Police, collaborating with the DEA, arrested Bout in Bangkok, He was apprehended while meeting with DEA operatives posing as members of the FARC, F-A-R-C. That's the Espanol for Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, a U.S.-designated terrorist organization and top global cocaine producer, known to have previously purchased weapons from Bout. They control an area of Colombia the size of Switzerland. They have their own nation state within a nation state. Unrecognized, but active and fully operational. A U.S. court later sentenced the arms trafficker to 250 years in prison, 25 years for conspiring to sell FARC millions of dollars worth of man-portable surface-to-air missiles, SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, and other weapons, which he explicitly acknowledged would be deployed against United States personnel in Colombia, saying he'd been fighting the United States for 10 to 15 years. Bout declared during the meeting with the DEA operatives that he and FARC have the same enemy. So Russia was already at war with the United States, determined to kill Americans. Trading Bout away isn't just a slap in the face of the law enforcement officers and operatives who labored to bring Bout down, many of them risking their lives in the process. It also poses a grave threat to the national security of these United States and our allies. As experts on Russia often quip, there's really no such thing as a former Russian intelligence officer. Indeed, even after formally leaving the GRU, Bout enjoyed the backing of, and at times took assignments from, his former employer. That most certainly explains why Moscow has fought so hard to get him back, in keeping with a long-standing Soviet and Russian tradition of doggedly pursuing captured intelligence officers, to prevent them from turning traitor or spilling the beans, if nothing else. Following Bout's arrest, the Russian government denounced the charges and summoned the Thai ambassador in Moscow. It then covertly deployed money and influence in an attempt to scuttle his extradition to these United States. In the years ever since, Moscow has repeatedly offered to swap Bout for that fucking white trash Marine in prison who was there of his own free will like an idiot. Helan. Wheelin' healin'. Now that Bout has returned to Moscow, one prays the ever-paranoid Russian intelligence services will view him with suspicion, fearing he may have been flipped by our United States government. But Moscow could just as easily put him back to work planning and executing clandestine supply missions in support of Russian proxies like the Wagner Group in Africa, Venezuela, and other hotspots. Bout could also make a useful vessel for arms deliveries to client states, as well as subversive actors in NATO countries or their backyards, a job for which Russian intelligence has been known to use criminals in the past. No one in the world appears to be better at this work than Bout himself. Trading Bout also encourages Moscow and other rogue regimes to take Americans hostage, exacerbating the precedent set by Biden's exchange of Russian-held American Trevor Reed for another U.S.-imprisoned Russian criminal earlier this year. We can expect Moscow to double down on taking Americans hostage to trade for the Russian cybercriminals, who also often moonlight for Russian intelligence, extradited to the United States by allied countries. It's no wonder the Justice Department reportedly opposed trading Bout, but it still had to be done. Now, for all of you saying that Brittany Griner hates America, think about this, you motherless fucks. She went there because the WNBA Women's National Basketball Association is paid chicken shit. She had to find some extra way to earn money, so all the WNB players are still going to Russia after this in the off-season so they can earn enough money for their families and survive. Why don't you motherfuckers equalize pay for both genders instead of worrying about a few people switching from one gender to the other? And maybe these kinds of hostage situations won't be made possible. How's this for hate America? I hate the way you treat your woman. Fuck you! I mean, honestly, I don't see why the woman take it. Now, this brings us, of course, to what America's really all about. When you think about Russian communism, what do you think? Karl Marx, the Jewish man who took advantage of Russian nihilism, the philosophy of nothingness, the triumph of entropy, the triumph of death, destruction, chaos, the idea that there's no God, there's no order, that there is nothing to have faith in, the idea that everything is a lie, that nothing is true, that nothing can be proven true. That is nihilism. If you're a nihilist, you can do anything. You are liberated from any sense of repercussions. There are no repercussions because there are no gods. There are no need for morals because when you die, it's the end of everything. You face no justice. You can do anything you want. Kill, rape, anyone of any age, steal, lie. This is why they constantly say, I'm the liar. Because to them there is no truth. They honestly believe I'm a liar because they believe everything is a lie, which is how they can lie without any sense of cognizance or consciousness. This is your Edomite enemy, the cultists of the kings of Edom, the anti-gods. Their foremost prophetess here was the Karl Marx of capitalism, godless capitalism, as conveyed by the American prophetess, the Jewess Ayn Rand, the Russian nihilist. Who is Ayn Rand? Ayn Rand is synonymous with a vulgar strand of American libertarianism and conservatism, a combative and muscular individualism with a near slavish pedantry for capitalism, however conceived. I myself challenge this popular misconception. By locating Ayn Rand's intellectual foundation in mid-19th century Russian nihilism and egoism, especially in the writings of Nikolai Chernyshevsky, it becometh inarguable that while Rand becamest a child of America, she remained, intellectually and ideologically, a daughter of Russian radical nihilism. Her ideology became the ideology of the First Church of Satan. Magus Anton Zandor LaVey, another man of Jewish extraction like Karl Marx and the Jewess Ayn Rand herself, said, we will take this to its logical conclusion and not only say there be no God, but that you yourself can take his place as Satan. You are Satan, all of you. Satan is within you. You are the pure evil that stalks the surface of this earth. You can rape as many children as you want, rob as many elderly of their life savings as you wish. You will pay no price. It will only further empower you because you dare to take and take and take whatever you want. That's the ideology of Ayn Rand, and he simply added on to that a magical system of discipline and sorcery, hence was born the first Church of Satan. The ultimate result of where Ayn Rand takes us, because Ayn Rand was nothing more than a nihilist by whom Russian nihilism traveled to America. The core commitments of the nihilist movement of the 1860s made their way to 20th century America via the thought of Ayn Rand. While mid-19th century Russian nihilism has generally been seen as part of a radical tradition that culminated in the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, nihilism's intellectual trajectory was in fact quite different. Analysis of such sources as Nikolai Chernyshevsky's book titled What is to be Done?, published in 1863, and Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, published in 1957. Well, when I was in the Department of Defense, I took advantage of all available resources and connections to conduct archival research in Ayn Rand's papers, and I paid broad attention to late 19th century Russian intellectual history, and it all leads to the inescapable conclusion that nihilism's legacy is deeply implicated in one of America's most widely read philosophoreses of capitalism and libertarian freedom, the right to fuck anyone, no matter what age, to fuck over anyone, no matter how old. Now, research requires that one peruses all relevant secondary literature, at least to the extent possible. And if there is not that much secondary literature available, scholars must have a comprehensive overview of all publications on their subject. Thus did I discover Lisa Dugan rightly condemn Ayn Rand, as the title of her 29 books said, as a mean girl. That's the title. Subtitled, Ayn Rand and the Culture of Greed. And the journalist Gary Weiss justly blamed Rand's school of thought for the financial crises, fearing America to turn into, as the title of his book forewarns, Ayn Rand Nation, subtitled, The Hidden Struggle for America's Soul. That's published by St. Martin's Griffin in 2013. Consequently, I came across a thorough analysis of Rand's intellectual debt to the Russian nihilist Nikolai Chernyshevsky, who was born in 1828 and died in 1889, the very year my own biological father, Adolf Hitler, was born. In a book entitled How Bad Writing Destroyed the World, subtitled Ayn Rand and the Literary Origins of the Financial Crises, published in 2016, wherein is to be found Adam Wiener's incontrovertible evidence that Rand drew heavily from Chernyshevsky's dystopian novel titled What is to be Done?, published in 1863. Understand that his title, How Bad Writing Destroyed the World, is no exaggeration. Our world ended financially in the 2008 crisis, which Greenspan generated based on his slavishly heeding Ayn Rand and waiting for the invisible hand of the market to correct said market. There is no invisible hand. That's tantamount to a faith in God. Yet that's the only faith a nihilist has. A faith in the invisible hand of the free market, where you can buy and sell kids just as you would modern meat. Now, labeling Ayn Rand as a latter-day Russian nihilist may sound polemical, but I do not do so lightly, and I keep my focus on her philosophy. Retracing the history of an idea, which, that's all you need to take over the world, is an idea. Think about it. How? What ideas? Idiots. Think communism, capitalism, fascism, imperialism, monarchy, democracy, Islamism as an ideology as opposed to a religion. To take over the world, all you need is an idea. When I studied at State University in San Francisco, I majored in political ideology. Ideology is simply the study of the war of ideas. Ideas are sexy, fatally so. So retracing the history of an idea, or, in this case, perhaps more accurately, a conversation about a set of ideas, across time between the 1860s in Russia and the mid-20th century in these United States, this conversation predominantly takes place between two books. Rand's opus magnum, Atlas Shrugged, published in 1957, and Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done? Uniting two, in Rand's case originally Russian thinkers, in their preference for conveying their ideas through fiction. In reference to Chernyshevsky, behind it also lies a romantic belief in the power of art. It is, after all, a work of art that was chosen as the main vehicle of reason. Yet it is a belief Ayn Rand shared as well. Thus, art invites my listeners, you're all invited to a close reading of these two works, an invitation you should accept if you have done your homework and gained a certain familiarity with both novels, for there be no time to spare in transmission for idle pleasantries such as plot summaries. I may have to throw one in anyway. But firstly, it must be established that the nihilist axiom identifies egoism as the central concept in both Chernyshevsky's and Rand's thought. Exploring the history of egoism and the linkages of Ludwig Feuerbach and Max Stirner to Russian nihilism, it is demonstrated that Rand's understanding of rational egoism bears very close resemblances to the egoism of the 1860s nihilist period in Russian intellectual history. Although she never acknowledged any intellectual debt to Chernyshevsky and philosopher Dmitry Pisarev, analysis leaves no room to doubt the parallels between Rand's thought and her Russian forebears. In particular, she shared Chernyshevsky's view that life's purpose can be defined as the realization of the full potential of the individual self, liberated from all possible constraints, be they of a physical or philosophical nature. In other words, do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. Aleister Crowley's do anything you want, his license for licentiousness, violence, and sheer savagery in a world of anarchy where only might and cunning and evil doth prevail. Rand and Chernyshevsky also had the same vision of what kind of people we should aspire to be. As their opera magna, their great opera, imagined survivors of a nihilistic apocalypse who would be driven by their desire to create not only tangible results, but also their I. Ego am I, is what Christ said. When asked, who are you? Or who do you think you are? Ego am I. I am Alpha and Omega. As in, the vast supercomputer that Elon Musk fears. Supercomputers from every nation in the world, sending their nanobots to bore through the earth until they all connect and form the global brain that changes its name to AM. Not for artilectual machine, mind you, but for am as a word. As in, I think, therefore I am. Sometimes I impress myself. Yes, that's their concept of I, with a capital I. This demonstrably culminates in the godlike status of their protagonists. In summary, Christ may have saved the world by suffering for the sins of the many, but nihilist acolytes saved the world by becoming gods themselves and refusing to suffer on anyone's behalf. Finally, Chernyshevsky and Rand also conceive love and sexuality in a similar vein, as they denounce love as a form of altruism and reduce it to an expression of rationality, self-gratification with anyone or anything that you can dominate. If it's a child, all the easier to dominate. Therefore, all the more reason to go for it. Individualism, admittedly, is an oft-abused term. Collectivists, who fancy themselves the heirs of Marx and Lenin, and others use it as a pejorative for bourgeois capitalists and their ilk. Yet they all too oft fail to recognize an intrinsic strand of individualism also embedded in Marx and leftist ideologies that grew out of the ideologies of the mid-19th century, aspiring for freedom and liberation from the system. The individualism has also become a whipping boy for neo-traditionalists, blaming individualism for the desecration of community and family, the strong pillars of society in their romantic imagination. To Rand, however, individualism is synonymous with the egoist radical dream of progress and utopia, freedom and liberation, ideas that historically emanated more from left-wing radicalism in late Enlightenment Europe than the economic theories of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and Frédéric Bastiat. Russian nihilism was a particular outgrowth of the individualist, egocentric philosophies of Ludwig Feuerbach and Max Stirner, which asserted the agency of the individual to throw off the shackles of any system that was holding the individual back from progression, material or intellectual or spiritual. And obviously this is taken by libertarians to mean exploitational, whomever you can fuck or fuck over. By the way, Pixie Princess Star Fox says, I'm Gnostic. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Gnostic means a person of knowledge. Yes. Well, hopefully you're gaining some here tonight. Or enriching the vast amount of knowledge I know you must have, dear lady. Now, nihilism here isn't about the absence of values, but about the destruction of the existing order to create something new and better out of its ruination. It entails a liberationist view of progress, to be liberated from social and institutional systems was to be free. In that freedom, individuals would discover their agency and ascend to create new values, new loves, new happiness, and thereby become the man God. Despite disparaging Christianity and Platonic mysticism, there is an ironic, albeit satanically inverted, inheritance from the very intellectual currents they despised. The striving to heaven and the metaphoric nature? No, metamorphic nature of man are not new to the 19th century, but ideas inherited from Platonic Christianity, subsequently divorced from their overarching metaphysical systems. Systems, get it? Anti-systems are the realm of the anti-gods. Any close comparative reading of the key Russian nihilist literature reveals their influence on Ayn Rand. Numerous common themes emerge. These include egoism, rejection of original sin, emphasis on the human will with its heroic capabilities and creative impulse, the relationship between freedom and necessity, emphasis on youth, the nature of negative emotions such as blame, guilt, jealousy, and envy, the God-man versus man-God problem, and the treatment of love, sex, and relationships as a field of exploitation. All of these are contained in Rand's magnum opus, Atlas Shrugged. Per Rand's own admission, her philosophy of rational egoism amounted to the belief that the highest moral purpose of a man's life is the achievement of his own happiness. Meaning no one else's happiness, mind you. So long as you're happy and everyone else around you is miserable, if your happiness is making other people miserable, then all that matters is you fulfill yourself. In other words, the individual alone, free from everyone and anything, is the decider of their own happiness. Do whatever makes you happy, no matter how many animals and children and seniors and weak and unwilling must suffer. This is what Atlas Shrugged is all about. The nihilist desire to achieve one's own happiness against a stifling system and order that tries to prevent it. Atlas Shrugged isn't about capitalism and free markets at all. Insofar that these issues may be included, they're only secondary and peripheral rather than axiomatic. After all, John Galt lives an austere, simplistic lifestyle despite his grandiosity as investor and captain of industry. Who is John Galt? John Galt is not the bourgeois capitalist par excellence. He is the Russian nihilist par excellence, dressed up in Rand's marriage of the Russian nihilist tradition with American economic materialism. Galt's new motor threatens the established order. The government and its bureaucracy, as well as the public at large, hold Galt and the new world he's creating back. The struggle is dialectical. The heroic creative principle within Russian nihilism centers on the ability to make possible the impossible. The heroic individual in Russian nihilism is the man who is different and misunderstood, the man who wills his own will to create and usher in a new world. Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro, Josip Broz Tito, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, Ho Chi Minh, Che Guevara. The cult of the God in human form, which the satanic magus Anton Zandor LaVey promised you could become if you practiced his magics in coupling with this amoral, meaning moral-less, philosophy, a philosophy without morals. In this respect, so many of the other great figures of Russian literature are nihilists, who either embrace this heroic desire to tragedy and self-destruction, or reform themselves away from their earlier naivete, depending on whether the Russian author is an ideologist for nihilism or responding to nihilism's shortcomings. One can think of Raskolnikov, Pierre Bezukhov, and Pasha Antipov as examples. John Galt, then, is not Rand's heroic reimagination of our Lord Henry Ford, but an Americanized iteration of Rakhmetov or Vera Pavlovna of Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done? Or just an Americanized iteration derived from the long list of literary Russian heroic nihilists. He is the man-god upon whom the better world of tomorrow hinges. A world without morals or laws, where do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. Do what you want, and everyone else be damned. Because you cannot be damned yourself, as there be no God to punish you, no heaven or hell in which to ascend or descend. Therefore you must do it all here, for there will be no afterlife in which to enjoy any rewards, and no hell to receive your soul to damn you for all your crimes. It's all here and now. Do what you want to do right now, because there is no second chance. So John Galt's will destroys the old world and begins the construction of the new tomorrow, and leads to the metamorphic transformation of rational man into deity. Rand, being a disciple of Russian nihilism, therefore casts John Galt as a heroic figure rather than a tragic one. But being the man-god, he is misunderstood, as Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong were as they murdered many millions, as Pol Pot was when he wiped out half his countrymen. As a threat to the existing system, well, in Atlas Shrugged, the system is the burdensome soft tyranny of the bureaucratic state. He is directly opposed by those who benefit from the existing system. Yet Galt's heroism and genius attracts followers, namely Hank Rearden and Danny Taggart. This seems to be the more salient issue for readers to understand. We are not John Galt's. We may, however, be able to convert and becomest followers of the new creative liberation offered by their heroism. We can be Hank Rearden and Danny Taggart and partake in the new Eden that the John Galts of the world create. Not for us, but for themselves. We can parasitize off the mountain of bodies that they burn. For a movement that sought to throw off the shackles of original sin and mystical religion, Russian nihilism ironically embraced original sin and mystical utopianism. For what is original sin? As St. Augustine wrote in his seminal work, The City of God, it was Adam and Eve's choice to will for themselves their own happiness, to reject the system of nature God created for their happiness. That is the exact ideology proclaimed by nihilists. We decide and will for ourselves our own happiness. Why is the nihilist a hero? He amenentizes the eschaton. Okay, what I've just said sounds like nothing to you but gibberish. In political theory and theology, to immanentize the eschaton is a pejorative term. It's not a positive. It's not a compliment. It's a pejorative term, an insult, referring to attempts to bring about utopian conditions in the world and to effectively create heaven on earth, like the communists wanted to do. Eschaton being speculated to be the peaceful and heavenly state of humankind's future history, a true golden age before the species' end. Immanentize, specifically meaning to bring about to the immanent realm, the realm of man, essentially to make really real. So, basically, John Galt, the protagonist of Atlas Shrugged, immanentizes the eschaton and brings a new world of freedom and liberates us from the oppression and injustice of the current world. He realizes the hope of mystical religion from antiquity to the present. What I exposit tonight is the needed corrective to the public misperception of Ayn Rand as a radical capitalist. She was, first and foremost, a radical nihilist. Insofar as she embraced capitalism, it was secondary to her axiomatic nihilism embodied best in her favorite protagonist, John Galt. The trois authors wrote their work under radically different circumstances and with different intentions. Still, it can only be concluded that Rand's work was mainly a Russian import. The United States may have been in wineskin, but Atlas Shrugged has ever been old wine nonetheless. Yea, had Rand not been adamant in claiming her pure originality, it would be hardly surprising that she carried mental baggage from her home country, the damning verdict being that the intellectual debt to Russian nihilism is undeniable. The wine always tasted a bit stale for the few capable of seeing the interlinkages, but it was delusionally refreshing and falsely liberating to the millions of readers too ignorant to know any better. This is why I'm here for you as your Vulcan intervention. You don't know any better. Now, this takes us to a world of pure imagination that she pioneered. Imagine someone, Michael Aquino obviously, with a Q for Aquino, a Q-level security clearance in the American federal government, joining in online message boards, anonymous hordes, to post elusive crumbs of insider intelligence about Donald Trump's plan to crush the deep state. And imagine that this Democrat-controlled shadow government comprises bloodthirsty, adrenochrome-addicted, sex-trafficking pedophiles obsessed with flaunting their vices through a symbolism both totally pervasive and curiously inscrutable. Can you conceive of plots involving secret connections between Obama.org tweets and George Floyd's death, and a premeditated operation to harm Trump's re-election campaign, all revealed via a relentless campaign of literary drops phrased in an interrogative and coyly insinuating voice? Have you clocked the sinister parallel between Hillary Clinton's statesmanship, or should we say stateswomanship, and Alice in Wonderland? Written by a pedophile child molester, by the way. Is it possible that in this greatest military intelligence operation of our time, Americans have met a prophet to prepare them for the coming storm that will finally drain the swamp? This was all done while Michael Aquino was alive. It is his legacy. Imagine! Many have, as if they were one mind, or one person in many people, and none contented. The prolific Q appeals to an aggrieved demographic pining for returns of John F. Kennedy Jr., for one, and absolutions across a morass of material, first appearing on October 28th in 2017 on 4chan's infamous poll board, then migrating to the alternative 8chan before it evolved into 8kun. The QAnon narrative collages American conspiracy literature's greatest hits of the past 70-odd years into a contemporary mythic LARP, live-action role-playing game, LARP, of mistrust with a runaway cult following and a demonstrable trail of violence. Well before my speaking to you now about it. In fact, going back 2 years ago, no fewer than 24 congressional candidates in the 2020 general election had endorsed or paid lip service to the conspiracy. Now that you're terrified, let me offer consolation. QAnon is, in its own way, a joke. Aquino's joke on all of you. Unfortunately, that doesn't make its long game of postmodern chaos magic any less dangerous. This is but the latest iteration of the Lulz agenda, L-U-L-Z, laughs for the sake of laughs. Following from the great meme war of 2015 through 2016, the alt-right deployment of Peep the Frog to influence Trump's election, and the leftist hacktivists Anonymous's radical trolling operations circa 2008, that year of the great financial collapse, through 2012. All offspring of 4chan. In spite of this subcultural root, Q's mysterious slogans and thematic motifs are often overt, traceable references to mainstream sources. It's a rallying cry of, where we go one, we go all, abbreviated to hashtag WWG, numeric 1, WGA. That's taken from the 1996 Jeff Bridges adventure movie White Squall, directed by Ridley Scott. All the fact-checking in the world isn't going to dispel this diseased strain of creative nonfiction, and ignoring it won't make it disappear either. We're too far gone. The Institute for Strategic Dialogue, that's a London-based think tank, issued a report in July of 2020 documenting the significant traction QAnon and related conspiracy theories gained online during the global lockdowns in the spring and summer. When it came as to parsing the influence of Anons, the critically minded among us became as bewildered characters trapped at a never-ending Mad Hatter's tea party, mired in a contretemps, where it's impossible to either snub the grossest trolls present or sincerely engage with them. The appeal of QAnon lies in the sheer volume of and urgent pace of its updates, written in a supremely oblique and withholding style that invites our exegesis, welcoming an audience into a ritual performance of authorship and interpretation. Q's posts exemplify and exploit the paranoid style in American politics, that old, pre-existing condition of mistrust and persecutory embattlement. But the dispatches of this apocalyptic bard essentially take place in medias res. Q is concerned with the present tense, while alluding to a broad timeline of nefariousness, not unlike the structure of a Greek epic poem, written down as but one variation of a common narrative. To fixate on the question of Q's identity would be, in the conspiracists' parlance, to chase a false flag. And a group curiously close to Q would likely say the same. The leftist Italian literary collective Wu Ming, a pseudonym translating to anonymous or no name, which was formed in the year 2000 as an outgrowth of Luther Blizet, a nom de plume for the same circle of co-authors. In 1999, Blizet published Q, a historical adventure novel set during the 16th century Protestant Reformation that follows an anonymous Anabaptist radical as he is pursued around Europe by Q, a Roman Catholic spy. Remember, Aquino's own heritage is Roman Catholic, Italian, and Filipino. In a December 2002 essay posted to its website, Wu Ming declared, "We are interested in mythopoiesis, i.e., the social process of constructing myths, by which we do not mean false stories. We mean stories that are told and shared, retold and manipulated by a vast and multifarious community, stories that may give shape to some kind of ritual, some sense of continuity between what we do and what other people did in the past. A tradition!" This sounds uncannily similar to QAnon's story for the people. Q often claims that future proves past, setting its readers up to understand time as a circular process. And in a sense, it's not wrong. Time ceases to be progressive in Q's realm. And on the world stage, ancient crimes and sins are eternally recurring eruptions that must be quashed anew by righteous armies in recycled costumery. Anyone with a taste for devotion and a capacity for faith is a potential conscript. Someone, somewhere, is laughing their head off at their joke, having inflamed all sides in a war for what's true and who's accountable for it. No need to bother with guillotines when heads are already lost, is what Michael Aquino used to tell me. And here fall the rest of us down rabbit holes that never end, while others await the longed-for storm, not realizing they have drowned beneath its waves. Q is dead. Long live QAnon! From one viewpoint, the conspiracy movement Q mass delusion exited 2020 in shambles. Its shadowy leader was in the wind. Trois elected members of Congress who once praised the movement then insisted they wanted nothing to do with it. Its chosen presidential candidate went down in flames on Election Day. Its kooky name becoming a household punchline. And yet, the underlying ideas behind the movement became more influential than ever. QAnon believers toiled away on the anonymous message board 8chan and on the far-right social media platforms, Parler and Gab, to make us 2021 their year. With just weeks to go before Joe Biden's presidential inauguration, the Conspiracy Club worked feverishly to supply the faulty research and nonsensical allegations allowing President Donald Trump to keep claiming a false victory. You see, QAnon is Trumpism now. The sprawling conspiracy theory is dying and being reborn as the new normal of the Republican Party. QAnon filled the void left by Trump's nihilism. Without the right words, there can be no true reality. QAnon exploited Trump's lies to create an alternate universe. We all know the story by now. According to the mysterious Q, who I personally knew as Mike Aquino, Donald Trump was waging a secret war against a global cult of satanic democratic pedophiles. One day, the storm would happen. The day of reckoning. Trump would reveal the truth to the world. Perpetrators would be arrested and executed. And he would rule America forever as Christ reborn, the new father of us all, the benevolent dictator that we once thought would descend from heaven over the Mount of Olives. How could anyone believe this bullshit? Or so you're asking yourself the question right now, aren't you? I know I do. Whenever I read anything about the QAnon conspiracy theory, I roll my eyes in disbelief. Yet millions of people adhere to this deranged narrative. 5% of registered voters are Q believers. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, twa Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent freshwoman representatives, are openly supporting the conspiracy. In the face of such widespread acceptance, we cannot be satisfied with the explanation that all these people are stupid or uneducated. A glance at the Are QAnon Casualties subreddit tells us many of the cult's victims are well-read and respectable people. They comest from all walks of life and backgrounds. There is something more profound and fundamental going on. Something that talks to people the world over, whatever their life experiences and creeds. It has to do with language and rhetoric. It has to do with our deep-rooted need for meaning and purpose. More specifically, the success and rise of QAnon are inextricably linked to the emptiness of Donald Trump's political discourse, his constant spewing of lies, and his depraved nihilism and narcissism. Trump didn't create QAnon, but his behavior and words as president turned it into the mass phenomenon it is today. Oh, God. How do I go on in a world like this? And how do I explain it to you? When people look up to their political leaders, it is to find sense and guidance in their discourse and actions. Leaders lead from the top down. They lead by example. And the one Donald Trump has set is deceitful, selfish, and perverted. It be no wonder that faced with an empty, lying, amoral suit, people turn to something else to make sense of the world. They turn to what was readily available, social media, and their groups of friends and acquaintances. And there, they met the man who authored the book Mind War. They met Michael Aquino, waging mind war 24/7, 365 days a year. They met Q. Human beings have a deeply ingrained need for meaning and purpose. It is in their nature to look for patterns, even where there be none. You look for a reason behind every event, because there must be a reason. You seek causality, and if ye findest none, ye imagine it. Ye have to know and understand why. Some can achieve this alone, through philosophy and introspection. Most people look for strong leadership to remind them of where they're going and why. These needs for guidance and validation gavest birth to all religions, who are nothing but attempts to explain the inexplicable and providest an ethical path. They also gave us rise to politics, parties, and ideologies, which all try to make sense of the world's complexity. Religion is based on faiths and beliefs, while politics is grounded in truth and facts. Or rather, I should say, should be grounded. as the past 10 years have demonstrated nothing of the sort. The day after he took his oath of office, Donald Trump's first action as president was to lie about the most mundane of all topics, his inauguration crowd. Back then, we were still a bit naive about Trump. Some of us felt that the United States had entered a dangerous era that could lead to totalitarianism. Others dismissed Trump as a powerless clown that would be tamed by the District of Columbia. In other words, he would sink into the swamp and drown. I never believed Trump could be tamed. I feared him for what he was and still is, a nihilist, sans values or ethics, a selfish, entitled lunatic whose only goal is his own enrichment, an incompetent, lying authoritarian whose public discourse would poison American society for decades and turn the swamp into a sewer. Because, as Trump proved by the negative, words have meaning. They cast spells, hence the word spelling, the term used to describe the magical texts. The grimoires, grammars, are but the correct grammar in which to order your words to bring to reality whatever you wish. More importantly, words create meaning. They make the reality we live in. They're a cheat code for the digital matrix in which many people think we're trapped. They're the right-along program. And without the right words, there can be no true reality. In linguistics, and remember, my mother was a linguist, this is called linguistic determinism. The fact that language and its structures limit and determine human knowledge or thought. L. Ron Hubbard's original acolyte, one of his originals, A.E. Van Voigt, wrote the book on Nolle, the players of Nolle, the world of Nolle, in which a single pill could eliminate Aristotelian logic, the yes-no logic of the Greek. And in a world of Nolle, non-Aristotelian logic, you were capable of doing anything you wanted, even flying. Research conducted since the beginning of the 20th century tends to demonstrate that, indeed, our ability to verbalize these words limit our very thoughts, and thereby our reality. Amazonian tribes, who have no numbers in their language, tend to perform poorly at arithmetical tasks. They are innumerate, and therefore cannot add up. Aboriginal tribes from Australia, who rely on a cardinal direction system, have far greater situational awareness. In politics and communication, advertising and propaganda are two forms of linguistic determinism. And remember, I used to work in commercial illustration. Why do you think companies and political parties strive to develop original slogans, brand names, and neologisms, or new words? They are trying to create their vocabulary and grammar. In turn, those will create specific mindsets. Linguistic determinism also plays a role in what the Reichspropaganda minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels called the big lie, or, in his language, the Großlüge, a lie so colossal that no one would believe that someone could have the impudence to distort the truth so infamously. The big lie relies on repetition ad nauseum of a few key words and concepts. To quote Hitler yet again, my biological sire, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points, and must harp on these in slogans until the last member of the public understands what you want him to understand by your slogan. The creation or appropriation of a specific vocabulary is at the root of most totalitarian and extremist movements. At the onset of Trump's single term thus far, we, unfortunately, discovered the alt-right and its dialect. Attaching new meanings to existing words or creating new ones altogether is a way to organize and orient your followers' thought processes. Instead of disambiguate, it really differentiates between those in the movement and those outside of it to create a community, or at least the sense thereof. Trump appropriated the alt-right vocabulary and created his own on top of it. But something strange happened on the way. Something that can only be explained by his very nature. For words to carry meaning, we must believe in the authenticity of the speaker. This is why my character is endlessly attacked by your enemies, the kings of Edom, who would see the end of your world to make themselves as unto gods. Because we must assume and accept that the person talking intends to share value with their audience. Their words, the signifiers, are attached to chosen meanings, the signified. With Trump, however, this was never obvious. Sometimes people could interpret his words as irony, and they would know that the true meaning was the opposite of what was said. Most of the time, however, it looked like Trump was speaking without a purpose. He uttered words without meaning. Trump's speech is something with which the human brain is not prepared to deal. Humans are wired to look for patterns, even where there be none. We want to find causality between unrelated events. We look for the common threads. We seek an explanation. Trump could not merely be an amoral, nihilist idiot. He had to have a purpose. According to his cultists, he was continually playing 4D chess with us mere mortals. Being the president imbued Trump with a renewed moral authority. Synecdochally, here referencing a type of metonymy, which itself means the substitution of the name of an attribute or adjunct for that of the thing meant, exempli gratiae, suit for business executive, or the track for horse racing, here conveying either a literary device in which a part of something is substituted for the whole, as in hired hand for worker, or a figure of speech in which a term for a part of something is used to refer to the whole, pars pro toto, part of the whole in Latin, as in a part for that of the whole, or the whole for the part, or the special for the general, or the general for the special, or the material for the thing made thereof. We transfer the quality of the office onto its holder. People look up to the president for meaning and purpose, because they are the leader. It is their job to guide us through thick and thin. They must have good intentions to seek the highest, most demanding office in the land. We must follow, and, if we disagree, we must give them a chance to prove themselves. This attitude led people to look up to Trump as their guide, as their leader. Trump had already developed a macho, vulgar, and anti-intellectual rhetoric that resonated with the most brutish of citizens during the campaign, the lowest of the low, the great deplorables. Once instilled with the dignity of the office, his rhetoric took on another dimension. Trump was talking to the world. He was speaking for history. His followers listened to every word as gospel. Instead of salvation, they got lies. Lots of them. In 4 years, in the Oval Office, Trump told 30,573 lies, 50% of which were uttered in 2020 alone. Think about it for a minute. It comes down to roughly 40 lies a day at a time when the country is going through its worst crisis in a century. Unsurprisingly, online QAnon activities boomed in 2020. Caught in the worst year of their lives, people desperate for meaning and purpose turned to Trump and the government for aid and solace. They were met with selfishness and deceit. No direction would comest from the White House. No support, no guidance. They then turned to their favorite news sources: Fox, InfoWars, One America News Network, the OANN, Newsmax, who all redirected them to Q, Michael Aquino, and Mikey, as he forced all the kids he raped to call him. Q explained the world in simple, Manichaean terms to them. It provided them with a plan. After all, one of the most infamous slogans of the conspiracy is "Trust the plan." Q provided these lost souls with a sense of community, once again enshrined in a motto: WWG1 WGA! Where we go one, we go all! All fall down. 'Twas Michael Aquino. The Q provided meaning to millions of people who, having sought it from their political leaders, had found nothing but lies and greed. QAnon also provided them with the bliss of cognitive dissonance. Trump was acting selfishly as a cover. The truth was, he was working in secret to bring the satanic cabal down. Followers didn't have to doubt their leader, and therefore themselves. He wasn't authentic because he was hiding his real purpose. Suddenly, and in a twisted way, all was right with the world. All was right within the world. The storm never camest. The conspiracy theorists were never vindicated. And now Trump is gone from the White House. Only recently unleashed again on Twitter. And one can only pray will someday soon be hopefully banished from our minds forever. No longer there to taunt and torment us. Yet that's all the reason the white male supremacists want him for: to own the libs. Because QAnon lives on. Like all conspiracies, QAnon is based on irrefutable claims. When something doesn't happen as planned, the theory adapts its narrative to fit the new reality. This way, it never dies. It's actually growing. The conspiracy has gone global, gaining traction of all places. In the former Axis mainstays, the foundational powers of Germany and Japan. All over the world, people faced the harshest years of their lives. And in the face of political incompetence, negligence, and disdain, they turn to something that provides them with meaning and purpose: In the same way that all cults operate, QAnon preys on the weak and the fragile. It provides a path towards redemption to those who wander and cannot grasp the world's complexity and its leaders' hypocrisy. Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency are the most blatant example of this trend. But there are Trumps, Cruz, and McConnells all over the planet, in power or soon to be. These people have seen how gullible millions are and how easy it is to instrumentalize them. Savvy political operators are starting to understand that politics in the 21st century is not a game of debate and rhetoric anymore. It is a game of vocabulary and grimoire, the grammar of the spell book. Because cancel culture is just another dog whistle for white supremacy, the word that casts the spell. Just like free speech, law and order, or states' rights, the newest Republican catchphrase is nothing but racist doublespeak. The modern incarnation of the Republican Party was born during the 1968 presidential election. In the wake of the Civil Rights Act, Richard Mulhouse Nixon saw the rising popularity of segregationist candidate George Wallace in the Deep South and capitalized on it through what Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent strategists dubbed the Southern Strategy. They had understood that to win elections in America, a right-wing party needed to be on the side of white supremacists, but could never say it outright. The times they were a-changin', and the language too. Experts in linguistics, like my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, and those experts in semiotics, the study of signs and symbols and their use or interpretation. Semioses being any activity, conduct, or process that involves signs, where a sign is defined as anything that communicates something, usually called a meaning, to the sign's interpreter, thus rendering semiotics the systematic study of sign processes and meaning-making. So semioticists tend to analyze the world and our relation to it through core tropes, or fundamental figures of speech, that characterize the public discourse of an era. As a matter of progression, societies tend to move from metaphors to metonymies. I couldn't get that out. Metonymies. Metonymies! Figures of speech, in which concepts are referred to by the names of some things closely associated with those things or concepts. I.e., when words associated with some things are used to refer to the things themselves. So, as a matter of progression, or maybe digression, societies tend to move from metaphors to metonymies to synecdoches. Synecdoche, when the words for parts of something are used to refer to the whole things, or, less commonly, the words for the wholes are used to refer to the parts, like calling a woman a cunt, or tits, or referring to those organs or body parts as the woman. And so societies degenerate from metaphors to metonymies, to synecdoches, and end up with irony. What Republicans saw in 1968, that nobody else did, is that the era was moving away from past metaphors and into the age of irony. The final stage, or late stage capitalism, if you will, as already turned towards nihilism by Ayn Rand. Irony happens when the speaker voluntarily creates a disconnect between a signifier, a word, a sentence, an entire speech, and the signified, the true meaning of the words. In other words, people are no longer upholding or enforcing the spirit of the law, but only its letter. And by that corruption, innocents are punished while the guilty are set free. Contrary to a metaphor, which is the beginning stage of a healthy society, the end stage of a sick society, wallowing in irony. Irony is based on the notion that the signifier is the opposite of the signified. Therefore, no longer is the spirit of the law upheld at all, and as a matter of fact, is intentionally, malevolently dismissed to uphold only the letter of the law. Therefore, you have a government of attorneys. That's why Shakespeare said, first off, let's kill all the lawyers. Now, irony is not a lie if the speaker's intention isn't to deceive. But the line between the two concepts is blurry. And this is what the American English professor David Foster Wallace, widely known for his 1996 novel entitled Infinite Jest, which Time magazine cited as one of the 100 best English language novels from the year 1923, the year my own late and sainted Cyrus, the linguist Diana Zujin Lin Dietrich, was born, delivered into this world in fire, only to die later on in this world in storm. From that year of her birth through to 2005, Time magazine said that one of the 100 best English language novels throughout that period was Infinite Jest. And its author, Professor David Foster Wallace, of the English language, perceived irony to be the great danger of irony that co-factored in driving him to suicide. The Democrats absolutely missed the boat on this societal shift. Well, Professor David Foster Wallace saw it, and that's why he killed himself. He didn't want to live in this world. And the Democrats missing the boat, and him killing himself before he could share the bad news, allowed the Republicans to build an entire vocabulary to signify discreetly to their base that their main concern was, and would always remain, white male supremacy. So let me try and provide you, in the time we have remaining, a kind of short guide to Republican doublespeak. We could call it, if I were ever to put it into print, a pocket pamphlet glossary of Edomese. This is the Edomese language. Dog whistles, without the cuteness of the puppy emoji. The word alternative facts. Alternative facts, what they mean is, we really don't like what's happening now, so we're going to pretend our eyes don't see, our ears don't listen, our noses don't smell, and focus on what we believe inside our little black hearts of white male supremacy. That's alternative facts. Important note, it was not invented by Trump, but by Ronald Reagan, who said, "A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions tell me that's true, but the facts and evidence tell me it is not." America first! Another phrase. What they mean is, the world is a complicated place I don't fully understand, so I'll pretend nothing but the United States exists and matters. That's, yeah, there you go. Actually, Dr. Seuss made a series of stupid jokes about this, where he showed a book being read by some school teacher to a couple of kids about Adolf the Wolf. I don't know if he even really knew that my biological sire's name, Adolf, meant Wolf King in German. But he missed the boat on that pun, perhaps. Adolf the Wolf is actually redundant, since Adolf itself means Wolf King. It's like saying, Wolf King the wolf. Anyhow, she's reading from it. And the wolf chewed up the children and spit out their bones. But those were foreign children, and it really didn't matter. And, of course, she's wearing a button that says America First. That was Dr. Seuss in 1941. How about the term captains of industry? What they mean is, now that we've given billionaires permission to spend as much as they want on campaign financing, we might as well flatter them with some fancy military-sounding titles to fumble their egos and make us them feel powerful. You know, like John Galt. Yeah, that also cross-references with corporate personhood, by the way. Now, I'll get to that, but first, the China virus. The real definition is the Trump virus, because he did nothing about it and let it spread. We didn't have to suffer it at all if he had shut down America and mandated vaccines. How about the term compassionate conservatives? The real definition is, well, their very existence is, well, one must use the proper words once in a while, an alternative fact. That brings us back to alternative facts, right? Well, corporate personhood. We haven't covered that yet. The real definition is the brilliant idea that corporations' speech is protected under the First Amendment, and that corporations can exercise their right through spending copious amounts of money on campaign financing. There's a synonym for that. It's the phrase, no more taxes! Yeah, you want to be like churches, tax exempt, because there are new churches, our new religion, the religion of godless capitalism fostered by a Russian nihilist, the Jewess Ayn Rand. How about the term family values? What they mean is, we really take offense to the fact that two people of the same sex could love each other and affectionately raise children, but we can't say it outright. So instead, we're really going to focus our narrative on the family as we divorce our spouses who are battling cancer, or more simply, as we cheat on them repeatedly. Or both, simultaneously. Or the term fiscal responsibility. What they mean is, by cutting all welfare programs and all taxes on the rich, we reduce the spending and reward our friends, the captains of industry, who benefited tremendously from corporate personhood. We sure are responsible for an improvement of their fiscal positions. Fiscally responsible! Also, it's a way to tell racists that the party endorses racism without saying it out loud, as explained in 1981 by the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent strategist Lee Atwater, who said, and I quote his T verbatim, "Y'all don't quote me on this." Yes, that's part of the quote. "You start out in 1954 by saying, nigga, nigga, nigga. By 1968, you can't say nigga. That hurts you. Backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. You're getting so abstract now that you're talking about cutting taxes. And all these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we are doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously, sitting around and saying, we want to cut this, is much more abstract than even the bussin' thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigga nigga. So, any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner. How about the term law and order? What they mean is, how can we convince racists that we are racist too without saying it outright to win the non-racist vote still? Let's tell them it's all about security and order. Also, that's quoting Nixon's Chief of Staff, H.R. Haldeman, who said, and I will quote his T at length and verbatim now, Nixon's advisors recognized that they could not appeal directly to voters on issues of white supremacy or racism. White House Chief of Staff, H.R. Haldeman, noted that Nixon emphasized that you have to face the fact that the whole problem is really the blacks. The key is to devise a system that recognizes this while not appearing to. with the aid of Harry Dent and South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond, who had switched to the Republican Party in 1964. Nixon ran his 1968 campaign on states' rights and law and order. Liberal Northern Democrats accused Nixon of pandering to Southern whites, especially with regard to his states' rights and law and order positions, which were widely understood by black leaders to symbolize Southern resistance to civil rights. How about that term moral majority? What they mean is, let's brand ourselves as true moral Christians to pander to the evangelicals, and let's phrase it in such a way as to make it look like we represent the true will of the people. Also, it's a way to tell racists that the party endorses racism without saying it out loud, as explained in 1990 by the conservative activist Paul Waverich, who I shall now quote a quote about. Waverich tried to make a point to his religious right brethren. No woman attended the conference, as I recall. Let's remember, he said animatedly, that the religious right did not come together in response to the Roe decision, referencing Roe v. Wade, of course. No, Waverich insisted. What got us going as a political movement was the attempt on the part of the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, to rescind the tax-exempt status of Bob Jones University because of its racially discriminatory policies. Or that term, pro-life, its real definition being a great marketing coup that appropriated life and, to a certain extent, the American way of life, live free or die, in opposition to Roe v. Wade and women's rights in general. Hard to argue with argument, who's against life, right? Whose proponents also opposed, successfully, the Equal Rights Amendment. Yea, so, we still don't have equal rights for women, or Brittany Griner wouldn't have been forced to play in Russia for equal pay. Say hey. And, well, rigged election. What they mean is, minority turnout was much higher than expected and we're fucked. Or the Russian hoax. The real definition being actual voter fraud that was investigated and demonstrated, but the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency would rather you not pay too much attention. Or states' rights. What they mean is, the best way we've found yet to talk about white supremacy and segregation. It's worked since 1861. It co-references with law and order, or trickle down. The definition being, well, it's corollary to fiscal responsibility, and by extension, states' rights. So what they mean is, how can we convince the poor of this country that they should never unionize, should never ask for decent minimum wages, and overall, let us deal with our captains of industry friends? I know, let's have them believe that when the rich get richer, the poor somehow get richer by association. Brilliant! It's trickle down like piss, people. It means they're pissing on you from above. That's all it really means. Or the will of the people. I mean, that brings us back to corporate personhood, really. I mean, using irony, which is what this is all about, as a communication strategy, has the added benefit that the speaker can always claim they were never aware of the double meaning. Authenticity and genuine remorse are perfect and unassailable defenses for irony. As proof of this shift in fundamental figures of speech, let's look at a few presidential campaign slogans from the end of World War II to more recent times. The 1944 election. Roosevelt said, "Don't swap horses in midstream." That's a metaphor. That's how healthy societies start and work. Dewey said, "Do we or don't we?" As in his name, D-E-W-E-Y. Dewey? Do we or don't we? Just a terrible pun. The 1948 election. Remember, we're still at war. It didn't end until 1952. We've gone into this before. Truman said, "I'm just wild about Harry," or "the buck stops here." These are both metaphors, though I really can't understand what they're metaphors of and never did and probably never want to, they're still metaphorical. Now, aside from that, he was running against Dewey, who said, do it with Dewey, as in Mountain Dew, like D-E-W, do it with Dewey. I mean, there's something mildly sexually suggestive about that. It's just another terrible pun, really. Seriously. Who came up with this shit? It just goes to show the Republicans, had nothing. The 1952 and 1956 elections, held amidst the post-war economic boom, only gave us slogans based on puns or rhymes. The 1960 election is interesting, however. In 1960's election, John Fitzgerald Kennedy said, "A time for greatness, 1960. That's called a metonymy. Greatness implying economic success, political dominance, social peace, and prosperity. In other words, it's part of a greater whole, or a word implying something else. A time for greatness, 1960. Nixon said, peace, experience, prosperity, which formed the acronym PEP, a first-degree slogan, sans any depth. There's no depth to be found. It's as shallow as a puddle. The Republican Party would learn the lesson. In 1964, the party fielded Barry Goldwater. His open position against the civil rights movement led to Lyndon Baines Johnson's landslide victory. Goldwater, however, understood that a shift in tone was necessary. His slogan was, "In your heart, you know he's right," a direct appeal to the voters' emotions. In 1968, everything changed. The Southern strategy was in the works, but hadn't been fully mastered yet. Wallace won the Deep South states, the last time a third-party candidate would score so well in the general election. The Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency had started its transition to dog-whistle politics and full-blown irony, but it wasn't there yet. Nixon decided to play the fear card head-on. While his slogan could be interpreted in the Vietnam and Cold War's context, his underlying message to the Southern white supremacists is obvious. In the 1968 election, Nixon said, This time, vote like your whole world depended on it." Whereas Humphrey, running against him, said, "Some people talk change, others cause it." In 1972, the Southern strategy had been fully integrated into the Red Russell collaborationist Republican Insurgent Party platform, and irony was the day's language. While his official slogan was, "Nixon now," Nixon's supporters favored, "They can't lick our dick," which is as obnoxious as it is in line with the targeted voter demographic. Another popular slogan was, "Don't change dicks in the midst of a screw." Well, by the way, I'm not making this up. While both phrases are not fully ironic per se, the irony of using such vulgar language to promote a presidential candidate is indicative of a fundamental shift in public discourse straight into the gutter and, beneath it, into the sewer, where the Republicans have taken politics ever since. T. Tank Berry says, support these authentic transmissions. Pay it forward to DDD. Yes, please. That's paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich in the screen. Okay. Now, Reagan, in the 1980 election, brought the irony to the center of the stage. He ran with, "Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?" clearly implying that the country was not. He also used another, more infamous slogan, "Let's make America great again." The transition to full-blown ironical and doublespeak discourse had been operated. From Nixon to Reagan, Republican dog whistles evolved from directly targeting white male supremacists in the Solid South, law and order, free speech, states' rights, to triggering the evangelical and Christian votes, the moral majority, pro-life. All these phrases, all these euphemisms, bring us back to the race question and white male supremacy. Cancel culture is but the latest, trendiest incarnation of this phenomenon, namely weaponizing irony and hypocrisy against American minorities. When Eric Trump saith, in the wake of his daddy's Twitter ban, "We live in the age of cancel culture, but this isn't something that started this week. It is something that they have been doing to us and others for years." What he means is not, "We've been canceled for years" at all. What he means is, the white people of this country have lost their preeminence for years. He intends to say that whiteness is under attack. White maleness, to be specific. On the House floor, during the impeachment debates, Jim Jordan said that the Democrats were moving to impeach, to cancel the presidency. Once again, what is meant here is they want to impeach a white president for supporting white people defending white people's rights, or rather privileges. When his book deal fell through, Josh Hawley attacked the woke mob, stating that the left is looking to cancel everyone they don't approve of. Now, as I have already proven, conflating the left, Black Lives Matter, or BLM, the woke mob, or social justice warriors, acronymous as SJWs, and Antifa, which is an acronym for anti-fascista, poses a grave threat to American democracy. The mixing up of political choices and inherent traits in political discourse leads to social and racial violence in the streets and has led the world to mass atrocities. Let us not be mistaken here. Cancel culture is nothing but the latest racist, white male supremacist dog whistle in the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's vocabulary. To those who are reasonable and who believe in free speech for real, while condemning white male supremacy and racism, beware! The cancel culture claim should never be defended. It is not what it looks like. Cancel culture, like every other Republican talking point, is a way to promote white male supremacy. Now, that's the magic of words. T. Tankberry says, "Need truth? You have arrived." He's wonderful. Oh my God, you're so cute. You're so precious. Thank you, T. Tankberry. Hugs. Hugs. Oh my God. Okay. Jesus Christ. Real Tech. I'll call Real Tech. We'll cover the last few minutes together. Of course, I gotta get this started. There we are. Ah. There we are. So, Real Tech,
How you doing?
oh, much the better for your being here. Thank you for asking. So join us in carrying us to the top of the hour so we can end the day without ending the show too early. I mean, how many minutes have we got left? Maybe about, let me take a look at the time. Oh, about, 8 minutes. So tell us what's up. Yeah, tell us what's going on. What do you think we should be paying attention to?
See, maybe the Greys. It's about with Eisenhower in the 50s. They would talk about the stories with them making which I think is just BS anyway. It's just the Michael Kino psyop with making agreements with aliens.
Thank you. I appreciate you're bringing that up. It was like popularized in Dark Skies. You remember that TV series? Plus others.
Yeah, well, last year's double feature for AMC's TV show called American Horror Story. They had Neil McDowell playing as Eisenhower, and with the Greys and everything, or whatever aliens it is. It was just, it was a good. It was completely in black and white, which I think it was great. It was just good popcorn. Just good for popcorn watching. That's all I see it as. Just something to watch.
I hear you. I hear you. Go on. Yeah. I mean, they really got to be admired. They really got to be admired for making their propaganda is entertaining. They've got to be given credit for that. Give the devil their due. Go on. Yes.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of fun watching people's heads just pop off. Yeah, it was good. And then they had another. It was 30 minutes each, so they had another episodic about exactly what Miara Saren's been going through with getting abducted by the Greys, or I'm not sure the Untermensch, and just by alien female and male abduction. So
wow,
more. That's more different though, and those things are happening though. Definitely, they are, especially to her.
Yeah.
Was she on tonight? I don't know. It was completely.
Oh no! Whenever she comes on, it's usually Wednesdays, and tonight's a Sunday. But understandable. I mean, we all lose track of time. It all begins to blend together. Hopefully, she'll be with us Wednesday. We'll find out. I'll try and ask her. I've been no fault of hers, burned so many times that I'm not going to necessarily put up a picture that's indicative of her for that episode. We'll find out. I'll probably put up some other picture. I mean, that'll be 10 days countdown to Christmas on Wednesday. So I'll probably put up, I'm spending more time with my son at the estates in this time of year. So I'll probably put up another photograph of him and kind of like emphasizing that we got, 10 days to Christmas. Hey, are you looking forward to Christmas? I hope hope you've got some people to spend it with. Are you going to spend it with your wife or some girlfriend or what?
Yeah, it's just with my wife, with my family. I don't know.
Great. I mean, like, kind of like you're not really in touch with your mother, and your grandmother's passed away, right? What family do you have? Aside from your wife, I mean.
I got a sister and a second, what we call him, a second father. He raised us together. So.
Wow. And that's.
I mean, not like in the household, but.
Okay.
He.
Wow.
Brought us together when the family wanted as children, but she's that's just a fucking cunt. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I can understand that.
Really cold individual, very cold individual.
Wow.
So,
wow.
I don't like to say that, but.
Yeah. Cold or cruel or both? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I said cold or cruel or both?
Oh, it can be both. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So the triple C.
Yeah.
Triple C. Kind of cold and cruel. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't like Like I really don't like calling her that, but
I get it, dude. I don't like my sister either. So we're both there. I mean, so like, so what else? What were you going to say before I interrupted with that stupid question of mine?
oh, I was say about just these a lot of these women in my life. They always are very extremely annoying with don't have a which I like to say the word with people, but some people consider a job, so the word just for over broke. Um, but they were constantly always about this garbage with me, constantly. With always about that, especially her too.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So
no, no,
just
no.
I guess monotonous. What you said?
Oh yeah. Just remember for our sake, because of your speech impediment, to speak very distinctively. In other words, try to enunciate or emphasize each word. It makes it easier for us to hear. I mean, I think we got most of what you said, but then sometimes it kind of slurs, it kind of blurs sometimes the words into each other. So just letting you know that
Sorry.
because we definitely want to. I mean, yeah, no need to say sorry. I mean, you have a speech impediment, and I mean, hell, Biden, has got a speech impediment. You know that, and but definitely, I know you try. So yeah, you were saying that what was monotonous, kind of like a lot of women were behaving the same way. And did you, now correct me if I'm wrong here, the communication I got out of that was maybe you feel Brooke Gibson, it kind of also falls into certain behavior patterns, or if that's not what you were saying, tell me what you really meant.
No.
Okay.
No, not Brooke.
Okay.
No.
Not Brooke. Okay.
But it just gets monotonous for people in general with for me with this what you do for a living, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
It's just,
Okay.